When Xiao Chan learned that he had no blood relationship with the Shao family, he angrily and coldly cut off all ties with his family. Xiao Chun. Xiao Qian almost exploded with anger. What do you mean I will never work as a cleaner in your company? Oh, okay, you can go. Xiao Qian didn't care at all and seemed cold and ruthless as he waved his hand. Xiao Qian was stunned, her eyes full of doubt. The house is in such a mess, and you don't care about it? Xiao Chan interrupted her. What does it have to do with me? If everyone in your family died, I wouldn't shed a single tear. Xiao Chun, what's wrong with you? Xiao Qian looked at him in shock, her face full of disbelief. How could you say such cruel words? I have done a kinship test and a paternity test. Xiao Chan added coldly. I finally understand that the Shao family has not accepted me because I am not Xiao Yuanhe's biological son. So, don't use family affection to force me anymore. If Xiao Yuanhe doesn't tell me the truth, he will be greeted with a more fierce revenge from me. Xiao Qian's tone was as cold as a blade. Xiao Qian's eyes widened instantly, and she was speechless in shock. I have no blood relationship with the Shao family. Xiao Chan sneered sarcastically. So, don't expect me to be moved by family affection. The Shao family hasn't gone bankrupt yet. Right, take advantage of now to have a good reunion. Later, you may not even be able to get together for a reunion dinner. He pushed Xiao Qian away, turned around, got into the car and left. Xiao Qian was stunned, her heart filled with shock. She couldn't believe that Xiao Chan had no blood relationship with her. Moreover, he and Xiaoming were twins. So how could this happen? She had to figure out what happened. After returning home, Xiao Yin hurried over, tears flashing in her eyes, and she was full of anxiety. Xiao Chun, have you confirmed it? Xiao Qian said everything. Xiao Qian nodded, as if he had already expected it. She's like this, she can't hide anything. Xiao Qian didn't say much. He just took out a photo from his phone and pointed at it coldly. This is a kinship test between you and me. We are not related by blood. This is the paternity test between Xiao Yuanhe and me. We are also not related by blood. So, who are my parents? Xiao Chun stared at Xiao Yan with burning eyes. This is why the Shao family and I are at loggerheads. I have called the police and am waiting for the police to verify. Xiao Yan shed silent tears and nodded gently. I understand, but at least they are your parents in name only. Give me a chance. I will go back and communicate with them, find out the truth, and find a real family, okay? Xiao Chun was silent for a moment, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. If they can tell the truth, that would be the best. But I don't have much patience, and I have already given them a chance. I understand. I will do my best. Xiao Yan nodded resolutely. I'll give you 3 days. Xiao Chen's words were cold and decisive. If you find out the truth within 3 days, I promise that Xiao Yuanhe will not go to jail. Don't worry. 3 days is enough. Xiao Yan nodded firmly. If he can clearly understand the problem, the truth will come out. If he can't understand, then no one can persuade him. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and nodded. In any case, Xiao Yan was a reasonable person, but he knew that Xiao Yuanhe would not compromise easily. The only person he was worried about was his grandmother. But since he got married, his grandmother had been alone in his hometown for more than 20 years. He thought that she would not be too sad because of such an unfilial act. As soon as Xiao Chen left, he called Wu Zizong. Brother Wu, how is the matter going? I was just about to report to you. Wu Zizong said with a smile on the other end of the phone. I have already obtained the marketing rights for Wuxin Health products and am planning to transfer them to Zhao's planning. The amount is 10 million, but we have specified the responsible party in the contract. If there is a problem with the product, the marketing party will bear 50% of the responsibility. Okay, thank you for your help. Let someone give the contract to Xiao Yuanhe. Xiao Chan smiled slightly, feeling a sense of satisfaction in his heart. I understand. Let's sign the contract this afternoon. Wu Zizong agreed. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chan breathed a sigh of relief, with a sneer in his eyes. I will be the one to make up for the Shao family's final blow before its death. Wuxiong Health Products has always been focusing on various health products, especially likes to invite celebrities to endorse, and product problems frequently occur. Their model of operating both online and offline will sooner or later cause trouble. Recently, many people died suddenly due to product problems, and the company has also become the cusp of the storm. The Shao family has been forced into a desperate situation at this time, and has invested all their energy in this marketing. When there is a problem with the product, the marketing team cannot be exempted from responsibility. Once the responsibility system is opened, the Shao family is completely finished. At the same time, Zhongjiang Capital stock market began to slowly recover, and SKU Auto's stock also rose slightly, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Sumuyu smiled slightly, knowing that this was the best time to increase his position, buy more SKU Auto shares. Liang was so anxious that he almost jumped up. Ms. Su, this is already a high position. The risk is too great. SEO stock will go up because of tomorrow's auto show, he said anxiously. If there is any problem with the auto show, the stock will definitely go down. Zhongjiang Capital is now under my control. Sumuyu did not question it. You guys should follow the decisions I make. Li Yang's expression changed, and he was obviously stunned. But our company is already very stable. What are you planning to do? Sumuyu smiled coldly. Mr. Li, the ideas of the past belong to the past, and the future belongs to the young people. If you don't agree, then take a vacation and wait and see how I operate. Li Yang's face turned pale, and he was stunned. His subordinates also looked at each other in shock. Li Yang's face changed drastically, and even some of his subordinates were surprised. Li Yang has made great contributions to the development of Zhongjiang Capital. Now that the company has entered a stable stage, what does the eldest daughter of the Su family want to do? Or is it that as the company prepares to go public, they're going to kick out all the veterans? Isn't this killing the donkey after it has done its work? Ms. Su, was this decision about taking a vacation suggested by you or Mr. Su? Li Yang suppressed his anger and asked calmly. Is there any difference? Sumuyu said calmly. If Mr. Li is tired, it's okay to take a break for a year or two. A year or half a year? Li Yang laughed angrily, his heart becoming more determined. Okay, then I'll go back and rest. Miss Su, please do as you please. He turned and left, his steps firm but filled with anger. He returned to his office and began to pack up, leaving a letter of resignation on his desk. Mr. Li, are you going to resign? Some subordinates hurried to the door and asked anxiously. Mr. Li, what will we do after you leave? An employee who has followed Li Yang for many years said in a sad tone. They thought that the future would be brighter with the company's listing, but Li Yang's resignation is undoubtedly a heavy blow to everyone. What's worse is that the newly appointed Sumuyu is obviously a newcomer with no financial experience. Her taking over Zhongjiang Capital has a worrying future. Everyone, Li Yang said, his voice a little hoarse. I'm getting old, and I'm increasingly unable to do my job. So I plan to resign and take a break. You stay in the company and keep working hard. Zhongjiang Capital can't do without you. I believe that President Su will not treat you unfairly. Mr. Li, where are you going after you resign? An employee said with reluctance and helplessness. Let's go together. Yes, let's go together. A group of employees were very excited. If Li Yang really left, Zhongjiang Capital would probably be paralyzed. Mr. Li, are you going to resign? Sumuyu's voice suddenly rang out. Li Yang turned around with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Boss Su, my resignation letter is already on the table. I'm tired after all these years and want to take a break. Please approve it. He had hoped to force Sumuyu to be more sensible by resigning, but her response surprised him. Okay, I agree. Sumuyu. Li Yang's tone was heavy. He raised his head and looked directly at her. Although I have resigned, I still have to remind you. SEO Auto's stock has reached a high point, and the new products of the auto show will support the rise in stock prices. But if something goes wrong at the auto show, or the new products fail to meet market expectations, the stock price will inevitably plummet. Now, everyone is selling SEO Auto shares. I've been in Zhongjiang for more than 10 years. I don't want to see the company fail. Sumuyu nodded slightly after hearing this. I will consider Mr. Li's suggestion. Thank you. She turned around and glanced at everyone. Who else wants to resign? Let's approve them all. The employees at the door clenched their fists, but lowered their heads silently, and no one dared to speak again. After all, Su Group was the major shareholder of Zhongjiang Capital, and her arrival was obviously to squeeze out the old people in the company. If not, everyone go back to work and don't gather. Sumuyu said coldly. Everyone could only disperse in disappointment, leaving Li Yang and Sumuyu in the empty office. Mr. Li, I'm not here to seize power or force you to leave. Sumuyu said slowly. After I successfully trade SKO stock, I will leave Zhongjiang Capital. At that time, I will personally invite you to come back to run the company. No need. Li Yang smiled bitterly. Tell President Su that although I, Li Yang, have left Zhongjiang Capital, I will not starve to death. What makes you think you can succeed by operating SCO Auto? He asked with a sneer. Sumuyu smiled slightly and whispered, just because I believe in one person. Liang was silent. He had seen through this woman in his heart. Stupid. After he said these two words, he turned and left. Zhongjiang Capital has purchased a large number of SEO auto shares, and the person in charge, Liang, has resigned. When Shao Chun heard the news, he could hardly believe it. Liang is a legendary figure in the investment world. In his previous life, he once became a prominent figure in the investment world with his keen vision. But now, this important figure has resigned? Is this woman really crazy? Shao Chen's heart moved, and he immediately had a question. Does she really want to mess up her company? Shao Chun, do you think she wouldn't be afraid of losing everything if she really did this? Zhang Xiang frowned, obviously feeling a little bit reluctant. She has completely cut off her escape route, hasn't she? Li Yongyuan also shook his head. She has pushed herself into a dead end. I can't help it, Shao Chen chuckled. I originally wanted to teach her a lesson, but I didn't expect her to be so stupid. Come on, this woman is really not suitable for investment. The game in the business world is not something that can be played by academics. Li Yongyuan sighed helplessly. Since she is so courageous to enter, why don't we lend her some strength, Shao Chen suggested, then picked up his phone to send a message to Sumuyu. Not long after, he received a reply from Sumuyu, asking him to meet at the coffee shop downstairs of Zhongjiang Capital. Are you going to make peace? Sumuyu looked at Shao Chun with a smile on his lips. She had seen through the man's mind. He had said before that he wanted to break up with her, but now he took the initiative to ask her out, obviously wanting to apologize. It's not like we can talk about peace, Shao Chun smiled. I heard that you bought a large number of shares of SEO Auto. Sumiyu's face darkened slightly. Yes, what's wrong? The stock price is already very high now. If you buy at this point, the risk is quite high. Shao Chun said with a smile. I don't need your reminder, Sumuyu responded coldly. We in the financial company have plenty of experience. Yes, but people always make mistakes. Why don't you lend me the stocks you have? I'll return them to you in a month, and I'll also give you 10% of the stock value. How about that? Shao Chun put down the coffee in his hand with a teasing look in his eyes. What exactly do you want to do? Sumuyu stared at Shao Chun vigilantly, his heart full of doubts. I bought SEO stock for other purposes. Shao Chun smiled. Even if you don't lend it to me, you should sell some of it. After all, the stock price is too high. Are you threatening me? Sumuyu sneered. What are you thinking? I'm just trying to advise you, Shao Chun said seriously. You can't play the stock market however you want. A cold light flashed in Sumuyu's eyes. Are you suggesting that I sell the stocks, and then you buy them again? Shao Chun smiled and said, I'm not threatening you. I'm just suggesting that you be more cautious. I really have no bad intentions. Shao Chun said helplessly. People should have more trust in each other. You targeted me last time. Are you looking for an opportunity to retaliate against me now? Sumuyu remained unshakable, with a vigilant light flashing in his eyes. Okay, you're right. Shao Chen's face showed a trace of disappointment. You've seen through me, but you might as well consider what I said. Lend me your SEO stock for a while. I'll return it to you in a month and give you a 10 commission. You don't even think about it. Sumuyu didn't hesitate at all. He quickly picked up his phone and called the Zhongjiang Capital trading team. At another 100 million to SCO stock right now. Shao Chun was overjoyed, but he still couldn't hide the disappointment on his face. Miss Su, why bother? Shao Chun, our relationship shouldn't be so tense. Sumuyu sighed. Oh, then what kind of relationship should we have? Shao Chun smiled, stood up, and sighed. Okay, I've said what I need to say. It's up to you to decide what to do. I have to go. But Miss Su, you're not suitable for the business world. Go back to your laboratory in Beijing University. It is the best place for you. Sumuyu stopped talking for a long time. When she raised her eyes, she saw Shao Chen's back gradually walking away. Watching Shao Chun leave calmly, she sighed softly, paid the bill, and left the cafe. Mingyu, let's start. Sell all the stocks. Shao Chun issued an order as soon as he walked out of the coffee shop. The auto show would be held the next day. After going out, Shao Chun suddenly heard a familiar voice. Mr. Zhou, don't worry. We are good at marketing. Leave the marketing of Wuxian Health Company to us. I guarantee it will be a hit. I will go back and plan a plan and strive for it to become a hit. Father Shao greeted them with a smile and personally escorted a CEO to the car, holding a contract worth tens of millions in his hand, and couldn't help feeling happy. This contract came just in time. Shao Chen's pressure almost bankrupted them, and the Su family also withdrew their support for the company. Seeing that everything was about to end, they didn't expect another big order to come in. If this marketing plan can be successful, The company's predicament may be reversed. However, when Father Xiao turned around, his eyes met Xiao Chen's. Xiao Chun. Father Zhao's face turned ugly in an instant. Yes, it's me. Xiao Chen nodded, glanced at the contract in his father's hand, and said with sarcasm, "Congratulations, it's not easy to get this contract." Xiao Chun, don't think you can cover the sky with one hand just because you know a few people. Father Xiao said coldly, "You are a high school student. You are still a little short of fighting with me." Yes, it's indeed a bit naive. Xiao Yuan, huh? Xiao Yin should have come to you, right? Don't you intend to give me an explanation? Explanation? What explanation do you want? Xiao Yuan has sneered. You are my son, even if you turn into ashes. Are you planning to hold on till the end? Xiao Chen's eyes were sharp. Honestly, if I were you, I wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Xiao Chun. Father Xiao was furious. I am your biological father. Whether you recognize me or not, I am your biological father. Do you know what filial piety is? Don't talk to me about filial piety, Xiao Chun sneered. Are you worthy? Grandma is over 70 years old and lives alone in the countryside. Because your wife looks down on her, you have ignored your own mother for 20 years. Talking about filial piety? Who do you think you are? You. Xiao Yuanhe was so angry that he raised his hand to hit someone. Come on, hit me, give me a slap. Xiao Chun pointed at his face. If you don't do it, you're a grandson. Xiao Yuanhe was so angry that he almost exploded, but he still held back. He didn't dare to hit him. He had just been released from the detention center. If he slapped him, he would probably stay in jail for a few more days because of his connections and methods. Moreover, if he goes to jail again with the contract he just got, the Shao family's company will be really finished. Okay, now you've grown up and your wings are strong enough. Let me tell you, Xiao Chun, even if you fly to the sky, I will still be your father. Xiao Yuan has said this angrily, turned around, got into the car and left. Watching Father Zhao's car go away, Xiao Chun sneered. Well, Xiao family, prepare to go bankrupt. Let's see how long you can struggle. Xiao Chun, come to school quickly. There's something important. On the other end of the phone, Su Zhao's voice was full of urgency and excitement. Okay, I'll be there right away. Hearing her tone, Xiao Chun roughly guessed what it was about. The results of the physics competition should be out by now. It seems to be going pretty fast. He drove to the school immediately. At the school, in the principal's office, Li Zhen was beaming with joy. Xiao Chun, the results of the competition are out. I'm ranked second in the province. The admissions offices of Tsinghua University and Peking University have called me. Congratulations, you have been admitted to 2 universities in advance. Now it depends on your choice. Peking University. Xiao Chun answered without hesitation. Are you sure? Li Zhen asked with a smile. Although you ranked second, the feedback they gave was that you have strong comprehensive abilities, especially your ability to expand your thinking. The Department of Physics at Peking University is indeed suitable for you. Defined, I'll choose Peking University. Xiao Chun said with a smile. Okay, I'll reply to the admissions office. Come on, you're the first student from our school to be admitted to Peking University. You must bring honor to your alma mater. Li Zhen encouraged. I will definitely not let Principal Li down. Xiao Chun nodded. Walking out of the principal's office, Lydia Su came up to him. Xiao Chun, congratulations. Thank you, Teacher Su. Are you relieved now? Xiao Chun laughed. I'm relieved. I'm completely relieved. Su Xiao smiled. The school has decided to give you a bonus of 30,000 yuan. We will also hold a commendation meeting for the whole school. You should prepare and give a speech on stage. You can encourage my classmates, but forget about the bonus. Donate it to the needy students in the school on my behalf. Xiao Chun said with a smile. Okay, I'll listen to you. Su Xiao was really happy for him, but he also felt a little disappointed, thinking that this was the last class of students he would teach. What's wrong, Teacher Su? Xiao Chun noticed her emotions. It's okay, the teacher is so happy for you. Su Xiao said with a smile. Go back to the classroom and take a look. Be sure to come when you take graduation photos. Okay. Xiao Chun nodded. Xiao Chun is amazing. He has been admitted to Beijing University. Congratulations. It's my honor to be in the same class with the top student. When Xiao Chun entered the classroom, the atmosphere immediately became lively and students congratulated him one after another. But he noticed that Song Xian's seat was empty and his heart sank slightly. Maybe Song Xian was going abroad, but he still wanted to try his best to make one last effort. Although he is still inconspicuous now, after shorting SCO stock, he has gained some confidence and is ready to talk to Song Yiming. You can protect Song Zian and meet the requirements of the Song family. Xiao Chun thought silently. Xiao Chun, hurry up. The college entrance examination is in a month. Everyone should prepare to have a meal with teacher Su after the exam. It's a farewell dinner for teachers. Remember to come. Su Dachui shouted excitedly. I'll go. Xiao Chun thought for a moment and suddenly asked, I noticed that teacher Su's expression was not right recently. What happened to her recently? You don't know? Su Dachui seemed a little surprised. She just told me recently that her biological parents came to find her and said she was a wealthy man. So, this may be the last class of students she teaches. Her father asked her to return to work in the family business. Su Dachui said in a low voice. So that's how it is. Then congratulate her. Xiao Chun suddenly realized. But things are far from that simple. Su Dachui continued. She is an illegitimate daughter. Her mother is from an ordinary family. Her parents were not together for some reason. Her father remarried and had a sister who is 6 or 7 years younger than her. She will definitely be wronged when she goes home. Su Dachui's words made Xiao Chun feel heavy-hearted. It seemed that he had to have a talk with teacher Su. The next day, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Sumuyu had just arrived at the company and turned on the computer. Before he had time to take a deep breath, an employee rushed in. Oh no, President Su, something happened. What's the matter? Sumuyu's heart sank suddenly, and he felt an ominous premonition. Scooter had an accident. Their car, which claimed to be equipped with the latest L3 autonomous driving technology, suddenly lost control and crashed into the crowd without being started at an international auto show, killing one person and injuring more than a dozen people. The battery collision also caused a fire. How are the stocks? Sumuyu stood up suddenly, with disbelief written all over his face. It has been falling all the way and is close to the limit down. Now it is recommended that we sell the stocks in our hands as soon as possible. The employee reported anxiously. If we throw it away now, the loss will be even greater. Sumuyu's face turned pale, and he murmured in a low voice, No, we can't throw it away. Wait a little longer. She had clearly bought a large amount of SEO Auto shares, and Xiao Chun bought more than her. She believed that the stock would rebound. If she sold it now, her trading would be a complete failure. We have to wait. The employees could hardly believe their ears. At this time, the stock price of SEO Auto was falling all the way and might completely hit the limit, resulting in heavy losses. Do as I ask, wait. Sumuyu said firmly, then hurriedly picked up his bag and left. She decided to find Xiao Chun to see how he would deal with this crisis. Xiao Chun has already met Lihao in a high-end cafe. Are you Xiao Chun? Lihao looked at the young man in front of him, feeling a little unbelievable. He knew that the largest shareholder of Xingchen Capital was Xiao Chun, and that the financial company owner Li Mingyu's stock market acumen made him feel ashamed. But he never expected that Xiao Chun in front of him was actually a high school student. Yes, hello, Mr. Li. Xiao Chun nodded politely. Unbelievable, really unbelievable. Lihao was stunned for a long time. Xingchen Capital is a company with potential, but I didn't expect that its real leader is actually a high school student. It seems that I am really old. You are a senior, and these are just my clever tricks. Xiao Chun said with a smile. The reason why Sumuyu insisted on investing in SEO Auto was because of you. Liang suddenly realized, you are pushing her into the fire pit. I didn't ask her to invest. I repeatedly advised her to sell the stocks. Xiao Chun smiled calmly, but she is the eldest daughter of the Su family, a rich second generation, and willful. She didn't listen to a word I said. Now, Sko's car has crashed. If she sells her stocks now, she might be able to avoid greater losses, Li Yang said with some regret. She won't do that. Xiao Chun shook his head. This is a chance for her to prove herself. She doesn't want to miss it. In the future, the stock price of SEO Auto will continue to fall. She has invested nearly 1.2 billion yuan and lost at least 30%. Li Yang looked at Xiao Chun. Does she think that the stock price of SEO Auto will rebound? Everyone has a gambler's mentality. Xiao Chun took a sip of coffee. She doesn't understand finance and doesn't understand risks at all. She wants to take a gamble and try to turn the tables. I don't believe there are such stupid people. Li Yang couldn't believe it. Let's take a gamble. Xiao Chun smiled and picked up his phone, dialing Su Muyu's number. He put it on the table and turned on the speakerphone. Miss Su, something has happened to Scott stock. You hold a lot of it. You should sell it now while it's just getting started. Xiao Chun. Su Muyu's tone was a little hurried. What's going on? Don't you also hold a large number of SEO stocks? What are you going to do now? I've already sold them all. Xiao Chun said calmly. We know each other. so I advise you to sell them quickly. Don't be like retail investors, chasing the decline and selling the rise. That will result in huge losses. There was silence on the other end of the phone. After a moment, Sumuyu seemed to finally understand. SCO applied for the latest L3 driving technology, so this was just an accident. It won't be long before the stock price rebounds. Thank you for your reminder. The call was hung up, and Xiaoqin shrugged. See, Mr. Li, I'm not wrong, am I? Li Yong was silent for a long while, and finally smiled bitterly and said, I have never seen such a stupid person. She's not stupid. She just wants to prove herself and go against me. Xiaoqin sighed helplessly. I really don't know when I offended her. Okay, Mr. Shao, you've completely stopped me from thinking about returning to Zhongjiang capital. Li Yong shook his head. With such a stupid person in charge of the company, even a genius can't save her. Mr. Li, have you ever thought about starting a new business? Xiao Chun smiled slightly, his eyes sharp. Li Yong raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiao Chun. Are you trying to poach me? Then he smiled. Mr. Xiao, you are really different. You are simply an investment genius. However, I just resigned and I still have some shadows in my heart. Xiao Chun said, unlike the Su family, I don't intend to restrict you. Mr. Li, if you agree, I will leave 20% of the company's shares to you and 10% to your team. I only make suggestions. The specific implementation is up to you. I will give you the greatest freedom. Xiao Chun said sincerely. Li Yong was silent for a long time, and his heart was filled with turmoil. At the age of 35, he thought that if he devoted himself to Zhongjiang capital, he would be pushed to the top one day. But he did not expect that Sumuyu, a college student who had not graduated yet, would easily overturn his efforts. Mr. Li, please think about it carefully. If you agree, I am willing to invest 50 million to establish a new company. Xiaoqin continued. Also, your subordinates have followed you for so long, and it makes no sense for them to stay in Zhongjiang now. If they are willing to join the new company, I will invest another 10 million to celebrate their success in advance. A trace of shock flashed across Li Yang's eyes. Are you serious? Of course. Xiaoqin nodded. This is considered an early year-end bonus. Li Yang stood up, and after a moment of silence, he stretched out his hand. I agree. Xiaoqin, it's an honor. The two shook hands and put aside their past grudges. However, the incident of SEO Automotive became more and more serious, with the stock price hitting the daily limit for 3 consecutive days, and the market value evaporated by tens of billions. Sumuyu sat at her desk, her eyes bloodshot, and the data on the computer screen almost made her collapse. She had invested nearly 1.2 billion and lost everything. Were the actions of Star Capital? She almost squeezed out these words through her teeth. They sold all their stocks the day before the International Auto Show. The subordinate answered cautiously. Moreover, most of the stocks were borrowed. Sumuyu's heart sank suddenly, and he understood instantly. They are shorting. Yes, President Su, they are indeed short-selling. The subordinate lowered his head, not daring to look her in the eye. Why didn't anyone tell me? She clenched her fists in anger, her nails digging into her flesh. They are keeping it secret too tightly. Mr. Su, you don't seem to listen to other people's opinions recently. The subordinate responded carefully and handed over his resignation letter. Here's my resignation letter. Please approve it. Endless disappointment welled up in Sumuyu's eyes. He watched his subordinates leave, and the office fell into silence. Hello, Mr. Su. The voice outside the door broke the silence. Su's father walked into the office and closed the door. How could it become like this? Sumuyu was speechless for a moment due to his father's stern gaze. I didn't understand the situation clearly. The responsibility lies with me. Sumuyu said in a low voice. That's good. You can take the initiative to take responsibility. Father Su sneered. This is your last chance, but you have missed it. I know. Sumuyu nodded silently. I accept all punishments. You have 2 paths in front of you. Choose one. Father Su said in a deep voice. First, return to Peking University to continue your research, but the Su family will no longer support you. Sumuyu's heart sank. Quantum communication research does have great prospects, but without financial support, all efforts are in vain. Secondly, Father Su paused for a moment. The eldest son of the Chu family in Yanjing. Marriage is the best choice. You want me to marry a fool? Sumuyu's lips trembled slightly, and a sarcastic smile emerged. Does our family really need this marriage? Ha! I finally understand why your mother went abroad to find her first love. It must be suffocating living in such a family. Her words were a bit harsh, and the expected scolding did not come as expected. Your mother and I have no emotional foundation. We got married for profit. Father Su said calmly. It's right for her to find her first love, and I also have my own sweetheart. If you choose the first path, I will bring your sister back and train her to be my heir, he added. Sumuyu's heart sank suddenly. The elder sister, whom she had only met a few times, was about to replace her and become the future of the Su family. There is no affection between family members. This is the price of your failure. Father Su sighed. I know, I don't blame you. Sumuyu took a deep breath, raised his head, and his eyes were determined. I choose the first path and return to Beijing University to continue the experiment. This is what I'm good at. After this period of time, I have realized that I am not suitable for business. Are you sure? Father Su's voice was a little choked, and his eyes could not hide the pity. I'm sure. From now on, I will have nothing to do with the Su family. Sumuyu's tears slowly fell. She understood that from now on she would be like an abandoned person, no longer having the enviable family background and resources. Okay, I understand. Father Su's eyes softened, and his deep voice echoed in the empty room. But remember, Muyu, you will always be my daughter, Sujinya. I will remember it, Dad. Sumuyu's tears rolled down unconsciously. In the villa, Song Zian held her phone and anxiously called Xiao Chun. She called several times, but still no one answered. She couldn't help but get angry. Xiao Chun, why don't you answer the phone? Are you angry? She sent him a fierce expression, expecting a response, but the phone screen remained silent. You ignored me? She threw the phone aside angrily, muttering to herself. Next time I see you, I will teach you a lesson. The doorbell rang suddenly, breaking her angry thoughts. She didn't want to pay attention to it, but the ringing continued, as if it was pricking her nerves. Who is it? She stood up helplessly and opened the door, only to see a familiar figure. Xiao Chun, it was him. Xiao Chun. Song Zian almost suspected that she was dazzled. She was confined to her house and had almost no contact with the outside world. How could she dare to hope to see Xiao Chun? What's wrong? Don't you want to invite me in and sit down? Xiao Chun teased with a smile. Is it really you? That's impossible. Song Zian reached out and pinched his face. The soft touch confirmed that the person in front of her was a living Xiao Chun. Why are you here? I thought I wouldn't see you again before the college entrance examination. Song Zian choked up, tears welling up in her eyes. I've been recommended for admission, so I don't have to go to school anymore. I just came to see you. Xiao Chun said in a low voice. It was only after I begged your grandfather that he agreed. I missed you so much. Song Zian's eyes were red, and she almost threw herself into Xiao Chen's arms. But the nanny stared at her fiercely, and she suppressed her emotions. Okay, come in. I brought a lot of food. The snacks Xiao Chun handed over were her favorite. Thank you, Xiao Chun. Is everyone okay? Song Zian quickly pulled Xiao Chun aside and kept asking. Everything is fine. Everyone misses you. Xiao Chun answered casually, while Song Zian kept asking questions, as if the time had been stretched to an unusually long length after not seeing each other for a few days. I really want to go out. I'm going crazy staying here. Song Zian couldn't help but complain. Have you found out who is behind this? Xiao Chun suddenly asked. My father has a lot of connections. It should be the foreign forces behind this. Song Zian frowned and said, when can we live a normal life? Don't worry, it will be done soon. I'm here, no problem. Xiao Chun looked at her firmly. Really? Song Zian's eyes flashed with a gleam. Then can I go out? I want to go shopping. Really? Xiao Chun asked with a raised eyebrow. I really want to. Song Zian said without hesitation. I want to eat some snacks and go to the movies. Come on, I'll take you there. Xiao Chun quickly scanned the surroundings and quickly found a blind spot. While the nanny was doing housework, he pulled her and sneaked out. There are 3 bodyguards around the villa. After the kidnapping, her family has become overprotective of her. She is now living like a prisoner. Where do we get out? Song Zian asked in a low voice, with anticipation in his eyes. Come with me. Xiao Chun pulled her and quietly walked to the backyard. The bodyguards did not follow them. The wall of the courtyard was high enough and their movements would not be noticed. Xiao Chun signaled her. Step on my shoulders and turn over. Is this really possible? Song Zian hesitated. Trust me. Xiao Chun smiled and said firmly, I'll take you out to play and relax. Song Zian nodded, took off her shoes, and carefully stepped on Xiao Chen's shoulders. Although she was a little nervous, she was also a little excited. Are you standing firmly? Xiao Chen asked. Stand firm. Song Zian responded in a low voice, with inner tension and excitement intertwined. Okay, stand up. Xiao Chun bent down and lifted her up steadily. The wall was not high, and the 1.85-meter tall, Xiao Chun easily carried her to the top of the wall. What about you? Song Zian asked nervously, not daring to move his eyes away from the height of the wall. I'll do it. Xiao Chun took a few steps back, then suddenly ran forward, grabbed the top of the wall with both hands, pushed hard, and easily climbed up. He jumped down from the wall and stretched out his arms. Come down, I'll pick you up. I've gained some weight recently. Are you sure you can catch me? Song Zian was a little nervous and teased in a low voice. Sure. Xiao Chen nodded with a smile. Song Zian took a deep breath and jumped down from the wall carefully. Xiao Chun caught her steadily. When they hugged her like a princess, their eyes met very close. Song Zian's cheeks were slightly red, and she didn't dare to look into Xiao Chen's eyes. Xiao Chun gently put her down, patted the dust off her body, and asked with concern, Are you okay? It's okay. Oh no, I forgot my shoes in there. Song Zian looked down and realized that he was barefoot. I'll go get it. Xiao Chen walked towards the villa, but at this moment, the bodyguard exclaimed in the yard, The young lady is missing. Go find her quickly and notify Mr. Song. The whole yard was in chaos in an instant. Song Zian hurriedly grabbed Xiao Chun and said, It's too late. Let's go. She lifted her skirt, pulled Xiao Chen barefoot, and ran out. In the garden, the princess was barefoot, holding the hand of the most important person to her tightly, pursuing her happiness. All of this is like a scene from a fairy tale, full of tension and anticipation. The lady is there, hurry. The bodyguard have already discovered Song Zian and Xiao Chun, and they hurriedly chased after them. Xiao Chun, run. I don't want to go back. Song Zian's face was pale, and he grabbed Xiao Chun nervously and ran quickly. Xiao Chun took her across the street quickly, and the car stopped not far away. The two of them got in the car quickly, started the car, and the wheels rolled rapidly, disappearing into the night. Where's the lady? Chase her. The nanny ran over quickly and slapped her thigh when she saw the car going away. We can't catch up. Never mind. Let's call Mr. Song. The bodyguard sighed helplessly. Ziyan and Xiao Chun left. Song Yunming heard the news on the phone without any surprise in his eyes. Yes, Mr. Song. We have sent a car out to chase him. It was our negligence. The bodyguard said with panic in his tone. Forget it. Don't disturb them. Just follow them from a distance. Song Yunming said in a steady voice after thinking for a moment. Yes. The bodyguard breathed a sigh of relief, obviously feeling a little comforted. Dad, this girl is too ignorant. In the company, Song's father complained. It's all your fault for spoiling her too much. It's so dangerous outside. Xiao Chun is too much. He actually kidnapped my daughter. He was very angry. Okay, it's safe to follow Xiao Chun. The most important thing right now is to negotiate with that group of foreign forces. If they dare to touch Ziyan, I will not be polite. A murderous look appeared on Old Song's face. Everything will be easy once they show up. My eldest brother has already contacted the police, and Blackwater is also handling the matter. Song Yunming said in a deep voice. Will Ziyan be sent abroad? Song's father asked with a frown. Send her abroad? In the current situation, who can still tell her apart from Xiao Chun? Old Song sighed helplessly. Girls cannot be kept at home when they grow up, but seeing how close they are, I won't force it. But he actually kidnapped my granddaughter? Song's father gritted his teeth, obviously furious. In the car, Xiao Chun quickly drove into the pedestrian street in the center of Jiangxing City, parked the car steadily, and Song Zian jumped out. Wow, I haven't breathed fresh air in a long time. It feels so good. Xiao Chun, where are we going? She stretched, her eyes full of excitement. Shopping, eating, and watching movies. But you can't go barefoot. Come on, buy a pair of shoes first. Xiao Chun teased with a smile. Okay. Song Zian nodded, and the two walked into a shoe store. It's better to wear comfortable shoes when shopping. Try this pair. Xiao Chun picked out a pair of sneakers and helped her put them on while she sat down. Song Zian looked at him happily, her eyes a little absent-minded. She stared blankly at Xiao Chen's profile and couldn't help but be fascinated. Okay, get up and walk around. After putting on his shoes, Xiao Chun stood up, and suddenly their eyes met. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me? Xiao Chun asked with a smile. I just want to see more of you. Song Zian blushed, quickly stood up, tried to walk a few steps, jumped a few times, and felt it was quite suitable. Very good, this pair. She nodded with satisfaction. Let's go. Xiao Chun pulled her to pay the bill. I also want to eat Odin, grilled gluten, and spicy red oil soup. Song Zian pulled Xiao Chun, looking eager. I've been eating too bland these days. Is your chef pretty good? Are you tired of eating this? Xiao Chun asked with a smile. Eat the same thing every day, change the taste. Song Zian smiled and pushed him. Hurry up, let's go to the snack street. Okay, I'll go crazy with you today. Xiao Chun scratched her nose. After a revelry, Song Zian held his bulging belly and burped contentedly. By the way, does your grandfather know that I kidnapped you? Will he be angry? Xiao Chun asked with a smile. They want to send me abroad, but I don't want to go. Song Zian tightly grasped Xiao Chen's hand, her eyes full of pleading. Xiao Chun, if they really want to send me abroad, can you take me to elope? Xiao Chun almost spit out the water and choked and coughed. Not really, not really. Don't worry, I'm trying my best. I will find a way to let you stay in the country. He patted his chest. That's good. Song Zian smiled happily, with a gleam in her eyes. I can't bear to leave you, and I can't bear to leave teacher Su and my classmates. Don't worry, I will convince them. Xiao Chen's eyes were firm. Thank you, Xiao Chen, you are so nice. Song Zian smiled happily. Have you not fallen behind in your studies these days? Xiao Chen asked. No, my dad hired a private teacher for me, and he comes to teach me every day. Song Zian smiled. But I think you teach the best. I'll ask them to fire the teacher and have you teach me instead. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly. The teacher whom he had never met actually lost his job because of him. By the way, Xiao Chun, I heard something happened to teacher Su? What happened to her? Song Zian asked with concern. I don't know much either. I just heard that her biological father came to visit her, and he is from a wealthy family. Xiao Chun said, I'll ask her next time I see her. Song Zian nodded, glanced at the claw machine next to him, and suddenly became interested. I want that. This is a bit difficult. Xiao Chun scratched his head and took out 30 yuan. Play with it first. Wait a moment. I have something to do. Song Zian took the coin and started trying to catch the doll. Xiao Chun ran to the front desk, gave his staff 200 yuan, and pointed at Song Zian. Do me a favor. After collecting the money, the staff walked over to the machine and adjusted the settings, saying that the machine was malfunctioning. I can't catch it. Song Zian was a little frustrated. Don't be impatient, try again. Xiao Chun encouraged. Song Zian bit her lip and tried again, and this time she successfully caught a cute doll. I caught it. This is the first time I caught a doll. She jumped up excitedly and couldn't let go of the doll. Try again. Maybe there will be a surprise. Xiao Chun said with a smile. Okay, I'll try again. Song Zian nodded excitedly, threw a few more coins, and successfully caught 5 or 6 dolls. We've caught so many. That's enough. She held a pile of dolls with satisfaction and left with Xiao Chun. Next, they played all over the mall, played the dance machine, rode the train, and had fun. When they were tired, Song Zian sat down with the doll in her arms. Xiao Chun, what are we going to do next? Are you tired? Xiao Chun asked with a smile. A little, but I can still hold on. Song Zian said seriously. Being with Xiao Chun, she doesn't feel tired at all. Then let's go see a movie. There's a good one coming out recently. Xiao Chun suggested. Okay, I'll listen to you. Song Zian nodded. I'll go buy some popcorn. You take a rest. Xiao Chun smiled and walked away. When passing by the coffee shop, Xiao Chun inadvertently saw Sumuyu sitting with Xiaoming by the window. Mingming, I'll be going back to Yanjing in a few days. You have to work hard and try to get into a school in Yanjing. Then we can see each other often. Sumuyu's voice was tired, and his eyes were a little haggard. He hadn't slept much for several days. Sister Su, I will try my best. Why did you leave so suddenly? I can't bear to leave you. Xiaoming was puzzled, with reluctance in his eyes. I can't bear to leave you either, but there are some things I can't control, so I have to leave. Sumuyu suppressed a smile. But don't worry, I will call you often after I arrive in Yanjing. Sister, please wait for me in Yanjing. I will definitely be admitted to a university in Yanjing, and then we could be together again. A hint of anticipation appeared on Xiaoming's face. How is things at home now? Sumuyu suddenly asked, with a hint of concern in her tone. Fortunately, although my sister withdrew her investment in the Su family, my father has good relationships with people and has received a big order. Now the company is very busy. Xiaoming said helplessly, so the family company is fine for the time being. I'm sorry, Mingming. There are some things I really can't do anything about. Sumuyu felt guilty and a hint of self-blame flashed in his eyes. Sister, it's okay. I don't blame you. Xiaoming smiled, as if he wanted to comfort her. We can still be as happy as before, isn't it good? Thank you, Mingming. You're the only one who treats me the same as before. Sumuyu smiled, with a bit of bitterness in her smile. Yes, she lost the halo of the Su family and fell from the altar. She was no longer the princess of the Su family in Jiangcheng, but an abandoned child. Although the road ahead was more difficult, she firmly believed that she would go on. Sister, what's wrong with you? Did something happen? Xiaoming suddenly noticed that something was wrong with Sumuyu. At this moment, his cell phone rang. It was a message from Zhao's mother. Xiaoming opened it and his face changed instantly. What's wrong, Mingming? Seeing that Xiaoming's expression was wrong, Sumuyu asked in confusion. Sister, Uncle Su sent an invitation to me and my family to attend his daughter's homecoming party. What's going on? Xiaoming's face was full of shock. There are some things you may not know. My father has an illegitimate daughter who is older than me. Now we welcome her home. Sumuyu said in a low voice, his tone full of self-mockery. How could this happen? Xiaoming was stunned, with disbelief in his eyes. Yeah, I never thought that something like this would happen. Sumuyu smiled weakly. Then you. Xiaoming found it difficult to speak. Will you lose the support of the Su family? Is this important to you? Sumuyu's smile froze a little. No, it doesn't matter. No matter what, you are my sister Su. I'm just worried about you, so I asked. Xiaoming hurriedly explained. I have lost the support of the Su family and must rely on myself from now on. Sumuyu's voice was low. Xiaoming's expression changed slightly, but he forced a smile and said, It's okay, Sister Su. You can live well on your own. Thank you, Mingming. After what happened, everyone in the circle who used to have a good relationship with me has distanced themselves from me. Sumuyu smiled with relief. Only you still treat me the same as before. You will always be my sister Su. Xiaoming stood up, his eyes firm. Sister Su, I have to go back. I have to review in the evening. Sumuyu looked at him. Your dad invited you to the homecoming banquet, right? You can accompany me tonight. Don't you want to go? She felt extremely upset. All the flowers and applause tonight belonged to that sister. She felt like she was abandoned. Only Xiaoming could give her some comfort. Sister, I won't go, but I have an exam tomorrow, and I really need to review. Xiaoming hesitated for a moment and said, I'll accompany you tomorrow, okay? Sumuyu nodded silently, her mood gradually becoming heavy. Xiaoming picked up his phone and left in a hurry. She watched his back with a sense of strangeness in her eyes. For the first time in her life, Sumuyu felt that Xiaoming was getting further and further away from her. She sat there for a long time, finally picked up the phone, looked at her father's familiar yet unfamiliar number, took a deep breath, and dialed it. The phone rang for a moment, and then it was connected. Father Su's voice was gentle but firm. What's wrong? Are you in trouble? If you don't have a good time outside, just go home. The Su family will always be your home. Su's father's voice remained calm. No, Dad, I just want to ask you for a favor and verify something. Sumuyu said in a firm tone. Okay, you tell me. Father Su agreed without hesitation. I want to know Xiaoming's blood type. Sumuyu asked. I want to find out if he was the one who saved me 3 years ago. He is type B blood. Su's father's answer was brief and clear. He is type B. Sumuyu asked in shock. You are the apple of my eye. How can I not investigate the people who come into contact with you, especially your lifesaver? Father Su's voice was a little deep. I don't tell you because I want to see when you can find the problem yourself. Growth requires a price. In the past, you always avoided problems. Father Su sighed, but now you can finally face the problems. Congratulations, this is your first step, and I am very pleased. Dad, I'm sorry. I let you down. Sumuyu couldn't stop her tears from falling anymore. It turned out that her father had such high expectations of her, but she had never realized it. She disappointed her father, which led to Su Zhao's homecoming banquet. Okay, take good care of yourself when you get to Yinjing. Face what you have to face and don't avoid it. Father Su's voice was gentle but firm. Understand. Thank you, Dad. I'll hang up first. Sumuyu hung up the phone with sobs, tears streaming down her face. However, just as she wiped away her tears and raised her head, she saw Xiao Chan holding popcorn and walking past the floor-to-ceiling window with Song Zian. The two of them were laughing and chatting, walking so naturally. Sumuyu's heart sank instantly. She didn't dare to look directly at him, so she could only turn her head away silently. Song Zian stopped at this point. She sat on a stone pier at the edge of the snack street and let Xiao Chun massage her legs. Xiao Chun, can you come tomorrow? She looked at Xiao Chun with pitiful eyes. I'm afraid it won't work tomorrow. If I kidnap you again, Grandpa will break my legs. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly. Then won't I have to go back to living a hard life again? Tears flashed in Song Zian's eyes, and she lowered her head in grievance. Just hold on for another month until the college entrance exam is over. Xiao Chan said seriously, I'll convince the old man to let you stay in the country. Okay, I believe you. Song Zian wiped away her tears and forced a smile. Have you had enough fun? Just then, A Bentley stopped by the roadside, and Mr. Song got out of the car with a serious expression. Grandpa, you came here in person? Song Zian lowered his head guiltily, not daring to meet Song Yunming's eyes. You are really going too far, girl. Song Yunming scolded her. Your family members are keeping a close eye on you. It's all for your own good. Girls can't be kept at home when they grow up. No matter how much I pamper you, it can't compare to a sweet word. He became angrier and angrier. You've been playing all day today, and you can't call me. Do you still want to spend the night with this boy? Grandpa, I know I was wrong. Song Zian whispered. I don't want to go to Europe. I want to stay in China. Get in the car. Song Yunming blew his beard and glared. It's not your turn to be stubborn now. I won't go. If you don't agree with me today, I won't go back. Song Zian suddenly burst out with stubbornness. You dare to talk back to me? Song Yunming looked at her angrily. Don't you listen to Grandpa? Zian, go back with Grandpa first. I'll take care of the rest, okay? Xiao Chun suddenly spoke, breaking the deadlock. Song Zian paused, and although reluctant, she finally followed the driver into the car. Okay, my words are not as effective as yours, right? Song Yunming became even angrier. No, you are her grandfather. Your words are definitely more effective than mine. Xiao Chun said with a smile, his tone full of compliments. You're getting more and more outrageous. You actually kidnapped my granddaughter. Song Yunming became more and more angry as he spoke. You actually took her around? My fault. Xiao Chun apologized quickly, but I also took safety measures. You did the same, right? You have to admit that. Don't try these tricks in front of me. Song Yunming snorted coldly. The money you borrowed from me will be due in less than a month. Remember to pay it back on time. Don't worry, I can pay back the principal and interest in less than a month. Xiao Chun replied confidently. That's more like it. Song Yunming raised his eyebrows and suddenly smiled. But I hope you can't pay it back. Xiao Chun was stunned for a moment before he realized that the old man had other plans. Why are you wronged? Song Yunming said with sarcasm in his tone. No, really not, Xiao Chun said respectfully, but I will definitely pay it back. By the way, Mr. Song, can I discuss something with you? What's the matter? Song Yunming waved his hands, looking impatient. The Song family plans to send Zi Yin to study in Europe, right? Xiao Chun asked in a low voice. That's true, what's the matter? Song Yunming glanced at him. Can we prevent her from going abroad? Xiao Chun asked cautiously. Reason? Song Yunming looked at him puzzledly, with an expression of scrutiny. She doesn't want to go. The customs and living habits abroad are different. She will definitely not be able to adapt if she goes there. Xiao Chun said with a smile. I know you are doing this for her safety, but I believe that the Song family has already solved these problems, right? We are discussing this matter. It is not difficult to resolve. Song Yunming sighed, but no one can guarantee 100% safety. It all depends on whether you can live up to your expectations. He seemed to be looking at Xiao Chun with some expectation. I'll do my best, but it will take time. How about this, Mr. Song? You set a short-term goal for me. Xiao Chun rolled his eyes. If I achieve the goal, you can let Zi Yin stay in China to study. How about that? It's not impossible. Song Yunming pondered for a moment. Didn't you say last time that you would return me 10% interest on the money you lent me? Yes, 1 billion in profit. Xiao Chun nodded. I don't believe you can earn so much in a month. Song Yunming sneered. Okay, let's set this goal. If you can really return me 10% interest, I will let Zian stay. Okay, it's a deal. Xiao Chun showed a hint of joy on his face. It seemed that the old man had given in. Now, that SCO stock has hit rock bottom. If he waits until the lowest point to sell it, he can make at least 30 to 40% profit, paying off his principal with interest, no problem. Then you have to be serious. This is your last chance. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Song Yunming's eyes. I won't let Mr. Song down. Xiao Chun nodded slightly, full of confidence. Okay, let's go back. Song Yunming waved and got in the car. The car window rolled down, and Song Zian waved to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, goodbye. See you another day. Xiao Chun responded with a smile. As the car drove away, Xiao Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave, his cell phone suddenly rang, showing Lydia Su's name. Teacher Su, I was just about to talk to you. Xiao Chun answered the phone. Xiao Chun. Su Zhao's voice seemed to be hesitant, and he was obviously hesitant. What's wrong, Teacher Su? Just say it if you have something to say. Xiao Chun asked in confusion. You've heard about my story. My dad is hosting a banquet for me tonight. Lydia Su said a little irritably. Isn't that great? Meet my family. Xiao Chun said with a smile. How can it be that simple? Lydia Su sighed. My mom said that my dad arranged for me to meet a few rich second generations with similar family backgrounds. Are you going on a blind date? Xiao Chun was stunned. Yes, but I don't want to think about these things now. Su Xiao hesitated for a moment. I want to ask you for a favor. No problem, Teacher Su. Just tell me what you want to do. Xiao Chun responded carelessly. I want you to go with me tonight and be my male companion, so that I can reject other people. Lydia Su finally uttered these words. Ah, Xiao Chun was stunned. He had never expected this to be the result. You want me to pretend to be your boyfriend? He was a little stunned, and his mind was confused. Well, it's indeed a bit complicated, but I hope you can help me. Lydia Su's voice trembled slightly. Xiao Chun was dumbfounded. This was too ridiculous. Chapter 168, is this appropriate? What? Don't think too much about it. I just went there alone and didn't know anyone there. I was worried. Lydia Su said irritably. So, I want to find someone to accompany me. Besides, you are my best student. Is there any problem in taking you to a party? Okay then, Teacher Su. Where shall we meet? Xiao Chen asked. I'll send you the location at 8:30. Su Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was past 7 o'clock and still early, so Xiao Chun went back quickly, changed into formal clothes, and put on a green submariner that he had bought not long ago. I looked at myself in the mirror and saw that I looked like a successful person. He said hello to Grandma and then drove out. When he arrived at the door of the hotel, he called Su Xiao. A moment later, Su Xiao, wearing an elegant evening dress, walked out of the hotel. Teacher Su. Xiao Chun was stunned when he saw Lydia Su in a white evening gown. She was wearing a white off-shoulder long dress. Her collarbone was faintly visible, and the curve of the skirt from high to low perfectly set off her elegant figure. Su Xiao, who always dressed simply, suddenly transformed into an elegant princess. This contrast made Xiao Chun unable to react for a long time. What's wrong? Su Xiao was puzzled by Xiao Chen's stunned expression. Teacher Su, if we were walking on the street, I would never recognize you. Xiao Chun came back to his senses. Your temperament is so natural. You are simply the daughter of a wealthy family. Stop talking nonsense. Su Xiao was a little embarrassed. Come on, go in. Okay, Teacher Su. Xiao Chen nodded and walked in with Su Xiao. The banquet was decorated very warmly. The main venue was covered with flowers, and the elegant violin sound made people happy physically and mentally. Teacher Su, congratulations. Xiao Chun walked side by side with her. I don't know much about your situation, but I'm happy that you can be reunited with your family. Thank you. Lydia Su smiled. Actually, I prefer to be in school with you guys. Why? Your family doesn't support you becoming a teacher? Xiao Chen asked. I don't quite support it. Some of the family businesses may require me to familiarize myself with them. Su Xiao said helplessly. That's great too. Teacher Su, you are beautiful, smart, and well-educated. You will definitely be able to manage the family business in an orderly manner. Xiao Chun said with a smile. Poor. Su Xiao rolled his eyes at Xiao Chun. Hello, Sister Su. At this moment, a voice so coquettish that made people's scalps tingle sounded. Xiaoming, dressed in formal attire, came forward and said, I am Xiaoming. Uncle Su invited me to attend your homecoming banquet. Xiaoming extended his hand politely with what he thought was a charming smile, and Zhao's mother followed him. Both of them focused on Lydia Su and did not notice Xiao Chun, who came in with Lydia Su. And Zhao's mother also smiled. Xiao, your father and I are acquaintances. This is my son Xiaoming. I heard you used to be a teacher. Hello. Yes, my job is a teacher. Su Xiao nodded politely. In fact, there were too many people she didn't know at the banquet, and most of them came for the Su family's reputation. There were also many people who tried to curry favor with the Su family and force their way in, and she responded to them all politely. That's great. My son Mingming was among the top 30 in the last city entrance examination. Zhao's mother smiled extremely happily. She touched Xiaoming's head lovingly. It's mainly because my husband and I are busy with work and we don't care about him enough. Otherwise, he would have further room for advancement. Xiao, if you have time, you must help us teach Mingming. I heard that you are an excellent teacher. Su Xiao frowned. She was not Sumuyu, whose brain was short-circuited. This mother and son pair were too fake and gave people the feeling that they were too purposeful, which made her extremely uncomfortable. Mingming, please leave your contact information for Sister Su so that we can get in touch more often when we have time. Without waiting for her response, Zhao's mother turned to Xiaoming and said, Okay, Sister Su, let's add each other on WeChat. Xiaoming took out his mobile phone. Why do you call everyone sister? Xiao Chen sneered. Xiao Chun, why are you here too? The mother and son then noticed Xiao Chun, and their expressions changed slightly. Do you know each other? This is my student. I invited him here. Su Xiao didn't know the mother and son. She only knew that Xiao Qin's family was not kind to him, and every time they looked for Xiao Chun, they had to go to the principal. I know her, but I'm not familiar with her. Xiao Qin grinned. Xiaoming, what about your previous sister? Did you think she was of no use to you, so you turned around and clung to someone else? You, what nonsense are you talking about? Xiaoming's face changed. Xiao, the character of the person next to you is not very good. You have to be careful. Zhao's mother had a cold face. If it weren't for the occasion today, she would have spoken ill of him a long time ago. I know the character of my own students better than anyone else. Sorry, I have to leave you now. Su Zhao's face changed. He ignored the mother and son and left with Xiao Chun. Then a group of well-dressed people came up to greet them. Most of them were Su Zhao's relatives and friends. Seeing Su Xiao leave everyone behind and personally welcome Xiao Chun who came in, everyone felt curious. Xiao, who is this? He's a handsome guy, and he looks like a successful person. Haha, isn't it your boyfriend? A group of people surrounded Xiao Chun and cast curious glances at him. Let me introduce you. This is my student, Xiao Chun. He is the best student I have ever taught. Su Xiao smiled and introduced Xiao Chun to everyone. He participated in the city physics competition not long ago and won first place in the city and second place in the province. He has now been recommended by Beijing University in advance. There was a sudden cheer from the crowd. Oh my God, Xiao students are so outstanding. That must be because she taught well. This child is good. Hello everyone. I am Xiao Chun, a shareholder of Star Capital. If you have any investment needs in the future, you can come and consult me. Xiao Chun greeted everyone with a smile. There is no need for him to keep a low profile here, because the better he is, the more face teacher Su will have. Are you the boss behind Xingxing Capital? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Your company is a rising financial star. Your company's previous operations were really eye-opening. You are so talented at such a young age. That's amazing. Mr. Shao, please leave me your contact information. Those who were in the financial industry immediately recognized Xiao Chen's Star Capital. Immediately, several people ran over to greet Xiao Chun, try to get close to him, and then left their contact information. Su Zhao's face was flushed. It was the right decision to let Xiao Chun come today. Chapter 169, Are You Xiao Chun? Xiaoming and his mother were left aside, and the expression on Zhao's mother's face became increasingly ugly. The banquet was going on. It was Su Zhao's first time going home, so he was taken by his family to meet relatives and get to know them. Xiao Chun sat in a corner, and just when he seemed a little bored, a middle-aged man walked over. He was Su's father. He smiled and said, Hello, Xiao Chun. Hello. Xiao Chun stood up quickly. I am Su Zhao's father. Father Su said, I have heard of you before, but this is the first time we have talked. Hello, Uncle Su. Xiao Chun suddenly realized that it was Su Zhao's father. It was just that this person looked familiar. Have we met somewhere before? Why does Uncle Su look familiar to me? We have met before. My name is Suja. You left the last banquet with Li Xiao, so we didn't have the chance to get to know each other. Su's father said with a smile. Suja, are you the president of Su Group? You are also Sumuyu's father. Xiao Chun was surprised. The amount of information was too much, and he was unable to react for a while. No wonder he looked familiar. Su's father often appeared in the media. They met in a hurry when Sumuyu kicked him out last time. Yes, I am Suja from the Su Group. Sumuyu is my daughter, and you know her. Father Su stared at Xiao Chun and sighed helplessly. She fell into a big trap in your hands. And Zhongjiang Capital, which is under the name of our company, also suffered heavy losses. This, Xiao Chun looked a little embarrassed. The flood washed away the Dragon King Temple. I didn't know there was such a relationship between us before. But Uncle Su, your daughter is really not suitable for doing business. I am filtering out risks for you in advance. Xiao Chun said, if you really hand over the Su Group to her, have you ever thought about the consequences? Father Su glared at Xiao Chun and said, so do I have to thank you? Well, no need to thank me. If Teacher Su was in charge of Zhongjiang Capital, the results would be very different. Xiao Chun said with an embarrassed smile. Okay, some things can't be blamed entirely on you. Father Su sighed. There may be some misunderstanding between you and Muyu. She's also a person who is easily influenced by emotions. So sometimes even if she knows there is a pit in front of her, she will jump in without hesitation. Uncle Su, I'm relieved that you think so. I'm really not targeting anyone. Xiao Chun breathed a sigh of relief. On the contrary, it was your daughter who made things difficult for me time and time again for her white moonlight. As the legitimate daughter of a large family, and even the future successor of the family, Her actions are really unwise. The problems you mentioned do exist. Yes, she is not suitable for doing business, let alone managing the family. Father Su paused. She's more suited to staying in the lab, but I have too high hopes for her. And, a family like ours can never be idealistic. So if she wants to choose her own path, she is destined to rely on herself. Xiaochen nodded gently. Sumuyu didn't have much brains, especially when it came to feelings. He was like a mentally retarded person. But in her field of research, God is fair. When he opens a window for you, he will definitely close a window for you. But as the head of the Su family, Father Su is undoubtedly a qualified helmsman. Su Shao is also my daughter. Her mother and I have some complicated feelings. Father Su said, when I was young, I didn't have the ability, but now I have the ability. You and Lydia, Su have a good relationship, and I will also pin the future of the Su family on her. So if she needs help in the future, I hope you can lend her a hand. Uncle Su, please rest assured. If teacher Su needs help, I will do my best to help her, but I am just a high school student and my abilities are limited. Xiaochen nodded. You are not a simple high school student. Father Su smiled and stared at Xiaochen. After all, not just any high school student dares to work for Consco. This, Xiaochen scratched his head awkwardly. Uncle Su figured it out. I realized it too late. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allowed Mu Yuhu to do what he wanted. Father Su sighed helplessly. You have too much business, so you overlooked this point. Xiaochen said a little embarrassedly. Okay, I can afford to lose this little money. Try your best, young man. I believe in you. Father Su patted Xiaochen's shoulder, then went somewhere else with the red wine. The banquet was relaxed and cheerful, with people coming and going toasting each other. Only Xiaoming and his mother were sitting in the corner, and almost no one paid any attention to them. It's not like the two of them had not participated in Su family's gatherings before. But when Sumuyu was around, their identities and status were completely different from now. Sumuyu would introduce his closest and best relationships to them, and they would be like half the hosts at the banquet. However, now that Sumuyu is gone, they have been left out. Even if they met someone they had met before, the other party would just nod slightly and then leave quickly without giving them a chance to talk. Seeing that Xiaochen was receiving so much attention, and even Su's father looked at him differently, Xiaoming's teeth were almost broken from gritting his teeth. He couldn't understand why the gap between people was so big. Xiaochen, what did my dad say to you just now? In his spare time, Su Xiao found Xiaochen and asked quietly. Nothing, just chatting with me for a while. Xiaochen said with a smile. Teacher Su, you will be the heir of the Su family in the future. The burden is heavy, so I have to work hard. I would rather go to school and face you disobedient guys. Su Xiao said helplessly. Haha, we've been very obedient. Xiaochen laughed and said, you should at least take our class away, right? It won't work to change other teachers at this time. Absolutely not. I don't know you naughty kids yet. If I don't take care of you, you will make the new teacher cry. Su Xiao glared at Xiaochen. That's good. That's what I said. At least we have to bring out our graduating class. Xiaochen said with a smile. Where is Song Zian? How is she doing recently? Su Xiao asked worriedly. I secretly took her out today and had fun for the whole day. Don't worry, she's in a good mood and can eat a lot, said Xiaochen. That's good. Su Xiao felt relieved after hearing that. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, the banquet ended. After seeing off the guests, Su Xiao planned to return to school. After all, she is still in charge of the graduating class, and the premise for her to return to work at her family company is that she can send this class of students to graduation with peace of mind. Xiaochen was waiting for her at the door. Seeing that she had changed her clothes, he came over to her and said, Teacher Su, let me take you back to school. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Su Xiao nodded. Xiaochen ran to the parking lot to drive the car. Su Xiao turned her head and saw Su Muyu standing not far away looking at her. Chapter 1, 70 Sisters Meeting. She had been standing outside the hotel today, but she couldn't muster up the courage to go in. It's you? Su Xiao was slightly stunned. She and Sumuyu had met a long time ago. Sumuyu's mother and father were in a marriage of convenience, and there was no affection between them. When Sumuyu was 10 years old, her mother divorced and went abroad to seek her own love and never came back. Su Xiao's mother also lived alone with Su Xiao. In fact, both parties' original families are flawed. The two are half-sisters, but more often than not they share the same suffering. Long time no see. Sumuyu's lips curled up and she forced a smile, but she never called out the word sister. Long time no see. Lydia Su nodded gently and responded. Looking at Sumuyu in front of her, she smiled and said, She's taller, and prettier than before. You too. Sumuyu walked forward slowly. She looked at Su Xiao and said, "You are the protagonist tonight. You must be very happy, right?" "No." Su Xiao shook his head gently. "These are not what I pursue. Compared to being the eldest daughter of the Su family, I would rather be a teacher, because when I am with children, I don't have to worry about so much. Children are more innocent than anyone else. No matter what, congratulations. Now you're the eldest daughter and princess of the Su family." Sumuyu's tone was full of disappointment, "And I have become a thing of the past. If you want, I will return these to you as long as you can convince my father." Su Zhao's voice was low. "I didn't come here to argue about these things today." Sumuyu took a deep breath and then smiled with relief. "My specialty is not inheriting the Su family's business. In comparison, I am more suitable to stay in a laboratory and do my research. My father had placed too many expectations on me before. These expectations were like a heavy burden on me, weighing on me and making me breathless. What about now?" Su Xiao stared at Sumuyu. "Now, I feel like all these burdens have been put down, completely put down. I feel very relaxed because I'm going back to Peking University to continue my dream." Sumuyu opened his arms as if embracing freedom. "But I can see that you are not actually happy," Su Xiao said. Sumuyu was stunned. She slowly put down her hands and lowered her eyes. "I'm not unhappy because these are not my specialties. I just..." At this point, Sumuyu paused because she didn't know where to start. She could go back to continue her research, which should have been a happy thing for her. But for some reason, she just couldn't be happy. Moreover, seeing something that originally belonged to her being taken away by others, she felt a sense of loss in her heart. She couldn't explain why she felt this way. "You're just unwilling, right?" Su Xiao expressed her hesitation. "Maybe a little, but there's nothing I can do about it, because I really didn't do well enough." Sumuyu sighed. "I'm your sister." Lydia Su sighed. "In the past 20 years, we have had no intersection. But you have to know that it's not me who took everything from you, so I hope you won't hate me. I hope that we can get along like ordinary sisters. I don't blame you. Really, I only blame myself." Sumuyu paused here because she saw Xiao Chen's car driving over. "Teacher Su, let's go back." Xiao Chen opened the car window and waved at Su Xiao. "Xiao Chen, you come down first." Su Xiao waved at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was a little puzzled, but he still turned off the engine and got off the car. "What's wrong, Teacher Su?" Seeing Sumuyu on the side, Xiao Chen knew what was going on. "You can talk to Xiao Chen. I know you two know each other." Su Xiao said, "Xiao Chen, I'll wait for you in the car." "I don't have anything to talk about with her, Teacher Su." Xiao Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, not knowing what Su Xiao meant. "But she has something to say to you." Su Xiao glared at Xiao Chen and walked to the car. "Just tell me what's the matter." Xiao Chen was helpless and looked at Sumuyu. After not seeing each other for just a few days, Sumuyu has lost a lot of weight. Her eyes were bloodshot and dark circles were faintly visible. Now she no longer has the superior feeling she once had. On the contrary, she looks a little embarrassed. Xiao Chen didn't feel sorry for her because it was all her own fault. He just didn't understand what this woman wanted to say to him now. "Xiao Chen, I'm going back to Peking University. I heard that you were also admitted to Peking University. Congratulations. Let's meet at Peking University in 3 months." Sumuyu smiled at Xiao Chen. For the first time in her life, she spoke to Xiao Chen so calmly. "Thank you then. Do you have anything else to say? If not, I'll be leaving. I still have to send Teacher Su home." Xiao Chen said perfunctorily. Sumuyu stared at Xiao Chen, trying not to lose her temper. She took a deep breath and said, "It's just 5 minutes of your time. Can't you spare even 5 minutes?" "Of course there is room, you decide." Xiao Chen patiently started timing. "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Sumuyu stared at him, full of resentment. She finally realized that the matter about SEO stocks should have been false news released by Xiao Chen. She was shorting, but she mistakenly thought that Xiao Chen was going to buy in large quantities, which led to Zhongjiang Capital losing all its money. Although she didn't blame Xiao Chen, she still felt resentful. "No, if you're waiting for me to apologize to you, then you don't have to wait." Xiao Chen shook his head. "I also reminded you about Scott's matter, but you didn't believe it." Sumuyu was speechless. Was Xiao Chen's word a reminder? Was he just adding fuel to the fire? But there was no point saying anything now. She could only grit her teeth and swallow it. She was stunned for a moment and said, "Forget it. I don't want to talk about these things anymore. I can only say that I don't know enough." "I don't blame you." Xiao Chen looked at Sumuyu with some surprise. No matter in the past or present life, this Miss Su has always been high and mighty. She never admits she's wrong, even when she knows she's wrong. What happened this time? It seems that many things have changed after rebirth. Thank you, Xiao Chun. You made me understand a lot of things. Sumuyu raised his eyes and looked at Xiao Chun. For example, Xiao Chun said half-jokingly, realizing that you are not suitable for doing business? More than that, Sumuyu shook his head. You made me realize my shortcomings and made me realize that most of my glory is actually dependent on the Su family. You made me realize I'm almost a mess when it comes to relationships. That's really not easy. Xiao Chun looked at Sumuyu with some sympathy. Chapter 171, The Shao Family Begins to End. I figured out. The person who saved me that year was not Xiaoming. Sumuyu looked straight at Xiao Chun. Well, it's definitely not him. A weakling like him would get sweaty after running a few steps. How could he possibly draw his own blood to save others? Xiao Chun said mockingly. You told me the truth, but I didn't want to believe it. Sumuyu sighed. She slowly took out the peace knot and placed it in her palm. She looked directly at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, thank you for the peace knot. You think too much. This thing is not given to you by me. Xiao Chun shook his head. Go back to Beijing University. If you really want to understand, then learn to be smarter. It's best not to put yourself in a situation from which there is no recovery again. There is no return. Sumuyu's pupil shrank slightly. The scene of jumping from a tall building and being smashed to pieces appeared in front of her eyes again. Everything flashed through her mind, but everything seemed extremely vague. She only remembered the blood-red setting sun that evening and the man kneeling on the ground, crying like a child. Although she didn't find out the truth, she vaguely connected that man with Xiao Chun in front of her. Xiao Chun realized that he might have said too much. He sighed and said, Sumuyu, you are an excellent person. It's just that you're not suitable to inherit the family business, and the halo around you does not all come from the family. But people's fate is unpredictable. No one knows what the future will be like. Just do what you should do and don't fall into a meaningless vortex. You will live a good life in the future. Sumuyu savored the meaning of Xiao Chen's words, and she seemed to understand it, but not quite. She looked up in confusion. I don't quite understand. You will understand later. Okay, 5 minutes are up. I have to go. Xiao Chun kept track of the time. Can't you talk to me for a while? Sumuyu was a little angry. Teacher Su is still waiting for me. Xiao Chun spread his hands and said, if you really want to talk to someone, go find Xiaoming. When Xiaoming was mentioned, Sumuyu's expression dimmed. She lowered her head, and when she raised her head, the look she gave Xiao Chun had changed. Her eyes were somewhat fiery and yet somewhat gentle, just like she was looking at her loved one. Okay, I got it, Xiao Chun. One last request. You tell me, and I'll try my best to satisfy you. Xiao Chun nodded. He actually felt quite relieved because Sumuyu was finally leaving Jiangxing. Although they might meet again in Kyoto University in the future, at least he will have a lot of peace and quiet for the next few months. Kaniukyo. Sumuyu tilted his head with a slight smile on his face. What kind of request is this? Xiao Chun was surprised and quickly took a few steps back and looked at Sumuyu warily. What do you want to do? Nothing. I just suddenly want to know more about you. Sumuyu smiled and said, at least we can still be friends in the future. No, don't even think about it. Xiao Chun took 2 steps back. Are you kidding me? If this gets out, how will he live his life in the future? Whether mentally or physically, he didn't want to have any relationship with her beyond that of an ordinary stranger. It would be better to stay away from Sumuyu, because her indifference in the previous life still makes Xiao Chun feel cold. It's okay, I'm leaving. See you later. Xiao Chun waved his hand, turned around, and got into the car. Seeing Xiao Chun driving away without looking back, Sumuyu felt conflicted and couldn't calm down for a long time. Infinite Nutrient Solution took the internet by storm in just a few days. This advertisement, claiming to be the golden nutrient solution for life, became popular in a short period of time with its brainwashing slogan. Online plus, offline marketing, and overwhelming advertising have swept the entire healthcare product market. The planning and marketing company of this health product was initiated by Zhao's father and the marketing team. A successful marketing campaign brought the Shao family's company back from the brink of bankruptcy. Taking advantage of this favorable situation, Su's father immediately decided to acquire the agency rights of this health product in Jiangxing, intending to ambitiously enter the healthcare industry. Today, in the most prosperous city square in the city center, Zhao's father rented a venue for offline marketing. A stage was set up in the huge square. Nearly 1,000 boxes of health product were placed on the scene, and hot air balloons and various banners were raised. Offline sales and various marketing methods attracted thousands of people to buy. Father Zhao's face was also beaming with joy. Not long ago, he was still struggling for the survival of the company. Who could have thought that in the blink of an eye he had won the agency rights of Wuqiong Baojian in Jiangchen? Moreover, the daily turnover reaches millions, which was simply unimaginable in the past. Today's promotion is buy 3, get 1 free. And if you buy 3 treatments in a row, you'll also receive various gifts. The indiscriminate marketing these days has been very successful in brainwashing people, and even young people have joined the queue to buy. There is not enough supply on site. Immediately notify the manufacturer to transfer the goods. Seeing the bustling scene of thousands of people rushing to buy, Zhao's father has already predicted that the supply will be insufficient, and now immediately contacted the manufacturer to adjust the goods. By the way, are your health products really as miraculous as you say? An old man bought 3 courses of health products. Refrigerators and large color TVs were given on site, and there were also photographers to take photos for promotion. But he felt a little confused about the thing in his hand. Uncle, don't worry. Our infinite golden liquid can stimulate the potential of the human body and is suitable for both young and old. Father Shao began to deceive. After children take it, it will stimulate the development of their brains. Old people will form a protective layer on their organs, which can prevent cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. At your age, it is perfect. Besides, our products are developed by European and American medical teams and are internationally certified. Look at this certification, it's all in English. Okay, I have a bad heart. Can this medicine cure it? The old man believed it. Don't worry, it can be cured. The staff member said confidently, if you don't believe me, you can try it now. As Mr. Shao was speaking, another phone call came in, and he ran to the side to make the call. The old man had been queuing for most of the day and indeed felt uncomfortable in his heart. He did not delay and opened a box of health products and drank a cup on the spot. How are you, uncle? Do you feel better? A staff member asked. It seems to have no effect. The old man said puzzledly. Please wait a little longer. The effect of the medicine is not immediate, someone said. It seems, I feel my heartbeat has accelerated. The old man stroked his chest, his expression becoming even more confused. Then congratulations, uncle. This health product has worked. Go home and throw away all your medicines. Just drink this from now on. It is guaranteed to cure all diseases, said the host on the scene. Is it really okay? I can feel my heart beating faster. The old man was a little flustered. Don't worry. This is a sign of effectiveness. Our product has passed international certification. You can recommend it to people around you. The host assured, patting his chest. Okay, I'll ask my wife to throw away the medicine when I get home. Seeing the host taking on so much responsibility, the old man believed it. He took the health supplements and started walking back, but after a few steps, he felt his heart beating violently. Then his eyes went dark, and he fell headfirst onto the concrete floor. Chapter 172. My tricks are still behind. Oh no, someone fainted. Call 120 quickly. This old man just drank the infinite golden liquid. Is there something wrong with this thing? The crowd watching suddenly panicked. After all, everyone had seen the old man drink the health supplement with their own eyes. Now someone is lying on the ground, and you say it has nothing to do with your product? Don't panic. This old man has heat stroke. Call an ambulance quickly. Father Shao was shocked. He quickly put down his phone and ran over. However, the old man kept twitching on the ground and even foaming at the mouth, which made him anxious. Regardless of whether it is a health supplement or not, you can't go wrong by drinking what he sells. If this old man really died here, he wouldn't be able to explain himself even if he had 100 mouths. The story of the infinite golden liquid quickly went viral on the internet, but the old man died of a heart attack before the ambulance arrived. The angry family members surrounded the Shao family's planning company, which immediately plunged the Shao family's company into a whirlpool. It was already dark when Zhao's father came out of the police station. When he got home, Zhao's mother came to him in a panic. How did it go? The person is gone, and the family members are harping on the problems with our products. I'm afraid we're going to be in trouble this time. Father Shao said in a heavy tone. Our goods are sourced from manufacturers. Even if there are problems, it is the manufacturer's problem. What does this have to do with us? Zhao's mother said angrily. There's nothing we can do. We are the ones who do the marketing. According to the contract, we have to bear 50% of the responsibility. Father Zhao's tone was filled with deep fatigue. Besides, not long before the accident, I specially obtained the agency rights for this health product. So now that someone has died, most of the responsibility lies with us. What should we do? How will the company operate in the future? Zhao's mother's voice trembled. I don't know. Moreover, this health product has been sent to the relevant departments for inspection. It contains dopamine. Father Xiao sat down and said tiredly, moreover, several consumers have started to file a joint lawsuit. Our company will be prosecuted for participating in false advertising. The company, I'm afraid it won't be able to continue. In other words, we will go bankrupt. Zhao's mother's face turned pale. The current situation at home is not optimistic. It is already a turbulent time. If the company goes bankrupt again, then the Shao family will be really finished. Don't tell Mingming about this for now. The college entrance examination is in a little over a month, and this incident will affect his exam. Father Xiao calmed down and said, I'll think of a way to postpone it as much as possible. At least I have to hold on until after the college entrance examination. Old Xiao, do you feel something strange? Mother Xiao gritted her teeth and said, Xiao Chun used his connections to put the company in trouble. But this endless order comes so timely. Why? Someone is setting us up? Father Zhao's face changed slightly, and he blurted out, Who? Who is targeting us? Just at this moment, the doorbell rang, and through the surveillance camera at the door, it was discovered that the person coming was Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, it's him. This brat knows that he is not our biological son, and he is taking revenge on us. Father Xiao stood up from the sofa abruptly. He said angrily, this matter was all his own doing. He knew that there would be problems with this product. This ungrateful bastard dared to frame us, and he still dared to come to see us. Zhao's mother walked out of the house angrily, and Zhao's father followed closely behind. The person standing at the door was indeed Xiao Chun. Seeing the couple rushing out angrily, he smiled and said, Hello, did you receive the gift I sent you? Xiao Chun, it turned out that you were the one who set up this trap. We are your relatives. Why did you do this? Father Xiao looked angry, and his hands could not help shaking with excitement. Xiao Yuanhe, is it fun to talk about this now? I have warned you several times, but you didn't listen, so don't blame me. Xiao Qin smiled slightly. What on earth do you want to do? You have money and connections now. Why are you picking on us? Zhao's mother screamed. I just want the truth. Xiao Chan said calmly. Or my biological parents? How did you take me away from them? Xiao Yuanhe was stunned. It took him a while to react. He gritted his teeth and said, No matter how many times you ask, the result is the same. You are my son, my biological son. Xiao Yuanhe, you don't really think that my methods can only make your company bankrupt? Xiao Qin sneered. What else do you want to do? Zhao's mother asked harshly. Your company's product was found to contain dopamine. This drug is a carditonic drug. Xiao Chun produced an inspection report. The miracle drug promoted by the healthcare product company claims to have a protective effect on the heart, but in fact it contains this ingredient. But improper use can cause arrhythmia. The elderly man who passed away today took this thing, which led to cardiac arrest. Moreover, there are no less than 10 patients who have suffered from abnormal kidney function after taking your product. As the planner, marketer, and agent, you will go to jail. Father Xiao pointed at Xiao Chun with trembling fingers, unable to speak. Also, I have already reported you to the police station, pointing out that you are trafficking children. Do you really want to fight us to the death? Father Zhao's eyes were red and his voice was hoarse. You're overthinking. Xiao Chun sneered. A fight to the bitter end? Do you have the qualifications? Xiao Yuanhe, I'll give you one last chance. Don't force me to send you to jail. You are my son. I want to see what you can do to me. Xiao Yuanhe roared angrily. Well, I gave you the chance, but you didn't take it. So you just wait. The expression on Xiao Chen's face gradually turned cold. Of course, there's still many good things waiting for you before you are arrested. What do you want to do? Zhao's mother suddenly realized something was wrong. Do you really think your good son Xiaoming has achieved excellent results in recent years? Xiao Chun smiled. He got these results by cheating in various ways. What will happen if the truth is revealed? You're talking nonsense. You dare to slander Mingming. I will never let you go. Zhao's mother screamed. True gold is not afraid of fire. Xiao Chun sneered. If he is truly innocent, then there is no point in me slandering him. The city will soon hold a unified mock exam. This is the last unified exam before the college entrance examination. Guess what method your son will use to cheat this time? You're talking nonsense. Xiao Chun, if you dare to target Mingming, I will fight you to the death. Zhao's mother's eyes were red, and she wanted to fight Xiao Chun to death. Father Xiao held her tightly and tried to comfort her. He shouted angrily, Why don't you get out of here? Look how mad you made your mother. Chapter 173. You wait, my revenge begins. Just a lunatic. My biological mother is not like that. Xiaoqin smiled. He gave the couple a warning look, then turned around and left calmly. Xiaochun, if you dare to touch Mingming, I will kill you. I will kill you. Zhao's mother was breathing heavily. She was on the verge of a relapse. No one can touch her precious son. Her son is the best. Don't get excited. Xiaochun is just trying to anger you. He wants to make your condition unstable. Father Shao quickly comforted him. Ours is obviously the best. How could he cheat? So Xiaochun slandered Mingming. He dared to slander my son. Zhao's mother's mood improved a little. That's right, it's slander. He said that on purpose because he saw that we were obviously excellent. We can't be fooled. We must not be fooled. After panting heavily for a long time, Zhao's mother's condition finally got a little better, and she slowly stood up. Father Shao couldn't care about anything else now and helped her back home. On the way back, Su Xian drove the car. Boss, are we going back? Let's go back first. Xiao Chun looked at the time. It was indeed late. Also, find some time to contact a mental hospital for me. No problem. Su Xian nodded. Aren't you curious about why I contacted the mental hospital? Xiao Chun asked with a smile. Don't ask too much about the boss's affairs. This is what a qualified driver does. Su Xian smiled slightly. Ha, Xiao Chun laughed. You are quite dedicated. You gave me this life. How can I be unprofessional? Su Xian smiled and said, I have recruited more than a dozen retired comrades, and the security company will be established soon. What name should we give it? It's up to you. Xiao Chun pondered and said, Remember, don't be afraid to spend money, but the person must be reliable. We are friends who have risked our lives for each other. Don't worry. Su Xian nodded. I have a comrade in arms who was a military doctor, but later retired due to special circumstances. He is in the psychology department and is now in a mental hospital in Jiangxing. Can I look for him? Okay, I just want to consult you about something. Xiao Chun stroked his chin. Since the Shao family won't cooperate, I can only defeat them one by one. If they are mentally ill, they should stay in a mental hospital. I'm afraid it's not possible. I know who you're talking about, but her treatment has always been good. It might not be easy to send her in. Don't worry, I have a way. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. His revenge is about to begin, since he had cruelly taken me away from my biological parents, and since he won't tell me who they are now. Then, you all go to hell together. The next day, at Yinchi High School, this was the school of Song Xian's uncle, who was also the school director. Since the kidnapping, her family arranged for her to study here. However, I heard that the kidnapping was planned by a hideout in northern Myanmar, and the Song family has already sent people to negotiate. If we can negotiate, then we can negotiate. If we can't negotiate, sorry, there are many forces outside the country who are willing to sacrifice their lives. Xiao Chun. After school, Song Xian saw Xiao Chun from a distance. She waved at Xiao Chun and ran over happily. Are you done with school? How is it? Are you used to it here? Xiao Chun said with a smile. I'm not used to it. It's better to be in our school. I still miss teacher Su and my classmates. Song Xian held Xiao Chun's hand. The college entrance examination is approaching. After the exam, I will invite my classmates to have a meal together. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. Okay. Song Xian nodded, and then she pouted, I'm hungry. Let's go eat. Xiao Chun looked around. I'm not familiar with this place. Do you have any recommendations? The school cafeteria. The food here is much better than Tongfang High School. Song Xian picked up the meal card. I'm not from the school. Can I come in? Xiao Chun asked. You can go in. I'll take you in. Song Xian pulled Xiao Chun and ran to the guard post. The security guards at the gate of this private aristocratic school are all energetic young men in their 20s. Seeing Song Xian coming over, a young security guard ran out quickly. Miss Song, what's the matter? Take my friend to the cafeteria. He's from another school. Song Xian pointed at Xiao Chun. No problem, Miss Song. There's no need to come and tell me about such a small matter. The security guard said with a smile. Just kidding. The school director's niece is like her own daughter in daily life. If they were to stop him from doing even the small matter of bringing someone into the school, then there was no point for him to be here. Thank you, Xiao Chun. Let's go. Song Xian thanked him politely, then pulled Xiao Chun and ran inside. Captain, the person the young lady brought in has a special relationship with her. Should we report this to the leader? The security guard returned to the gatekeeper's office to report to the captain. You don't understand this, right? This young man is called Xiao Chun. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be the future son-in-law of the Song family. The captain laughed. Oh my God, is that true? The young security guard's eyes lit up, and he immediately became curious. This guy looks quite ordinary. How could he catch the eye of Mr. Song? Ordinary? He's already been admitted to Peking University, ranked first in the city's mock exam, and ranked second in the province's physics competition. The captain said with envy, I wonder whose child is so outstanding. The cafeteria of Yinchi High School is clean, bright, and very upscale. After all, it is a private aristocratic school, much better than Tongfang High School. Moreover, teachers and students eat the same food in the cafeteria. There is no such thing as leaders having special meals. Even school leaders do not receive special treatment. More importantly, the canteen here has a wide variety of dishes. In addition to the normal counters, there is also a halal counter with extremely rich flavors. Of course, it is a bit expensive, but if you have an average family condition, there will be an affordable window. Small portions of food, 4 dishes and 1 soup, placed on a tray, with 2 servings of rice. How is it? It's much better than the food at Tongfang High School, right? Song Zian handed Shao Chen a pair of chopsticks. It's indeed much better, but it's also a lot more expensive. Shao Chen nodded. There's a window for affordable admission, but those who can attend this school usually have good family conditions. Song Zian was really hungry. Pick up the chopsticks, pick up a piece of braised pork, and put it into your mouth. The chefs in this school are of very high standard. Even Song Zian, who usually doesn't eat any fatty meat, can eat large pieces of pork belly. Xiao Chun, come and try it. The braised pork here is my favorite. Song Zian said in a very ungraceful manner with food in his mouth. Okay. Xiao Chun nodded. He picked up a piece of braised pork and put it into his mouth. It melts in your mouth, soft and delicious. Delicious. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. This braised pork must be at least at the state banquet standard. He picked up a piece for Song Zian, and they both ate it with gusto. Brother, why are you here? And hello, classmate Song. At this moment, Xiaoming Cha's voice rang out. He was holding a tray, and a flash of resentment towards Xiao Chun flashed across his eyes. Chapter 174, Are You Embarrassed? Xiao Chun suddenly felt that the braised pork in the plate was not fragrant anymore. Well, forget about it. Xiaoming has been studying in Yinchi High School. Song Zian glanced at him and continued eating, not bothering to pay any attention to Xiaoming. Moreover, she has never liked Xiaoming, who is popular among many classmates. She thinks he is too fake. On my first day as a transfer student here, he came up to me and tried to get close to me even though we were 2 floors apart. This kind of person is too thoughtful, and Song Zian doesn't like him from the bottom of her heart. What's more, she only has eyes for Xiao Chun, and the relationship between Xiao Chun and Xiaoming is even more incompatible. Just for this reason, this guy's image in Song Zian's eyes is extremely bad. Student Song, I heard that you like to eat steamed wild vegetables, so I made some for you. I bought them myself at the market. Xiaoming raised a tray in his hand. There were 2 lunch boxes on the tray, pink in color and in the shape of a heart, with a thoughtful note written on them. From now on, I'll take care of your lunch. Just tell me what you want to eat. You don't have to come and line up by yourself. Xiao Chen looked at Xiaoming speechlessly. This grandson is indeed the same as in his previous life, especially good at clinging to others. He had met Song Zian several times before, but since she was studying at Tongfang High School, he didn't take her seriously. But now Song Zian's identity has spread, the little princess of the Song family. Moreover, she is the niece of the school director, so he is taking this opportunity to make friends with her. Unfortunately, not everyone buys into his tricks. I like to eat steamed wild vegetables, but it depends on who steams them. I particularly like the ones steamed by Grandma Wu. As for yours, Song Zian glanced at the lunchbox and said, Please feed it to the pigs. I can't afford it. The smile on Xiaoming's face suddenly froze. It's after school now, and there are a lot of students in the cafeteria. Song Zian did not suppress her voice, so she attracted the attention of many classmates. Seeing his classmates looking at him sideways, Xiaoming felt very embarrassed. With his handsome looks and eyes that can instantly arouse girls' desire to protect him, he is always successful when chatting up female classmates. But unexpectedly, this time, he was defeated in front of Song Zian. This is made by me. How about you try it? It's delicious. Xiaoming was unwilling to give in. Now that he has lost Sumuyu's support, he urgently needs to find a new target. Song Zian is undoubtedly the best choice, but Song Zian doesn't seem to have a very good impression of him. Are you annoying? Before Song Zian could say anything, Xiao Chan was already a little impatient. What? Xiaoming was stunned and didn't react for a moment. We are having a meal. Please don't get in the way here. Do you know that you are affecting our mood and appetite? Xiao Chen showed no mercy. Xiaoming's face turned from pale to blue, but he still had to suppress his inner anger and forced a smile. Brother, can I sit down and eat? We haven't seen each other for a long time. Yes, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Don't force me to slap you when we meet. Okay, Xiao Chun said, but I don't mean anything else. I just want to sit down and have dinner with you. Xiaoming started to feel aggrieved again. There are too many empty seats around here. Don't bother me here, or I'll beat you up in public. Xiao Chun sneered. Get out before I lose my temper. Seeing that Xiao Chun was really angry, Xiaoming was frightened and trembled. He took several steps back and distanced himself from Xiao Chun. After all, Xiao Chun had beaten him more than once, and he now knew Xiao Chun's temper. If Xiao Chun gets angry, the other party will really beat him up in public. So Xiaoming had no choice but to swallow his anger. After all, a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. As long as Song Zian studies in this school, he will have plenty of opportunities to get close to her in the future, so there's no need to rush. So he had to force a smile and leave with the plate. Xiaoming. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen called him. Brother, what's the matter? Xiaoming turned around in surprise. It's okay. I just want to remind you that your family is going bankrupt and your dad might go to jail. Xiao Chun smiled and said, as for your mother, she seems to be mentally ill. I'm afraid your family won't be able to support your extravagant life in the future. You have to be aware of this. You're talking nonsense. Xiaoming was stunned for a moment, and then his face turned ugly. If you don't believe me, just treat it as nonsense. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. But you know how your test scores came about. Don't worry. The people from the Shao family will come one by one, and no one can escape. Xiao Chen's tone was so cold that Xiaoming shivered. He didn't dare to stay here any longer and turned around and ran away. Finally, he left. You don't know Xiao Chun, your brother, has been creating encounters intentionally or unintentionally since he knew my identity. Song Zian complained, and he used such a clumsy method to attract my attention. What methods did he use? Xiao Chun was a little curious. It's the same routine of chance encounter, compliments, and acting weak to gain sympathy. It's old-fashioned and vulgar. Song Zian made a nauseous expression. To be honest, she disliked Xiaoming from the bottom of her heart. Moreover, this guy acted so pretentiously in front of her, which made her have an even worse impression of him. Haha, that's right, this is his usual routine. Xiao Chen laughed. Xiaoming used this tactic in front of Sumuyu before. But Sumuyu is in love and falls for his tricks. So does he think all the rich girls will fall for his tricks? Unfortunately, Song Zian is not Sumuyu, and his methods are completely useless in front of Song Zian. By the way, his grades are okay. Song Zian asked curiously, but you just said he cheated? Believe me, I'm very familiar with his methods. Let your uncle be careful during the next exam. Xiao Chun said with a smile. Is there such a thing? Then let me remind my uncle that students' cheating methods have been upgraded recently, and they seem to be quite advanced. Song Zian's eyes rolled. Yes, Xiao Chun was targeting Xiaoming. This grandson's grades can only be described as average. The reason why he is so outstanding every time is because of cheating. Moreover, this guy's cheating methods were very sophisticated. He found a special cheating team, used special glasses or pens to send the test paper contents to the outside, and then the people outside answered the questions and sent them to him through these devices. And it seems that the equipment has been upgraded this year, and the transmitted signal frequency band is also different. But these things could not be hidden from Xiao Chun. That's right, the cheating methods have been upgraded, and now they're all high-tech. Ask your uncle to be careful. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. After all, the college entrance examination is coming soon. If you catch cheating, don't be lenient. Don't worry, Yinchi Middle School has zero tolerance for cheating. Song Zian picked up another piece of braised pork and ate it happily. Xiaoming left the school angrily. He was thinking about how to teach Xiao Chen a lesson, but he unexpectedly saw Sumuyu. Chapter 175, The Falling Out. Sister Su, are you here to see me? Xiaoming was stunned and instinctively wanted to avoid Sumuyu, because for Xiaoming, the people he meets are all useful to him. Now Sumuyu is almost like a discarded pawn and is of no help to him at all, so he doesn't want to see her. Yes, there are some things I must ask you in person. Sumuyu's tone was serious. What's the matter? Xiaoming was stunned. Sumuyu rarely spoke to him in such a tone, and judging by her look today, she won't give up until she achieves her goal. Who was the person who saved me 3 years ago? And who was the person who gave me a blood transfusion? Sumuyu said, don't mention it's you. I check your blood type, and it's not AB at all. Xiaoming was dumbfounded. He originally wanted to fool her, but when he saw Sumuyu take out a blood type report, he suddenly fell silent. Why did you lie to me? Sumuyu's voice was trembling. She was really angry. Xiaoming has always been a well-behaved and obedient little brother in her eyes. But what she couldn't accept was that this seemingly well-behaved Xiaoming had deceived her for 3 whole years. The person who saved her was not him at all, so he just let it go? No, Sumuyu couldn't swallow this. Listen to my explanation, Sister Su. Xiaoming tried to defend himself. Tell me, why did you lie to me? Sumuyu stared at Xiaoming coldly, making him swallow his excuses. Xiaoming was silent. He knew Sumuyu's character. In the past, he could find every way to fool Sumuyu, but the moment she knew the truth, all his previous tricks were no longer effective. Do we have to get to the bottom of these things? Xiaoming raised his head and sneered. Are the past events so important to you? Seeing such a big change in Xiaoming's attitude, Sumuyu's eyes were very complicated. Angry, unbelievable, and a little sad and lost. Is this your true face, Xiaoming? Yes, this is my true face. Do you know, Sumuyu, how tiring it is to pretend to be well-behaved and sensible in front of you? Xiaoming laughed. Then his face was covered with clouds. That's right, it wasn't you who saved me, I just happened to pass by. Then who is he? Why are you pretending to be him? Sumuyu was angry. Who is he? I don't know. As for why you want to pretend to be him, you're Sumuyu, who wouldn't want to get to know you. Xiaoming did not hide the sarcasm on his face at all. Especially a woman like you, who can be fooled with a little coaxing, and then you can provide me with a lot of conveniences. Only a fool would not do such a thing, right? Xiaoming. Sumuyu's eyes turned red, and she murmured, I misjudged you. You not only misjudged me, you also misjudged Xiao-chun. Xiaoming sneered. Xiao-chun is also a piece of shit. Did he secretly take my blood for testing? He is deliberately trying to destroy the relationship between you and me. Don't you understand what kind of person he is? Shut up. Sumuyu gritted her teeth. Xiaoming, you lied to me for 3 years. 3 years. Yes, you're happy to lie to me. In fact, it is impossible for me to be completely flawless in the past 3 years. I don't believe that you really didn't notice anything. Xiaoming sneered and said, You are stupid. How can you blame others? Do you really think you are a great person? Let me tell you, if you leave the Su family, you are nothing. Every word and every sentence of Xiaoming was heart-wrenching. Sumuyu's tears welled up in her eyes. She came today to question Xiaoming why he lied to her, but every word Xiaoming said made her extremely angry. Okay. Thank you, Xiaoming. You taught me a lesson. Sumuyu was trembling all over. She felt dizzy and weak. Every word Xiaoming said was like a steel needle piercing her heart, making her feel very uncomfortable. She took a few steps back, slowly turned around and left. Xiaoming sneered and didn't take her seriously at all, because Sumuyu was of no help to him at all now. He picked up the phone, and his voice became unusually gentle again. Sister Xiang, are you done with your work? Let's go to the movies tonight. I've already bought the tickets. Okay, let's meet at the old place. I'll wait for you. Moi. Putting down the phone, his sleeves slid down. However, the moment his sleeves slid down, the blue mark on his arm turned into a hideous purple. By the lake, Sumuyu sat there hugging her knees, crying. The lake in front of her was as calm as a mirror, reflecting her shadow. Looking at the calm lake, she suddenly had the urge to jump in. And at this moment, another world seemed to be reflected in the water. This world has no intrigue, no pain, no disputes. It is like a paradise. Sumuyu moved her body. She stared straight at the lake and moved closer to the water little by little. At this moment, a hand behind her pulled her in time, saving her from falling into the lake. Girl, when you're in doubt, you can ask the spring breeze. The spring breeze is silent. Follow your heart. An old voice sounded behind her. She was startled and came back to her senses from her daze. Thinking about what she had just done, she couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Looking back, I saw a Taoist priest wearing a purple Taoist robe. He had a handsome face and an extraordinary bearing. One could tell at a glance that he was a Taoist master. Master, I don't know what happened just now. I didn't want to commit suicide, but Sumuyu was shocked. She really didn't know what happened to her. She seemed to be in trouble, and she seemed to feel that something in the water was attracting her. It's not your fault. The Taoist priest shook his head gently. In ancient times, there was a magic trick that could bewitch people's hearts. You must have been bewitched. Sumuyu stood there in a daze, not quite understanding what the Taoist was saying. She looked up and thanked him. Thank you, Taoist priest. If it wasn't you just now, I'm afraid. You're welcome. I'm Xianqing from the Tianshi Mansion. I've been traveling around the world looking for someone. It can be said that I'm destined to meet you by passing by here. The Taoist priest said with a smile. Who are you looking for, Taoist priest? Sumuyu asked in confusion. My senior brother has disappeared for decades. Xianqing sighed, then smiled and said, I'm going north now. Young lady, we will see each other again if we are lucky. With a slight nod, the Taoist priest walked away slowly and disappeared without a trace after a moment. Sumuyu stood there in a daze. Everything that had just happened seemed like a big dream, which made her feel extremely unreal. Xiao, where are you? Come to my place. I'll send you the location and be there right away. After Xiao Chun sent Song Zian home, he received a call from Zhang Ziang. Is there anything wrong? Xiao Chun asked with some confusion. Don't ask. You'll know when you get here. Zhang Ziang hung up the phone mysteriously and then sent a location. Chapter 176, I'll give you a villa. Han Yuan, a courtyard house with mountains and waters, is the latest real estate project developed by their Hongji group. And I heard that it is a villa. The smallest townhouse is more than 200 square meters, and the largest villa is 500 square meters. Why did he ask him to come here? With doubts, Xiaoqin drove here. This place has been open for sale for nearly 3 years. The community landscape has now been presented, and we are basically doing some finishing work. When Xiao Chun arrived at the sales office, he saw Zhang Ziang sitting there drinking tea. Seeing Xiao Chun, he immediately stood up. Xiao Chun, you are here. Come here quickly. What? Xiao Chun was a little puzzled. You go first. Zhang Ziang pulled him to the sand table and pointed to a villa in the center of the building. What do you think of this house? It's in the center of the community. There's a waterscape in front of it, and the area is large enough. Sure, what's wrong? Xiao Chun took a look and found that the location was very good and the area was not small. That's fine. Yong Yuan, Wu Go, and I discussed it, and each of us contributed some money to buy you a house. Zhang Ziang said with a grin, of course, this is a house developed by my company, so I got it at the lowest price. It's a good idea to keep the money within the family. I'll pay more. What are you doing? Giving me a villa? Xiao Chun was surprised. How could Zhang Ziang, such a stingy person, be so generous? Even if they go by the company's internal price, this villa would cost more than 30 million. This gift is really huge. Haha, you helped us make so much money. We should show some appreciation. Zhang Ziang chuckled. We should make at least a few dozen from shorting SEO stocks. I always ask you to lead me. So as brothers, we can't help but show some appreciation. You and Grandma Wu are still living in a rented house. So why don't I pay for the whole villa? Thank you so much for your thoughtfulness. Xiao Qin smiled. The friends he made were really good. This gift is really a bit heavy. You must not refuse. Refusing would be a slap in the face of our brothers. Compared with the money you make with us, this little money is really nothing. Zhang Ziang was afraid that Xiao Chan would recommend him. He asked for Xiao Chen's ID card and waved over a salesperson. Go and handle paperwork. Okay, Mr. Zhang. The salesperson hurried over, took Xiao Chen's ID card, and went to handle the formalities. Thank you then. Xiao Chun did not refuse. It was also a token of his gratitude from Zhang Ziang and Li Yongyuan, so he had to accept it. By the way, you will report to Peking University in a few months, right? Will Grandma Wu go with you? Zhang Ziang asked. They should go together. Besides, I'm worried about her staying here alone. Xiao Chun said with a smile. Grandma Wu is old, and he is really worried about her staying here alone. Besides, he had no intention of letting the Shao couple go, so he would just take his grandmother to Yanjing with him when the time comes. Okay, if she doesn't want to go, she can live in this house. We have a 24-hour personal butler to look after her and guarantee that nothing unexpected will happen. Zhang Ziang said with a smile. Thank you. I'll ask her opinion later. Xiao Qin smiled. Right now, he should concentrate on dealing with the Shao couple. Is the family going bankrupt? Is this true? Shao family. When Xiaoming learned about the situation at home, he was completely confused. When Xiao Chun said this before, he thought it was fake. But when he returned home and questioned his parents, he was dumbfounded when he got the same answer as Xiao Chun said. Although his family is only upper middle class, Zhao's father and mother have invested a lot in him over the years. His life is actually not much different from that of some rich second generations. Now that he knows his family is going bankrupt and he has to say goodbye to his previous good life, how can he not panic? Don't be afraid, Mingming. Mom and Dad are here. Even if our family company can't survive, we can still make a comeback. Zhao's mother quickly comforted him. The reason we didn't tell you before was because we were afraid it would affect your performance in the exam. You must not feel any psychological burden. You don't lie to me. Xiao Chun has no intention of letting us go. Xiaoming felt terrible. He shouted, "How can you be so useless? Xiaoming is just a high school student. How can he beat you without any chance of fighting back? Also, our family business was all supported by the Su family. Now that you have left my support, are you going to fail? It's not what you think. The situation this time is rather special. Don't worry, Ming, Dad will definitely make a comeback." Father, Xiao hurriedly comforted. In fact, Xiao's father now has no idea at all. But what else could he do? He could only comfort Xiaoming. In fact, what he is most worried about is the issue of health products, which has continued to ferment on the internet. A group of people jointly wanted to claim compensation from him. The company had already been shut down and sealed. How could he make a comeback? Easier said than done. Yes, you have to believe in Mom and Dad. We will definitely give you the best standard of living. Zhao's mother also hurriedly comforted. The most important thing is that our family is happy together. Xiaoming had a stern face and said nothing. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. "Hello, we are from the Municipal Public Security Bureau. We need to know something from you. It's about health supplements again. Open the door." Father Xiao seemed a little helpless. After all, there was a problem with the product, and someone was killed, so he was frequently summoned by the Public Security Bureau in recent days. But there was nothing that could be done about it. Zhao's mother pressed the door switch and went to open it. "Hello, we are from Municipal Public Security Bureau." The leading policeman saluted. "Wang Sun from the Criminal Investigation Team. Wasn't our case handled by the Emlyn branch? Why has it been transferred to the Municipal Public Security Bureau now?" Zhao's mother was slightly stunned. "We are not here today for the health supplement issue, but for another case." Wang Sun walked in with his men. He looked at Zhao's father and asked, "Are you Xiao Yuanhe?" "Yes, I'm Xiao Yuanhe. Do you have anything else to say?" Father Xiao stood up in surprise. His company used to be a legitimate business with no tax evasion or tax avoidance. Apart from the recent health supplement incident, he really couldn't think of anything else that was worthy of the criminal police's dispatch. "Your nominal son, Xiao Chun, went to the police station to report you for kidnapping a baby and stealing him away from his biological parents when he was still an infant." Wang Sen's expression was serious. "We have already opened an investigation into this matter, so now we hope you can follow us and explain the whole story. Did he really report me to the Public Security Bureau?" Father Xiao was shocked. He said anxiously, "He is talking nonsense. It's not true. He is our biological son. Mr. Xiao, this is a paternity test, which proves that you and Xiao Chun are not parent and child." Wang Sun took out a test certificate. Chapter 177, You'd Better Tell the Truth. "And after we filed the case, we conducted multiple investigations and found out that you are indeed not related by blood. We also retrieved the record from the hospital where your wife gave birth, proving that your wife gave birth to twins, but one of the children died due to complications during childbirth. So who is Xiao Chun? Where is he from? Who are his biological parents? You have to answer all of them." Wang Sen's words made the faces of the three people in the Shao family change suddenly, and Zhao's mother's face turned pale. She staggered back a few steps and fell weakly on the chair. Father Zhao's lips moved, but he couldn't utter a word. "Mr. Xiao, please come to the police station with Miss Xiao to explain this matter to us clearly," said a policeman. "I did everything. It has nothing to do with her." Father Xiao said in a deep voice, "She doesn't know about this, so I can go alone. We'll take her back and conduct routine questioning. If we're sure she has nothing to do with her, we'll send her back." Wang Sun said, "She can't go. She is mentally ill and cannot be stimulated. I can explain this matter clearly." Father Xiao stopped Mother Xiao. "My wife was pregnant with twins, but due to a difficult birth, one of the babies suffocated to death." Father Xiao calmed down and whispered, "She became mentally ill because of excessive sadness. In order to calm her down, I found a child and lied to her that our son was not dead, but was just weak and in critical condition. So she was not aware of this matter. All the responsibilities are mine, and I am willing to bear them all," he said as he pulled out a mental certificate and some medications from his home. "These drugs are all psychotropic depressants." Zhao's mother remained silent. These things were enough to prove that she did have mental problems, and being summoned by the police would not be too difficult for her. "In that case, then come with us." Wang Sun frowned. "Dad," seeing that his father was about to leave with the police, Xiaoming became a little scared. "It's okay, Ming, don't be afraid. Dad will explain everything clearly and everything will be fine soon." Father Xiao smiled. Mother Xiao looked at Father Xiao, wanting to say something but stopping herself. However, she never said anything. After Zhao's father was taken away by the police, the huge villa seemed a little empty. What on earth is going on? Xiaoming gritted his teeth and looked at his mother. Is Xiaochen really not your biological son? Mingming, don't blame mom and dad. We're doing this for your own good. Zhao's mother lowered her eyes, not daring to look directly at Xiaoming. Your love is enough for me alone. Why do you need another Xiaochun? Xiaoming roared. We're doing this for your own good. It's really for your own good. You have to trust your mom. We won't harm you. Zhao's mother shed tears. Who is he? Xiaoming asked after a long pause. I don't know. When your father brought him back, I really thought he was another child of mine. I thought he was dead, but was rescued. Zhao's mother couldn't help crying. It wasn't until later that I found out the truth, but I really didn't know who he was. Mingming, you have been weak since childhood, so you must have a brother. Do you understand? Zhao's mother hesitated to speak. There are some truths that she cannot say directly, but she really puts her heart on Xiaoming. Maybe he doesn't understand now, but he will definitely understand his parents' painstaking efforts in the future. The Shao family probably never imagined that Zhao's father would be taken away this time and never come back. He was detained and will later be charged with child abduction and theft. When Shao Qian, who was looking for a job again, found Shao Chun, she looked a little embarrassed. She rushed forward and questioned Shao Chun, who was looking at the new house. Shao Chun, do you still have a conscience? You actually sent Dad to the police station. Do you know how difficult it is for your family right now? Shao Chun apologized to Zhang Ziong and the others who accompanied him, then turned around and said coldly, if he is innocent, I can't send him to the police station, right? He has to bear the consequences of what he has done. Shao Chun, even if Dad is wrong, we are still a family. After so many years, don't you have any feelings at all? Shao Qian began to wipe away her tears. Please don't talk about feelings in front of me. I don't have any, and you Shao family members are not worthy of it. Shao Chun raised his eyebrows. Shao Yuanhe has been detained and will be prosecuted later. He kidnapped and stole children. The minimum sentence is 5 years, right? But I also admire him for being so stubborn. The police couldn't get any information about my background from him. But it doesn't matter if he doesn't say it. I'll let him see with his own eyes how I pushed his wife and son to the cliff step by step. Shao Qian's tone was cold, without a trace of emotion. And you, Shao Qian, you have nothing to do with me. So please don't use your sister's status to pressure me or ask me for anything. Don't force me to do anything to you. Believe it or not, I can make you unable to survive in Jiangsheng with just one word. Shao Qian was stunned. She had never expected that Shao Chun could be so heartless when he hated her. She really couldn't connect Shao Chun with the timid Shao Chun of the past. In the past, no matter whether Shao Chun was being unreasonable or not, as long as she got angry, he would immediately come over to apologize and please her. However, the current Shao Chun is no longer the Shao Chun who tried so carefully to please her. He possessed the strength that made her look up to him, and she had no doubt that if she dared to act unreasonably again, Shao Chun would never let her off. I just came to talk to you. Can you? Yes, be more tolerant of Dad? I can apologize to you on his behalf. Shao Qian's tone couldn't help but soften. Shao Qian, do you think these things can be solved with a simple apology? Shao Chun felt incredible. He really didn't know what was going on in Shao Qian's brain. He stole me away from my biological parents. He separated me from them for 18 years. What's the difference between this and a human trafficker? So far, he's still holding on to his crimes and has refused to admit these things. You want me to forgive him? Dream on. But my family can't hold on any longer. The family company went bankrupt and the house was mortgaged. Shao Qian almost cried out loud. We have no place to live now. We're in a house. Shao Chun, can you please stop targeting our family members? Hey, you still have money to rent a house. It seems that I was not ruthless enough. Shao Chun held his chin and said, you haven't reached the stage of living on the streets yet. It seems that I'm a little merciful. Chapter 178, don't force me to kill them all. What are you going to do? Shao Qian looked at Shao Chun in surprise. She was really afraid that Shao Chun would kill her. What? Shao Chun sneered. Shao Qian, although I don't like you, I don't have any deep hatred against you. Don't force me to transfer my hatred for them to you. People like you have no IQ and no ability. It's best for you to be a marginal person. Otherwise, you really can't afford the consequences. Don't try to challenge my patience, really. Shao Qian looked at Shao Qian deeply. Yes, in the previous life, this woman had never done anything to let him down except mocking him and wrongly accusing him a few times. The people who really hurt Shao Chun were Zhao's father, Zhao's mother, and Xiaoming. But her abilities are average, and she is spoiled, unlike Xiao Yan, who is capable and clear-headed. She came to see me today, probably with the instructions of certain people. What a pity. Did she really think Xiao Chun would fall for it? Xiao Chun warned her and started walking. After a few steps, he turned back and glanced at her. Finally, I advise you to stay away from Xiaoming. Those who get too close to him will not have a good ending. Yes, anyone who gets too close to Xiaoming will have a bad ending. In the previous life, whether it was himself, the people of the Shao family, or Sumuyu, they were all extremely miserable. Xiaoming's grandson is simply doomed to fail. Xiao Chen really suspects that this guy can steal other people's luck and survives by sucking other people's blood. Xiao Qian's heart trembled slightly. If Xiao Chun had said this under normal circumstances, she would definitely refute it. But for some reason, she had no way to refute it today, as if what Xiao Chun said was not without reason. Watching Xiao Chun turn around and leave, Xiao Qian felt helpless. She picked up her phone and dialed the number. Mom, he's still the same as before, not willing to chat properly. Can't you say something nice to him? Zhao's mother's voice came from the phone, a little exasperated. Your father's about to be sued. Aren't you worried at all? Why shouldn't I worry? Xiao Qian looked anxious. But Xiao Qian doesn't look kind to us. Big sister is ignoring us now. I can't do anything about it. You are his sister, and he doesn't hate you as much as he hates us. Qian, I know you feel wronged, but our family's about to fall apart. Think a way to ask for his forgiveness, okay? Zhao's mother spoke in a rare, humble voice. Mom, I think the root of the problem lies with you and Dad, right? Xiao Qian was puzzled. Why didn't Dad tell him the truth? Don't mention the truth anymore. There is no truth. Zhao's mother's voice suddenly rose, and then she hung up the phone angrily. Xiao Qian stood there blankly, holding the cell phone, and didn't come back to her senses for a long time. In the villa, Bai Wei and her assistant were measuring the room. The house that Zhang Xiang gave Xiao Chun was a nearly ready-to-move-in house. The infrastructure had been completed, and the community was doing some greening. It is now ready for decoration. Since it is Xiao Chen's house, Bai Wei went to the site in person to measure the room, striving to decorate Xiao Chen's house to perfection. Okay, the house has been measured. Bai Wei finished the last record and simply drew a floor plan on paper. I will think about it carefully when I go back. Thank you, Sister Bai. I'll entrust this house to you. Xiao Chun said with a smile. If you have any design ideas, just communicate with me at any time. The design fee for this house is free, and the materials and labor will be given to you at cost price. Bai Wei said with a smile. You only need to spend 1/3 of the original price to furnish this villa. Wouldn't your company suffer a huge loss in this case? Xiao Chen asked. We will do the renovation for you even if it means losing money. Bai Wei said seriously. Our manager said that we will definitely use the best materials and the most professional renovation team for you. Thank Manager Li for me. Xiao Chun said with a smile. You're welcome. If it weren't for you, Mr. Song and Mr. Zhang, 2 big clients, would have run away. Bai Wei smiled. The 2 major customers, Song Yunming and Zhang Hongji, have greatly enhanced Jingyan's reputation in the industry. Now the company has no worries about orders. When salesmen from other decoration companies are running around construction sites looking for orders, they're sitting in the office waiting for customers to come. And they're all high-end customers. There's no other reason. It's just that the 2 villas of Song Yunming and Zhang Hongji are decorated so brilliantly. It's the celebrity effect. It's mainly because Sister Bai has solid professional skills. Otherwise, no matter how good her ideas are, she won't be able to keep these 2 gods if she can't produce good renderings. Xiao Chun said with a smile. You have a really sweet mouth. Bai Wei rolled her eyes at Xiao Chun and said, Okay, I'll go back and sort it out. I'll keep you posted anytime. Okay, Sister Bai. Xiao Chun nodded and said goodbye to Bai Wei. Xiao Chun, let's have lunch together at noon. At this time, Wu Zizong called Xiong and Yong Yuan. Okay, Angkor. See you at the usual place? Xiao Chun asked. The old place. After agreeing on a location, several people met at noon. As for me, I may have to disappear for a while. Wu Zizong drank some red wine and said with some melancholy, What's wrong, Angkor? Li Yongyuan was shocked. This is still a matter of the lungs. Wu Zizong sighed, a little depressed. I went for a checkup yesterday, and compared with the previous results, the tumor has a tendency to grow larger. Then we need surgery. Xiao Chan was surprised, and then said, But don't worry, Brother Wu. The success rate of this surgery is extremely high, and basically everything will be fine. Just keep a calm mindset and stay optimistic, which will also be good for your condition. Yes, Angkor. Have you contacted a doctor? Zhang Xiang asked with concern. Haha, don't worry, I'm open-minded. Wu Zitsong laughed. I've contacted them. I'm going to Yinjing for surgery. I may need to recuperate there for a while. I'm familiar with Wu Yinjing, and I'm going back soon. Li Yongyuan said, if you have any questions, just tell me. Okay, thank you, brothers first. Wu Zitsong picked up the wine glass. I am older than you, so I call you brothers. But to be honest, if there is any problem, it has to be you young brothers. I won't say much about thanking you. It's all in the wine. Several people raised their glasses and clinked them together. Yongyuan, what will happen to the business here when you go back? Zhang Xiang asked, putting down his wine glass. I'll let someone else manage it. Although I'm going to take over the family business, I still want to run a restaurant business. Li Yongyuan said with a smile. Looking back, I'll do it as a side job when I have time. I don't seek to make money, I just like it. Speaking of this, Yongyuan, I have a new idea, which is to combine diet with traditional Chinese medicine to make medicated food and create a new catering concept based on the concept that medicine and food have the same origin. What do you think? Xiao Chun thought of Lin Fong. Chapter 179, I don't like this kid. Sure, this thing has been very popular online recently. For example, the medicinal food in Chinese medicine clinics and the milk tea in milk tea shops all contain Chinese medicine. Li Yongyuan's eyes lit up. People nowadays are paying more and more attention to health preservation. It must be good to use this. Yes, of course. We are not making a gimmick, but a real medicinal diet. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. I know a friend who comes from a family of traditional Chinese medicine and is a young medicine king. I will arrange for you to meet and chat later. No problem. Xiao Chun is serious about this. You should take it to heart. You will have to invest in it when the time comes. Li Yongyuan said seriously. Okay, I'll remember that. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. Li Yongyuan really likes the catering industry. In the afternoon, after school, Xiao Chun went to Song Xian's house. Of course, although he came here under the pretext of tutoring, Song Xian did have some questions to ask Xiao Chun. What embarrassed Xiao Chun was that Song Xian's parents were at home. Moreover, Song's father and mother sat in the living room with serious faces, looking Xiao Chun up and down. Xiao Chun stood a little awkwardly. Hello, uncle and aunt. Okay, you are Xiao Chun. This is the first time we meet. Father Song looked at Xiao Chun and felt displeased with the boy. This time, it was this guy who took his daughter over the wall and ran away. What a jerk. Yes, uncle. Aunt and I have met before. Xiao Chun smiled. Song's mother was very satisfied with Xiao Chun. She felt that the more the mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law, the more she liked him. She stood up and said enthusiastically, Xiao Chun, sit down quickly. Ziyan will come down after changing her clothes. As he spoke, he personally brought the fruit and poured water for Xiao Chun. Thank you, Auntie. Xiao Chun then relaxed a little and sat down awkwardly. Seeing that Song's father still had a serious look on his face, Song's mother pinched him secretly and glared at him. I heard that you have been admitted to Peking University? Song's father's expression eased a little. Yes, the Department of Physics at Peking University has already admitted me in advance. Xiao Chun nodded. You run a financial company? I heard that you recently poached Ben Yang from Zhongjiang Capital and set up an investment company. Song's father seemed to be asking casually, but in fact it was also an invisible warning, meaning that you'd better take it easy. Kid, I know your background. Yes, uncle, they're just minor fights. Xiao Chun smiled awkwardly. You are not just making a small move. How long has Xingqiang Capital been established? You have already made a name for yourself in the industry. Song's father snorted. I heard that you borrowed 10 billion from the old man to short Skull. You are really brave. Xiao Chun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My uncle and I have just started our business. It is also thanks to Mr. Song's appreciation. Without his support, I would not be able to make such a big move. I just don't understand. What did you use as collateral? How dare this old man lend you so much money? Song's father was puzzled. Really, although he usually manages the bank, any amount over 30 kwai has to be approved by the board of directors, and only after Mr. Song has reviewed it can the final decision be made. As the chairman of Huaya Bank, he has to be cautious when using funds. How can this kid spend tens of billions with just one move? Uncle Song, I don't have anything to pledge. This is all thanks to Uncle Song's kindness. Xiao Chun said modestly. Kindness. Father Song looked at Xiao Chun with gritted teeth. Showing off. This is absolutely naked showing off. I don't believe it. I know the old man's temper. He won't lend you so much money without anything as collateral. Song's father thought about it, but still didn't believe it. Come to think of it, it's not like there's no collateral. I signed a contract with Mr. Song. Xiao Chen's eyes rolled. What contract? Song's father became excited. He wanted to know what contract was worth 10 billion. Repay the principal within 1 month. If you can't, I will work in the Song group for the next 20 years to pay off the debt. Xiaoqin said. What? Song's father was stunned, and then he felt a little unwell. 20 years? Working to pay off the debt. That's right. Xiaoqin nodded seriously. He said with a bitter face, Uncle Song, so if I really can't pay it back, I need you to take care of me. This is simply absurd. Song's father was furious. Is this a contract? It's almost like saying this is a letter of appointment for a live-in son-in-law. Moreover, he didn't believe that this kid could pay back the 10 billion yuan principal in a month. The look he showed towards Xiao Chun became even more unfriendly. Xiao Chun, you're here. Fortunately, Song Zian appeared in time and rescued Xiao Chun. She waved from the second floor. Come to my room. We'll go back to the room for tutoring. What room are you going back to? Just study in the living room. Your room is too small. Song's father shouted. Dad, the room is quiet. Song Zian was stunned. Why did she feel that her dad was in a bad mood today? I'll be out right away. Your mother is the only one at home, so I won't disturb you. I'll stay in the living room, not in the room. Song's father's face was a little dark. He was already an adult. What if he stayed in a room and someone got killed? No, his daughter couldn't be so easy to get away with. Okay, I'll watch. You go and do your own thing. Mother Song couldn't help but glare at Father Song and push him out. Seeing Song's father leave the door, she turned her head and said, You should go to the study room. The living room is really not very quiet. Okay, Mom. Xiao Chun, let's go to my room. Song Zian smiled and pulled Xiao Chun back to her room. The pink style is very girlish. Xiao Chun spread out the test paper and began to explain some difficult points to Song Zian. 2 hours passed in a flash, and Song Zian's head was filled with various formulas and laws. Okay, Xiao Chun, I have to slow down. If there are more, they won't be able to fit in. Song Zian shook his confused head. Okay, I think you understand it pretty well, so let's stop here today. The college entrance exam is less than a month away, and with your usual grades, there will be no problem at all. Xiao Chun said, so don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just treat it with a normal mind. I'll listen to you and treat it with a normal attitude. Song Zian smiled and nodded. To be honest, most students are under a lot of pressure at this time. But after talking with Xiao Chun, she felt much more relaxed. Xiao Chun, please stay for dinner tonight. At this time, Song's mother came in with some fruit. Just as he was about to agree, Xiao Chun's phone rang. It was Zhou Jun. Xiao Chun. Xiao Yuna said nothing but insisted on seeing you. Zhou Jun said, he is in the general administration now. If you want to go, I will give you the contact information of the person in charge. Okay, I'll go meet him. Xiao Chun nodded. Auntie, I have something to do today. I will come to try your cooking some other day. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chun said apologetically. Okay, I won't keep you here today. Go and do your thing. Mother Song nodded gently. After leaving the Song family, Xiao Chun came to the municipal bureau and contacted Wang's son. Zhou Jun had confessed everything early in the morning, and the head of the general administration was also relatively concerned about this case. So Wang's son was also very polite to Xiao Chun. Chapter 180. If apologies are useful, what is the use of laws? Xiao Chun, the bureau also takes your case very seriously and has investigated some things. Wang's son took out a record and handed it to Xiao Chun. But because it has been too long and the suspect refuses to cooperate, we still have no clue about your background. But you can enter your fingerprints and DNA samples into the database. And if your biological parents also have records, they can be matched quickly. But because this system has only been in place in recent years, it may not contain information about your relatives, so you have to be mentally prepared. I know, Officer Wang. Thank you. Xiao Chun took the record and asked, how much do you know about me now? I only know that you and Xiaoming have the same birthday. Xiao Yuanhe must have stolen you from Yanjing. But he refused to explain the details and just kept shouting that he wanted to see you. Wang's son said helplessly, it's really rare to find such a person. Go meet him and see what he has to say. Okay, thank you, Officer Wang. Xiao Chun nodded in thanks. In an isolation room, Xiao Chun met Zhao's father. He was handcuffed, and his hair had turned a little gray after a few days. Mr. Shao is almost 50 years old and runs a company on weekdays, so he doesn't look as old as the migrant workers. But these few days in the detention center must have been difficult. He looked visibly older, and his eye sockets were sunken. Obviously, he hadn't had a good night's sleep for a long time. Xiao Chun, you are here? When Zhao's father saw Xiao Chun, a rare hint of kindness appeared in his eyes. I heard that you refused to cooperate with the police and insisted on seeing me. Xiao Chun sat down opposite him. Yes, I want to see you. Father Xiao looked directly at Xiao Chun, with a trace of guilt in his eyes. I want to apologize to you in person and say, I'm sorry. Don't say these useless things. If you really feel sorry for me, just tell me the truth. Tell me your life experience, and let me find my biological parents. Xiao Chun frowned. He really didn't want to hear such words again. What could a simple I'm sorry change? Can it change the fact that he has been neglected and looked down upon in the Shao family over the years? Can it change the fact that he has been separated from his biological parents for 18 years? No, nothing can be changed. Those who make mistakes will beg for forgiveness first. But why should those who are hurt forgive them? 18 years of hurt and the pain of separation from one's loved ones, can they be made up for with just a simple, I'm sorry? I know that I have hurt you so deeply that I dare not beg for your forgiveness now. Father Shao sniffed, his eyes moistened. I just want to apologize to you in person. You should have had parents and relatives who loved you, or brothers and sisters. But because of my momentary confusion back then, you and your family were separated for 18 years. You are not confused. You are a sinner. Xiao Chun stared at Father Xiao coldly. It's already now, and you still refuse to tell the truth? I have nothing to say. Back then, your mother. Xiao Chun interrupted him. It's Xiaoming's mother. Father Xiao was silent for a moment. Then he sighed softly. Yes, it's Xiaoming's mother. She was pregnant with twins, and everything was fine, but one day, when she went out for a checkup, she got into a car accident. Xiao Yuanhe fell into recollection. She was knocked down. She was already 6 months pregnant at the time. Originally, she was going to have an induced abortion for both babies. But she begged the doctor to keep the baby in her belly at all costs. She knelt down and begged, and her spirit was on the verge of collapse. The doctor did his best, but because of this accident, the 2 healthy babies in her belly had to rely on various drugs to support her later. Xiao Chun stared at Xiao Yuanhe and listened to him continue. During those months, I almost took her to the hospital because she had frequent abdominal pain and spotting. The baby could be miscarried at any time. And as the months went by, if there was a problem and no timely rescue, it would result in 1 death and 3 lives. What you said doesn't seem to have much to do with me. Xiao Chun interrupted him. No, there's a relationship, a causal relationship. Father Xiao shook his head gently. She was like a madman during that time, trying all kinds of methods to preserve her pregnancy, and even went to see a very famous fortune teller. The witch told her that it was fate and she was not destined to have these 2 children. And she was told that this was God's will. If she forced it, even if the child survived, the child's relatives would lose all their luck and fortune and would eventually suffer the consequences. Xiao Qin frowned. He suddenly remembered his tragic death in his previous life, the fire set by the Shao family, and Sumuyu jumping down from a tall building. It seems that everything is destined, but the reason is because of a person who should not have come into this world. Later, the baby was saved, but it was difficult to deliver, so he transferred from Jiangxing Hospital to a hospital in Yanjing. After the doctor's surgery and rescue, Xiaoming was saved, but his brother was not saved and passed away forever. Xiaoming's mother broke down again. She even went crazy and mutilated herself. So what? In order to appease her, you stole a child and lied to her that her child was not dead and both children were fine. Xiaoming stared at Xiao Yuanhe coldly. Yes, I found you on the roadside at that time. Xiao Yuanhe nodded. Your family background should be good. There is a driver driving the car, and your young mother seems to be taking you for a checkup. I followed you all the way, and I found the right opportunity. I finally took you away when the driver went to get the test results, your mother went to the bathroom, and the nanny turned her head away while she was making milk. Xiao Chun couldn't help but clench his fists, and his angry eyes almost swallowed Xiao Yuanhe. Xiao Yuanhe continued. With you, Xiaoming's mother has become more stable. But truth will come out sooner or later. After she found out the truth, she was extremely disgusted with you. Because you and Xiaoming were probably born at about the same time. You are very big and can eat and sleep well. Xiaoming, you are thin and small, and you choke on milk and get sick from time to time. The strong contrast makes her increasingly disgusted with you. Then why did she tolerate me living for so long? Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. Zhao's mother is mentally ill, and she is very scary when she has an attack. Her son was thin, while she herself was in such good health. The strong contrast made her extremely disgusted with herself. Driven by strong jealousy, she can do anything. There was something strange in Father Zhao's eyes, and he lowered his head to hide his expression. Then he said calmly, she is also a mother. She can't bear to do anything to you. Xiao Chun, don't think so badly of her. Chapter 181. This is far from over. Xiao Chun looked at Zhao's father, and he had already caught the strange look in the other's eyes. Mother? Can't bear it? Xiao Chun didn't believe his nonsense. There must be something else behind it. But it doesn't matter. What's important is the news about my biological parents. I just want to know the news about my biological parents. Xiao Chun said, recall carefully, what are their characteristics? Your mother is very young and very elegant. She must have a good family background. Xiao Yuanhe said, and the driver has sharp eyes. He should be the driver and bodyguard. But I don't know their names. After so long, I only glimpsed your biological mother from a distance and have a vague impression of her. So, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I really don't know their information. Xiao Chan was silent for a while. What Xiao Yuan has said should be true. Since he has seen me, and since he feels guilty, he should not hide anything about his biological parents. Xiao Chun, I'm sorry. Xiao Yuanhe looked at Xiao Chun. I took you away from your biological parents and neglected your love and care over the years. It's all my fault. But I have already received the punishment I deserved. I have been in prison, and the procuratorate will later charge me with stealing and kidnapping a baby. Adding to the previous health supplement incident, I will face at least 5 to 10 years in prison. My family's company has gone bankrupt, and my house and car have been mortgaged. Don't you think this is what you deserve? Xiao Chun stared at Xiao Yuanhe coldly. Yes, I deserve it. Xiao Yuanhe was silent, then looked deeply at Xiao Chun. But I have a request. What are you begging for? Begging me to let Xiaoming go. Xiao Chun smiled. Based on his understanding of Xiao Yuanhe, he would not easily tell himself about the things he had done. He came to me today, apologized, and played the family card, just trying to make peace. He could go to jail himself, but he was afraid that Xiao Chun would attack his son. He is innocent. He knows nothing. Xiao Yuanhe looked anxious. I'm going to jail now. I've received the punishment I deserve. Xiao Chun, let's stop here, okay? Ha ha ha. Is that the end? Xiao Chun laughed loudly, his voice gradually becoming colder. You've separated me from my family for 18 years. You can say that you have ruined my life. Now you tell me that this matter ends here. I've admitted my mistake, and I've been punished. Xiao Yuanhe cried. Xiao Chun, please let us go, okay? You alone are not enough. Xiao Chun sneered. 2 lives as a human being, the indifference and torture of the previous life, and the truth of this life. How can I just let it go like this? He stood up slowly and stared at Father Xiao. You paid the price for what you did, and they will pay the price too. I did all these things. It was me. It has nothing to do with them. Father Xiao stood up and roared. What are you doing? Be quiet. The prison guard came in quickly and pushed him down heavily on the chair. Xiao Chen, I deserve it. Let them go. Let them go. The prisoner is emotionally agitated. The visit is over. 2 prison guards escorted Zhao's father away. He struggled and roared desperately all the way, and his voice gradually faded away. Wow, I don't want to go to jail. Let me go, let me go. After a final roar of anger and unwillingness, the scene finally became quiet. Xiao Chun stood up slowly. Xiao Yuanhe did not ask any information about his life experience. However, it doesn't matter. As long as he doesn't say anything, Xiao Chen's revenge will continue. His son is going to take another exam, right? Haha. What kind of expression would the Shao couple, who always wanted their son to be successful, have if they saw that their son's grades were obtained by cheating? Yinshi High School, the last mock exam before the college entrance examination. As usual, Zhao's mother sent Xiaoming to the school gate. Ming, don't feel any psychological pressure. Your father will be home soon, and the family company will reopen soon. Zhao's mother had a nonchalant smile on her face. Even if she was worried, she couldn't show it in front of her son. After all, this is a mock exam, and she wants her son to take every exam without any psychological pressure. Mom, I will. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Xiaoming is still as sensible as before. He took the stationery from Zhao's mother, waved to her, and then returned to the examination room with everyone else. Zhao's mother smiled and waved her hand as she watched her son walk into the school. Send your son away. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's voice sounded behind her. She was startled, and when she looked back, she saw Xiao Chun standing behind her. Xiao Chun, what are you doing here? Zhao's mother's face suddenly turned ugly. I'm sending my friend to school. We know each other, so can I say hello? Xiao Chun smiled. Because you won't tell everyone that I'm rude. Xiao Chun, I'll go in first. Let's eat together here at noon. Song Zian, who was traveling with him, waved to Xiao Chun. Okay, contact me in advance at noon. I will come and have lunch with you when I have time. Xiao Chun waved at her. Song Zian smiled sweetly, then turned around and ran towards the school happily. Zhao's mother's face was filled with gloom. She stared at Xiao Chun intently, as if she wanted to eat Xiao Chun alive. By the way, I went to see Xiao Yuanhe last night. After seeing Song Zian off, Xiao Chun turned his head and glanced at her. You want to see him? Zhao's mother's tone softened a little. Are you going to withdraw the case? Don't get me wrong. I just want to find him to learn about my background. I have no intention of withdrawing the lawsuit. Xiao Chen's words made Zhao's mother's mood instantly fall to the bottom. Xiao Chun, she gritted her teeth and said, he is your nominal father after all. Even if he made a mistake, you shouldn't keep holding on to it. You have already broken up our family. What else do you want? Huh? You stole me away from my biological parents and separated us for 18 years. Xiao Chen's expression gradually turned cold. Is this an insignificant mistake in your eyes? You two really are a couple. You are both shameless and can be cut from the same mold. Shut up, what do you want? Zhao's mother was so angry that she was shaking all over and looked like she was having a sick attack. Don't act like you're sick all the time. If you are sick, go get treatment. Without Xiao Yuanhe around, do you want your son to be helpless? Xiao Chen glanced at her coldly. Mother Xiao was stunned for a moment, then tried hard to calm herself down. Yes, she can't be provoked. If she was stimulated, she would have an attack. In the past, whenever she showed signs of an attack, Xiao Yuanhe would comfort her. But now Xiao Yuanhe has gone to jail, and no one will pamper her. And if she really has a seizure, she will most likely go back to the mental hospital for treatment. What should Xiaoming do then? He's going to take the college entrance examination, and he will not do well in the exam if no one takes care of him. She pinched her fingertips desperately, and the severe pain made her wake up instantly. You did this on purpose, Xiao Chun. You wanted to provoke me, but I won't be fooled. I won't be fooled, Mother Xiao murmured, trying to calm herself down. That's right, yes, I did it on purpose, but I was reminding you not to get excited. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. Because you haven't seen with your own eyes how your own son fell from a height. Chapter 182, Xiaoming was fired. What do you want to do? He is taking an exam. If you dare to mess around, I will fight you to the death. Zhao's mother looked at Xiao Chen angrily. Her eyes were bloodshot, and for a moment, Xiao Chen felt uncomfortable as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. The exam is about to begin. You will know soon. Xiao Chen looked at the time. Wait, your son will be out soon. Xiao Chun, if you dare to do anything wrong, I will call the police immediately. Zhao's mother screamed and stared at Xiao Chun with a warning look. She was really afraid that Xiao Chun would cause trouble and ruin her son's exam. Although this was not the college entrance examination, for Zhao's mother, who wanted her son to succeed, even every small test was crucial to her. Call the police immediately. If you don't, I will rush into the examination room and beat your son. Xiao Chen smiled and looked at his mother with a playful expression. Zhao's mother immediately took out her cell phone and walked aside to call the police. She was very emotional. I'm here at Yinchi High School. My son is taking an exam today, but someone is trying to sabotage my son's exam. Come and arrest him right now, right at the door. After calling the police, she stared at Xiao Chun with anxiety, fearing that Xiao Chun would leave her sight and disrupt Xiaoming's exam. Unexpectedly, the police arrived quickly. Seeing two police cars rushing over, Zhao's mother hurriedly went to greet them. Comrade police, I called the police. She pointed at Xiao Chun. This is the man who wants to ruin my son's exam. Hello, I'm Lin Yu from the Changxi branch. The leading police officer looked at Xiao Chun in confusion, then asked Zhao's mother, what's the specific situation? Can you tell me? He threatened me. He wants to make me look bad. Police comrade, my son is taking an exam inside. He can't be affected by anything. Zhao's mother was very excited, and her words were a little incoherent. She pointed at Xiao Chun and said, this man is the calamity star. He has harmed our family. Catch him, take him away. Mother Xiao was so excited that her hands were shaking. Lin Yu saw that something was wrong with her and asked someone to help her sit down. Ma'am, don't get excited. Tell me slowly if there's anything wrong. As he spoke, he took out a bottle of water and handed it to Zhao's mother. Seeing that she was too emotional to ask anything, Lin Yu looked at Xiao Chen. Tell me, what's going on? Police comrade, she is sick. Xiao Chen pointed at Zhao's mother. Lin Yu turned his head and saw Zhao's mother took out a bottle of medicine. She poured out the medicine with trembling hands and swallowed it with the water in her hand. She was panting violently, and after taking the medicine, her emotions gradually stabilized. He recognized the drug. It was carbamazepine, used to treat epilepsy or bipolar disorder. After taking the medicine, Zhao's mother's pale face looked a little better, but she still stared at Xiao Chun with a murderous look, not hiding the hatred in her eyes at all. What is your relationship with her? What's going on? Lin Yu looked at Xiao Chun with a frown. Captain Zhou, I'm the one who should report this. Someone is using the radio frequency band to cheat. Xiao Chun said, this kind of high-tech cheating is what the police should crack down on. Do you have any evidence? Lin Yu's heart moved. I have no evidence, but now that the exam has begun, their gang should be ready. There's a van behind the grove over there. You will know if you go and take a look. Xiao Chun pointed to a grove of trees behind the campus. Xiaoli, take some people over to take a look. Lin Yu stood up. I called the police. This guy is talking nonsense. His purpose is to sabotage the exam and make my son fail. Zhao's mother was anxious. What gang? He's just talking nonsense. We'll soon know whether it's nonsense or not. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. Ma'am, please wait a moment. Let's figure out the situation first. Lin Yu said as he waved his hand and surrounded them with several policemen. There was a signal receiver inside a van. There were also several computers, a team of 4 people, and a technician who were responsible for scanning the answers sent by the school's candidates. The others were answering the test questions that were passed out from the examination room. Lin Yu knocked on the car window, and the technician opened the door impatiently. Who is it? Stop selling. However, when he found out that the person standing at the car door was a policeman, he was completely dumbfounded. A flash of lightning flashed through Lin Yu's mind, and he shouted, Police, don't move. Several people in the van tried to flee in panic, but the small van made it impossible to escape. The 4 people were trapped inside and were pressed into the van like turtles caught in a jar. Several people were handcuffed tightly. Xiaoli, take these people to the police station for interrogation immediately. Bring someone over here, and we'll go to the school to find the school's leaders. This exam is the last mock exam before the college entrance examination and is relatively important. The list of cheaters was pulled out, and there were more than 30 students on it. According to the gang's confession, they used the camera on the glasses to transmit the test questions through the frequency band of the signal receiver, and then transmitted them back after answering them. At the police station, Zhao's mother breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that her son's name was not on the list. She looked at Xiao Chun angrily. Mingming is not the one who cheated, and I will never let you go for slandering him. Really? Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows and pointed at one of them named Xiaoming and said, Guess who this person is? Xiaoming has always been a cautious guy, and he never uses his real name when he has evil intentions. But Xiao Chun knew that this Xiaoming must be Xiaoming, and he couldn't run away. Inside the examination room, Xiaoming kept adjusting his glasses. He felt a little anxious, but no answer came back from his glasses. This exam was also very important to him, and he spent a lot of money on it. But now the glasses are broken? No, I must make these people compensate me when I get out. Just when he was feeling anxious, he suddenly felt something was wrong. This cheating gang has cooperated with him many times, and there has never been any accident. This time it may not be an accident, or it may be that the matter has been exposed. Thinking of this, he secretly took off his glasses. When he was thinking about how to destroy the glasses, several policemen came over at the door. Xiaoming, come out for a moment. There are some things I need to consult you about. A teacher shouted at the door. Xiaoming's face changed drastically. He gritted his teeth and walked to the door. The students in the classroom were somewhat puzzled, wondering what had happened to Xiaoming, who had always been a model student. How could he have even alarmed the police? Xiaoming tried to stay calm. Teacher, you called me? Were you holding your hand? A policeman asked. Eyes glasses. Xiaoming's mind buzzed, and he knew he could not hide it this time. Bring it here. Xiaoming had no choice but to hand over the glasses. Chapter 183. Shao Yuanhe didn't tell the truth. A policeman took the glasses, looked at them carefully, and then turned around and said, It's him. Take him to the school office and notify his parents. Xiaoming's face turned pale, but he still wanted to make a final effort. This is my first time. Teacher, please give me a chance. Tell the principal if you have anything to say. The teacher looked at Xiaoming speechlessly. Every student who was caught said it was his first time, but according to the list of previous students handed over by the cheating gang, this was not the first time. Especially this guy named Xiaoming, who even changed his name to Mr. Xiaoming. He is almost a regular customer of this gang, and he's been on the list of all previous years. Is he rubbing his IQ into the ground? In the principal's office, Zhao's mother was already crying loudly. A person who always thought he was well-educated cried in the principal's office. Principal, there must be a misunderstanding. He is such a well-behaved boy. How could he cheat? Someone must have framed him. Yes, it was Xiao Chun who framed Mingming. The principal of Yinchi High School had a grim face. Faced with this long list, he was really angry. Yinchi High School has always been an aristocratic school and has maintained a high reputation and admission rate. However, he did not expect that such a serious thing would happen in the school, using high-tech means to cheat. If this matter is not handled properly, the impact will be huge. Moreover, the school board has already known about this matter and is very dissatisfied with it. It has stated that it must expel several people whose circumstances are relatively serious. However, the one with the most serious situation here is Xiaoming. According to other people, this gang was the one led by Xiaoming, who charged cheating fees ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands per exam. If Xiaoming wasn't dragged out to be sacrificed to the gods at this time, how would he explain to the school board? Parent, the evidence is solid, and according to other students, the organizer of this incident is your son. The principal could no longer bear it and banged on the table. It's no use crying. The school board is taking this matter very seriously now. So I called you here today to ask you to take the child back. Your child is extremely gifted. We cannot educate him. Principal, he is still young. He is only 18 years old. What will you do after you expel him? Zhao's mother screamed. I beg you to give him a chance. He is very good. He is among the top 30 in the city. It would have been fine if she hadn't mentioned this, but when she did, the principal was furious. Yes, top 30 in the city? Is it glorious to get a score by cheating? Our Yinchi High School has always been a key school in the city, and many schools are vying to learn from it. This time, the school's reputation has been almost completely lost by you guys. Principal, the one named Xiaoming has been brought here. The dean knocked on the door and walked in with Xiaoming. Xiaoming's face was pale, and his lips were even a little black. He stood trembling at the door with his head lowered. Mingming, Zhao's mother quickly got up and stumbled to his side. She held Xiaoming in her arms and kept comforting him. It's okay, Mom believes you. This must be a misunderstanding. You have been framed. Yes, it was Xiao Chun. He framed you. In my eyes, you are always a kind and well-behaved child. Mom, I let you down. Xiaoming burst into tears. The mother and son started crying miserably in the office, and it looked like one of them was going to die. Xiaoming, the principal stood up, unable to bear it any longer. You organized cheating, which has had a huge impact on the school's reputation. The school board has decided that all your grades will be invalidated from today, and you will be expelled from Yinchi High School and will never be recruited again. Principal, I beg you, please give the child another chance. He is only 18. His life has just begun. Zhao's mother let go of Xiaoming and fell to her knees in front of the principal. She shouted hysterically, give him a chance. I promise I will change. Parent, you don't have to be like this. He is not the only one who was expelled. The principal adjusted his glasses. If you do something wrong, you must be punished. He is already 18 years old, an adult, and should be responsible for his actions. Take him back and find another school for him. Our school cannot afford to support this god. Principal, no matter how much money you want, I will give you money even if I sell everything I have. Please don't fire him. Zhao's mother was not giving up. She knelt on the ground and held the principal's hand tightly. Dear parent, your child should have some self-respect, right? The dean said. I just checked. He's been an excellent student in recent years, but the grades he got by cheating are not his own after all. Even if he is allowed to stay now, how can he face his teachers and classmates? Xiaoming raised his head suddenly and stared at the dean with a hint of resentment in his eyes. That cold look made even the usually strict dean of studies tremble in his heart. Mom, let's go home. Xiaoming concealed it well, and he pulled his mother. No, let him stay. As long as he stays, I believe the teachers and classmates will like him. Zhao's mother shook her head desperately. I just asked you to give him a chance. I said, get up. Xiaoming suddenly became furious. A low growl came from his throat. You think this is for my own good, right? You really embarrass me. Do you know why I was the only one fired? Because you are useless as parents. He yelled hysterically. Other people's parents are either CEOs of listed companies or section chiefs or bureau chiefs. But you, one of you is going to jail, and the other is a psychopath. The reason why I am like this is because you are useless. Useless. No, Mingming, it's not like that. Mom just wants to give you the best. Zhao's mother cried. That's enough. Stop interfering with me under the guise of doing good. You are doing it for your own vanity. I really hate you. Xiaoming suddenly pushed his mother away and ran out angrily. Mingming, wait for me, Mingming. Zhao's mother chased after him in panic, but Xiaoming had already disappeared without a trace. Mingming, where are you? Don't scare your mother. Zhao's mother chased out of the school gate. Now her eyes are red and swollen. Her hair is messy, and she's calling Xiaoming's name in a daze. However, outside the school, people were coming and going, but Xiaoming was nowhere to be seen. Mingming, Mommy is doing this for your own good. Mommy loves you and wants to give you the best in the world. Mingming, please come back. Zhao's mother collapsed on the ground, crying loudly, completely ignoring the strange looks from passersby. Xiaochen walked over slowly and looked at Zhao's mother. There was no sympathy in his eyes. I think Xiao Yuanhe is not telling the truth. Tell me the truth, and I'll let you go. Mother Xiao slowly raised her head, not hiding her resentful look. She stared at Xiao Chan intently, and suddenly she smiled. Sure enough, he's just like your biological father, ruthless, and doesn't care about the old relationship at all. You are the same as him, Chapter 184. You are as ruthless as your biological father. She laughed until tears welled up in her eyes. Chung, it's been 20 years. 20 years ago, you abandoned me, and 20 years later, your son pushed me to the brink of death again. You are my everlasting nightmare. Is this fate? What? A hint of coldness flashed across Xiao Chen's eyes. Xiao Yuanhe, indeed, did not tell the truth. And Zhao's mother really knew who her biological father was. Judging from the crazy words she said, it seemed that she had some difficult-to-reconcile relationship with her biological father. Is he the white moonlight that she loves but cannot have? Or is he the heartless scum who abandoned her for his future? You remember the name? Aching. Is this person his biological father? Everything is becoming more and more confusing. No wonder she hates herself so much. This is not just because he is healthier than Xiaoming, and also because he is the son of the white moonlight in her heart who is loved but cannot be obtained. The mystery will soon be solved. He took a deep breath, walked forward with excitement, and whispered, Tell me, who is Ah Chung? Okay, I'll tell you who he is, Ah Chung. He's your biological father. When Xiao Yuanhe stole you away from his wife, he didn't know whose son you were. But this world is so coincidental. When I knew your identity, I was really surprised and happy. He abandoned me. So I will torture his son in return. This is the retribution he deserves, What is his real name? Where is he now? Xiao Chan was very excited. Zhao's mother tilted her head and looked at Xiao Chan with a neurotic expression. She laughed, and her whole body trembled with laughter, and she laughed hysterically. Why should I tell you? Xiao Yuanhe would never tell you even if he died, and I will definitely not tell you either. She stood up slowly, tilted her head, and stared at Xiao Chan with a resentful look. You will never know who you are, ever. Tell me, I'll write a letter of apology and use my connections to get him out of jail. As long as it's before the prosecution, there's hope, and I can bring your company back to life. Our previous grievances will be written off. You and your family can continue to live happily, and I will go back to find my biological parents. Would your biological father care about you? He is such a ruthless, profit-seeking person. Would he care about a son he has barely met? Xiaochun, wake up. Maybe they have given birth to several more children. You are not irreplaceable. That's my business. Tell me, what's his name? Xiaochun said in a low voice. One, no. You're dreaming. Zhao's mother laughed, even more nervously. She turned around and called out, Mingming, where are you, Mingming? Mom loves you. Please don't ignore me, okay? Wu, where are you? Mom, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. At this moment, Xiao Qian ran over and hurriedly supported the staggering mother. Go find Mingming. Go find him quickly. Go quickly. Zhao's mother cried and laughed like a madman. Okay, I'll look for him. I'll look for him with you. Don't scare my mother. Xiao Qian cried out. She held Zhao's mother tightly. The two of them called out all the way, looking for Xiaoming. Looking at the backs of the mother and daughter as they left, Xiao Chun clenched his fists. He was close to the truth, just a little bit. No matter what, he had to pry the truth out of Zhao's mother. Xiaoming cried and called Xiang Jiao Jiao. Wow, Sister Xiang, I was expelled from school. I'm very scared and helpless now. I don't know what to do. You're all I can think about now. I want to see you. In a suite in a 5-star hotel. Xiang Jiao Jiao was wearing a pink pajamas on her plump body. This sexy lingerie, which originally had a very good texture, looked out of place on her fat body. Xiaoming huddled on the sofa in fear. He wanted to escape. He really wanted to escape. Originally, his family was bankrupt and he had no one to rely on. so he wanted to find a rich woman to support him. Relying on his good-looking face and those eyes that could arouse a woman's desire to protect him, as well as his sweet words, he made this rich woman willing to spend money on him. But I didn't expect that the rich woman was a person with extremely strong physical needs. She had readily agreed to help him several times before, and although she showed extremely strong sexual desire, Xiaoming finally escaped. But things can only happen once or twice, but it is absolutely impossible for them to happen 3 or 4 times. Especially a woman with a strong sense of purpose like Xiang Jiaojiao, who would never allow this piece of fresh meat Xiaoming to escape from her clutches again. Holding a glass of red wine, he leaned on Xiaoming, and Xiaoming suddenly felt a lot of pressure. He forced a smile. Sister Xiang, I don't drink. I'm still a student. You are not a student anymore. Xiang Jiaojiao put one hand on Xiaoming's thigh and rubbed it in scrupulously. Besides, you are already 18 years old. You are an adult, so you have to play adult games. But I'm not ready. Xiaoming was about to cry. He really regretted taking this path. He should have used his charm to hook up with a rich girl who was about the same age and as dumb as Sumuyu. Prepare? Prepare for what? Xiang Jiaojiao pinched Xiaoming's mouth and then poured a whole glass of red wine into Xiaoming's mouth. Xiaoming was choked and started coughing violently. He almost never drank alcohol, and his mouth tasted bitter. Sister Xiang, don't do this. I can't bear it. Xiaoming had a sad face. Xiang Jiaojiao ignored him, pressed her hands on his face, and offered her chubby mouth. Xiaoming felt a severe chill, and he struggled. Sister Xiang, no. Xiang Jiaojiao was a little angry. She let go of Xiaoming, stood up, poured a glass of red wine, and stood aside with her arms folded. She looked at Xiaoming and said, "Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Your family is bankrupt, and your mother is mentally ill. Now that you've been expelled from school, you're basically at your wit's end. You came to me just to find a wallet, right? Sister, it's not what you think." Xiaoming was surprised and quickly explained. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. You have good conditions, a fair complexion, and a nice voice. I can send you to the Yinjing Academy of Audiovisual Arts, and then package you up and start a career in the entertainment industry, Xiang Jiaojiao said. She pinched Xiaoming's chin and said, "Your eyes are so charming and can really kill women, but I can satisfy your wishes and support your dreams." Really? Sister Xiang, thank you so much. You are simply my goddess. Xiaoming was surprised and happy. How can I thank you so much? I told you, there is no free lunch in the world. Xiang Jiaojiao shook the red wine in her hand and said leisurely, "You know what I want." Xiaoming shrank back, not knowing how to answer. Yes, Xiang Jiaojiao would not help him for nothing. To put it bluntly, the two of them just get what they need. Chapter 185. Is Xiaoming going to make a living by his looks? But looking at her like a mountain of flesh, Xiaoming really couldn't muster up the courage. But the conditions she offered were too generous. Seeing Xiaoming's hesitation, Xiang Jiaojiao moved closer to him and said, "I will take care of everything for you. I will hire a top manager to package you, and after you become successful, I will set up an entertainment company for you. And you only have to pay a tiny price. Don't you really want to consider it?" I agree, but my feelings for my sister are real. Xiaoming gritted his teeth and went for it. That's good. Xiang Jiaojiao giggled and lifted Xiaoming's chin. Xiaoming gritted his teeth, stood up, and went to meet him. However, the mark on his wrist emitted a burning breath. Xiaoming was completely unaware. He looked at the woman in front of him, who was like a mountain of flesh, gritted his teeth, and leaned over. "Sister Jiaojiao, I will always be yours." Xiaochen leaned down and said very gently. Xiang Jiaojiao was very satisfied with Xiaoming's performance. She put her arms around Xiaoming's neck and kissed him forcefully. "Mingming, where are you? Come home soon. Mom has made something delicious for you." Zhao's mother called Xiaoming over and over again, and finally, she got through. She held the phone and held her breath, fearing that if she spoke too loudly, Xiaoming would hang up again. "Don't call me anymore." Xiaoming's voice was a little cold. "But you cannot go home, right? You know where you are? Mommy will pick you up." "Home? You call that small rental house of less than 100 square meters home?" Xiaoming laughed disdainfully. "I now live in a large flat with a river view, and someone sent me to the Film and Television Academy. And he promised to fund the packaging and set up a film and television company for me." Xiaoming thought it through. Since he couldn't refuse, he might as well make good use of it. Xiang Jiaojiao still had enough financial resources and connections. "I'm going home now. What can you give me?" I am your mother. I love you, and mother's love can't be replaced by anyone. Zhao's mother was anxious. She didn't expect Xiaoming to say such a thing. Haha, this is all you can give me, but I really don't need it. This insignificant maternal love is nothing compared to my future. Xiaoming laughed. Mingming, what's wrong with you? Were you cheated? You were not like this before. Zhao's mother started crying. She just couldn't understand why her son became like this. No one lied to me. I'm living a good life now. If I go home, what can you give me? You keep saying you love me, but don't you care about my future at all? Xiaoming's words left Zhao's mother speechless. Yes, she worked so hard just for Xiaoming to have a good life in the future. Now, he has someone to invest and pave the way for his future. Isn't this a good thing? I will take time to come back to see you in the future, but I'm very busy now. You don't want me to be left behind by Xiao Chun in the future, right? Xiaoming's tone slowed down a little. But if I don't contact you, don't take the initiative to come to me. After Xiaoming finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Listening to the beeping sound from the other end of the phone, Zhao's mother looked a little dazed. She put down her phone hesitantly, stroked Xiaoming's photo, and tears welled up in her eyes. Mingming, my Mingming, I am your mother. Why are you ignoring me? Everyone in the world can hate me, but you can't. How can I live without you? How could this happen? How did things turn out like this? Mother Shao slowly squatted down, her shoulders trembling slightly. She bit her hand, leaving a deep scar on the back of her hand. Tears silently fell from the corners of her eyes, and after a long time, she slowly stood up. There was endless hatred flashing in her eyes. Xiao Chun, it's you. All this is because of you. It's you who destroyed my family. If it weren't for you, we would have been a harmonious and happy family. It's all because of you. This day, at Xiao Chen's residence, Grandma Wu has recently become obsessed with square dancing. After dinner, she goes to the square to dance with some old ladies. Her spirits are much better than before, and her face is filled with smiles every day. She was not aware that Zhao's father was in prison. In fact, in her life, this son was no different from non-existent. In the past 20 years, Xiao Yuanhe had visited her only a handful of times. And every time they met, they would end up in a bad mood. Deep down, she was completely disappointed with her son. In her heart, as long as Xiao Chun is fine, everything is fine, and she doesn't care about other people. Xiao Yan helped clean up the house. After she finished, she walked over to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun was reading in the yard. When he saw her coming, he looked up and said, "Just tell me if you have something to say." Xiao Yan took off her apron and said, after a moment of silence, "I want to see my dad today." "It's your dad," Xiao Chun corrected. "Yes, it's my dad. I already have a general idea of what happened." And then, Xiao Chun closed the book. "I want to say sorry to you for these things." Xiao Yan bowed deeply. There was a trace of sadness on her face. "I know, it is a very painful thing to take you away from your biological parents. And they've been very hard on you over the years. The wrong things they did have nothing to do with you." Xiao Chun shook his head. "I won't take my anger out on you. On the contrary, I am very grateful that you can come and visit Grandma more often these days. You can see that she is very happy. It's my fault. I will come to take care of Grandma more often in the future." Xiao Yin nodded gently. "And I will make it up to you for the wrong things they have done." "No need. These things have nothing to do with you, as long as you don't stand against me." Xiao Chun shook his head. "Besides, I'm not your brother. There is no blood relationship between us." "Xiao Yan, I hope that in your heart, I am still your sister." Xiao Yan's eyes were red. "If you hope so, then that's it," Xiao Chun said in a flat tone, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Xiao Yan stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. "Don't you have to meet a client tonight to discuss a planning document?" Xiao Chun saw her standing still and sighed. "Go and get busy. Don't delay." "Well, I'll come see you another day." Xiao Yan nodded. After Xiao Yin left, Xiao Chun received a call from Song Zian. "Xiao Chun, are you free tonight?" "Yes, what's wrong?" Xiao Chun asked. Song Zian hesitated. "Accompany me to meet someone tonight." "Okay, who is it?" Xiao Chun was curious. "The grandson of my grandfather's friend came back from abroad, and his family specially arranged for us to meet." "Are you going on a blind date?" Xiao Chun was surprised. "Oh, is there a love rival?" Chapter 186, Li Yong Yuan's Farewell Wine. "It's not a blind date. It's just an arranged meeting, a simple meeting," Song Zian said in a troubled tone. "His family business is in Yanjing, and his old man is also my elder, so I want to bring you together." "Okay, I understand," Xiao Chan said with a smile. "But you're just meeting for once. don't put too much psychological pressure on yourself. That won't work. I had to let him know my attitude. Song Zian protested. So you have to go with me. I'll be worried if you don't go. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll pick you up whenever we meet. Xiao Chan said with a helpless smile. In the evening, Song Zian thought for a moment and said, just pick me up at my house at 8 o'clock. Okay, see you tonight. Xiao Chan said goodbye to her through the phone and then hung up. At noon, I made an appointment with Li Yongyuan and Zhang Xiang to have a small gathering together. Today's meal is a farewell to Yongyuan. Zhang Xiang picked up 2 bottles of Mao Tai. Xiao Chun, you have to drink something no matter what. What's wrong? Yongyuan is leaving. Xiao Chun asked in surprise. Yes, I have to go back to Beijing. Li Yongyuan looked reluctant. I haven't stayed in Jiangcheng long enough, but there is no other way. My dad arranged a blind date for me and insisted that I go back to Yinjing to meet him. Xiao Chan smiled bitterly. Why do you have to go on a blind date too? Haha, with a family background like his, it's a little unrealistic for him to pursue his own love. Usually, they go through family alliances. But I heard that your blind date is a famous talented woman in Yinjing. Zhang Xiang looked envious. If I were you, I would definitely nod my head. Come on, it will be your turn sooner or later. Li Yongyuan glared at him. Well, I'll make an exception and drink a little today, just to see Yongyuan off. Xiao Chan said, it just so happens that I also have something I want to ask Yongyuan for help with. Xiao Chun, if you have something to say, just tell me. Li Yongyuan looked at Xiao Chan with some confusion. I want you to help me find someone. Xiao Chen's expression was complicated. He is probably between 45 and 50 years old. His name is unknown. I only know that his name is Aching. Are you from Yinjing? Li Yongyuan asked. Yes, he is from Yinjing. Xiao Chen nodded. And he should have had a relationship with Xiaoming's mother. We need to start by investigating the people around her. Xiao Chen knew too little information, and Zhao's mother, that crazy woman, had no intention of telling him the truth. So Xiao Chen tried to pry the truth out of her on the one hand, and at the same time, he also tried to find his relatives. Jiangcheng is not far from Yinjing, and the high-speed rail takes less than 2 hours. The distances on the map are even just a few centimeters. But even with such a short distance, there are tens of millions of people to be screened. The police's DNA sample match yielded no results, so it seemed this approach wasn't feasible. Li Yongyuan's family has a huge network of connections in Yinjing. He should be able to help. Is there any other information? Li Yongyuan asked seriously. Yes, I lost my child 18 years ago. Xiao Chun thought for a moment. Are you looking for your biological father? Zhang Xiang had already seen the clue. Yes. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly. The couple from the Shao family stole me away from my biological mother. Coincidentally, my biological father knew Xiaoming's mother, and they had a special relationship. Right now, I can only confirm that he is from Yinjing. His name is Ah Cheng, and he's lost a child. I don't know anything else. This relationship is a bit complicated. Li Yongyuan pondered and said, okay, if you have any new information, feel free to contact me. I'll go back this afternoon and contact my dad and ask him to ask someone in the police system to check your situation. It's really difficult to deal with you with just the 2 words, Aching, and no identity information or even your name. Okay, I'll try to get more information from the couple. Xiao Chen nodded. Thank you, Yongyuan. Why are you being so polite to me? Li Yongyuan grinned. He opened a bottle of Mao Tai and poured 3 glasses of wine. I'm going back to Yinjing tomorrow. I have to drink this wine well. Xiao Chun, you don't have to take the college entrance examination now. And you are an adult, so it's okay to drink a little. Okay, let's drink a little today, but not too much as I have things to do in the evening. Xiao Chun took the wine. Don't worry, it won't be too much. Li Yongyuan raised his glass. Xiao Chun, this glass is for you. This is to thank you for saving my life. Secondly, thank you for letting me go home in a dignified manner. If it weren't for you, I would definitely lose this bet with my father. Haha, you are too modest. In fact, even without me, you can still win. It just takes some time. Xiao Chen laughed. No, when I was mad at my dad, I felt like I could handle everything even if I left home. Li Yongyuan shook his head. When I really came here to start a business, I realized how difficult it was when I lost the Li family's halo. Although I have had Xiang's help over the years, I have indeed taken a lot of detours. Now I understand that many elders are not afraid of their sons living a life of luxury, but are afraid of them starting a business. Haha, my dad has told me more than once that if you like antiques, you can even empty out a museum, but you must never try to start a business. Zhang Xiang laughed. He felt this deeply. Today's wealthy people are not afraid that their sons will not live up to their expectations. I am afraid that if my son starts his own business and spends his time in eating, drinking, and having fun, it will take him several lifetimes to build up the family business. But if you start a business, this amount of money will never be enough to fill the bottomless pit. Several people laughed and raised their glasses to drink. In his previous life, Xiao Chen had a good alcohol tolerance and would drink as much as he could for social occasions. But I hadn't touched liquor since my rebirth, and after drinking this glass of wine, I felt like my stomach was on fire. By the way, Xiao Chun, how are you going to deal with Xiao Yu and his matter? Zhang Xiang put down his wine glass. Are you really going to sue him? Yes, sue him and put him in jail. Xiao Chun said. It's all the fault of this couple to have gotten to this point. Zhang Xiang shook his head helplessly. I've asked a lawyer, and he should be sentenced to at least 5 years in prison for this. What about Xiaoming's mother? Li Yongyuan asked. I feel like this woman is mentally unstable. She seems to be a very tight string that could break at any time. She put all her thoughts on Xiaoming. The life and death of others has nothing to do with her. Xiao Chan shook his head. She's a very scary person. Besides, her mental state is unstable. Since we have fallen out, I don't mind sending her to a mental hospital. The two of them nodded gently, and they could only sigh at Xiao Chen's experience. Xiao Chen's life has been rough enough to be written into a book. Xiao Chen, where are you? Just at this moment, Xiao Yin called. Her tone was very anxious. Having dinner with friends? What's wrong? Xiao Chen asked. My mother is not in a good mental state. She came to me just now and asked where you are. Xiao Yin calmed down and said, stay away from her. She is very scary when she is sick. Okay, I got it. Thank you for reminding me. Xiao Chen's expression was indifferent. Chapter 187. If you're sick, go get treatment. After hanging up the phone, he thought about it and sent a few messages. Since you've come to me to get mad at me, let's take this opportunity to settle our grudge. What's wrong, Xiao Chun? The two saw that he looked a little tense and asked with concern. It's okay. Keep drinking. Xiao Duo smiled and took the initiative to raise his glass to toast the two of them. After having a good meal and a few drinks, Xiao Chun and his companions went out together. Call a designated driver and don't drive. Li Yongyuan instructed. Okay. Xiao Chun picked up his phone and started calling a designated driver. But at this moment, a man rushed towards Xiao Chun like crazy. It was Zhao's mother. Her eyes were bloodshot and her hair was messy, like a madman. Xiao Chun, give me back Mingming. Give Mingming back to me. She screamed, rushed forward, grabbed a dagger from her bag, and stabbed it fiercely into Xiao Chen's heart. She stabbed at the vital points just to take Xiao Chen's life. The reason why she was so crazy was probably because of Xiaoming. Xiaoming no longer needs her care now. She thinks that all this is caused by Xiao Chun. She is mentally ill. That's why she is so unscrupulous. Xiao Chun, be careful. Li Yongyuan and Zhang Xiang were shocked and wanted to come over to stop him, but it was too late. Zhao's mother rushed over and stabbed Xiao Chun in the chest with a dagger. Xiao Chun reached out and grabbed her wrist, preventing the knife from stabbing further. But she desperately snatched the dagger and stabbed Xiao Chun without thinking. With a swish, Xiao Chen's arm was cut by the dagger, and blood immediately flowed out. It is the noon rush hour, and there are a lot of people on the roadside. In a place like China, it is rare to see people committing knife-wielding crimes in the streets and shedding blood. The scene was in chaos in an instant, with many people shouting in panic and dodging. At this time, Li Yongyuan and Zhang Xiang finally reacted. They rushed over, threw Zhao's mother to the ground, and held her down. Let me go. Xiao Chun, I want your life. I want you to die. Only if you die can you live. I want you to die. Zhao's mother roared hysterically, her eyes revealing strong hatred. Xiao Chun, are you injured? Call the police quickly. Li Yongyuan held Zhao's mother. Zhang Xiang quickly took out his cell phone to call the police. Xiao Chun on this side had a deep cut on his arm and blood was flowing out. He calmly tore off his clothes and temporarily bandaged his arm. In just a few moments, a pool of blood had formed on the ground. Xiao Chun took a deep breath. He felt very weak, and even his vision was a little dark. But it doesn't matter. He just sent a text message to this crazy woman to tell her his location so that she would come to find him. What's going on? I'll call 120. Zhang Xiang rushed over and saw that Xiao Chun didn't look well. It's okay, just take a rest. Xiao Chun shook his head and looked at his mother. She was pressed to the ground, but her eyes were red and veins bulged on her forehead. She stared at Xiao Chun with hatred. He did not hide the hatred in his eyes at all. You came to me today just to stab me? Xiao Chen stared at her and couldn't help but laugh. I want you to die. I want you to die. Zhao's mother had lost her mind. She screamed and roared. It was you who harmed Mingming. It was you who made him run away from home. You feel sorry for your son, right? Xiao Chen smiled. But I tell you, this matter is not over yet. I'll have fun with him after you get in. I can't go to jail because I'm sick. Zhao's mother laughed a little neurotically. She was a little hysterical. I can kill you, and it won't be against the law. Who said I want to send you to jail? Xiao Chen also smiled happily. Being locked up in a mental hospital is much worse than being in jail. Mother Zhao's pupils shrank, and her expression suddenly changed. She seemed to understand what Xiao Chen was going to do. She struggled and screamed, let me go, let me go. But Li Yongyuan and Zhang Zong held her tightly, making her unable to move. The police soon arrived at the scene, along with people from the mental hospital. Seeing the familiar white coat and the words certain psychiatric hospital printed on it, Zhao's mother became extremely excited. She screamed and roared, trying to break free, but she couldn't. Hello, I'm Su Xian's friend, Wang Jiang from Jiangxing 3rd Mental Hospital. A doctor came over in a hurry. Are you Xiao Chen? It's me, Director Wang. I've already sent you her medical records. Xiao Chen pointed at the struggling mother and said, she had an attack today and hurt me with a knife. Wang Jiang looked at Xiao Chen's injuries, then put on the stethoscope and walked to Zhao's mother. Seeing the logo of the mental hospital printed on Wang Jiang's white coat, Zhao's mother screamed in response. She was treated in a psychiatric department for a period of time, and because of the special nature of her condition, she had to undergo electroshock therapy. This method is like killing 1,000 enemies but losing 800 of your own. Although electroshock therapy can effectively relieve mental stress and keep the disease under control, however, it will also leave a huge psychological shadow on the patient. Originally, Zhao's mother's condition was on the verge of collapse, and now seeing the familiar uniform made her psychological defenses completely collapse. Who are you? Asked the police officer. I'm Wang Jiang, a psychiatrist. You can verify my identity. Wang Jiang showed his ID. He pointed at Zhao's mother and said, this patient has stress-induced bipolar disorder and was treated in our hospital before. This is her medical record and discharge record. Wang Jiang showed the relevant documents. Her condition is unstable now, and she needs to continue hospitalization. We need to contact the family before making a decision. The police officer looked at the paperwork. Yes, but this person's condition is very unstable, and he has already hurt someone. Wang Jiang pointed at Xiao Chen and said, if we don't handle it properly, someone will die. The police officer took a look at the injured Xiao Chen and also felt a headache. The thing that police officers fear most is encountering this kind of situation. Therefore, this matter can only be handled in cooperation with the mental hospital. I will contact the family and leave the patient to you first, said the police officer. I'm not sick. Let me go. I'm not sick. Zhao's mother roared. Ms. Qin, you need to be hospitalized. We will take you back to the hospital for evaluation and then contact your family. Wang Jiang waved his hand. A nurse came over and took out a sedative. As Zhao's mother struggled and screamed, the sedative was injected into her body. However, she was now extremely emotional. This sedative didn't even make her fall asleep. Her condition is very serious. Increase the dosage. The doctor's face changed. The nurse quickly increased the dosage and gave another injection. Her body softened and she fell to the ground, and the world finally became quiet. Chapter 188 Competition Between Men. How are your injuries? Do you need to go to the hospital? The police officer asked Xiao Chen. It's okay, it's been bandaged. Let's go to the police station to take a statement. Xiao Chen smiled. Okay, you two, come over here too. The police officer nodded and took Zhang Ziang and Li Yongyuan back to the police station. Brother, are you okay? Inside the police station, Zhou Jun, who had received the news, hurried over. It's okay, Brother Zhou. You just got a minor injury. Xiao Chen smiled. The bandaging is too simple. We should go to the hospital first and then come to the police station. Zhou Jun said helplessly. I have something else to do in the evening. It's okay. Just ask first. Xiao Chen said. Are you really okay? Zhou Jun was a little worried. I can see that you don't look very well. This is what happens when I lose too much blood. It's okay, Brother Zhou. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. The mark on his arm reappeared, and his master had warned him to try not to get hurt. The master did not tell him the specific reason, so he must find out what is going on when he goes to the Taoist temple this time. Okay, hurry up. Zhou Jun ordered a police officer. An hour later, Xiao Chen completed his routine inquiries and saw that it was already the time he had agreed with Song Zian. Xiao Chun, you don't look well. You should go to the hospital. Zhang Ziang and Li Yongyuan were both a little worried. I'm fine. I have an appointment with Song Zian and her friends. I have to go pick her up. Xiao Chun looked at the time, and it was too late to go to the Taoist temple. Look, your steps are so unsteady when you walk. Don't hold on. Come, I'll be your driver. Li Yongyuan took Xiao Chen's keys. That won't work, brother Li. You also drank alcohol at noon. Xiao Chun said, I have a fast metabolism, so the wine I drank at noon is nothing. Stop talking nonsense and get in the car. Li Yongyuan urged. Okay then. Xiao Chun smiled, got in the car, and rushed to Song Zian's house. Xiao Chun, I have called my father about your case, and he went to the police station to check the files. Li Yongyuan said as he drove, but the information you provided was too little, so he didn't find any results. Next, we will expand the scope and gradually investigate from the hospital where you lost your identity and Xiaoming's mother's circle of contacts. Don't worry, my family has a wide network of contacts in Yinjing. We will definitely be able to help you. It's just a matter of time. Thank you, Brother Li. See you in Yinjing later. Xiao Chun said gratefully. Okay, don't be polite with me. What are you going to do with Xiaoming's mother? Li Yongyuan asked. Send her to a mental hospital. Given her condition, she will never be able to leave the hospital. Xiao Chun said. It would be quite easy if we could find a way to pry the information out of her, Li Yongyuan pondered. I will look for her and Xiao Yuan later. Xiao Chun said in a deep voice. As they were talking, the two arrived at the Song family's villa. Song Zian hugged Song's mother and then went out. Today's meeting is very important. After all, some cooperation with the Sun family has to continue. You just let this girl do whatever she wants. On the second floor of the bedroom, Song's father watched Xiao Chen's car go away, and he asked Zhao's mother with a sullen face. That's what the old man meant. Song's mother rolled her eyes at Song's father and said, Do you really look down on Xiao Chen? It's not that I look down on him. This kid is a little smart, but Zian is the apple of my eye. It's too easy for him to get away with it like this. Song's father gnashed his teeth in hatred. Come on, fathers are just jealous. Song's mother exposed him mercilessly. Grandpa said that things with the Sun family should be left to nature. If Zian disagrees, you can't force him. Dad is very optimistic about Xiao Chun. Song's father said helplessly. I believe that the old man's vision will not be wrong. Song's mother smiled lightly. I'm also optimistic about Xiao Chun. Father Xiao rolled his eyes in anger, but there was nothing he could do. When we arrived at the agreed place, we found it was a very stylish restaurant. A young man was waiting for the two of them in a quiet window seat. When he saw Song Zian, he waved happily. Zian here. Xiao Chen, you're there. Let's go. Song Zian took Xiao Chen's arm and pulled him here. Let me introduce you to Sun Yang. Song Zian pointed at him and said, his family is from Yinjing. His grandfather and my grandfather are old friends. This is Xiao Chun, my classmate. Hello, Sun Yang. Please take care of me. A barely perceptible light flashed in Sun Yang's eyes. Although it was very subtle, it was still caught by Xiao Chun. This man is very cunning. This is Xiao Chen's first impression of Sun Yang. Hello, Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, shook hands with Sun Yang, and then they took their seats. Zian, it's been a long time since we last met. You've grown so tall. After sitting down, Sun Yang said with a smile, You've changed a lot. You're more beautiful than before. You went abroad to study for 6 years, and you changed a lot. You won't go abroad again when you come back this time, right? Song Zian asked with a smile. I don't go abroad anymore. I help my family run the family business. I recently started a new project focusing on AI, artificial intelligence. Sun Yang smiled. That's great. Song Zian smiled and chatted idly. Is this your classmate? Sun Yang glanced at Xiao Chun casually, and Xiao Chun clearly felt the hostility in his eyes. Yes, Zian and I are classmates. Xiao Chun nodded with a smile. Zian and I have known each other since childhood. Our two families have cooperated a lot and have a good relationship. We used to vacation together every year during the holidays. Sun Yang said with a smile. He was sending a signal to Xiao Chun that he and Song Zian were childhood sweethearts, and that they had a very good relationship and similar family backgrounds. As for the rest, you can use your imagination. Good man, he comes with bad intentions. I haven't heard Zian mention it before. Xiao Chun put down the cup with a smile. Oh, by the way, Zian is facing the college entrance examination. I will go to her house to tutor her when I have time recently. Sun Yang's movements froze slightly. He couldn't help but look at Xiao Chun a little longer and couldn't help but smile. Okay, he is an opponent. The signal Xiao Qin sent out is that Song Zian and I have a very good relationship, the kind that we have met each other's parents. As for the rest, you can imagine it yourself. But Sun Yang was no pushover. He smiled and poured a glass of water. I studied abroad for a few years at Harvard Business School, majoring in management. I got a master's degree. I came back this time to help with the family business. Oh, you haven't taken the college entrance examination yet, right? No, I don't need to take the college entrance examination. Xiao Qin nodded. Beijing University has already admitted me in advance. Invisible pretense is the most deadly. Sun Yang's movements froze again. When he looked up at Xiao Chun, there was less contempt in his eyes. He could feel that Xiao Chun was a tough opponent. Zian, your classmate is quite interesting, Sun Yang said with a smile. We should communicate more in the future. Of course. Xiao Chun nodded. The smell of gunpowder between men can be smelled from a distance. Song Zian smiled bitterly. Sun Yang, let's order some food. Okay, I've ordered a few of your favorite dishes. See if you have anything to add. Sun Yang nodded with a smile and handed over the menu. He looked at Xiao Chun and said, Peking University is pretty good, one of the best universities in the country. But the current employment environment is not very good, but it doesn't matter. You are Zian's friend, and we are family. The Sun Group is a large company in Yanjing, with more than 200 businesses under its name. If you're interested, you can come to our company and take a look. Chapter 189 Gains and losses are determined by fate. Thank you, but I don't need it for the time being. I started my own business and now have a star capital. Although it has only been established for 3 months, its net profit in 1 quarter has exceeded 100 million. Xiao Chan smiled as he spoke. Of course, compared to the Sun Group, it's nothing, but it should be better than working for others. The smile on Sun Yang's face became awkward again, and he began to examine Xiao Chen seriously. Not bad. You started your own business in high school and beat all your peers. It's all luck, Xiao Chen said modestly. Sun Yang couldn't hold it in any longer, so he picked up a glass of water and took a sip to disguise his emotion. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting awkward, Song Zian took the menu and said, Xiao Chun, this is the dish you like. I ordered it for you. Okay, thank you. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. You like this one too, come on. Okay. Song Zian answered softly. The two of them took the menu and ordered food, and Sun Yang became an outsider. Sun Yang felt very depressed during the meal and left with an excuse after the meal. But he also remembered Xiao Chun and decided to check Xiao Chen's background after returning. After sending Song Zian home, Xiao Chun went to the Taoist temple overnight. The master was sitting at the entrance of the Taoist temple, reading a copy of the Tao Te Ching by the light of a lamp. Are you here? Seeing Xiao Chun, the master slowly raised his head and smiled. Master, that mark appears again. Xiao Chun rolled up his sleeves, revealing the bloody mark on his arm. This mark appears every time after blood loss, as if it is a curse. The master stared at Xiao Chen's arm, then took out a bowl of water. Like last time, he slowly drew a few strokes in the air and finally picked up some water and sprinkled it on Xiao Chen's arm. The color of the mark suddenly faded, and Xiao Chun felt his body relax, and he felt much better than before. Too careless. The master shook his head slowly. This was an accident. If he wasn't injured, there would be no way to prove that the man was mentally ill. Xiao Chen smiled. The master nodded gently. It's fate, it's destiny. Her obsession is too strong, and it will eventually hurt others and herself. Since she's in a mental hospital, let her stay there. I will find a way to let her stay there forever, but my life experience. Xiao Chen's expression was complicated. If it is destined, it will happen. If it is not destined, don't force it. The master said leisurely, no matter how good a person is at calculating and planning in this life, he will never be able to beat the arrangement of fate. Gains and losses are determined by fate. Do you understand? I understand, master. Just let everything go with the flow. Xiao Chen nodded. Then he raised his arm, looked at the mark that had faded, and said in confusion, But master, what is going on with this mark on my arm? And it appears every time I get injured and lose blood. Every time it appears, I feel like I'm seriously ill. What on earth is this? You can think of it as a curse. It is already part of your destiny. It is not easy to completely remove it. The master said gently, If you want to get rid of it, no one else can help you. You can only rely on yourself. I understand. Xiao Chen nodded gently. He looked at the mark on his arm, and his expression became firm. After Xiao Chen left, the Taoist priest slowly stood up. He looked up at the night sky and saw the bright stars and the cool moon in the clear night sky. Are you finally going to show up? The Taoist priest muttered to himself. The next day, in a mental hospital. Xiao Yan and Shao Qian met with the attending physician and then silently paid the relevant fees. Can, can I see her? Xiao Qian asked. Okay. Wang Jiang nodded. But her emotions are very unstable right now, and she may not know you. I just need to look at her. Xiao Qian couldn't help shedding tears. Xiao Yan stood up and walked out without saying a word. Sister, where are you going? Don't you want to see Mom? Xiao Qian was surprised and stopped Xiao Yan. I don't want to see her. Xiao Yan shook her head. Why? Xiao Qian was a little angry. Why are you as cold and indifferent as Xiao Chun? When did you become like this? Xiao Qian. Xiao Yan turned around and looked at her. You have no idea what happened to Xiao Chun, let alone what our mother did for her biological son. Her son's life is life. For her son, she can sacrifice everyone around her. Xiao Yan's tone was a little excited, and even her hands were shaking slightly. There are some things you don't know, but I saw them. I also know part of the truth, so I can't forgive her. Sister, what are you talking about? Can you explain it more clearly? Xiao Qian was a little confused. Xiao Yan turned her head and wiped away the tears from her eyes. You go in and see her. This is all I can do. I'll wait for you outside. After she finished speaking, she turned and left. Xiao Qian had no choice but to go see Zhao's mother alone. Through the glass of a treatment room, she saw Zhao's mother. I saw that her hands and feet were tied to the bed, and there were many electric current tubes attached to her body. This is electric current therapy. Because she was too emotional, the tranquilizer didn't work very well. Wang Jiang explained, so we can only control her hands and feet. 2 of our care workers have been bitten by her. I'm afraid her condition won't be under control for a while. Mom, Xiao Qian couldn't stop crying through the glass. Zhao's mother in the room couldn't hear her voice at all. She just struggled and roared silently, looking like a wild beast. She could not understand why her mother, who was usually gentle and polite, had become like this. Dr. Wang, what is the cause of my mother's illness? Is there any possibility of her recovery? Xiao Qian covered her mouth, tears falling from her eyes. It's because of her emotions. She lost a child before and has a history of illness. This shock is very big for her. Wang Jiang said helplessly. Her condition is currently progressing very rapidly. She is even showing signs of splitting into a new personality. I can't guarantee a complete recovery. I can only try my best to relieve her emotions. Wang Jiang said, but you have to be mentally prepared. This may be a very long process. Xiao Qian's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. She nodded with tears in her eyes. Can I go in and talk to her? She asked after a moment's hesitation. She doesn't recognize you at all now. Wang Jiang shook his head helplessly. And it will be even more sad if you see her up close, so I suggest you don't go in. Xiao Qian nodded, looked through the glass for a long time, and then left. And Zhao's mother in the ward was almost exhausted because she had been struggling for too long. Plus, the sedative took effect, so she fell into a deep sleep. Seeing that she was fine for the time being, Wang Jiang ordered her hands and feet to be untied and to report any situation in time. In the evening, Zhao's mother was in a half-asleep state. But at least she wasn't as crazy as before. A nurse gave her a nutrient solution, made a record, and pushed the cart away. However, at this moment, a mysterious woman slowly walked in. Chapter 190, It's Better for You to Be Crazy. The woman was wearing a black robe. Her attire was also very special. The black robe and hat covered most of her face. She didn't walk fast, and every step she took made a soundless impact on the floor. Her body was as light as duckweed, and she could only go with the waves. She walked straight to the psychiatric ward. People are not allowed to enter or leave this place. However, the moment the woman stepped in, the security guard on duty at the place yawned. At the moment he yawned, the woman happened to walk past him. The nurses passing by were all busy with their own things, as if they didn't see her at all. She walked straight into the ward. As the door of the ward slowly opened, Zhao's mother, who was drowsy on the bed, suddenly opened her eyes. She sat up mechanically, staring at the door, her breathing becoming rapid. And this mysterious woman took off the hat that covered most of her face, revealing her true face. She looks 30% similar to Zhao's mother. They're sisters. Judging from her age, she should be Zhao's mother's elder sister. Save Xiaoming, save him. Zhao's mother struggled to get up from the bed, then fell to the ground with a thud. Exhausted by the mental and physical torture, she struggled and crawled to the mysterious woman, hugging her legs. She looked at the mysterious woman with a pleading look. You said that as long as the mark on Mingming's body appears, everything will be good. But why is this happening? Why? I told you that at that time. The mysterious woman's tone was cold, without any emotion. He should have died like your other child. The forbidden method may allow him to survive, but it will deprive your entire family of all good fortune. That's the price. But why is Xiao Qin okay? He is the one pulling the strings. Shouldn't all the misfortunes be on Xiao Qin's shoulders? Zhao's mother was unwilling to accept. Xiao Qin was born to be rich and noble, so the forbidden technique has limited impact on him. The woman answered slowly. However, the forbidden technique has been established and cannot be changed. Therefore, as long as Xiaoming is alive, he will madly deprive everyone of everything until the fate of the bloodline of Zhao's closest relatives dries up. As she spoke, she leaned over and looked at Zhao's mother with cold eyes. This is just the beginning. Maybe in the end, you will all die. Mother Shao collapsed on the ground, her expression shocked, and she was breathing heavily. Is it worth risking your entire family's lives for your son? The woman looked at her with pity. It's worth it. Everything is worth it. Zhao's mother's eyes gradually became calm. As long as we are alive, it's worth it no matter how many people die. And wasn't the reason you practiced forbidden techniques because of that man? Unfortunately, you didn't succeed. The mysterious woman's expression became complicated. She murmured, but I regret it. If I hadn't found this book in my father's study, if I had accepted the reality calmly, how good would that be? Sister, please, I beg you. Zhao's mother suddenly grabbed the mysterious woman's hand tightly. Help me take care of Xiaoming. He has no relatives. He's your nephew. Can you help me take care of him? Sister. The mysterious woman stroked Zhao's mother's head, and her expression became feminine. Is it really worth it to destroy the fate of so many people for the sake of a son? It's worth it. He is my flesh and blood. No matter what I do for him, it's worth it. Zhao's mother's voice was a little hoarse. Well, I will take care of him for you, and I found that he is very talented. The mysterious woman smiled lightly. I, Qin Yoshin, must have a successor. Don't worry. Thank you, thank you. Zhao's mother murmured to herself, as if she had let go of something important. It's better for you to stay crazy. It's too tiring to live like this. It's really too tiring. Qin Yoshin shook his head slowly, then turned and left. Zhao's mother slumped on the ground, her face ashen. She said that it would be better if we were deprived of our lives. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she slowly stood up and walked out of the ward. The door of the ward was originally locked, but it was open after Qin Yoshin left. A nurse was changing dressings for a patient, with a trolley at the door. Zhao's mother quickly took a pair of scissors, thought for a moment, and then picked up the nurse's mobile phone on the trolley. She returned to the room, then gently closed the door and locked it. After locking the door of the ward, her expression relaxed. She picked up her cell phone and called Xiaoming. Who is this? Xiaoming answered the phone. Ming, it's me. I'm your mother. Zhao's mother's tone was unusually gentle when she spoke to Xiaoming. She was completely different from the person she was when she was sick and crazy before. She came from good family. Her parents were university teachers when they were alive, and her father was a master of Chinese studies. So her self-control was relatively good before she went crazy. Why are you calling again? Xiaoming's tone was a little impatient. I already said, I'm not going home. I'll be going to Yinjing to study soon. Sister Xiang has arranged everything for me. Be good. Mom just wants to talk to you. Zhao's mother slowed down her tone and said, I will be relieved if you can find your life goal. Perhaps thinking of the love Zhao's mother had for him in the past, Xiaoming was silent for a moment. Don't worry about me. I will take good care of myself, and I will come back to see you. Good. My Mingming is finally grown up. Zhao's mother was very happy. She said dotingly, Mingming, you are the best. Mom, I'm really happy for you. I won't let you down either. Xiaoming said, I relied on you before, but from now on, I will rely on myself. That's great. You are my pride. I will always love you. Zhao's mother's tone was still gentle, but tears fell from her eyes. Okay, I have to pack my things. I will leave Yinjing in a few days. I will call you back when I get there. Don't worry about me. Xiaoming said, Well, I won't bother you anymore. Mingming, can you call me mom again? On the other end of the phone, Xiaoming felt a little strange. He wanted to get rid of Zhao's mother because her love for him made him feel suffocated. But thinking that he was leaving, he said, Goodbye, Mom. Okay, goodbye. Zhao's mother took a deep breath and hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, she leaned against the bedside and hummed softly. Little sun, hang high in the sky. Your enthusiasm is like fire and warms my heart. Little saplings, bloom happily. You are great, Mr. Sun. Little grass, smile happily. Thank the sun for sending you energy. The nursery rhyme she hummed while holding Xiaoming in her arms appeared in front of her eyes when Xiaoming was young. As she hummed, she raised the scissors in her hand and slashed at her wrist without hesitation. Chapter 191. Zhao's mother is destined to be tragedy. Blood flowed down her wrist. She leaned on the bed, covered her wrist with the quilt, and slowly closed her eyes. A full hour later, someone on patrol sensed something was wrong, and when he pushed the door of the ward, he found it was locked. I called the person inside through the intercom, but no one responded. People from the security department rushed in and broke the door open, and a group of doctors rushed in. When the quilt was lifted, I saw that the white bed was stained red with blood, and In Hong's blood even dripped onto the ground along the quilt. Send him to the emergency room quickly and notify his family. Wang Jiang turned around and shouted, "Suicide." When Shao Chun heard the news, his brows slightly furrowed. Yes. Xiaoyan's hands couldn't help but tremble. She said softly, "After the doctor's rescue, his life is still in danger." Shao Chun, I don't know what to do. Xiaoyan lowered her head, her tears falling silently. Even if he knew part of the truth, even if he knew that his mother's focus was on Xiaoming, even for Xiaoming, the mother was willing to let other people die, but when she heard the news of the other party's suicide, she was still a little at a loss. She is your biological mother. You can do whatever you want, don't worry about my feelings. Shao Chun said calmly. If a person knows that his loved one committed suicide, his life is hanging by a thread. But you don't feel sad at all. That's what true cold-bloodedness means. No, that's not the case. Xiaoyan burst into tears and shook her head gently. She gave all her love to Xiaoming. For Xiaoming, she can even let others die. Shao Chun, I really don't know why she would do this. Shao Chun looked at Xiaoyan in surprise and blurted out, "What on earth do you know?" Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment before she said, "I don't know anything, but I can see that her love for Xiaoming is almost pathological. This won't work, and no one knows why she committed suicide, but I think it must have been for Xiaoming." Shao Chun remained silent for a long time before he spoke. "Maybe, but it doesn't matter. How is she now?" "She saved her life, but she's still in danger." Xiaoyan sobbed. "I don't know what to do." "Xiaoyan, do you believe me?" Shao Chun looked up at her. "Believe it." Xiaoyan nodded gently. "If you believe me, then stay away from her." Shao Chun said this and turned away. He wanted to meet Xiao Yuanhe, but this approach of trying to pry useful information out of Zhao's mother was probably not feasible. Now we can only start from Xiao Yuanhe. Looking at Shao Chen's departing back, Xiaoyan opened her mouth weakly. She hesitated for a moment, then got in the car and headed towards Qingyo Temple. There are crowds of pilgrims in Qingyo Temple. The Taoist priest was holding a mobile phone, watching TV series while perfunctorily answering questions for pilgrims who came to burn incense. Lin Fong was behind a traditional Chinese medicine table, providing free medical treatment to patients. "Master, this old man has been coughing for 3 months, and the medicine I prescribed for him last time didn't work well. Can you take a look?" Lin Fong asked after examining an old man. "How did you argue last time?" The Taoist raised his eyelids. "Dryness evil attacks the lungs, and this time is the same." Lin Fong said, "It is warm dryness. I used Songqing decoction with some modifications, but the effect was not good. Change to chrysanthemum tea. Use 2 chrysanthemums to make a large bowl. Make 9 bowls a day for a week," said the Taoist priest. "Is this possible?" Lin Fong was stunned. This was totally irrelevant. "Do as I say." The Taoist priest knocked on the table. "Okay." Lin Fong had no choice but to prescribe medicine and add doctor's instructions. Seeing the old man gone, he leaned over and asked, "Master, why do you prescribe chrysanthemum tea, and you drink 9 bowls of it every day? How can you still have the mind to eat after drinking so much water?" "This old man has phlegm fever because he drank too much." The Taoist priest explained, "No matter how many medicines he takes, it will be useless if he can't control his mouth. 9 bowls of tea a day, so that he has no stomach to drink, his illness will naturally be cured." Okay, I understand. Lin Fong suddenly realized. In traditional Chinese medicine, diagnosis and treatment cannot be based on medication alone. Both symptomatic treatment and root cause treatment must be considered. The Taoist priest yawned. "Okay." Lin Fong nodded humbly. He learned his lesson this time. "Dr. Lin." Just at this moment, a very beautiful girl came over after burning incense and stretched out her wrist. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Fong took his pulse. The girl hesitated. "Don't be afraid to see a doctor." "Tell the doctor the truth," said Lin Fong. "I have body odor, especially in the summer when I sweat. The smell is very strong and no amount of perfume can cover it up. The girl said somewhat embarrassedly. This is indeed an embarrassing disease. Lin Fong withdrew his hand, frowned, and turned his head. Master, I can't do anything about this. It's simple. The Taoist priest stretched lazily. Have you seen the divine Dr. Xylale? It says that you should take 5 large spiders, wrap them in yellow mud, burn them until cooked, take them out, mash them, mix them with sesame oil, and apply it on the skin. Taoist priest, is this really possible? The girl was dumbfounded. It works, I promise. If it doesn't work, he will be your boyfriend. The Taoist pointed at Lin Fong. Master, you can't match people up randomly. Lin Fong shouted in panic. Okay, I'll try. The girl glanced at Lin Fong, who seemed quite handsome, and left shyly. The Taoist priest stood up with a smile. Since you are learning from me, you must obey my orders. Lin Fong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just at this moment, Xiaoyin walked in. Hey, aren't you Xiao Chen's sister? Lin Fong was stunned. Go teach the children. The Taoist priest waved at Lin Fong. Oh, okay. Lin Fong stood up, glanced at Xiaoyin, then walked to the backyard to teach the children. Master, Xiaoyin bowed gently to the Taoist priest. Are you here? The Taoist priest smiled. Xiaoyin had come to see him more than once. Master, my mother is trying to commit suicide. I don't know what to do. Xiaoyin was in a state of confusion. Ever since she sought help from Xiao Chen's master, she felt much more open-minded. The moments of memory that came to her mind still made her unable to figure out the truth. The reason you came here to find me is to seek the truth, right? The Taoist priest lit a few incense sticks. Yes, I want to know the truth. I know the ending. I know that the reason why Xiao Chan stayed away from his family was because he devoted himself to his family. But in the end, he was stabbed in the back by his family. Xiaoyin looked up at the Taoist priest. I also know that our whole family was buried in the sea of fire, and the person who burned us to death was Xiaoming. But I don't understand why this happened. I want to know all the causes and consequences. Xiaoming was born with a destiny of death. He should have died shortly after birth, just like your deceased brother. Chapter 192, you have to understand it yourself. The Taoist priest inserted the incense into the incense burner and said leisurely, It is only because of the forbidden magic in the world that he could defy fate and live in this world. But fate is fate. If you dare to fool fate, fate will dare to fool you. So all 9 numbers in Xiaoming's fate changed, affecting his relatives. Master, can you explain it more clearly? I don't quite understand. Xiaoyin frowned. The secret of heaven cannot be revealed. This is all I can say. The rest depends on you to figure out. The Taoist priest shook his head gently. And since you have already seen part of the ending, you should know how to change it. The only one who can completely change the ending is Xiao Chun. I understand. Xiaoyin nodded thoughtfully. Thank you, Taoist priest. After bowing deeply to the Taoist priest, Xiaoyin left. Master, at this moment, Lin Fong poked his head out. What happened to Xiaoming's sister? Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. The Taoist priest waved his hand. But I'm a doctor and have the obligation to cure people's illnesses and solve their problems. Lin Fong said unwillingly. You are a doctor. You can only treat illnesses. She is just a little confused. The Taoist priest shook his head. So don't get involved. That's right. Doctors can cure physical illnesses, but they can also give guidance to confused people. Lin Fong slapped his thigh. I'll go see her off and visit Xiao Chan while I'm at it. I can also give her some pointers on the way. You're hitting the abacus beads so hard that they're almost breaking the faces of the 3 pure ones. The master glanced at him and left in a huff. Lin Fong smiled embarrassedly and quickly chased after him. Xiao, Sister Xiao Chun? Lin Fong didn't know her name. He just knew she was Sister Xiao Chun. But it was also the first time he saw her. Are you calling me? Who are you? Xiaoyin turned around in surprise and looked Lin Fong up and down. Hello, I'm Xiao Chen's friend. My name is Lin Fong. Lin Fong scratched his head a little nervously. Well, can I take you home? Thank you, but it's thanks. Xiaoyin shook her head gently. My master asked me to send you back. Lin Fong lied without blushing or breathing heavily. Really? Xiaoyin was slightly stunned, then nodded in agreement. She believed that as long as it was arranged by the Taoist priest, there must be a reason for it. Come on, get in the car, I'll drive. Lin Fong was overjoyed. He took her keys, opened the door for her, and then sat in the driver's seat. Are you Xiao Chen's friend? In the car, Xiaoyin looked at Lin Fong curiously. Yes, I'm Xiao Chen's friend. Lin Fong nodded. I'm a Chinese medicine practitioner. Such a young Chinese medicine practitioner? Xiaoyan was a little surprised. Don't they look alike? Lin Fong asked with a smile. In my impression, Chinese medicine practitioners are generally white-haired old men. You are indeed a little young. Xiaoyan nodded. Ah, that's a misunderstanding of Chinese medicine. Lin Fong laughed. Many people say that the older a Chinese medicine practitioner is, the more experience he has, but that's not entirely true. Why? Xiaoyan asked curiously. Because Chinese medicine actually depends on talent. Lin Fong said seriously. For Chinese medicine practitioners with good talent, age is not important. If one has poor talent, even if one's hair and beard are gray, his level is still not good enough. So that's how it is. Xiaoyan suddenly realized. And there is also a misunderstanding that Chinese medicine takes a long time to take effect, which is actually not true, said Lin Fong. Isn't it? Xiaoyan glanced at Lin Fong. Not really. If Chinese medicine diagnoses and treats the right symptoms, you will see results in 3 to 5 days. If it is not the right treatment, it will be the same no matter how many medicines you take. So that's how it is. There is such a saying. Xiaoyan thought thoughtfully. Yes, your name is Xiaoyan, right? Lin Fong drove the car and did not forget to flirt. You have a very kind face. People like you are more blessed. You can also tell fortunes? Xiaoyan rolled her eyes. Yes, I learned it from my master. In fact, ancient Chinese medicine practitioners all knew a little bit about metaphysics. Lin Fong said seriously, the so-called medicine and Taoism are inseparable. Your method of picking up girls is not very clever. Xiaoyan shook her head. Lin Fong rolled his eyes, feeling a little embarrassed. He had never thought about how to pick up girls before. This was his first time. He has always been interested in studying medicine, and now he's a little regretful why he didn't learn from his friends how to chat with girls. Seeing his embarrassed look, Xiaoyan burst out laughing. My originally depressed mood seemed to be somewhat relieved at this moment. She turned her head to look at Lin Fong and asked curiously, Are you and Xiao Chen on good terms? How did you two meet? It's a long story. We met at an auction. Seeing Xiaoyan taking the initiative to speak, Lin Fong's spirits lifted and he began to talk endlessly about topics. It was only half an hour's journey and we arrived quickly. Are you there yet? Lin Fong looked at the navigation and saw that he had reached his destination. He felt a little regretful that time had passed too quickly. We're here. Xiaoyan nodded. Thank you for taking me home. Please park the car here. I want to go back. Okay. Lin Fong nodded and got out of the car helplessly. Xiaoyan locked the car and didn't rush back. She took back the key and looked at Lin Fong, as if she was waiting for something. Lin Fong was a little at a loss. Did he forget to return something to her? Don't you plan to add me on WeChat? Xiaoyan felt that Lin Fong was quite interesting. Oh, add me, add WeChat. Lin Fong quickly took out his mobile phone. After scanning WeChat and adding each other, Xiaoyan raised her phone and said, Thank you for sending me home. I'll buy you coffee some other day. Okay, I'll wait for you. Lin Fong was delighted and waved to her. He didn't look away until Xiaoyan's figure disappeared. Xiao Chun met his father again. There were not many times left for them to meet before the lawsuit, so Xiao Chun wanted to make one last effort. Your wife has gone crazy and attempted suicide. She is currently in the intensive care unit and is still in danger of death. Xiao Chun said straight to the point. Father Zhao's back is a little hunched, and he is not having an easy time in the detention center these days. He was aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. After hearing Xiao Chen's words, he slowly raised his head with a hint of fatigue in his eyes. Did you push her to this point? Xiao Yuan asked. I didn't force her. Xiao Chan spread his hands and said, She thought I was the reason why Xiaoming left home, so she stabbed me with a knife. And her illness relapsed. According to the regulations, she must stay in a mental hospital. As for what kind of stimulation she received in the hospital, I don't know. Don't talk so nonchalantly. If it weren't for you, she wouldn't have come to this point today. Father Zhao's tone was a little fierce. He stared at Xiao Chun with gnashing teeth. It's you who caused my family to be ruined. It's you. Chapter 193 Xiao Yuanhe. Are you sure you don't want to tell the truth? Let me be clear about one thing. You were the one who took me away from my parents and separated us from each other. Everything I have done so far is just to collect a little interest. Xiao Chun stared at Xiao Yuanhe. I think you don't want to go to jail, right? I've already inquired about your situation. You should be sentenced to 3 to 5 years. If I make some arrangements, the sentence might be longer, 5 years. How many 5-year periods do you have left in your life? What do you want to say? Father Zhao's face was ashen, and he stared at Xiao Chun with squinted eyes. Tell me the information of my biological parents. Xiao Chun laid his cards on the table. I've said everything I need to say. Father Xiao shook his head. I really don't know your parents' information, so I can't help you. Xiao Yuanhe, do you think that if I didn't have the substance, I would come and talk nonsense to you? Xiao Chun sneered. Xiao Yuanhe was silent for a moment. After a moment, he looked up at Xiao Chun and said in a hoarse voice, "What do you want? Tell me who they are." Xiao Chun stared at Xiao Yuanhe. "I don't know." Xiao Yuanhe smiled sadly. "I just picked you up from the roadside on a whim. I don't know who your biological parents are." "Really? Then who is the Aching your wife mentioned?" Xiao Chun sneered. "What did you say?" Xiao Yuanhe's face suddenly changed. "I am Ah Cheng's son. This person knows her, and you must know him too." Xiao Chun stared at Xiao Yuanhe. "So, who is he? Who told you this?" Xiao Yuanhe's expression gradually turned ugly. He even clenched his fists involuntarily, and veins on the back of his hands bulged. It can be seen that he hates Ah Cheng to the core, and even when his name is mentioned, he has the urge to go berserk. Your wife said that this person has a special relationship with her, right? There must be a past between you two. As for what the past is, I don't care. I only care about who he is. Xiao Chen clenched his fists tightly. He looked up at Xiao Yuanhe with a tense expression. "Aching." Xiao Yuanhe sighed deeply, and his eyes became deep. "Do you know him?" Xiao Chun asked, staring at him closely. "Haha, of course we know each other." Xiao Yuanhe smiled. "And we are more than acquaintances, we are also friends." After so many years, she still can't forget him. No matter how good I am to her, I can never compare to him. When he said this, Xiao Yuanhe clenched his fists tightly, and it was obvious that he was very angry. Even though he had been married to Zhao's mother for nearly 20 years, and even though she had given birth to 3 children for him, but deep in her heart, she is always the one she loves but cannot have. Even if he never looked at her straight in the eye from beginning to end, even if she kept saying that she hated him, but as long as that man looked back, she would fall for him. "Can you tell me about it?" Xiao Chen looked at Xiao Yuanhe. He didn't ask directly because he was worried that Xiao Chenhe wouldn't tell him. So I could only ask him for more information about my father. "No." Xiao Yuanhe saw through Xiao Chen's thoughts. He smiled a little sickly. "Xiao Chun, you are a smart person. You know I'm not going to tell you anything about your biological parents. So you try to get information about him out of me. You really thought I didn't know. It's really meaningless if you do this." Xiao Chun sighed helplessly. Xiao Yuanhe was not stupid, but his intentions were too obvious after all, and he missed a good opportunity. "I won't tell." Xiao Yuanhe shook his head. "I swore in front of Xiaoming's mother. No matter what happens, I will not tell you anything about your biological father." "Why?" Xiao Chun was a little angry and confused. "Because I promised her. When I took you away, I didn't know you were his son." Xiao Yuanhe said, "But later on, your identity was accidentally discovered, and your mother also hated Ah Cheng's son deeply. So things just went wrong." "Okay." Xiao Chen nodded heavily. He stood up and turned to leave. "In fact, there is no point in asking them about your news." Xiao Yuanhe stopped Xiao Chen. "Maybe they have a new child now, or maybe they have forgotten about you a long time ago. After all, you haven't been with them since you were a child. How much affection can you expect from them? That's my business. I just confirm their news and then take a look at them secretly." Xiao Chen's eyes were slightly red. "If they are happy, then I will never disturb them. If they have not given up looking for me, then I will return to them." It is said that Xiaoming's mother is very obsessed, but your obsession is even stronger than hers. Xiao Yuanhe laughed. Xiao Chen said nothing. Yes, how could he not have obsession? Having lived 2 lives, the family members that I tried my best to please in the previous life finally abandoned me. The pain of a knife cutting your body is far less painful than the indifference of your family. He never understood until his death why there were such parents in the world and why they were so cruel to their own children. God gave him another chance and let him learn the truth. He was still relieved. At least he knew that Zhao's father and mother actually hated him, and they're not his biological parents. He has lived 2 lives without receiving any love. Even though he has become much more indifferent to them, he still longs for family affection. If just one look at them could make him give up completely, that would be great. People live in this world only for their beliefs. Xiao Chen slowly raised his head, his eyes revealing an unprecedented determination. If there is no faith, what is the meaning of life? It's not fair to me that I have to go through so much trouble to get what others are born with. So I have to find them, even if it's just to see them. Okay, you are exactly the same as your father." Xiao Yuanhe nodded continuously. He smiled and said, "Xiao Chun, you will never find them, forever. Instead of caring about me here, you might as well care about your son Xiaoming." Xiao Chun sneered. "What did you do to him?" Xiao Yuanhe's face changed drastically. "I didn't do anything to him. I just pushed him to the point of desperation. But your son is born with the potential to be a gigolo. Xiao Chan said leisurely. Look, he found a rich woman, and now she wants to send him to study at the Yanjing Film and Television Art Academy. And they promised him that they would support him and set up a film and television company for him. Who? I feel relieved that someone supports him. Xiao Yuanhe was surprised and happy. You've heard of this person, too. She's from Jiangcheng, and her name is Xiang Jiaojiao. Xiao Chen smiled and said, maybe this woman will be your daughter-in-law in the future. Xiang Jiaojiao, is it her? No, it's impossible. Xiao Yuanhe was stunned. Xiang Jiaojiao is only 7 or 8 years younger than Xiaoming's mother. Xiaoming has actually found a mother for himself. Chapter 194, Xiao Yuanhe's Fury. What else? Xiao Chen laughed. I actually admire Xiaoming very much. This guy is really willing to risk everything to survive. And he was born with a face that looks like a gigolo. Wow, that's amazing. It's really amazing. Xiaoming put his hands on the table, but he couldn't suppress a smile on his face. Xiao Chun, it's you who pushed Mingming to this point. It's you. Xiao Yuanhe's eyes were full of bloodshot. I'm not done with you. I swear. I'll be waiting, but before that, you have to finish your jail time. We'll see you in court. Xiao Chun put his hands on the table and said this condescendingly. Pressing his hands heavily on the table, Xiao Chun turned and left. Xiao Yuanhe clenched his fists tightly, his eyes were red, and he stared at Xiao Chen's back. He was on the verge of going berserk. A prison guard came over and took him back to the holding cell. He suddenly grabbed the door with both hands and shouted, Lawyer, I want to see my lawyer. In the evening, in a Western restaurant, Xiao Qian met a man with a briefcase. The man's name is Lihao, and he is a lawyer. So, my dad will have to serve at least a 5-year sentence, right? Xiao Qian's expression was a little bitter. The chances of winning the case are slim. After all, the crime of kidnapping a baby is never a small one, and they're vindictive in nature. Lihao adjusted his glasses. A strange light flashed behind the gold-rimmed glasses, making him look quite sophisticated. Is there no other way? Xiao Qian wiped her tears. If your father cooperates and tells Xiao Qian's biological parents, and he signs a letter of forgiveness, he may get a lighter sentence. Lihao poured a glass of red wine. He held the goblet and shook it gently in his hand. Can I meet my dad and try to persuade him? Xiao Qian asked. It's useless. I've met your father several times, and I know him well. He's a very stubborn person. Lihao shook his head. He won't say what he has decided. Besides, there must be other hidden secrets here, so it's useless for you to meet him. What should I do? Xiao Qian covered her face and cried helplessly. It's not like there are no other ways. Lihao smiled. Really? Xiao Qian was surprised and happy. What else do you have? Public opinion. Lihao spat out 2 words. What public opinion? Xiao Qian asked in confusion. Xiao Qian grew up in your family. Your parents are also his parents. Even now, he is still Xiao Yuanhe's son in name. Lihao put down the goblet in his hand. My son is suing me, and he's trying to kill me. This is a hot topic in society. My friend runs a self-media business. I can use his resources to hype up this matter. Make Xiao Qian look like an ungrateful person who lived a carefree life in the Shao family for 18 years, but then stab his adoptive parents in the back. In order to return to his rich biological parents, he sent his adoptive father to prison and falsely accused him of being a human trafficker. His gentle and kind adoptive mother became mentally ill because she couldn't bear the stimulation and once committed suicide in the hospital. Xiao Qian was completely dumbfounded. She looked at Lihao in shock, but the truth is not like this, Xiao Chun. No one cares about the facts. Lihao interrupted Xiao Qian. They only care about hot topics and whether online violence can help them vent their emotions. If that's the case, will my dad be okay? Xiao Qian calmed herself down. He will still be sentenced, but influenced by public opinion, they will make concessions and give a lighter sentence, or even a suspended sentence. Lihao smiled and said, You have to trust my expertise. As long as public opinion is the background, I can make your father receive the lightest punishment. But this isn't immoral. Xiao Qian bit her lip lightly. Morality or your father going to jail? It's your choice. Lihao leaned back slowly. Looking at Xiao Qian's hesitant and struggling expression, he smiled and said, I'm a lawyer. Maybe some people think that lawyers should uphold justice. But lawyers who seek justice either become impoverished or face a miserable end. What I want to do is to maximize the benefits. As long as it is beneficial to you, it doesn't matter whether it is moral or not. Xiao Qian struggled for a long time and finally nodded gently. Okay, then what do you need me to pay? Pay. Lihao looked at Shao Qian in surprise. I can only pay for your lawyer's fees, but if I want to use your connections, I will have to pay extra. I can't afford it. Shao Qian calmed down and said, You won't help me for nothing, so what do I need to pay? Good, good. Lihao clapped his hands gently. You are growing up very fast. You know that there is no free lunch in the world. My family has become like this. If I remain the same as before, I would be a complete failure. Shao Qian sniffed, her eyes slightly red. Only changes can make people grow quickly. Be my girlfriend, it's that simple. Lihao was simple and direct. Is this a deal? Shao Qian was angry. No, I'm pursuing you. Lihao spread his hands. It's just that the method is a little special. If you don't agree, I won't force you, but I will still help you until you agree. Shao Qian remained silent. She shook her head and said, Give me some time. I'm confused now. Of course. Lihao smiled slightly, raised the cup in his hand, and gestured to Shao Qian. But at the moment he raised the glass, a mark suddenly appeared on his rolled-up sleeve. This mark is the same size and direction as the one on Xiaoming's wrist, but it is much lighter and does not look obvious. The college entrance examination is getting closer and closer, and everyone is on edge, making the final sprint. However, at this time of year every year, many people suffer emotional breakdowns due to excessive stress. Some threaten to commit suicide, some collapse directly, and some simply gave up and confessed their love to the person they liked. There are all kinds of people. Xiao Chun doesn't have to take the college entrance examination, but those who take it are also worried about it. Song Xian covered her ears and said, I can't hear it. I can't hear it at all. Xiao Chun put down the pen in his hand helplessly and rubbed his head. You are extremely resistant. My mind is in a mess. Song Xian looked at Xiao Chun pitifully. What should I do? The college entrance examination is just a few days away. Then just don't learn it. Xiao Chun put down the book in his hand. Relax and do whatever makes you feel comfortable. How to relax? Song Xian became interested. How about we go ride a roller coaster? The college entrance examination is only 3 days away. It's better not to try such an exciting project. Xiao Chun knocked her head and said, What if something unexpected happens? What should we do then? Song Xian held up his chin and looked at Xiao Chun. Let's watch a movie. Xiao Chun rolled his eyes and said, Horror movies are exciting. I don't dare. Song Xian backed out directly. I'm afraid. Chapter 195, this is really a misunderstanding. It's okay, I'm with you. Xiao Chun urged. You are extremely nervous now. Only screaming can release your nervous emotions. Then, let's give it a try. Song Xian was a little tempted. Try it, Xiao Chun said with a smile. Let's make it clear first. We can't find anyone too scary. Song Xian gritted his teeth. Don't worry, it's all within the acceptable range. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. In the cinema on the underground first floor, the lights were turned off and a very scary movie was playing on the giant screen. It tells the story of a ghost marriage. This movie is very compact, both in terms of plot and atmosphere. Moreover, the dark tone of the film gives people a natural sense of fear. Coupled with the rendering of music, the horror atmosphere of this movie is added a lot. Xiao Chun, you lied to me. You said you wouldn't look for someone too scary. Song Xian covered her eyes and screamed from time to time. It's tense and exciting. Even though you feel scared, you can't help but want to watch it. I didn't lie to you. The horror index of this movie is really average. Xiao Chun said helplessly. Seeing Song Xian trembling with fear, he whispered, Why don't we just stop watching? No, I want to finish reading it. Song Xian covered her eyes and looked secretly through the gaps between her fingers. Suddenly, with a terrifying rendering, sound effects, and images, Song Xian screamed and threw herself into Xiao Chen's arms. She was almost scared to tears, and she hugged Xiao Chun tightly and trembled. Okay, it's over. The rest won't be scary anymore. Xiao Chun comforted. I don't believe it. You must be lying to me. Song Xian shook her head desperately. She no longer believed Xiao Chen's lies. It's really gone. I'd be a puppy if I lied to you. Xiao Chen swore. I don't believe it. You must be lying to me. Song Xian shrank into Xiao Chen's arms. What about the trust between people? Xiao Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ziyan, have some fruit. Just at this moment, the lights suddenly came on, and Song's mother came over with a plate of cut fruit. However, at this time, Song Xian was curled up in Xiao Chen's arms, with Xiao Chun holding her body with both hands. For a moment, 6 eyes met each other, and the scene became extremely awkward. Mom, why did you come down? After a long time, Song Xian said awkwardly, I came to bring you some fruit. Song's mother said stutteringly. Then, seeing that the two had no intention of separating, she hesitated and said, "How about you two separate first and talk after you finish eating?" Ah, Song Zian then realized that she was still lying in Xiao Chen's arms. She screamed and quickly got off Xiao Chen. She blushed and explained, "Mom is not what you think. It's really not. I understand everything." Song's mother didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She put down the fruit in her hand and said in a worried tone, "Don't play too much. The college entrance examination is coming soon." "I don't have a mother, really." Song Zian really wanted to find a crack to crawl into. "Well, there's no need to watch the movie now." Song Zian trembled and shouted, "Xiao Chun, it's all your fault. Why are you blaming me again?" Xiao Duo looked puzzled. "If you hadn't wanted to watch the movie, this wouldn't have happened. What should I do? My mother misunderstood me." I. Song Zian covered her face, feeling so embarrassed. Xiao Chun." At this time, Song's mother turned back. "Andy, what's wrong?" Xiao Chun stood up quickly. "Zian's grandfather wants you to come over. He's at the sanatorium in the north of the city." Song's mother said, "I'll ask the driver to take you there." "It's okay. I can go there by myself." Xiao Chun said, "You can't get in by yourself. I'll ask the driver to take you." Song's mother smiled and said, "You need a pass to get in there." "Okay then." Xiao Chun nodded, and then he said to Song Zian, "Then I'll leave first. I won't come over these few days. Don't be nervous. I'll cheer you on when the time comes." "Okay," Song Zian said reluctantly. After getting in the car, the driver drove all the way to the sanatorium in the north of the city. Uncle Lee, who was driving, was Song Zian's so-called uncle. "Uncle Lee, the North City Sanatorium is quite remote, right?" Xiao Chen asked. "It's quite remote," Uncle Lee said with a smile. "That place is not an ordinary place. Retired cadres from all over the country rest there. They asked me to take you there because the police at the door are real armed police. You can't get in without a pass." "Oh, I see. Thanks for your help, Uncle Lee." Xiao Chun suddenly realized. Those who can enter the North City Sanatorium are either rich or noble, but Xiao Chun doesn't know why Mr. Song wants him to go there. North City Sanatorium. This place is built on the mountain. The architectural style from the outside looks ordinary, and the road at the entrance is also a small road that trucks cannot pass through. But the surrounding environment is pretty good, with lakes, bamboo forests, and thousands of acres of wetland parks. After checking my pass at the gate, I rode my bike in. The houses here are all single family, about a dozen in total, and each has its own entrance and yard. After parking the car, Uncle Lee took Xiao Chun to a private courtyard. This place is where Song Yunming recuperates. There's a fence in the yard, and the ground is paved with floral stones. There is a chicken coop behind the fence with a few chickens in it. There's also a small vegetable garden in the courtyard, with lush green flowers growing in it. "Mr. Song, are you looking for me?" When Xiao Chun came, Song Yunming was arranging a few pots of flowers in the yard. "Xiao Chun, you're here?" Song Yunming put down the things in his hands with a smile, and then his assistant got water for him to wash his hands. "What are you doing?" Xiao Chun looked around. "This nursing home is for some retired old guys," Song Yunming said with a smile. "These old guys, the oldest is nearly 100 years old. People of their generation are nostalgic and can't get used to living in high-rise buildings, so they come here to grow vegetables and flowers." "I understand." Xiao Chun nodded. "Mr. Song, this is not your residence, right?" "Of course not. The guy inside is an older brother of mine from Yinjing. He's played Laozhan before and confronted Ah San in the southwest." Song Lao washed his hands and said, "He's here to recuperate. Let me introduce you to him." "Thank you, Mr. Song." Xiao Chun was stunned for a moment, then thanked him. He knew that Song Yunming was starting to build up connections for him. "What are you thanking me for? Come on, follow me in to see your elder brother." Song Yunming took Xiao Chun into the house. Inside the room, an old man in his 80s was washing up after waking up from a nap. "Brother Zhang, I brought a young man here for you to meet. He's Xiao Chun, my granddaughter's classmate." Song Yunming said with a smile. He said to Xiao Chun, "This is Mr. Zhang." "Hello, Mr. Zhang. I'm Xiao Chun." Xiao Chun said respectfully. Although he didn't know the identity of the old man in front of him, he looked extraordinary and energetic, with a murderous look in his eyes. Moreover, he has an aura of majesty that comes from without even getting angry. This is a veteran who has fought on the battlefield, and a general who has experienced many battles. Chapter 196, Another Cyberbullying. Haha, okay. The old man slowly got up, and the guard beside him hurriedly supported him. He looked at Xiao Chun and said, "Xiao Song, tell me the truth. What is your relationship with this guy? It doesn't matter. He's just Zi Yan's classmate. Mr. Song said with a smile. Mr. Song is almost 70 years old, but it doesn't feel awkward at all when the old man calls him Little Song. Haha, this is the husband you picked for Zian, right? Old Zhang said with a smile. He's quite a handsome man. Ha, Song Yunming laughed. Brother, ask him to come over to meet the elders. Young man, do you know who I am? Old Zhang looked at Xiao Chun. Mr. Zhang, I don't know you, but seeing your eyes shining brightly and your gestures carrying power, you must be a man who has experienced many battles. Xiao Chun said respectfully. Just now, Elder Song said that you have participated in the Lao's Hanluan. Based on your age, I have a rough idea in my mind. Oh, really? Then tell me, who am I, old man? Old Zhang looked at Xiao Chun. Zhang Yuan from Yanjing, the old man of the Zhang family? Xiao Chun asked tentatively. The old man's eyes flashed, and his gaze towards Xiao Chun changed, with curiosity and approval. You have a good eye. Although he had already guessed it, when the old man admitted his identity himself, Xiao Chun was still filled with shock. The Zhang family in Yanjing is a famous family, and this old man was once a general. Old Master Zhang, I'm sorry for being disrespectful just now. After confirming his identity, Xiao Chun clasped his fists and bowed respectfully. Hey, your attitude is quite different from before. Old Master Zhang said with a smile. Why didn't the old man deserve your respect just now? Not really. Xiao Chun shook his head. Old Master Zhang guarded the border, fought against the Lao's ship, and wiped out the remnants of the Japanese kamikaze camp. He deserves my respect. You know a lot. Stop flattering me. Old Master Zhang laughed and scolded. Your name is Xiao Chun? Yes, old man. My name is Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun nodded. It is indeed something extraordinary. Old Master Zhang nodded. Otherwise, Xiao Song would not dare to lend you 10 billion directly. Mr. Song trusts me too much. Xiao Chun answered respectfully. Ordinary people are not worthy of this trust. Young man, you are very good and have outstanding qualities. Old Master Zhang stared at Xiao Chun, as if he wanted to remember his appearance clearly. Brother Zhang, the sun isn't too strong outside right now. Why don't you go out for a walk? Said Mr. Song. Okay. Old Master Zhang stood up. He walked steadily and seemed to be in good health. The old man was busy and happy. He went to the field himself, weeded the vegetable garden, and then connected the water pipe to irrigate the land. Xiao Chun stayed here for the whole afternoon and left in the evening. Xiao Song, who are the members of this child's family? Old Master Zhang asked after Xiao Chun left. He was kidnapped, so I sent his unreliable adoptive parents to prison and a mental hospital. Old Song said with a smile. Kidnapped. Old Master Zhang said to himself. We need to check this out. It looks like the same person. Who? Old Song was stunned. A descendant of an old friend. Old Master Zhang looked deep. On the way back, Xiao Chun stopped by the mall to buy some things. Just after buying something and carrying it back, I saw a man holding up a cell phone with the camera pointed at Xiao Chun's face. You are Xiao Chun, right? Excuse me, do you have a conscience? Your adoptive parents raised you, but you falsely accused your adoptive father of being a human trafficker, sent him to prison, and angered your adoptive mother to the point of mental illness. Do you feel guilty for doing this? This is Xiao Chun. He looks like a decent person. His parents really raised him in vain. I heard that he was admitted to Beijing University in advance. How much resources did his parents invest in him to train him to be so outstanding? Bah, you ungrateful bastard. Do schools nowadays only look at grades and not character? How dare Kyoto University accept such a morally corrupt person? More people gathered around, surrounding Xiao Chun so tightly that he couldn't get out. These people held up their cell phones and pointed at Xiao Chun indignantly. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. At first he didn't react to what was happening, but when he heard the noisy voices, looking at some people holding their cell phones and yelling at him for being ungrateful, he instantly understood. Having experienced cyberbullying, he said nothing, picked up his things, left the crowd, and walked towards his car. Look, he has a car. It must be worth more than $1 million. Is this all bought by sucking his parents' blood? Oh, what a good idea. Send his adoptive father to prison and his adoptive mother to a mental hospital. Then the family property will be his, right? Xiao Chun never responded to the inflammatory words in the angry crowd. Why don't you say anything? Are you feeling guilty? The leading man seemed particularly excited. Actor Xiao Chun instantly saw through his identity, and most of the people who took pictures of him with their mobile phones were paid to discredit him. Guilty conscience? I've experienced cyberbullying before. I've sued people who slandered me and sent me wreaths. Xiao Chun sneered and raised his voice. If you are stubborn, then I will play with you, as long as you can bear the consequences. His voice was not loud, but his momentum was strong, and it immediately shocked everyone on the scene. He pointed at himself and faced the camera. Look carefully, I am Shao Chun. I will respond to the matter regarding the Shao couple, and the case will be heard in public in 5 days. I will apply for a live broadcast of the court. Please be sure to come. He left a word and turned to get into the car. At this moment, a man suddenly pounced on him. He held a brick in his hand and smashed it hard at Shao Chen's car window, shouting, "You ungrateful bastard! You have lost all your conscience, bah!" With a loud crash, Shao Chen's car window was smashed. After throwing the brick, the young man turned around and ran away. Su Xian rushed out from the crowd, knocked the man to the ground with his backhand, held his arms firmly, and controlled him. "Let me go." The man looked panicked. "My car is worth more than 1 million yuan. The windshield alone costs at least 30,000 yuan. You are damaging private property." Shao Chen got out of the car. "I don't want you to pay. I want you to go to the police station." No. The man was anxious. He was also paid to do the job, and his purpose was to incite more people. He originally wanted to run away after smashing the glass, but he didn't expect that this guy had someone in the crowd. "Su Xian, have you called the police?" Shao Chen ignored him. "I've reported it, and we're here right away." Su Xian handed the man over to his subordinates. "Boss, I'll send someone to follow you these few days. If it wasn't for the coincidence that I was leading people to train nearby, this kid would have run away today." "Okay, I'll leave it to you." Shao Chen nodded. This must be premeditated. In the company, Zhang Xiang heard what Shao Chen said and slammed the table. "Someone is targeting you." What happened in the afternoon has already fermented on the internet, and for a while Shao Chen has become a hot topic in the city again. He was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. In just a few months, he experienced cyberbullying twice. Wasn't the lesson from those keyboard warriors last time enough? They're coming again? Chapter 197. Someone is targeting you. I wonder who is targeting me. Xiaoming? It's unlikely. The rich woman he's with won't care about these trivial matters. Shao Chan pondered. Xiao Yuanhe and his wife are both in jail and in a mental hospital and have not yet passed the critical period. I know their connections well, and no one has the ability to do this. I have just asked a friend in the public opinion office to check. The person driving the online hot topic is a media company in Jiangsheng called Jianghai Culture. Zhang Xiang answered the phone and said, "The boss is called Li Jiang. He has some background. It is said that he has some relationship with a big brother in Jiangsheng. Li Jiang, I don't know him. He should also be paid to do things." Shao Chun pondered for a moment. "Well, help me check the company's shareholder information." "Okay, I'll ask someone to go to Jianghai Culture to see how I offended them." Zhang Xiang asked, "You said that he is related to a local big brother. You should stay out of this matter. I will find someone to meet him." Shao Chun said, after thinking for a while, "Can you do it? Don't worry about me. When my house was being demolished, I knew people from both the black and white worlds." Zhang Xiang was worried. "Don't worry, it's okay. I can handle my own things." Shao Chun smiled slightly. After leaving the company, Shao Chun received a call from Lydia Su, and her tone was a little worried. "Shao Chun, are you okay? What's going on with the things on the internet?" Shao Yuan's counterattack is all nonsense. "I'm fine." Shao Chun pretended to smile casually. "Teacher Su, don't worry about me. What are you going to do next?" Su Shao thought for a moment and said, "I can ask my dad to come forward." Before she could finish, Shao Chun interrupted her. "Teacher Su, you really don't need it. You just returned to the Su family and are already in the family's observation stage. You now have to adapt to the new environment as quickly as possible, make some achievements, and shut up those who doubt you. If you use your resources to help me, you will be criticized. Let them say whatever they want. I don't care anyway." "Where are you?" Su Shao asked. "I just came out of the company and was about to go back." Shao Chun said, "Let's meet. I have something to ask you." Su Shao thought for a moment. "Okay, send me the address and we'll meet later." Shao Chun agreed. A private club, the Su family's business, Shao Chun and Su Shao met in the box. Although he wanted to teach this class of students completely, Su Shao, who had just returned to the Su family, was too busy to do so. So her job has been taken over by other teachers, and she goes back to school as soon as she has time. Su Shao has also undergone great changes. Her temperament was originally very good, and now it has improved a lot. "Teacher Su, I don't even dare to recognize you. You've changed so much." Shao Chun exclaimed. "Have I become uglier?" Lydia Su touched his chin. "No way. She's more beautiful than before, and has more temperament." You can tell at first glance that she's the eldest daughter of the Su family. Xiao Chen laughed. You are the only one who is poor. Su Xiao glared at Xiao Chun. Sit down. Tell me what's going on with your story. Isn't this just the same little thing that happened in my family? Xiao Chun said helplessly. Just think of this as Xiao Yuan's last dying struggle, but I'm still looking for the specific reasons. Because I know their connections better than anyone else. No one will come forward to help them for no reason at this time. Then you have to be careful too. People on the internet are very extreme now. You must pay attention to your own safety. Su Xiao warned. I will, Teacher Su, thank you. Is there anything you want me to do today? Xiao Chen asked. Haven't I taken over part of the family business? Mentioning this, Lydia Su rubbed his head helplessly. I'm learning a lot of things. Also, some of the company's veterans have been causing me trouble from time to time. I have to make some achievements as soon as possible to shut those people up. I see. Are there any projects you're undecided about right now? Xiao Chun understood. Yes, I have several projects on hand, but I can't make up my mind. Su Xiao took out several files. Pointing to one of them, he said, this contract is for photovoltaic construction investment. The company's vice president Cheng Tao is quite optimistic about it. But I think that the photovoltaic industry will face an overall upgrade in the future. The current traditional photovoltaic industry will definitely be eliminated in the next 3 to 5 years. This is why we have been arguing about it. You can't beat him, right? Xiao Chen smiled slightly. He is a veteran of the company. Of course, I can't win against him. Besides, some of my elders are standing behind him, and their purpose is to oppose me. Lydia, Su had a headache. I really want to go back to be a teacher. Teacher Su, don't be like this. Since you can't win the fight, just support him. Xiao Chen smiled and said, you are right. The current photovoltaic industry is facing industrial upgrading. In addition, new aerospace photovoltaic materials are already under development. Once these materials are available, they will revolutionize the entire industry. In less than 3 years, within the next year, materials, technology, and industry will undergo tremendous changes. If you invest heavily now, you'll lose a lot of money. Then why should I support him? The company has decided to invest huge amounts of money to enter this industry. If the industry is upgraded, won't the company lose money? Su Xiao frowned. Teacher Su, you can't think like that. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly. Su Xiao had good abilities, but she didn't understand the business world. If this investment loses money, he is the primary person responsible and should be held accountable. The first thing you have to do is to defeat the other party, so you cannot raise any objections to this investment proposal. Lydia Su thought for a long time before she understood the reason. She nodded gently. Okay, I understand. I am in charge of AI and artificial intelligence. I think the future employment trend will be more intelligent, and artificial intelligence will cover more than 80% of the manufacturing industry. Su Xiao took out another plan. Xiao Chun took the plan from her, flipped through it, and looked at it for a few seconds, then asked in surprise, is this the plan you made? Yes, I have conducted in-depth market research, and the prospects are very good. Su Xiao nodded. Amazing. Xiao Chen flipped through a few pages and was more and more impressed. According to the memories of the previous life, although Su Xiao's plan had some deviations, the general direction was good. If the company follows her plan, it will benefit greatly in the future. How great are you? You're just trying to fool me. Su Xiao rolled his eyes at Xiao Chun. Really not. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly. He pointed at the plan and said, although your plan has some deviations, it is basically the same as the general direction I envision for the future. That is to say, in the future, I will focus on this aspect, AI, artificial intelligence system, high-precision autonomous driving technology. Teacher Su, you are a genius. Do you know that? Chapter 198, this project cannot be invested. Stop flattering me. The company decided not to approve the plan I made. Su Xiao sighed. The board of directors thinks it's unreal, like a fairy tale. It's because their thinking is rigid. They're a bunch of old guys who can't keep up with the times. Xiao Chun said, you can find your father and tell him that I agree with this plan. Do you agree? Will he listen to you? Su Xiao looked at Xiao Chun with some confusion. He should listen a little. Xiao Chun smiled mysteriously. Okay, I'll look for him later. Su Xiao put away the plan. But these plans are long-term directions. Right now, I need a successful investment plan, the kind that can produce results in the short term, you know. Does Teacher Su believe me? Xiao Chen asked. Nonsense. Why would I look for you if I don't believe you? Su Xiao rolled his eyes at him. You are now recognized as an investment genius in the industry. Just trust me. There's a project that Su Group is currently investing in called mental ecology, right? Xiao Qian's heart moved, and he remembered something. There is such a project, which mainly deals in fruits, vegetables, and agricultural products, and claims to be an organic and pure green production base. Su Xiao thought for a while and said, nowadays, ordinary people have almost zero trust in food safety. Mental ecology has the largest production base in the country, and it promotes high-quality products and green and fertilizer-free products. It has also established Mental Fresh Food, intending to compete with various fresh food supermarkets. Why? You don't think this project is a good idea? I can only say that the PPT of this project is very well done. Xiao Chen laughed. This folk music ecosystem takes advantage of people's anxiety about food safety and vigorously promotes marketing. Not only did they reap a group of members, they also deceived a lot of investors. They falsified the data in their accounts, and when the company collapsed, they couldn't even pay their employees' salaries. Their so-called production bases and breeding bases are basically all fake. This is a project that Vice President Chung is pushing hard. The company has also done research and plans to increase funding. This matter will be discussed prominently in the meeting tomorrow. Social Fronith. Try your best to stop it at the meeting tomorrow. If you really can't stop it, just let him do it. He will be responsible in the end anyway. Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows. I don't have any good projects yet, but they will be soon. Wait for my news. There are some problems with this folk music ecosystem. I will sort them out and send them to you after I get home. Okay, I understand. Lydia Sunadith. After chatting with Xiao Chun for a long time before sending him back, Su Xiao looked through the files of mental ecology on the way home and found some incorrect data. She thought for a moment, took out her cell phone, and called Su's father. Dad, there will be a meeting tomorrow to discuss the investment in mental ecology, and I want to communicate with you. Su Xiao said, do you have a different opinion? Father Su instantly guessed the purpose of Su Xiao's call. Yes, mental ecology's data is suspected of being falsified. I think there's a problem. Su Xiao said, what kind of data is that? Father Su immediately became alert. The company has sent many people to do research, and this is a project supervised by Cheng Tao himself. I haven't figured out the specific situation yet. I'll compare the data tonight and find out the problem. Su Xiao said, if there's a problem with the data, I suggest suspending this project. Find out the problem first, Xiao Xiao. Why do you doubt this project? Is it because of Cheng Tao? Su's father asked. Dad, although President Cheng has publicly rejected my proposal more than once in the company, I am not targeting the person, but the matter. Everything I do is for the benefit of the company. So if I really find any problems, please support me once at tomorrow's meeting. Just once. Lydia Su's attitude was very sincere and serious, which forced his father to think seriously. Okay, sort out the data and send it to me in the evening. If there's really a problem with the data, I will support you, said Su's father. Thank you, Dad. I'll do it as soon as possible. Lydia Su took a deep breath. The next day, in the meeting room of Su Group, the executives, shareholders, and management of the Mental Ecological Project have all arrived. Because this project requires a large investment, a voting resolution is required. Cheng Tao is nearly 50 years old and is a veteran in the company. Moreover, this project is led by him. So most meetings are just formalities. However, it was time for the meeting, but Su Xiao had not arrived yet. Let's get started. Cheng Tao cleared his throat. In view of the huge investment in mental ecology, let's vote on the resolution. Lao Cheng, why are you in such a hurry? Su Xiao hasn't arrived yet. Su's father spoke. Haha. Old Su, you really love your daughter, but I am the initiator of this investment. She's just attending as an auditor. It doesn't matter whether she comes or not. Cheng Tao said with a laugh. Since you are here to study, you should listen carefully. Father Su smiled and said, since it is training, then all aspects must be taken into consideration. Okay, then everyone, let's wait a little longer. Cheng Tao smiled and said nothing more. He leaned back in his chair and drank tea. After a few minutes, he stood up and said, Lao Su, it seems that your child is blocking the road. How about we all make a decision first? Regarding the investment in mental ecology, the research data has been distributed to everyone. I think their concept is good. They have created a different product ecosystem to address the current food safety issues, from green food to organic animal husbandry. It covers all aspects and forms a very good agricultural product ecosystem. The investment is quite large, but the future prospects are promising. Let's vote by raising our hands. If you agree, please raise your hands. After Cheng Tao finished speaking, he raised his hand first. Father Su said nothing. Chung Tao was a veteran and a shareholder of the company. He currently had too much power, and his hands were overreaching. As Chung Tao raised his hand, several of his subordinates immediately raised their hands to vote in favor. Others thought that the investment was too huge and needed to be treated with caution, and for a moment, the votes were split evenly between those who agreed and those who disagreed. Mr. Su, it depends on your attitude. Chung Tao looked at Su's father. Father Su took a sip of water and said, I said, let's talk about it after Lydia's Su comes. Does it make any difference whether you come or not? Chung Tao said with a smile, his eyes fixed on a manager next to Su's father. This manager was originally Su's father's man, but when the two made eye contact, he hesitated and raised his hand. Father Su's expression suddenly changed, and his eyes became a little deep. It seems that not all the people around me can be trusted. Okay, more than half of the votes have been cast, so this matter is settled. Chung Tao made the final decision. Wait. At this moment, Su Shao pushed open the office door. She walked so fast that she was breathing slightly. Sorry, I was delayed on the way. I disagree with the investment in mental ecology. Chapter 199. Small role, no problem. Su Shao, you're late. Everyone has agreed. Chung Tao said nonchalantly. Besides, you're just studying. Opinions don't matter. President Chung, please listen to me. Yesterday, I compared the data from the mental ecological research with their revenue and found that there was a big discrepancy between the data. Su Shao placed the printed qualifications in front of everyone. She compared the data that she had worked on late last night with red and blue pen markings and annotations, making it clear at a glance. There is a discrepancy of 30 million in the data. Someone took a look and instantly saw the problem. Yes, there's a discrepancy of 30 million between their investment and profit, and many of the so-called production bases have not been investigated on the ground. Su Shao said, what a joke. With such a huge investment in mental ecology, what can a mere difference of tens of millions prove? Chung Tao sneered. Mr. Chung, every investment we make must be put into practice. Su Shao said seriously, if the data is not rigorous, then there will be more problems in the future. Moreover, the investment this time is huge. If something goes wrong, the loss will be serious. I suggest that we suspend the investment plan for mental ecology and conduct another in-depth investigation to ensure that everything is foolproof. Boss Su, your daughter is really serious. Chung Tao said in a mocking tone. I have been in the company for 30 years. I dare not say that I have never made mistakes, but the general direction is fine. Besides, now that everyone has voted by raising their hands, what else is there to discuss about this matter? I am the president of the company and have a veto power. Father Su slowly stood up. Su Shao is right. Mental ecology is related to the next step of the Su Group's layout and development. So I have to make sure everything is safe. I decided to conduct a second survey of the mental ecology department. Mr. Su, is it necessary to do this? Chung Tao looked a little angry. Old Su, be careful, there is nothing wrong. Su's father said lightly. The person standing behind Chung Tao is Su's father's second uncle, so it's a dispute over interests. The two sides appear to be in harmony on the surface, but in reality, they are irreconcilable. The research is my person. You're showing your lack of trust in me by doing this. Chung Tao was very dissatisfied. I am the vice president of the company, a shareholder, and a veteran. Don't you have any trust in me? At this moment, Su's father's assistant hurried in with a document in his hand. Mr. Su. Then, he leaned over to Mr. Su's ear and whispered a few words. Father Su's expression changed slightly, and then he waved his hand. No need to speak so quietly. Just tell everyone directly. Yes. The assistant glanced at Chung Tao and then said, according to our investigation, mental ecological's account is seriously in deficit. 90% of the profit data obtained from the survey is false, and most of their production bases are fake bases. So, we can basically confirm that this company is a shell company using various marketing methods to attract attention and earn money from membership fees and investors. As soon as the assistant finished speaking, there was an uproar at the scene. Chung Tao, who had been so arrogant just now, suddenly looked embarrassed. He snatched the information from his assistant and shouted, where did you get this data? It's from the tax authorities. Last night, the tax authorities moved in to check the accounts. The data they got cannot be false. The assistant whispered. This. Chung Tao's face suddenly turned purple. He stood there, not knowing what to say. Okay, let's adjourn the meeting. Father Su waved his hand and said, Su Shao, come to my office. In the office, Father Su asked Su Xiao to sit down. I used the connections in the tax bureau to conduct a surprise audit of mental ecology overnight based on the investigation directions you sent me yesterday. Only then did we know that the other company was in deficit. Their financial statements were basically all fake. That's good. Fortunately, we knew about it in advance. Su Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Where did you get these information and investigation directions you gave me? Father Su looked at Lydia's Su. If we don't have these things, even if the tax authorities raid it, we won't be able to find them. It was Shao Chun who gave it to me. Su Xiao said, I asked him to look at the AI and artificial intelligence planning documents I made, and he was very optimistic about them. And tell me that there is something wrong with the folk music ecology. Xiao Chun. Father Su's expression became complicated. How did he know these things? I don't know. Maybe it's perception. Some people are sensitive to investment, and mental ecology has been too active these days. Su Xiao said, it is precisely because of this that Xiao Chun can figure out these things. Okay, I understand. Father Su nodded gently. Tell Xiao Chun that I will remember this favor. Okay, Dad. Lydia, Su nodded gently. You were able to adopt Xiao Chen's advice in a timely manner and quickly identify the problem with the data. That's great. Father Su looked at Su Xiao with satisfaction. These are what I should do, Su Xiao said lightly. Let's find an opportunity and I'll take your mother home. Father Su made the decision. Really? Su Xiao was surprised. She looked up at Su's father. She knew that even though her father had become the head of the Su family, she would still face a lot of pressure to bring her mother back. Really, I originally thought it would take some time for the time to be right, but now it seems that it is not necessary, because you are good enough. Father Su said with a smile. Lydia, Su nodded, but tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. In the bar, Xiao Chen found Chun Xiao and told him his request. Jianghai culture, Li Jiang. Chun Xiao is a gangster and is not unfamiliar with this name. Yes, the public opinion about me on the internet is all caused by them. I want to find him to clarify the situation. Xiao Chen nodded. I heard that he seems to have some connections in the underworld, so I came to ask Brother Chen about the situation. He does have some connections in the underworld. His uncle used to be a big boss in Jiangcheng, but his gang was beaten up in the anti-gang operation a few years ago. Chun Xiao lit a cigarette. The few connections he has now are all those that slipped through the net before, and they have all been cleaned up. The reason why he is so crazy is because for the sake of his uncle's face, it's not a big problem. So that's it. Xiao Chen nodded in sudden realization. It's okay. I'll contact him and go directly to his company. No need to save face for him. Just ask whatever you want to ask. Chen Xiao said with a smile. Okay. Thank you, Brother Chun. Xiao Chen said. Don't be so polite with me. Chen Xiao patted Xiao Chen's shoulder, took his people, and went out. Jianghai Culture Media Limited. As the leading company in Jiangcheng's self-media industry, its artists have over 10 million fans and are also well-known in the self-media world. Li Jiang is relatively well-known locally. Firstly, because his company is doing really well. Secondly, it is said that he has a gang background, so no matter what event he participates in, the organizers are always polite to him. Of course, Chun Xiao, who knew his background, did not give him any face and came directly to his door with his men. In the office, Li Jiang was serving tea and lighting cigarettes. Although Chun Xiao is not a big shot in the Jiangcheng circle, he has good connections. Compared with Chun Xiao, he, a paper tiger, is nothing. Brother Xiao, what brings you here? I usually never have the chance to invite you to the company to play. Li Jiang licked his face and smiled. It's not easy to come this time. I'll organize a party tonight and have a couple of drinks. Li Jiang, I don't come to you for no reason. Since I come to see you, there must be something. Chun Xiao blew out a smoke ring. Brother Xiao, just tell me what you want to say. Li Jiang asked cautiously. Did my men offend you? Not really. This is one of my younger brothers. Chun Xiao pointed at Xiao Chun. Do you know him? This brother, I don't know him. Li Jiang looked at Xiao Chun in confusion. However, he did not know Xiao Chun, and he was confused for a moment. Really don't know him? Chun Xiao put out the cigarette in his hand. I really don't know you. Brother Xiao, what's the matter? Just tell me directly. Li Jiang looked confused. Huh. Chun Xiao slapped him. Chapter 200. You really don't know? There were 5 bloody fingerprints on half of Li Jiang's face. He covered half of his face, and his mouth was numb. Brother Xiao, what on earth is going on? When did I offend this little brother? Li Jiang covered his face and almost cried. He really didn't know Xiao Chun. If I have offended him, I will apologize to him. The copywriting of your company said that my little brother is an ungrateful person and hired someone to smash his car. Chen Xiao said coldly. Don't tell me you don't know about this. This little brother, is he Shao Chun? Li Jiang finally reacted. As the boss of a self-media platform with tens of millions of fans, he is best at playing with public opinion, and a large part of the company's revenue also comes from this. The company's biggest business recently is to discredit Shao Chun. He was the one who personally planned this. How could he not know? He just didn't recognize Shao Chun just now. Yes, I am Shao Chun, Mr. Li. I have never offended you, right? Shao Chun looked at Li Jiang. No, I don't have any grudge against Brother Shao. Li Jiang turned pale with fright. What's going on online? Who instructed you to find people to block me, smash my car, and incite public opinion? Shao Chen asked. This matter is all a misunderstanding. Li Jiang said hesitantly. Pa! Chen Xiao slapped him on the other side of the face without hesitation. Li Jiang squatted on the ground with his mouth covered, and it took him a long time to spit out a mouthful of blood. Shao Chun was stunned. He didn't expect Chen Xiao to be so cruel. Brother Xiao, don't cause any problems. It's okay. I have some dirty secrets on this kid, so he doesn't dare to call the police. Chen Xiao smiled and kicked Li Jiang. Li Jiang, I know someone must have paid you to do this. Tell me who did it. You can't take the blame for this. Li Jiang was about to cry. Lihao is a shareholder of his company and holds a small share. It was Lihao who asked him to do this. Moreover, the marketing fee offered is not low. The purpose is to discredit Shao Chun and use public opinion to influence the court's decision. But Lihao is not an ordinary person, and he can't afford to offend him. You won't tell me, right? Chen Xiao grinned and nodded. Okay, in that case, I have something in my hand. I'll hand it over to the police now. Don't know. Lihao was anxious. It was a matter involving human life. Even if he didn't kill the person directly, that person's death was indirectly related to him. If this matter were to get out, he would be sentenced to at least 10 or 8 years in prison. Moreover, he had done a lot of things in the past with his uncle who was involved in gangs. Now that everything has been exposed, will he still be alive? Then cooperate. Shao Chun sneered. I want to know who is risking his life for the Shao family. Lihao. Li Jiang had no choice but to call out Lihao. He asked me to do these things in order to discredit you and use public opinion to force you to compromise the verdict. Lihao, a shareholder of your company? Shao Chun was a little surprised, as he didn't know Lihao. But Zhang Xiang had already found out the information about Li Jiang's company shareholders, so he knew this person. Yes, he's also a lawyer. It is said that he is pursuing a girl named Shao. Li Jiang simply revealed everything. I see. Shao Chen suddenly realized. He laughed and said, this is a clever move, but also quite despicable. But how can judicial justice be swayed by public opinion? Brother Shao, this matter has nothing to do with me. I will order people to withdraw immediately. Li Jiang said with a sad face. Withdraw? Why withdraw? Shao Chan sneered. Keep marketing. The trial will start in a few days anyway. I saw the reversal, and how many people felt that their brains were being rubbed on the ground by you self-media. Lihao, right? If you had told me earlier, you wouldn't have had to take this slap. Chen Xiao sneered. He turned to Shao Chun and said, Shao Chun, I'll bring someone to meet him. No need, Brother Xiao. Thank you for today. I will go meet him in person. Shao Chun said with a smile. As long as we find out who is behind the scenes, Lihao will have someone investigate his identity again. The other party is a lawyer, and his background is not simple. After all, Chen Xiao owns a bar and has followed the boss before. So if you get involved with someone like a lawyer, it could be very troublesome. Can you do it? Chen Xiao asked in surprise. Don't worry, Brother Xiao. I never do anything that I'm not sure of. Shao Chen smiled slightly. At night, Lihao still held the briefcase and had dinner with Shao Qian in a Western restaurant. Now Shao Qian's matter has formed public opinion on the internet. Don't worry, the court will also carefully consider your father's matter. Although the kidnapping is true, firstly, too much time has passed, and secondly, public opinion has fermented. The lightest sentence should be imposed. Lihao is very confident in himself. Shao Qian nodded gently. Thank you, Lihao. You are the only one willing to help me now. I help you for a purpose, you understand. Lihao smiled slightly. Shao Qian lowered her head, and after a long while she raised her head and said, I've thought it through. I'll be your girlfriend. Oh, don't you think that this is a deal between us? Lihao looked at Shao Qian with some surprise. Before, Shao Qian had great resistance to this matter. He originally thought that even if he helped her, it would take Shao Qian some time to accept him. But I didn't expect Shao Qian to agree so quickly. It's not easy to find someone in this world who is kind to you and willing to give for you. Xiao Qian smiled, and she took the initiative to stretch out her hand and put it on Lihao's hand. I will treat you well. Lihao smiled knowingly. Xiao Qian. Just at this moment, Xiaoyan hurried in. She stared at Xiao Qian with a gloomy face. Come out with me, for a moment. Sister, I'm going out for a while. Xiaoyan was slightly startled. She quickly stood up and followed Xiaoyan out. Did you do anything about Xiao Qian on the internet? Xiaoyan's pretty face sank slightly. I did it. Xiao Qian lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Xiaoyan. Are you crazy? You are distorting the facts and throwing dirty water on Xiao Qian. Xiaoyan found it unbelievable. Yes, I'm crazy. Xiao Qian suddenly became angry. She stared at Xiao Yin coldly. Now that my family is broken, is there any other way for me to stop going crazy? As the eldest in the family, you should shoulder a lot of responsibilities, but have you ever taken care of such a big thing at home? Xiao Qian's eyes were red. Dad is in jail, and Mom committed suicide in a mental hospital. What do you want me to do? What can I do? Xiao Qian. Xiao Yan's eyes also turned red. Everything has cause and effect. Do you understand cause and effect? I don't understand cause and effect. What you mean is that my parents deserve it. They deserve it, right? Xiao Qian was a little hysterical. I don't know what kind of spell Xiao Qian cast on you to make you so cold and indifferent. Am I cold? Xiao Yan's eyes turned red. Chapter 2, oh, when it's not that I'm indifferent, but I don't want to be a pawn. After returning from the Taoist temple the day before yesterday, she has been thinking about what the Taoist priest said. Combining her own memory fragments with her thoughts about Zhao's mother's suicide, she seemed to have understood. That is, if Xiaoming were alive, he would madly plunder everything. Everyone around him will die. Isn't it? Xiao Qian pushed Xiao Yan and screamed. If you're not indifferent, why do you let it go? You don't care about my parents, me, or my brother, and you let me bear all this alone? Remember Xiao Qian. Xiao Yan said angrily. The reason why I am indifferent is because I know the truth. What truth? Tell me what the truth is. Xiao Qian shouted. The truth is that we will die. Everyone will die. Anyone who gets close to Xiaoming will die. You, me, Xiao Chun, my parents will all die. Xiao Yan was angry and shouted desperately. What are you talking about? Xiao Qian was a little confused. Looking at Xiao Yan, who was gradually breaking down with tears in her eyes, she was a little at a loss. We are all chess pieces that woman plays to prolong Xiaoming's life. Xiao Yan slowly squatted on the ground, hugging her knees helplessly. Xiao Chan was torn into pieces, and his home was engulfed by fire. She already knew the truth, but she couldn't tell it out loud. Once she said it, she might suffer backlash, but for Xiao Qian, she had to say it. Is this your excuse? Xiao Qian's expression gradually turned cold. You use such a boring excuse to cover up your selfishness? I didn't. You are my sister. You are innocent. I just want to pull you out of this mess. Xiao Yan grabbed Xiao Qian and said in a sad voice, Qian, can you wake up? You say such incomprehensible things. Who among us is not clear-headed? Xiao Qian felt unbelievable. Sister, I think you need to check your brain. Did Xiao Qian tell you these words? He really dares to tell any lies. Qian. Xiao Yan didn't know what to do. Qian, this is your sister. Just at this time, Lihao walked out. He put his arm around Xiao Qian's waist and looked at Xiao Yan. Yes, the things on the internet were posted by Xiao Qian and me. Only in this way can your father get a light sentence. Don't you want your father to come out earlier? He is not innocent, Xiao Yan said coldly. And you fabricate false information to slander others like this. Are you qualified to be a lawyer? The purpose of lawyers is to make more money, not to uphold justice. Lihao smiled and said, besides, Xiao Qian is my girlfriend. If I don't help her, who will? Xiao Yan, since you're on Xiao Qian's side, we have nothing to talk about in the future. Xiao Qian's tone was a little cold. From now on, I will no longer call you sister. There is no relationship between us anymore. Okay. Xiao Yan looked angry and nodded. I hope you don't regret it. I should be the one who said this. Xiao Qian sneered. Xiao Yan, look at what you look like now. You were not like this before. You really disappoint me. Xiao Yan knew that there was no point in saying more to Xiao Qian, so she turned around and slowly left the scene. She walked and cried. She wanted to change these things, but she didn't have the ability to do so. What's wrong with you? Xiao Qian's voice sounded behind her. Xiao Qian. Xiao Yan was surprised. She quickly wiped away her tears and shook her head. Nothing. You want to find Xiao Qian, right? Xiao Qian knew this very well. I didn't expect her to do this. The slander against you online was done by her and her boyfriend. Xiaoyan couldn't help but shed tears. I know all these things, Lihao, right? I'm asking my friends to check him out. Xiaochen smiled. It's not a big deal. I have ways to deal with it. You don't have to worry about it. I want to help you. Xiao Yin hesitated. I appreciate your kindness, but I can handle these things myself. Xiao Chen said, you work hard, and I will handle the rest. Xiao Chun, you really have grown up. Xiao Yin looked at Xiao Chun and murmured. Just at this moment, Xiao Yin's cell phone rang. It was Xiao Qian calling. The doctor said that mom has woken up. If you still have a conscience, come with me to the hospital to see her. Xiao Qian only left these words and then hung up the phone. She's awake and has passed the critical period. Xiao Yin held the phone tightly. She didn't know whether she should go to see Zhao's mother. Let me go to the hospital with you. Xiao Chun thought about it and realized that Zhao's mother had attempted suicide. I don't know her specific situation. I'm going to find out now. Xiao Yin nodded and got into the car with Xiao Chun. In the intensive care unit of the hospital, Zhao's mother is no longer in danger. Wang Jiang introduced her situation to several people. Your mother is out of danger now, but she needs to rest well because of excessive blood loss. But her emotions are extremely unstable at the moment, and she only muttered Xiao Chen's name. Can I go in and see her? Xiao Chen covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Sure, but she may not recognize you now. Wang Jiang opened the door. Xiao Qian and Xiao Yan walked in, but Xiao Chun just took a look through the glass and did not go in. He was sure that Zhao's mother was now completely crazy and had lost all her sanity. Even if I go in now, she won't recognize me, and I won't be able to get more information out of her. Lihao didn't go in either. He just stood at the door. He lit a cigarette, then put it out, thinking that this was a hospital. He turned his head to look at Xiao Chun and grinned. Xiao Chun? Lihao. Xiao Chun turned around and glanced at him. It seems you have figured out. Lihao smiled. Of course, we don't know each other, and we don't have any grudges against each other. You just did this to me right away. I really have to thank you very much. Xiao Chen turned his head and stared at Lihao with squinted eyes. This guy had a smile on his face and wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, giving him a bit of a gentlemanly vile vibe. Moreover, his eyes were flickering, giving people a feeling that he was extremely shrewd and scheming. Aha, I don't mean anything against you. I'm a lawyer, and I always put profit first. Lihao laughed and said, as long as you can offer enough chips, I can stand on your side. You don't need to stand on my side. In this life, you will always meet a few idiots. Xiao Chun sneered and said, it doesn't matter if you meet idiots, just get rid of them. You speak in a rather loud tone. Lihao smiled and adjusted his glasses. Xiao Chun, you are young and excellent. It's nice to have people like this as friends. I think so too. It would be great if someone like me could be your friend. Xiao Chun nodded. But unfortunately, my girlfriend doesn't like you. Lihao said, so I can only stand on my girlfriend's side. Chapter 202 Court Opening. You really worked hard for Xiao Qian. Xiao Chan smiled and nodded. But Lihao, don't blame me for not reminding you. You're walking on the edge of legal loopholes. There are always things you can't take into account. Please don't let me catch you. Don't worry. I'm a cautious person and I won't let you catch me. Lihao laughed. Xiao Chun. Just at this moment, Xiao Qian came out, her face slightly gloomy. What? She wants to see me? Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows. She's calling your name. Xiao Qian suppressed her inner anger. I hope you can come and take a look. Xiao Chun originally wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he walked in. Inside the ward, Zhao's mother's lips were chapped and her face was pale. Having escaped death, she was now in a very bad mental state. Xiao Chun. She called Xiao Chen's name again and again, not knowing what it meant. Mom, Xiao Chen is here. Do you have anything to say? Xiao Chen said softly. Xiao Chen looked at Zhao's mother, hope rising in his heart. The Xiao couple took me away from my biological parents. At this time, Zhao's mother was in extreme mental breakdown. Could she have any conscience? Does she feel even a little bit of guilt towards herself? I'm Xiao Chun. Do you have anything to say to me? Xiao Chun walked forward. Xiao Chun. A gleam of light appeared in Zhao's mother's originally empty eyes. Suddenly, she sat up abruptly and reached out to grab Xiao Chen's wrist tightly. At the same time, he cried out shrilly, Xiao Chun, you shouldn't be alive. It's you who should die, it's you. Why are you alive? Why don't you just die? Why don't you just die? Mom. Xiao Qian was stunned with fear and didn't know what to do. Xiao Yan was startled, and she quickly pulled Xiao Chun away. She asked with concern, Xiao Chun, how are you? Are you okay? It's okay. Xiao Chun slowly raised his head and looked at the marks on his wrist, left by her scratching. His eyes gradually turned cold. He said self-deprecatingly. What was I thinking? Why did I think that someone like her would have a change of heart at this time? I still don't understand enough about human nature. Xiao Chun die. You deserve to die. Zhao's mother was helped down to the bed by the nurse. She was gasping for breath, still muttering to herself. I know you hope I die. If I die, your son will live a better life, right? Xiao Qin grinned. He stared at Zhao's mother and said in a way that only she could understand. So you did it on purpose. You knew I was going to die, so you deliberately didn't save me. In fact, the person who deserves to die the most should be Xiaoming. He's just a blood-sucking leech. Shut up right there. Zhao's mother yelled, but was held down by the nurse. Xiao Chun, let's go. Xiao Yin pulled Xiao Chun. And you, Xiao Yin, you deserve to die too. You should have paved the way for your brother. Why did you start your own business? Mother Xiao screamed and stared at Xiao Yin. There was a moment of confusion on Xiao Yan's face. She did not understand what her mother said. However, the expression on Xiao Chen's face gradually became solemn. He stared at Zhao's mother. This crazy woman should have remembered what happened in her previous life. She is crazy now and cannot express herself well. Her memories overlap with her previous life and are confused. Because in Xiao Yan's previous life, the company was thriving under her management. But because Zhao's father and mother were excessively demanding, they desperately sucked her blood to pave the way for Xiaoming. He even arranged a marriage for Xiao Yan that she didn't like. The other party was a man in his 40s who had lost his wife. Of course, Xiao Yan disagreed. After a big fight with her family, she left the Xiao family alone to start her own business. Because of my appearance in this life, these things did not happen. But Zhao's mother was crazy, completely crazy, and she could no longer distinguish between reality and memory. But one thing has not changed. That is, Xiaoming is still the most important one in her heart. Let's go, she's gone crazy. Xiao Chun pulled Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan felt a little reluctant in her heart, but she saw Zhao's mother glaring at her and cursing at her. The curses were filthy and unpleasant to the ears, and her heart gradually sank. She's not crazy. These are the true reflections of her inner heart. In her eyes, only her son is the most important. And from her words, Xiao Yan also heard some clues. That is, everyone should let Xiao Ming skin him alive and drink his blood. This is natural and reasonable. Xiao Yan was completely heartbroken. She pulled Xiao Chun and resolutely left. Another sedative was injected into Zhao's mother's body, and she fell into a coma again. Xiao Qian kept crying. Looking at Zhao's mother's appearance, she was almost heartbroken. Lihao put his arm around her shoulders, held her in his arms, and comforted her gently. Xiao Chun took Xiao Yin away and stopped when he passed by the two of them. Lihao, the trial will begin soon. See you in court. I'm looking forward to it. Lihao sneered. I wonder which expert you hired to be your lawyer? Without a lawyer, I defended myself. Xiao Chun said with a smile. Defending yourself? Lihao was slightly stunned. Then he gave Xiao Chun a thumbs up. Good, very impressive. I'm also looking forward to your performance in court. Lawyerly, I think it's not good to exploit legal loopholes. As a lawyer, I have the ability and the responsibility to shoulder social responsibilities. Xiao Chun said, it's not good for you to be so profit-driven. It's not your turn to teach me a lesson. Lihao laughed. I look forward to your performance in court. The two looked at each other, fire bursting from the depths of their eyes, and then they left. Soon, the college entrance examination will come. On the eve of the college entrance examination, the teaching building was brightly lit, and all the students threw the study materials in their hands into the air. There was a thick layer of paper on the ground, which is the tradition of Tongfang High School. The college entrance examination is a watershed in life. 12 years of hard study will finally come to an end at this moment. Some people are anxious, while others are full of hope. Song Xian rarely came out to reunite with her classmates. Su Shao wore a cheongsam and wished her classmates a successful start. Xiao Chun, are you going to court? Song Xian asked. Yes, the college entrance examination is over, and it happens to be the day of my court hearing. Xiao Chun nodded. Then you must be careful. Song Xian was worried. I'm fine, but you, don't be nervous. You must perform well. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. Song Xian nodded heavily. She held Xiao Chen's hand and blended into the cheers. 3 days later, Jiangqing Intermediate People's Court. The trial of Xiao Chen's case officially opened. Because of the cyber violence, Xiao Chun directly applied for a live broadcast of the court session. As soon as the live broadcast room opened, its popularity instantly reached 100,000. Xiao Chun sat in the plaintiff's seat, while Xiao Yuan has stood in the defendant's seat wearing handcuffs. Chapter 203. He is not worthy of being a father. After not seeing him for a few days, Xiao Yuanhe looked even older. He stood in the dock wearing the vest of Jiangshan No. 3 Detention Center. He stared at Xiao Chun in the plaintiff's seat with a complicated look. They used to be father and son. Although he never loved Xiao Chun, he still felt a little sad when his son sued him. Xiao Chun really did not hire a lawyer, and Lihao sat opposite Xiao Chun with a calm expression. When the case began to be tried, Xiao Chun had already submitted relevant evidence. He also gave his reasons, saying, Xiao Yuanhe lost a son, and he didn't want his wife to get out of the shadow. So he stole me away from my biological parents. Subjectively, he committed a crime, so I asked the court to make a judgment according to the law. Judge, I have something to say. Lihao raised his eyebrows, and after getting a positive response, he stood up. Xiao Chun, before the trial, I have a few questions for you. I hope you can answer them truthfully. You ask, and I'll try my best to satisfy your questions. Xiao Chun nodded. Xiao Chun, as far as I know, the Shao family's living conditions are good, and they can be considered middle class in Jiangshan. Let alone the fact that Xiao Yuanhe picked you up from the roadside. Your life in the Shao family over the years has far surpassed that of your peers. Subjectively, Xiao Yuanhe treats you as his own son. Now that you have achieved academic success, you have been admitted to Beijing University in advance. But now you're biting back. Do you think it's ethical to do that? As soon as Lihao finished speaking, the whole audience was in an uproar because there were quite a few people in the courtroom. After all, Xiao Chun is a hot topic on the internet, and many people from the society came to the scene to observe the verdict. Lihao's words made everyone look at Xiao Chun strangely, and they pointed at Xiao Chun. Silence, Xiao Chun. Do you have anything to answer? The judge knocked on the table to suppress the noise. You can refuse to answer irrelevant questions, he said. Thank you, Judge, but I feel I need to respond to what the opposing defense attorney said. Xiao Chun took out a recorder. This recorder contains the conversation between Xiao Yuanhe and me. He himself admitted that he stole me away from my biological mother, so the story that he picked me up on the street is not true. If you don't believe me, I can play this evidence in court. But lawyerly, if the evidence is played, it proves that he stole me away. So you are not willing to help the suspect get away with his crime. Excuse me, do you want to play it? Lihao smiled and said, this recording can be submitted to the court for trial. The defense I made was all learned from my client. So, even if it is inconsistent with the facts, it is he who lied, and it has nothing to do with me. But Xiao Chun, I hope you can answer my next question. Your parents raised you to be a talent. You wanted the Shao family's property, so you kept harping on my client's mistakes and sent your adoptive mother, Ms. Qin, to a mental hospital because of the anger. She committed suicide in the hospital a few days ago and has just passed the critical period. As an 18-year-old high school student, how could you be so scheming? Lawyerly, may I ask if what you said is based on substantive evidence, or is it just empty talk? Xiao Chun said calmly. If you have evidence, please bring it out. If not, I will sue you for defamation next. I'm speculating on your actions based on my subjective consciousness, and now your story has been amplified on the internet. Lihao stared at Xiao Chun. So, I think you need to explain this in public. You want an explanation? Okay, I'll explain it to you. I want to ask the defendant. I'm 18 years old. Are you nice to me? Xiao Chun looked at Xiao Yuanhe. I have always treated you as my own son. Xiao Yuanhe's face was expressionless. It seemed that he was well prepared, but in fact, the case was being tried in this way and had deviated from the main topic. But Xiao Chun didn't care. He looked at Xiao Yuanhe quietly, waiting for him to continue. From childhood to adulthood, I have given you the best and worked hard to improve the quality of your life. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be so outstanding and wouldn't be admitted to Kyoto University in advance. But what I didn't expect was that you stabbed me in the back, but I don't blame you. Xiao Yuanhe raised his head, his eyes full of kindness. The courtroom had to remain silent, but the live broadcast room had exploded. The reason is simple. It's just that Zhao's father behaves like a kind father. The barrage has gone crazy at this moment. Words like ungrateful and heartless have flooded the entire live broadcast room. How did such a person get admitted to Kyoto University in advance? It's simply scum. I suggest you check it out. Education only looks at grades and not character. Such scum entering institutions of higher learning will cause even greater harm. If you don't blame me, then I really have to thank you. Xiao Chun smiled. His eyes gradually became darker. Xiao Yuanhe, do you dare to swear in the name of your wife? Are you telling the truth? Xiao Yuanhe's pupil shrank, and he looked at Xiao Chun in surprise. He didn't expect that Xiao Chan would actually hit his vital point directly. That's right. Xiao Yuanhe is a bootlicker. In his eyes, his parents and children are not as important as his wife. Of course he was lying, but Xiao Chun was no pushover, so he brought up his wife. What? You don't dare? Swear that what you said is true. If what you said is false, your wife will never leave the mental hospital. Do you dare? Xiao Chun sneered. From childhood to adulthood, you have been jealous because I am healthier than your son. You call me a disaster star and left me in my grandmother's house in the countryside. Because your wife and my grandmother didn't get along, you didn't care about me and my grandmother for nearly 20 years after you got married. My food, clothing, and daily expenses are supported by my grandmother's farming and odd jobs, as well as the help from the village committee and neighbors. You have never interfered with my food, clothing, housing, and transportation since I was a child. How can you have the nerve to say that? Xiao Chun, don't quibble. It's useless. Lihao said, no matter what, he is your father. You are ungrateful for sending him to prison with your own hands. Father? Does he deserve this title? When I won first place in the competition, he asked me to give up my place in the physics exam to his son. From that time on, we have severed our parent-child relationship. Xiao Qin took out a blood letter and showed it to everyone. Xiao Yuanhe, I bit my finger and wrote this blood letter. Do you remember? He raised the blood letter in his hand high and looked at Xiao Yuanhe. Xiao Yuanhe's eyes flickered, and he didn't even dare to look at the paper in Xiao Chen's hand. Chapter 2, Oh, for do you remember this blood letter? Because he felt guilty, he was just making his last dying struggle. You don't remember? It's okay. I can read it to you. Xiao Chun unfolded the blood letter and said loudly, the Xiao couple and I have a shallow blood relationship, and our family is not harmonious. So from now on, we will sever our blood relationship, and my father's love and mother's love will all end here. It's written in blood as evidence, with the couple's signatures on it. Everyone, please take a close look at it. Xiao Chun held high the blood letter in his hand. There was an uproar at the scene, and everyone stretched their necks to look at the blood letter. The contents of the blood letter were also clearly displayed in the live broadcast room. Blood ties are shallow, and the 6 relatives are not harmonious. The sad words seemed to sting everyone's heart. How can the grace of raising me be severed by a letter written in blood? Lihao's face changed. Does he deserve the words grace of raising? Besides, I've already paid 300,000 yuan to sever this relationship. So don't talk to me about family affection and grace of raising. He doesn't deserve it. I can testify to this matter. In the courtroom, Xiao Yin slowly stood up. I am Xiao Yin, the biological daughter of Xiao Yuanhe. I can attest that everything Xiao Chan said is true. My God, even my own daughter has come out to testify. Is there still any way to clear this up? Where are the trolls? Where do they go? Why aren't you talking? The public opinion in the live broadcast room suddenly reversed, and the netizens who had just condemned Xiao Chun felt as if their brains were being rubbed on the ground again. I can also testify. As a voice sounded, the white-haired grandma Wu walked in tremblingly. Oh my God, who is this old lady? What testimony is she giving? The grandmother that Xiao Chen mentioned, she must be over 70 years old. Xiao Yuanhe actually left his own mother in the countryside. He is the one without conscience, right? There was a burst of discussion at the scene, and all the cameras were pointed at the white-haired grandma Wu. Silence. The judge maintained order at the scene. The scene fell silent, and everyone's eyes were on the white-haired old lady. Xiao Yin hurried forward and supported her grandmother. Judge, friend from all walks of life. I am Xiao Yuanhe's biological mother. I don't know about Xiao Qin's background. All I know is that they gave birth to twins, and after they gave birth to the children, they left one of them to me to raise. For the past 18 years, this child and I have been dependent on each other. Everything is just as Xiao Qin said. Xiao Yuanhe has never fulfilled any of his fatherly duties in the past 18 years. Xiao Qin is where he is today because of his own efforts. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Grandma, Xiao Qin's eyes were filled with tears. He quickly walked forward and held his grandmother's hands. He originally didn't want his grandmother to know about today's court session. After all, Xiao Yuanhe was her biological son, and she had never thought of asking her to come and testify. But he didn't expect that his grandmother knew everything. He never expected that his grandmother would appear directly at the trial today. Kid, I know you don't want me to get involved in these things. Grandma Wu held Xiao Qin's hand tightly. But I can't just watch these people bully you. They don't know the truth. I'm here to tell them the truth. I'm here to tell the judge how he treated you over the past 18 years. Grandma Wu let go of Xiao Qin's hand and strode to the center. Your Honor, Xiao Yuana has never raised Xiao Chun in any way, and what is being spread online is also false information. Moreover, both parties have already severed all parent-child relations. The child has been separated from his parents since he was young. He is very pitiful. Therefore, according to the law, the sentence should be whatever it is. Xiao Yuanhe looked shocked. He hung his head and said nothing. He probably never dreamed that even his own biological mother would not stand on his side. Public opinion completely reversed, and netizens in the live broadcast room switched sides one after another. The case was then heard normally, and eventually, Xiao Yuanhe was sentenced to 5 years in prison for kidnapping a baby. The moment the verdict came down, Xiao Yuanhe looked somewhat dejected. He slumped weakly into a chair and was taken away by the bailiff. Good, Xiao Chun, good tricks, nice to see. Lihao gave Xiao Chun a thumbs up. Well, I've seen it too. This is all you have. Xiao Chun sneered. Don't be impatient. This is just the beginning. Lihao smiled slightly. Yes, the best is yet to come. Xiao Chun looked at him jokingly and then said, Lihao, you used self-media to create momentum, smear me, and insult my personality. And they tried to use public opinion to interfere with the judicial decision. There should be an explanation for this matter, right? What you said is just empty talk. Where's the evidence? Lihao spread his hands. He didn't believe that Xiao Chun could control him at all. The evidence and witnesses are all here. Do you want to meet them? Xiao Chun smiled slightly. Then I really want to meet him. Can you let me open my eyes? Lihao stared at Xiao Chun. He has shares in Li Jiang, and he doesn't believe that Li Jiang would stab him in the back. Besides, things like self-media hyping up popularity are not something that can be discussed openly. There is no way Li Jiang would come forward to testify. Otherwise, he would drag himself into the water. But what he didn't expect was that Xiao Chun pointed behind him and said, Look, the people are here. Lihao turned his head, and his expression changed immediately. Li Jiang came over timidly, nodded and bowed to Xiao Chun, saying, Brother Xiao, is this your old acquaintance? Xiao Chun pointed at Lihao and said with a smile, Just now he said he wanted to see my so-called witness evidence, so I called you here. Lawyerly, Li Jiang bowed and nodded with a forced smile. Li Jiang, sure. Lihao stared at Li Jiang, his face gradually becoming gloomy. It seems this guy has given you a lot of benefits. Lawyerly, I really didn't. Li Jiang smiled bitterly. I felt that doing this kind of thing was not very ethical, so I took the initiative to testify. Otherwise, given our relationship, we can't stand on opposite sides anyway. Okay, sure. Lihao laughed in anger. Aren't you afraid that the shit you did will be exposed? Lawyerly, what have I done? Li Jiang looked surprised. You used force to force an underage girl for a rich second-generation man? Or did you crush a family to death for the developer's demolition to make it a hot topic? You. Lihao's face changed drastically. Although this guy is a lawyer, he always puts profit above all else. Although he was careful in his work, he and Li Jiang were partners, so Li Jiang knew some things. Are you crazy, Li Jiang? Lihao calmed himself down. Chapter 205, Let's Play Slowly. Really not. I said, I just couldn't stand Lawyer Li's methods, so I came out to testify. Li Jiang smiled. In addition, you hired a group of people to look for Brother Shao, and one of them smashed Brother Zhao's car. Li Jiang said, this man is willing to come out and testify. After all, his son is taking the college entrance examination. If he is imprisoned for damaging other people's property at this time, then there is a possibility of sentencing, and it will be difficult for his son to pass the civil service exam. Lihao's face became even more distorted. I was careless. I thought Xiao Chun was just a high school student and would be easy to deal with, but I didn't expect him to be so difficult. Okay, Xiao Chun, you can do it. You can do it. Lihao gave Xiao Chun a thumbs up. I'll wait for you. Then you should go back and prepare yourself. Xiao Chun said with a smile. You have fought so many lawsuits. This time you fight for yourself. It's actually quite interesting to be your own lawyer. I look forward to your performance. After saying this, Xiao Chun waved to him, then turned and left. Only Lihao was left standing there, gritting his teeth in anger. Back home, Grandma Wu and Xiao were chatting and laughing while washing vegetables. It seemed as if nothing had happened, and everything was just like before. Xiao Chun walked up to Grandma Wu. His nose felt a little sour. Grandma, what's wrong? Seeing that Xiao Chun's eyes were a little red, Grandma Wu put down the things in her hands and held Xiao Chun in her arms with heartache. Do you feel a little sorry for me? He is your son after all. Xiao Chun sighed. You are my only child. Grandma Wu said distressedly. Your grandfather left early. After I raised him alone, he left me. Thanks to you, my life, which was originally colorless, has gained meaning over the years. So, in the end, it was you who helped me, not me who helped you. Besides, he did something wrong and should have been punished. Xiaochen really didn't know what to say. He couldn't imagine how someone with such a positive outlook as Grandma Wu could have a son like Xiao Yuanhe. Okay, don't feel bad. It's only right for Grandma to help you. Grandma, I will treat you well in the future. Xiao Chan said. I didn't want to tell you these things because I didn't want to embarrass you, but what kind of person do you think Grandma is? Grandma Wu smiled, her eyes full of love as she looked at Xiao Chun. In Grandma's eyes, you're the most important because you're the only one who has been with me all these years. I'm so happy for you to see you grow up, to see you succeed in your studies and career. Grandma, thank you. Xiao Chen's nose felt sore, and he hugged Grandma Wu, tears falling. No matter whether I find my biological parents or not, you will always be my grandma, and we will never be separated. Okay, we'll never be separated. Grandma Wu's eyes were moist. After dinner, Xiao Yin finished her housework and said to Xiao Chun, I have an appointment with a client this afternoon, so I won't be here the evening. Okay. Xiao Chun nodded, and he took the initiative to see Xiao Yin out. When she opened the car door and was about to get in, Xiao Chun said thank you. Xiao Yin paused for a moment before opening the door. She looked up at Xiao Chun with a smile on her face. Did I hear you right? You heard it right. Thank you. Xiao Chun repeated. No need to thank me. This is what I should do. Xiao Yin murmured. You have drawn a line between yourself and the Shao family so thoroughly. Did you know something? Xiao Chun asked. Yes, Xiao Yin's changes are indeed quite big. She seemed to know something. Could it be that she also saw the truth of her previous life? No. Xiao Yin had a complicated expression, but still denied Xiao Chen's words. I just feel like I owe you too much. Xiao Yin murmured. These things have nothing to do with you. Xiao Chen smiled and said, the ones who are wrong are Xiao Yuanhe and his wife, not you. But I am their daughter, and I'm the only one who can repay what they owe you. Xiao Yin shook her head. So I'm already very happy that you can forgive me. But can you still call me sister in the future? Xiao Yin raised her eyes, her face full of anticipation. I still remember that when Xiao Chan first came to the Shao family, he treated her as a sister or even an elder. He always listened to her words and never cared, even if she was sometimes too much. Over time, she took Xiao Chen's obedience for granted. However, so many things that happened afterwards made her wake up. In this world, no one is born to owe anyone anything. The reason why Xiao Chan listened to her was because he respected her. Only now did she realize how hard it was to come by this. Now she only hopes that Xiao Chun can accept her again like before. Sister. Xiao Chun was silent for a moment, but finally called out. In the previous life, Xiao Yin might have been the only person who was kind to me. Apart from the woman in black, she was the only one who came to her own funeral. She cried so sadly and desperately. Maybe she had already regretted it at that time. And in this life, she is also the first person to wake up. After rebirth, many things have changed. But Xiao Chun didn't know if he could change his destiny. If everyone's fate is still death, then he will risk his own life to save Xiao Yin. These two simple words made Xiao Yin very excited. She opened her arms and hugged Xiao Chun tightly, tears falling uncontrollably. She murmured, Xiao Chun, no matter what happens in the future, we will face it together. Okay. Xiao Chun nodded heavily. After seeing her off, Xiao Chun received a call from Song Zian. Xiao Chun, I've finished the college entrance examination. How did you perform? Xiao Chun asked with a smile. Not bad. I'll just leave it to fate from now on. Song Zian looked resigned to her fate, and then she said, I want you to take me out to play and relax. What to play? Xiao Chun asked. Secret room. Song Zian uttered 2 words. I saw the most interesting secret room in Jiangcheng Online. It's 3-minute, scary, and exciting. I want you to take me there to play. This dungeon is too difficult. Xiao Chun was embarrassed. I haven't played it before. I'm afraid I can't help you. Besides, you tremble with fear when you watch a horror movie. Do you really dare to go into this secret room that focuses on horror? Let me try once, otherwise I won't give up. Song Zian said with a grin. Okay then, I'll pick you up. Xiao Chun agreed reluctantly. Mom and Dad, I'm going out. Song Zian hung up the phone and went back to her room to change clothes. Is it Xiao Chun again? Song's father asked somewhat unhappily. Chapter 206, when will Xiao Chun pay back the money? Yes, I have finished the college entrance examination. You don't have to restrict me now, right? Song Zian looked alert. Song's father was about to say something, but Song's mother touched him lightly and glared at him. It's not a restriction. Song's father immediately changed his words. It's just that this kid owes our family so much money. When will he pay it back? Dad, our company is running out of cash. Song Zian paused when he heard this. No, why do you ask? Song's father asked curiously. If you're unable to make ends meet, why are you targeting Xiao Chen's 10 billion? Song Zian was puzzled. This, Father Song was speechless. Okay, I'll pass on the message. Song Zian waved her hand impatiently, then ran back to her room to change clothes. You dare to talk back to me? You are getting more and more outrageous. Our Yin has never been like this before. Song's father pointed at Song Zian's back with a red face and thick neck. You learned all this from that kid. It's too outrageous. Don't look for trouble. Has your daughter always been against you? Song's mother glared at him and said, You are just jealous of Xiao Chun. What a joke. I'm the president of Huaya Bank, and I'm jealous of him. Song's father shouted as if his secrets had been exposed. He sat down a little anxiously and drank a glass of wine. Then he felt something was wrong, so he stood up and said, No, we can't let this kid have it easy. Isn't Sun Yang still here? I'm not leaving yet, what's wrong? Song's mother rolled her eyes at him. What are you going to do? Sun Yang, Zian has finished her college entrance exam. Do you want to invite her to have dinner together? Yes, I'll send you her location now. Seeing that Song's father hung up the phone and revealed the whereabouts of her girl, Song's mother stared at him and asked, What are you doing? Hey, let this kid know that my daughter has a lot of suitors, so he can always stay motivated. After doing all this, Song's father dropped his phone with satisfaction. Mother Song rolled her eyes and was speechless about her man. The escape room plan had already been planned, but Song Zian backed out at the last minute. Looking at the dark door and the depressing theme of the secret room, she closed her eyes and dragged Xiao Chun desperately out. Xiao Chun, I'm scared. I don't want to play anymore. Let's go play something else. I really don't want to play anymore, woo-woo. It's too scary. Xiao Chun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I've already started the group, and now you say you don't want to play anymore? I don't want to play anymore. I really don't want to play anymore. It's too scary. Song Zian shook his head desperately. Just seeing the poster of the third update theme made her legs go weak with fear. And you have to go into a secret room to complete a mission and be chased by ghosts? That's crazy. She's a socialist model student and cannot have anything to do with these feudal superstitions. Okay then, let's go somewhere else to play. Xiao Chun took her out helplessly. Have you quit the group? After going out, Song Zian felt a little better. Retreat. Xiao Chun looked at her puzzledly. We're not going to play anymore. We have to return the money. We should save what we can and spend what we can. You still owe my family 10 billion. Song Zian was very considerate of Xiao Chun. If you don't save money, how can you pay back the money? I don't have a group at all. Xiao Chun laughed. Don't you? And I understand. How can someone who is scared to death by watching a horror movie dare to play in the most terrifying escape room in history? You? Song Zian's face flushed red, and she realized that she had been deceived by Xiao Chun. You actually lied to me, you bad guy. Song Zian hit Xiao Chun angrily. I'm not lying to you. I just want to understand you. Xiao Chun laughed. If you don't think it's exciting, why don't you go to the haunted house? I don't want it. Song Zian snorted. I want milk tea. It's 8 o'clock in the evening now. Can you sleep at night after drinking this? Xiao Chun said. It contains 4 times as much caffeine as coffee. Really? Song Zian was stunned for a moment and said to himself, No wonder my heart beat faster after drinking last time, and I was counting stars at 3 in the morning. Have some lemonade, come on, it's my treat. Xiao Chun said with a smile. Let me treat you, and you can save some money to pay off my family's debt. Song Zian shook his head. Do you know what I used as collateral so that your grandfather could lend me the money? Xiao Chun asked. I don't know, what did you mortgage? Song Zian asked curiously. Yes, Xiao Chun didn't have anything worth 10 billion as collateral, so why did his grandfather lend him so much money? The next 20 years of my life. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly. If I can't pay it back in 1 month, I will have to work like a slave in your company for 20 years. Ah, Song Zian was surprised. Is it possible? Yes. Xiao Chun nodded. Mr. Song, you are really an evil capitalist. If you can't pay it back, won't you have to stay in my house for most of your life? Song Zian was actually a little delighted. Isn't this a good way to keep him by her side? She suddenly had the thought of hoping that Xiao Chun would not be able to pay back the money. Zian, you are here. I've been looking for you for a long time. Just at this moment, Sun Yang rushed over. He was dressed very formally in a suit and tie, which seemed out of place with the bustling city on the pedestrian street. Sun Yang, why are you here? Didn't you return to Beijing? Song Zian was stunned. No, I have some unfinished business, so I stayed. Sun Yang smiled and walked forward and said, "Your father told me you were here, so I came to find you." He looked around and saw that the pedestrian street was mostly filled with small vendors, and the people coming and going were ordinary people in ordinary clothes. "Zian, why did you come to a place like this? These places are where people from the bottom of society come. The food on the roadside is unhygienic and will make you sick. I'll take you to a Michelin 3-star restaurant. There happens to be one in Jiangcheng, and I'm their senior member. No, I just like it here." Song Zian frowned. "This place doesn't match your identity." Sun Yang was slightly stunned. "I don't think my status is superior to others, and it doesn't matter where you go. What matters is who you go with." Song Zian took a step back and distanced himself from Sun Yang. When Sun Yang saw Xiao Chan beside Song Zian, his face suddenly became a little ugly. But in order to show his gentlemanly demeanor, he had to suppress his inner displeasure at this time. "It's okay if you don't want to go to Michelin. You just happen to be on vacation now. Why not go to Yinjing to get familiar with the environment, or go to France? I have a friend who runs a winery there. We can—" Sun Yang. Song Zian interrupted him, feeling a little impatient. "I'm playing with my friends now. If you have nothing to do, please go back, okay? Even if you have something to say, you can talk about it another day, okay?" Sun Yang opened his mouth weakly, revealing an expression of disbelief. Chapter 207. Is this a threat? He is a few years older than Song Zian, but the relationship between the elders on both sides is very good. Although the two of them cannot be considered childhood sweethearts, they have known each other for a long time. Even if the two parties are not in the same city, they should meet several times a year. Although Song Zian's attitude towards him was average, she would never reject him in person. The culprit who caused such a change in her was Xiao Chan in front of her. "I'm just worried about you. It's not safe to be outside alone so late." Sun Yang opened his mouth. "Don't worry. I'm here with Ziyan. I will protect her. You can go now," Xiao Chan said with a smile. "Ziyan, there's a new internet-famous milk tea shop open over there. Shall we go over and take a look?" Xiao Chen said, taking Song Ziyan's hand. "Okay." Song Ziyan agreed readily. The two of them walked hand in hand intimately into the pedestrian street. Although the two have not confirmed their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend, but they look so intimate. Are they a couple or something? Watching the two people go away, Sun Yang clenched his fists tightly, and a hint of hatred flashed in his eyes. It was not until 11 o'clock in the evening, when there were few people on the pedestrian street, that the two of them came out. Song Ziyan was very happy. "Xiao Chun, see you another day. I'll take you back," Xiao Chun said. "Mr. Xiao, Mr. Song asked me to pick up the young lady. The driver, Uncle Li, was already waiting." "Xiao Chun, you go back by yourself. You don't have to worry. Uncle Li will pick me up," Song Ziyan said with a smile. "Okay, send me a message when you get home." Xiao Chun waved to Song Ziyan. Bye. Song Ziyan left happily. After watching her leave, Xiao Chun was about to go home when Sun Yang walked out from the side. Sun Yang's expression was a little gloomy. He was waiting in a cafe at the corner of the street. Song Ziyan waited for 3 hours and went out to play with this guy. "Doesn't she feel tired?" Xiao Chun. He called out to Xiao Chun, who was about to leave. "Hey, you're still here?" Xiao Chun looked at Sun Yang with some surprise. "What's the matter?" "Ziyan and I have known each other for a long time." Sun Yang was ready to come clean. "I know that Mr. Song and your grandfather are good friends, and the two families are old friends." Xiao Chun nodded. "So, what's the matter?" "We can be considered childhood sweethearts since we were young," Sun Yang added. "You are talking nonsense." Xiao Chun replied bluntly. "You said that your two families are old friends. I believe it. You said you two knew each other a long time ago, and I believe it. But you said childhood sweethearts. That's just wishful thinking." "Xiao Chun, I think you know what status our Sun family has in Yanjing." Sun Yang raised his head. His eyes were full of mockery. "Ziyan and I are a good match, and both parents are interested in bringing us together. If you know what's good for you, stay away from her." "I'm sorry. I've never been a sensible person." Xiao Chun shook his head. "You said your parents want you to pursue her. I believe it. But you said that Mr. Song also had this intention, which is nonsense again." Xiao Chun. Sun Yang was a little angry. "I know you are smart and capable, but the family's foundation is accumulated over several generations. Do you believe that your achievements can be wiped out in an instant with just a wave of my hand? You can't win the argument, so you start threatening me?" Xiao Chen's face was a little serious. "Sun Yang, I'll call you Young Master Sunday. A rich young man like you who was born into a wealthy family has a life and sense of superiority that ordinary people can't imagine. Your connections and background are far beyond the reach of an ordinary person like me. But I have something that you don't. Huh, what do you have that I don't have? Sun Yang sneered and looked at Xiao Chun with disdain. That's wolf nature. Xiao Chun looked at Sun Yang. Let me put it this way. I am barefoot, so I'm not afraid of you who wear shoes. Your Sun Group is a listed company in Yanjing, but if you really want to make things difficult for an ordinary person like me, then I will have no choice but to bite off a piece of meat from your Sun family. Huh, biting off a piece of meat from our Sun family? Aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth? Sun Yang laughed loudly, and the disdain in his eyes became more obvious. Xiao Chun, this is the first and last time I warn you. Stay away from Song Zian, otherwise, I will be rude to you. Not far away. I still owe money to the Song family. Xiao Chun spread his hands. What do you mean? Sun Yang turned his head. Who lent you money? I borrowed 10 billion from the Song family's Huaya Bank, which was approved by Mr. Song himself. Xiao Chun did not hide the smile in his eyes at all. And what I mortgage is the next 20 years of my life. That is to say, if I can't pay back the money in a month, I will have to work like a slave for the Song family in the future. What did you say? Impossible. Sun Yang's face was full of shock. For such a large sum of money, he must have at least a few buildings as collateral, right? Otherwise, who would dare to lend him money? But not only did Xiao Chun borrow it, but it was also approved by Mr. Song himself. And the mortgaged items are even more ridiculous. Xiao Chen's life for the next 20 years? Doesn't this mean that Mr. Song has high hopes for him? If Xiao Chun can pay back the money, that's fine. If he can't, won't he, Xiao Chun, just enter the Song family? What's the difference between this and marrying into the wife's family? You bastard, why should it be you? I can do it too. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Actually, I'm worried too. The 1-month deadline is almost up. Xiao Chun pretended to be embarrassed and sighed. Sometimes, I really want to just lie down and not have to work so hard to pay back the money. And my life for the rest of my life is also guaranteed. I could just work less for half my life. Isn't that good? As Xiao Chun spoke, he shook his head and sighed as he left, leaving Sun Yang with a confused look on his face. Seeing Xiao Chen's figure disappear, he calmed himself down, quickly took out his mobile phone, and made a call. Grandpa, the situation is a bit bad. Old man Song Yunming is going to cause trouble. He's starting to doubt us? A gloomy voice came from the other end of the line. Probably not, but Song Yunming looked favorably upon a man named Xiao Chun. Sun Yang briefly explained what he knew. The other party remained silent for a while before saying, he is suspicious of us. I will communicate with your second uncle abroad and ask him to suspend the plan. But on your side, you must make sure Song Zian is taken care of if there is the Song family's Huaya Bank. Our industrial chain will form a perfect closed loop, and great things will be accomplished in the future. I'll try my best, but Xiao Chun is a very capable guy. Sun Yang gritted his teeth. Anyone who can catch Song Yunming's, I must be extraordinary. The other party sneered, but no matter how extraordinary he is, he just grew up in the countryside. You're so far behind in vision and knowledge. I have devoted all my efforts to training you. If you can't compare to him, you don't have to come back. Chapter 208. Make a fortune. Yes, Grandpa, I will try my best. Sun Yang nodded heavily. The next day, Star Capital. The time is ripe to short SCO Auto, and the net is now closed. Li Yongyuan went home, and Wu Zizong went to make mobile phones, so only Zhang Xiang and Xiao Chun were together. Xiao Chun, SCO stock is going green so high. Why don't you wait a little longer? I don't think it has reached the bottom yet. Zhang Xiang asked. Brother Zhang, you don't understand this. Li Mingyu said with a smile. SCO is a multinational company after all. Although the previous incident of smart driving losing control and catching fire caused a big stir, domestic auto giants have also taken action. It caused the stock to plummet. But after all, the other party has a good foundation, and the legal department has already started suing several big versus one by one. More importantly, the public relations has started to work, and coupled with the price cuts on several of its models to increase sales, they're indeed selling well. So their stocks have hit bottom, and if they wait any longer, they will rebound. Yong Yuan's analysis is good, so now is the best time. Xiao Chan smiled slightly. Quit while we are ahead, otherwise we will have a hard time ending. Okay, I don't know much about stocks, so I'm counting on you guys. Zhang Xiang rubbed his hands together. I'm looking forward to how much I can earn this time. After deducting the cost of borrowing stocks and the rebate from the loan from Huaya Bank, you still have this number. Take a look. Xiao Chun took out a calculator, pressed a few buttons, and pushed it in front of Zhang Xiang. Seeing his investment become such an exaggerated number, Zhang Xiang's mouth opened so wide that he could almost stuff an egg in it. Oh my God, People say that we make huge profits in real estate, but compared to you guys in finance, it's nothing. Oh my God, you guys are making more money than drug trafficking, not even robbing a bank. Zhang Xiang almost went berserk. What a pity, the timing is wrong. Otherwise, I would have made more money at least. Xiao Chun said with some regret. All right, brother, that's good. Your net worth must be at least 5 billion this time. I really envy you. No, I'm jealous of you. Zhang Xiang's eyes turned red. If I had known this would happen, I would have moved all the money in our company's account to you, so you can play with it. What a pity. What a pity. Zhang Xiang banged his head against the wall with regret. Okay, I have to go to the Song family. Shao Chun stood up. With Li Mingyu's management, he doesn't have to worry about anything. He just has to pay off his debts. Why are you going to the Song family? Zhang Xiang asked. Repay the debt. Shao Chun smiled bitterly. I have to pay back the money I borrowed from Mr. Song. You really want to return it to him? Zhang Xiang pouted. Shao Chun, if I were you, I would just lie down. Why don't you just tell them that all the money has been lost and that you have no money left but your life, and then go to the Song family happily? Isn't that good? My pursuit is not just this little money. I have a bigger goal. Shao Chun rolled his eyes, got up, and walked out. Mr. Song was at the headquarters of Yi Bank, and Shao Chun went directly to the headquarters. Mr. Song was talking to someone, and Song's father received Shao Chun. Thinking about the fact that his daughter only came home in the middle of the night yesterday, he became extremely angry. Before Song Xian and this guy became passionate about it, he was a very caring and sweet guy. But what about now? He doesn't care about his father anymore. How can he not be angry? Hello, Uncle Song. Shao Chun could feel the unfriendly gaze from Song's father, so he stood aside obediently. Say hello to him politely. Okay, very good. Father Song snorted and said in a somewhat unfriendly tone, what do you want to see the old man for? Pay back the money. Shao Chun scratched his head and uttered 2 words. Pay back the money? Song's father was stunned. He said uncertainly, the 10 billion you borrowed from us before? Yes. Shao Chun nodded. Are you sure? Song's father's eyes were a little dull, because he didn't think Shao Chun could pay back the 10 billion. He also thought that the old man was old and confused, so why was he borrowing money from the bank? But just 1 month had passed, and Shao Chun came over and asked to pay back the money. Did he really have the ability to do so? Sure, Uncle Song, this is a check for 1 billion. Shao Chun took out 2 checks and placed them on the table. The rest of the principal will be returned to you via transfer. Song Yunming was stunned for a moment. Then he leaned over and picked up the check. I carefully looked at the amount on it several times, then took out my phone to confirm that the check could indeed be cashed. The expression on his face changed completely. He looked at Shao Chun, then at the check in his hand, and was so shocked that he was speechless for a moment. In just 1 month, Shao Chun was able to fulfill his promise, which made him feel incredible. The rebate is not too much, but this is what I agreed with Mr. Song before. Shao Chun smiled a little embarrassedly and said, Uncle Song, don't mind. Haha, Shao Chun, you're here? Following a hearty laugh, Song Yunming strode into the office. Mr. Song, I'm here today to fulfill my promise. Shao Chun smiled and pointed at the check. I've sent it to you, and it's also based on the interest we agreed on before. Okay. Song Yunming did not look at the check, but looked at Shao Chun with satisfaction. You have proved your ability. I have also proved that I was not wrong about him. He's a good guy. He is really good. Only then did Song's father put away his shock, and the way he looked at Shao Chun was a little different. If it weren't for Mr. Song's insight and lending me 10 billion, I wouldn't be able to move this huge thing. In the end, I still have to thank Mr. Song. I will treat you to a meal some other day, and thank you very much. I hope you're not just being polite. Please treat me to a drink some other day. Song Yunming nodded. Okay, Uncle Song must come then. Shao Chun smiled slightly and said goodbye. After Shao Chun left, Song's father finally let out a long sigh. Dad, this kid Shao Chun. Very unusual, isn't it? Song Yunming put the check on the table. He is indeed extraordinary, with courage and determination. Song Yunming nodded gently. It's a pity that his background is just ordinary. It would be better if he had a little more family background. Even if he can make money now, it is still far from our standards. Family background? Song Yunming's eyes flashed. His biological parents are not good. Have you ever thought that his relatives are not ordinary people? Dad, where did you find out? Song's father was surprised. I'm still not sure. Didn't this kid ask the kid from the Li family to check his background for him? Old Song smiled slightly. The Hanyuan Li family is very powerful in Yanjing, but some of the files in Yanjing are too high level for them to access. Files that even the Li family can access. Song's father was surprised. Dad, why do you say that? Don't ask for details. Old Master Zhang has already asked someone to investigate. Old Master Song waved his hand and said, Xiao Qin's identity is not that simple. Could it be related to the pair of brothers from the Shao family in Yinjing? Song's father was surprised. Chapter 209, The Sun Family is Not Simple. Elder Song did not answer. He just asked, Has the Sun family kid not left yet? No, he came to test our attitude this time. It may not be long before Mr. Sun comes to propose marriage, said Song's father. Umph. Old Sun is very smart. That kid from their family is not a good person either. Dad, the Sun family has an extraordinary status in Yinjing. If we can establish a relationship with them, our Song family will also be able to move up a level. Why don't you take this matter too seriously? Song's father was puzzled. You think things are too simple. You want to use them to climb a ladder, but they are thinking how to swallow you up. Elder Song frowned. And the second son of the Sun family has been winning over a group of forces abroad in recent years. I'm not sure if the kidnapping of Yin has anything to do with them. Song's father's expression changed slightly. Song Xian was his Achilles heel. He never expected that the Sun family, with whom he had always been on good terms, was actually the mastermind behind the kidnapping of Song Xian. If it is confirmed that they did it, I will fight them to the death. Song's father was angry. Okay, I just had a suspicion. Anyway, you must understand that you are the head of the family. No matter what time, you must not lose your composure. Song Yunming waved his hand. Dad, I know. Father Song suppressed his anger. Now you know why I value Shao Chun. Song Yunming glanced at his father. I don't know. Father Song shook his head. Humph. You are honest but not courageous enough. Song Yunming was a little angry. Shao Chun is different. He has ideas and dares to fight. If the Song family has him, he can make up for your shortcomings. Do you understand? I understand. Father Song nodded honestly. He is well aware of his own lack of ability, so when his father lectures him, he usually listens carefully and never refutes. Okay, let your eldest brother keep an eye on the Sun family's affairs. The second son of the family committed murder and is wandering around the Golden Triangle, which is also a trouble. Song Yunming sighed. After leaving the Song family, Xiao Chen received a call from Lydia Su. After making an appointment with him to meet, Xiao Chen found a nearby place and waited for Su Xiao there. Su Xiao, wearing a long dress, walked down from the Maybach with several documents in her hands. The different personalities of the two sisters, Su Xiao and Sumuyu, can be seen from the car they are riding in. Sumuyu prefers sports cars when traveling, as he looks young and bold. But Su Xiao's Maybach looks dignified and elegant, which shows that her personality is relatively calm. Xiao Chun, something happened today, and I feel like I need to consult you in person. Su Xiao put the documents in his arms on the table. What's wrong, Sister Su? Tell me. Xiao Chun changed his address. What did you call me? Su Xiao looked at Xiao Chun in surprise, with a stunned expression. Call you sister. Xiao Chun said, as if it was a matter of course. No wonder Su Muyu was controlled so tightly by Xiaoming. It turns out that his nickname, T in the T, is indeed nice. I'm your teacher, Su Xiao said angrily after reacting. It was before, but not now. You don't teach anymore. Xiao Chun laughed. Besides, I have graduated. Okay, it's up to you. Su Xiao thought so too. He was no longer a teacher. Besides, Xiao Chun has also graduated, and she likes this title very much. What happened today? Xiao Chun asked. I came here specially to thank you. I'll treat you to lunch at noon. Su Xiao said happily, and then pointed to the contract on the table. These are some business contracts that Vice President Cheng gave me to follow up on. The investment and cooperation involved in these contracts are all from other places. He also repeatedly reminded me that this contract is extremely important and now is the final signing moment. So he asked me to personally, Sister Su, there's a lot of fighting within your Su group. Xiao Chan said with a smile after taking the contract. What's the project this time? An energy development project from another place is called Lightyear Aerospace, a company dedicated to the research and development of aerospace materials, said Su Xiao. Lightyear Aerospace. Xiao Chun was stunned. Wow, another company with a huge pitfall. Yes, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with this company? Su Xiao looked at Xiao Chun with something wrong in his eyes. I've understood a little bit. There are some problems. Let me take a look at the contract details first. Xiao Chun took the contract and began to read it carefully. He read it carefully from beginning to end and finally closed the contract. How is it? Su Xiao waited patiently for him to finish reading. There is no problem with the overall details, but I'm afraid teacher Su didn't notice this one. Xiao Chun pointed out the last line of small print at the end of the contract. If any dispute arises under this contract, it shall be under the jurisdiction of the court where the contract was signed. Su Xiao quickly took the contract and looked at it. Sure enough, just as Xiao Chun said, the last item of the contract had this line written in very small font. Is there any problem with this one? Su Xiao felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. The place where the contract was signed is a small place called Xinyuan County. Xiao Chun smiled. There's a mountain in this place called Xinyuan Mountain. Maybe you don't know much about this small county and this mountain. But there was a saying that investment is not as good as Xinyuanshan. Why? Lydia Su was stunned. In a small place, there are many personal relationships and accidents, and contracts are used for lawsuits. Xiao Chun explained, the other party's connections are all with Xinyuan. If a dispute arises, and you take the contract to their territory to sue, what do you think are the chances of winning? I see. Lydia Su's expression changed slightly. Is this the pitfall in the contract? That's right. This is the trap in the contract. Chung Tao must know the problem of the partner, so he deliberately led you into the trap. Xiao Chan said, if you really sign this contract, you will fall into his trap again. Asshole. Su Xiao, who was always gentle, couldn't help but curse. What on earth does this old fox want to do? Sister, there's so many things to learn about interpersonal relationships in the workplace. Xiao Chan said with a smile. But I don't understand. Chung Tao is a senior executive of the company and even holds shares. Why does he keep cheating me? Su Xiao didn't understand. Then let me ask you, your father is the chairman of the company. Does he have any uncles? Do his uncles, that is your grandfather and brothers, have any sons or grandchildren? Yes. Lydia Su nodded. But the company belongs to you. These side branches will definitely try their best to get some benefits for themselves. Xiao Chun analyzed. The supporters behind Chung Tao don't want to see you inherit everything in the Su family. These people are most likely your father's elders. Su Xiao was silent. After a moment, she sighed. The complexity of the matter was really beyond her imagination. Okay, I understand, Xiao Chun. Thank you for reminding me. Su Xiao put away the file. Chapter 2, 10 New Company Established. Chung Tao has set traps for you again and again, so you should also fight back appropriately. Xiao Chun said. For example, the photovoltaic project that he strongly supports. Xiao Chun reminded. People on my father's side do not agree with this project. Su Xiao thought. Talk to Mr. Song. He knows what to do. Xiao Chun said. In addition, I will give you some information on the upgrading of the photovoltaic industry. Make a plan based on this information and keep it for future use. Okay, I know what to do. Su Xiao nodded gently. Also, I have established a new investment company. Do you want to join in the fun? The person in charge is Li Yang, who was poached from your father's Zhongjiang capital. I will definitely come to support your new company when it opens. Su Xiao answered without hesitation. After having dinner with Xiao Chun, Su Xiao hurried back to the company. In the chairman's office, she placed the contract on her father's desk and pointed out the problems in the contract. My second uncle, who is also your second grandfather, can't wait. Father Su paced in the room. Is Chung Tao my second master's man? Su Xiao asked. Yes, your grandfather passed away a few years ago, and I don't have a son, so I've been committed to training Muyu. Father Su said, but Muyu is not suitable for business. You are suitable, but your second master has always been against it. Because I'm a girl? Lydia Su understood everything. Yes, he wants a son to take over the company, but Su Group is the hard work of your grandfather. How could it fall into their hands? Su's father sneered. What's the best solution right now? Get Chung Tao out of the company. He is a veteran. It is not easy to drive him out of the company. The best way is to further reduce the power in his hands, said Su's father. Xiao Chan said that we can start with the photovoltaic industry that he supports. Su Xiao pondered. Photovoltaic is currently a hot industry with policy support, and Chung Tao's team's photovoltaic investment is also very rigorous. How do we start here? Within half a year, new technical problems will cause the existing photovoltaic technology to be obsolete. Su Xiao put down a document. This is the relevant information Xiao Chan gave me. Are you sure? Father Su's eyes lit up. If what Xiao Chen said is true, then now is indeed a good time. Xiao Chun won't lie to me, and he never makes mistakes. Su Xiao said seriously. We will have a meeting tomorrow to continue discussing the photovoltaic project. When it comes to voting, I will ask my people to vote in favor or abstain. Father Su made a prompt decision. The project should be advanced quickly and the necessary funds should be invested as quickly as possible. But Dad, if this happens, the company will suffer great losses. Su hesitated. This little loss is nothing compared to getting Chung Tao out. Father Su smiled slightly and said, you should plan a new project later. After the photovoltaic industry is upgraded, we will bring it out as soon as possible so that we can firmly grasp the right to speak. I understand. Su nodded gently. What do you think of Xiao Chun? Father Su suddenly asked. Very good, very good. Su Xiao nodded without hesitation. Then you should contact him more often in the future, invite him to your home, and make an appointment for him or something. There was a smile in Su's father's eyes. Dad, Su Xiao was surprised. It's okay to practice more, and it's also possible to invite him to be a guest. But dating is something different. Go ahead. Father Su smiled slightly. Su had no choice but to withdraw. 3 days later, Xiao Chen's new company opened with warm salutes. Xiao Chun holds 70% of the shares of Xingchen Venture Capital, and Sun Yang, a former veteran of Zhongjiang Capital, is in charge. Liang has been working in Zhongjiang Capital for more than 10 years and has good investment vision and connections. After he left Zhongjiang Capital under the Su Group, Xiao Chun poached him and his team immediately. Liang, dressed in formal attire, warmly welcomed the guests, went on stage to deliver a speech, and cut the ribbon with Xiao Chun. Before the banquet started, he approached Xiao Chun and handed him a thick plan. Mr. Xiao, this is my investment plan for the next 5 years. The investment focuses on information technology, medical health, new energy, artificial intelligence, and other fields. Please take some time to take a look. Liang is a practical man. Before the company opened, he looked for a location, recruited people, registered the company, and also did the planning. Brotherly, I'll look into this later. We won't talk about work today. Xiao Chun said with a smile. I trust you. Haha, then take some time to watch it. Liang laughed. Just at this time, Su Xiao came, and with him came Su's father. Su's father is Li Yang's former employer, so it was a bit awkward for them to meet today. Mr. Li, congratulations. Father Su presented his gift. Mr. Su, why are you here? Liang was a little surprised. Haha, you don't welcome your old boss? You have made a lot of contributions to Zhongjiang Capital before. I treated you unfairly before, so I come to support you in person today. Father Su laughed. Thank you, Mr. Su. Please come in. Liang said with a smile. Xiao Chun, nice to meet you again. Father Su came to see Xiao Chun today on purpose. Hello, Mr. Su. Xiao Chun greeted. It's too formal. Just call me uncle. Whether it's Muyu or Su Xiao, you all know each other. It's not wrong for you to call me uncle. Su's father said with a smile. Okay, Uncle Su, please come in. Xiao Chun smiled and invited Su's father to a quiet place in the company. He knew that Father Su came here today to discuss something with him. Taking the tea that Xiao Chun brewed, Father Su thanked him and said, Xiao Chun, I came here today to consult you about something. Is it about the upgrading of the photovoltaic industry? Sister Su should have already made a plan. Xiao Chun said, That's right, Su Xiao. Your plan is well done, and I have carefully read the information you gave me, although there is currently no news about any technological upgrades in the country. But there's a lot of useful information in the information you provided. So what does Uncle Su plan to do? Xiao Chun asked. We are not outsiders, so I won't beat around the bush. Father Su put down his cup and said seriously, The company's vice president Chung Tao is my second uncle's man. His power is a bit too great, and it's currently affecting my layout in the company, so I'd like to ask for your help. I'm just a student who just graduated from high school. Uncle Su thinks too highly of me. Xiao Chun smiled. You are not a simple high school student. After shorting Scott this time, your net worth has reached at least this much. Father Su extended a slap in the face. And your investment vision and stock market forecasts are very accurate, so I believe you have the ability to help me. This will offend people. Xiao Chun looked embarrassed. He knew Chang Tao, the vice president of Su Group, and a veteran figure. In the previous life, Su's father fought hard and both sides suffered heavy losses before he was able to bring him down. However, the Su Group was severely damaged as a result, and its position was quickly replaced by other companies. Coupled with Sumuyu's death, Su's father has never recovered since then. Chapter 211 Su Group Shares. Xiao Chun did see some negative information about Chang Tao after his downfall in the news. And now he asked Su Xian to check, and every time he checked, he found the answer correct. But why should he help the Su family? He has no reason. When Su Xiao inherits the Su Group in the future, you will have a strong business partner. Father Su had expected Xiao Chun to do this. He smiled slightly and said, "The Su family will stand by you unconditionally in the future." "How about that?" Xiaoqin thought about it seriously and said, "It seems that what Uncle Su said is not wrong. Just for Teacher Su, I have to help him." "Haha, then we'll have a pleasant cooperation." Father Su laughed. Then he said, "We can put him in the position of being involved in the photovoltaic upgrade, but it will only weaken his power. He will stay in the company in the future." "Understand. To kill a snake, you have to hit it at its most vulnerable part." Xiaoqin nodded slightly. "If the time is right, I'll give him a fatal blow, and he won't be able to fight back." "How to give him a fatal blow?" "This is the most important question," said Su's father. "He has been in the company for so long. Is he really so clean?" Xiao Chun said with a smile. "Of course it's not clean, but this person has always been cautious in doing things, and I don't have any handle on him at the moment." Father Su sighed. "What if I can find evidence of his guilt?" Xiao Chun smiled slightly. "Really?" Father Su stood up suddenly, his eyes deep. "Uncle Su, when the time is right, just call me, but I have a condition." Xiao Chun slowly brewed a cup of tea. "If Chung Tao is overthrown, the 15% of Su Group shares he holds will be yours, and you'll be a shareholder of our Su Group in the future." Father Su looked directly into Xiao Chen's eyes and said without hesitation, "Thank you, Uncle Su. It's really worry-free to talk to smart people." Xiao Chen sighed. Su Jingye actually has a very good talent in business. Unfortunately, Sumuyu did not inherit his talent in business. Chun Chun was a love-brain girl. Otherwise, she would not have been so deceived by Xiaoming. In the end, she could not bear his control and committed suicide by jumping off the building. Although they had to draw a line between themselves and Sumuyu, the Su family was a wealthy family in Jiangchen. Besides, the Su family will belong to Su Shao in the future. Just for this reason, it is worth it for Xiao Chun to get closer to the Su family. Okay. Father Su nodded repeatedly, and he was in a very happy mood. "Xiao Chun, we will be family from now on." "Congratulations, Uncle Su. You will soon be able to completely control the Su family." Xiao Chun said with a smile. "Congratulations to you too. You will soon be a shareholder of Su Group." Su's father laughed. He stood up and patted Xiao Chun on the shoulder. "Xiao Chun, I have to go back and prepare. When the time is right, I will inform you." Father Su smiled and said, "If there is any situation, just let Su Xiao tell me." "Uncle Su, take care." Xiao Chun smiled slightly. Su's father left, and Su Xiao was still at the opening ceremony. After sending her father away, she asked Xiao Chun with some confusion, "Xiao Chun, what did you say to my father just now?" "I think he seems to be in a good mood." "Yes, because I had no son, I was pressed hard by the second master's family. My father rarely smiles, but after chatting with Xiao Chun today, he was in a particularly cheerful mood." "What did Xiao Chun say to him that made him so happy?" "Nothing. I just reached a cooperation with your father." Xiao Chun said with a smile. "What cooperation?" Su Xiao asked with some confusion. "I can't tell you for now, but you will know soon." Xiao Chun smiled slightly. "'Tis quite mysterious." Su Xiao rolled his eyes at Xiao Chun. Su Xin has strong reconnaissance capabilities. Within 2 days after Xiao Chun issued the task, a piece of information was placed on Xiao Chen's desk. The evidences about Chung Tao setting up a private treasury in the Su Group, embezzling kickbacks, and reaching an agreement with relatives to transfer benefits were listed clearly one by one. Moreover, the amount involved in the case is huge. Once the evidence is handed over, Chung Tao may never get out of the case in his lifetime. Just as I put the information away, I heard a familiar voice outside. Lin Fong carried some things for Xiao Yin, and they walked side by side, laughing as they walked. Judging from the way they look, their relationship has probably gone beyond ordinary friendship. Xiao Chen looked at the two of them as if he had seen a ghost. He really couldn't understand when the two of them got together. "Xiao Chun, I went shopping with you and bought you a pair of shoes. Try them on to see if they fit you well." Xiao Yin took the things from Lin Fong's hand and said, "There are also some supplements I bought for Grandma. Just give them to her when she comes back." "Okay." Xiao Chun took the thing from her hand somewhat mechanically. While she was packing her things, he grabbed Lin Fong and asked, "Tell me, what's going on?" "What's going on?" Lin Fong said innocently. "Let me go first. When did you become so close to my sister?" Xiao Chun glared at Lin Fong. We met by chance once. I sent her home, and she treated me to coffee." Lin Fong stammered, "That's how it is. We became familiar with each other after a few visits." "Good trick." Xiao Chun was speechless. "I thought you were only interested in Chinese medicine." "Yes, I've come into contact with Lin Fong many times. This guy is a natural doctor. The kind of person who is a bit stupid as he said, has no women in his mind, so he could be a good acupuncturist. But this bastard pretends to be uninterested in anything except Chinese medicine. But secretly, he is so passionate about Shao Yin. From now on, I will call you senior brother, and you can call me. Lin Fong was too embarrassed to say the word brother-in-law. After all, the two of them haven't revealed their cards yet, so he doesn't dare to say anything big. Okay, I just happened to come to you for something. Have you prepared the recipe for the medicinal food I talked about last time? Xiao Chen asked. Oh, you see, I forgot about this. Sorry, I will compile it into a book for you as soon as I get back. Lin Fong slapped his forehead. Just then his cell phone rang. It was his grandfather calling. He answered the phone, said a few words to the side, and his expression changed slightly. After hanging up the phone, he said to Xiao Chen, I have to go to the nursing home. An old man named Zhang is not feeling well, and his grandfather asked me to go and see him. Old Master Zhang? Xiao Chen was surprised. Yes, it's Mr. Zhang. Do you know him? Lin Fong asked in surprise. Yes, let's go. I'll go with you to take a look. Xiao Chen said. Who knows? Maybe I can be of help. Let's go together. Lin Fong nodded, and the two got in the car and rushed to the sanatorium. Inside the sanatorium, in Mr. Zhang's villa, he was wrapped in a blanket and coughing from time to time. At the same time, his guards were reporting some situations to him. Grandpa, Xiao Chen's identity has been basically confirmed. Now all that's left is a DNA test. Chapter 212, Old Master Zhang's Attitude. No wonder, he looks so much like that kid. Old Master Zhang murmured. Old Shao, you blocked a bullet for me on the battlefield back then. Because of this, you died at the age of 90. You died young. But I found your great-grandson for you. When I see you a few years later, I will be able to give you an explanation. Mr. Zhang, please take a rest. We have contacted the Lin family, and they will come to see you soon. The guard tucked in a blanket for the old man. It's not a big deal. After all, it's not like when I was young. I can just bear it and get through it. Hey, those Japanese from the kamikaze battalion are really ruthless. The old man leaned back in the recliner and slowly closed his eyes to rest. When Xiao Chen and Lin Fong rushed over, the old man opened his slightly narrowed eyes. When he saw Xiao Chen, a kind smile appeared on his face, just like an elder looking at a younger generation. Hey, the Shao family's children are here too. He waved to Xiao Chen. Come here. Let me take a good look at you. Xiao Chen was a little confused. The last time he came, the old man's attitude was not so friendly. How come the old man's attitude toward me changed so much in just 2 days? Grandpa, are you okay? Xiao Chen asked with some concern. I am friends with Dr. Lin's grandson. I heard you were sick, so I rushed over. I'm sorry to bother you. It's okay. I just wanted to see you these days. The old man said with a smile. He looked at Lin Fong, who was also confused. Are you Shaolin's grandson? Originally, Lin Fong was wondering about Old Master Yu's attitude toward Xiao Chen. I thought that Xiao Chen was a very secretive kid, and he actually had a relationship with Old Master Zhang's lineage. You know, this old man witnessed the rise of China. Hearing him say this, Lin Fong hurried forward. Grandpa, my grandfather asked me to come over to see how you are doing. Don't worry. I have inherited my grandfather's true teachings, and my level is almost the same as his. I'll take a look for you first. If it doesn't work, I'll make an exception for him to come. Okay, haha. Your grandfather has always followed the teachings of his ancestors and is a principled man. He said he saw 30 cases a day, and no one was exempted, including me. Old Master Zhang stretched out his right hand and said with a smile, Come on, young man, show me. Grandpa, are you feeling unwell? Lin Fong put his hand on the old man's wrist and asked while taking his pulse. My chest feels stuffy and I can't breathe. I feel weak all over and have cold sweats. The old man said leisurely, It's been an old problem for nearly 60 years. Lin Fong carefully felt the patient's pulse, looked at the tongue coating, asked a few questions, and then looked at the other wrist carefully. Then he put down his hand and said, Old master, you have a cold lung disease. You were frostbitten when you were young, right? Yes, there was one time when I was in the snowy mountains, and I was so sleepy that I took a nap. The old man recalled his youth. Because I was in the snow and didn't take good measures to keep warm, I got frostbite. If my comrades hadn't woken me up, I would have turned into a popsicle. That's it. The cold air enters the viscera, stagnates in the 5 internal organs, injures the lungs, and strains the spleen. That's why it's easy to get sick when the weather is rainy and humid. Lin Fong explained. That's right. My illness is more accurate than the weather forecast. The old man laughed. Whenever I feel sick, it will definitely rain. I'll prescribe a prescription for the old man to dispel the cold. Lin Fong said, because the root of the disease is too old and entangled in the 5 internal organs, it is very difficult to eliminate. Pay attention to eating a light diet and avoid eating raw, cold, sour, and spicy foods. Lin Fong wrote out a prescription, and the policeman beside him took it and handed it to the old man. Well, it's almost the same as the prescription prescribed by the master in Yinjing. You are a good young man. You have indeed inherited the true teachings of your grandfather. The old man handed the prescription in his hand to the guard, and the guard went out to ask someone to get the medicine and boil it. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun on the side pondered for a moment and said, Grandpa, this medicine is quite bitter, isn't it? Bitter? What medicine is not bitter? But good medicine tastes bitter. I don't know how many hundreds of doses of medicine I have taken over the years. I'm used to it. Old Master Zhang looked at Xiao Chun with a smile on his face. Then Lin Fong, have you ever considered changing your approach? Xiao Chun looked at Lin Fong. Change the way. Lin Fong was stunned. Do you have a good idea? I'm not proficient in medical skills. I just have read some folk prescriptions and understand some pharmacology. Xiao Chun said. I think the old man's condition is caused by coldness accumulating in his 5 internal organs, damaging his lungs and spleen. The treatment is very simple. Nothing more than some medicines to dispel cold and relieve depression, but these medicines can only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. And the medicines you prescribed are relatively mild. I was thinking that long-term illnesses need to be treated with strong medicines. The next dose of strong medicine will completely dispel the coldness that is trapped in the old man's body. Wouldn't that solve the problem once and for all? No, Xiao Chun, you don't know medicine. The strong medicine method is good, but it depends on who you use it on. Lin Fong shook his hands and said, for people with strong physique, a strong dose of medicine can really cure the disease. But the old man is over 95 years old, and his physical functions are not as good as those of young people. If he takes a strong dose of medicine while dispelling the medicine, he may also hurt himself. Then the loss will outweigh the gain. Is that so? Xiao Chun showed a thoughtful look. What if we use diet therapy? Diet therapy? Lin Fong was slightly stunned. He shook his head and said, that's even worse. Diet therapy is not as effective as medication. It can only be used as an aid. What if it's hot and sour pepper soup? Xiao Chun suddenly had an idea. Pepper and spicy food can drive away the cold, and sour taste can increase appetite. If combined with warming ingredients, it may have unexpected effects. Xiao Chun's words stunned Lin Fong. He was thinking hard about the feasibility of this method. The guard on the side said, this won't work. The old man has been eating light food for years. I'm afraid my body can't handle this kind of heavy-tasting food. Diet therapy and medicine have different starting points and different effects. Sometimes doctors use medicine to find the right treatment for the right disease, not the right method, Xiao Chun explained. I think we can give it a try. After thinking for a long time, Lin Fong raised his head and said seriously, Xiao Chun is right. When doctors prescribe medicine, it's not about whether the medicine is expensive or not. It's about whether it's suitable for the disease. The function of pepper is to warm the middle and dispel cold. Chili pepper can also improve appetite, although it has a strong taste and is considered a strong medicine. But if you add pig stomach to nourish the chi and stomach and replenish the deficiency, it may have an unexpected effect. No, it's too risky. The guard was a little worried. Try to follow their method. These years, I can't drink alcohol, and the only meat I can eat is easily digestible fish and shrimp. My mouth is so dry that it tastes like a bird. Old Master Zhang waved his hand and said, I am old now. I can still eat and drink. Chapter 213, a bowl of healing soup. But old man, if anything bad happens from eating it, I can't afford it. The young guard didn't dare to try. I ask you to be responsible? It's my own body. I'm responsible for it. The old man glared at him. Then he said to Xiao Chun and Lin Fong, just follow your instructions. Whoever is a good cook, make me one right away. I'll go. My cooking skills are pretty good. Xiao Chun smiled and turned to go to the kitchen to prepare. Lin Fong also hurried to the kitchen to help. Most of the ingredients were available, but he asked the sanatorium to prepare a pig's stomach. Wash, scrape off the oil, blanch, and cut the pork tripe into shreds. Stir fry with lard. Then add winter bamboo shoots, shredded black fungus, and shredded ginger. Add pepper and water, bring to a boil, then add chili salt and other seasonings. Drizzle with sesame oil and garnish with coriander. The aroma is instantly overwhelming. Lin Fong, who can't cook, almost cried because of his greed. Looking at the bowl of soup, he felt a little nervous. Xiao Chun, is this okay? You are a doctor, what do you think? Xiao Chan asked back. I think we can give it a try. Lin Fong gritted his teeth. Yes, the prescription I just gave to the old man was too cautious. In fact, he also thought that it was time to use a strong medicine, and this bowl of hot and sour pork belly pepper soup should be able to warm the body and dispel the cold. I'll take care of anything that happens, don't worry. Xiaoqin smiled slightly. When the bowl of soup was brought out, the old man sitting on the recliner suddenly perked up and sat up. It smells so good. He couldn't wait to take it, picked up the spoon, and started eating it in big mouthfuls. A big bowl of pork tripe soup was finished in just a few minutes. Anything else? The old man handed over the bowl. Yes, yes, and there's also food for the old man. Xiaoqin quickly took the bowl and turned to the kitchen to get another bowl. I didn't dare to take too much this time. After all, eating too much of this kind of heavy food would be counterproductive. This time the old man ate more than half a bowl. Then he wiped his mouth with satisfaction. I was sweating after eating it. It felt so good. It was really so good. Old man, how do you feel? Are you feeling unwell? The young guard asked tentatively. Don't say anything. The old man pondered and slowly stood up from his chair. Xiao Chen on the side hurried forward to support him. The old man wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked a few steps inside the room. He laughed out loud. Great, this feels really great. I feel like I can breathe more easily now, and I have more strength all over my body, as if that bowl of soup just now brought me back to life. Grandpa, this diet therapy is working. Lin Fong, who had been worried, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the medical theory is correct, the old man is of extraordinary status after all. If there is any problem with the food, he can't afford to take the blame. Now seeing the old man speaking with full energy and his steps firm, he also became happy. Okay, Xiao Chun, you also know medical skills? The old man asked with a smile. Old man, I've only read a few medical books. The real medical master is here. Xiao Chun pointed at Lin Fong on the side. I'm so ashamed. Lin Fong was a little embarrassed. The medicine I used just now was too conservative. I have forgotten the master's teachings. If it weren't for Xiao Chen's reminder, the old man would have to take this bitter medicine again today. They're all pretty good. The old man was in a very good mood. He laughed and said, at such a young age, you have reached the level of a master of traditional Chinese medicine in Yanjing. That's pretty good. Xiao Chen is not bad. He has an active mind and thinks quickly. The old man looked at Xiao Chen deeply. He saw the shadow of his old friend in Xiao Chen. On the battlefield, you can trust your back to the enemy, but unfortunately, as time goes by, many old friends have long since passed away. Thank you for the compliment, old man. Xiao Chen said modestly. When will you report to Peking University? Asked old Master Zhang. After 1 month, we will report in advance. Xiao Chen said. Okay, come to my house when the time comes. You must go. Old Master Zhang looked at Xiao Chen deeply and said, when the time comes, I will introduce someone to you. Okay, I will definitely visit the old man's house when I go to Yanjing. Xiao Chen nodded. After staying in the sanatorium for a while and chatting with the old man, Lin Fong talked about some health-preserving concepts and then left with Xiao Chen. Grandpa, do we still need to do a blood test on Xiao Chen? The guard asked cautiously after the two men left. No need to do that. This character and this brain are inherited from old Xiao. He is definitely his descendant. The old man said firmly. Then, should we notify the Xiao family? Guard Xiaoli asked again. Don't notify him for now. After all, this child grew up among the common people, and Lao Zhao's son is not very mature. If his grandson doesn't show his abilities, Xiao Xingyam may not recognize him. But this child's abilities are obviously outstanding. The head of the Xiao family will definitely be happy if he can get this grandson. Xiaoli said puzzledly. Being happy and being reused are two different things. Hey, let this child make a name for himself, and let Xiao Xingye take the initiative to find him. It's better than him returning to the Xiao family to recognize his ancestry and being looked down upon. Yes, the old man still thinks long-term. Xiaoli nodded in sudden realization. The old man stood up slowly, but the child's father has not been able to come out. I am thinking, should I give him some hope? What does the old man want to do? Xiaoli asked. Then, just say it indirectly, so that he won't take his life lightly. The old man said with a smile. On the way back, Lin Fong almost never stopped talking. Xiao Chun, come and study medicine. I guarantee that you will become a famous medical expert within 10 years. It would be a waste if you didn't study medicine, given your talent. Don't you want to show off with a silver needle? Don't you know how satisfying it is to slap your seniors in the face? Also, when patients look at you with admiration, that sense of accomplishment is really great. Every profession has its own specialty. Xiao Chan said helplessly, I admit that my talent is a little bit better than yours. But you started studying medicine at the age of 6. I am changing my career path now. Even if I continue for another 10 years, I may not be able to achieve what you have now. Not necessarily. You're smart. A top student like you learns very quickly. Lin Fong was unwilling to give up. You really don't want to consider it. I really don't consider it. My interest is making money. Xiao Chan shook his head. You can make money by studying medicine. When you become famous, money will come in continuously. Lin Fong said, it's different. My goal cannot be achieved by medicine alone. Okay, stop trying to persuade me. Xiao Chun told Lin Fong to shut up. Okay, but if you figure it out one day, you must come to me. Lin Fong smiled. Hurry up and sort out the dietary recipes I mentioned earlier. I will go to Yinjing in a month and talk to that friend. Chapter 214, The Plan Against Lihao. Xiao Chan said, I feel this is a brand new track. The catering concept of traditional Chinese medicine plus health preservation is definitely popular. Okay, don't worry about this. I will quickly prepare a medicinal meal when I get back. Lin Fong nodded repeatedly. Then I will ask Master for advice, and I will contact you after it's finalized. Okay, besides you and my sister. Xiao Chun turned his head and glanced at him. We must also hurry up. Lin Fong scratched his head embarrassedly. Boss, Lihao and Shao Qian are planning to appeal. Su Xian called. I understand. Xiao Chun said only 3 words lightly. In a private room of a luxurious restaurant, Shao Qian and Lihao had ordered their dishes and were waiting for someone. Lihao, is your classmate reliable? Shao Qian seemed a little anxious. Although her father was sentenced to 5 years in prison in the first instance, he was not without the opportunity to appeal. Lihao used his connections to find a judge at the next higher court level, intending to use his connections. Don't worry about this. I am a legal advisor in my classmate's company. This judge is from higher court. His name is Zhu Yu. Lihao is full of confidence. He is a distant relative of my classmate and is quite reliable. Invite him to dinner and smooth over his connections. There will be a reversal in the second trial. Xiao Qian nodded silently. At this point, the only person she could rely on was Lihao. You don't have confidence in me? Lihao couldn't help but laugh when he saw that she was in a bad mood. No, I just feel that Xiao Chan is too difficult to deal with. Xiao Qian said with a sigh. Your brother is indeed difficult to deal with. Lihao nodded gently, but it doesn't matter. Everyone has their share of missteps. When I have time, I will focus on investigating Xiao Chen's company. His Xingqiang capital is so good. I don't believe there are no violations. While the two were chatting, a man in his 40s knocked on the door and walked in. The man was Zhu Yu. He was wearing a white shirt and carrying a briefcase. The image carries a sense of righteousness. Lihao quickly stood up and greeted him enthusiastically. Judge Zhu, I've heard a lot about you. I'm Xiaohu's classmate. Okay, I heard from Xiaohu. Don't be so polite. I'm a few years older than you. Just call me brother. Zhu Yu is a veteran official, and his words and deeds are full of friendliness. Okay, Brother Zhu, please come in. Lihao greeted him with a smile. Everyone, sit down and don't be rude. We are all family, and this is not a formal occasion. Just relax. Zhu Yu said with a smile. Brother Zhu, this is my girlfriend. Xiaohu should tell you about my affairs. Lihao smiled politely. To be honest, this matter is a bit tricky. Lihao looked embarrassed. Because before I came here, I had read the chain of evidence and studied the relevant cases. Although the sentence was slightly heavy due to the influence of online public opinion, there is nothing wrong with it. So generally speaking, if there is no new evidence to exonerate the person, the higher court will uphold the original verdict. Judge Zhu, I beg you to think of a solution. You also said that my father's sentence was too heavy. Xiao Qian wiped her tears anxiously. If the second instance upholds the original verdict, then it will be a done deal and Shao Yuanhe will have to serve 5 years in prison. Don't worry, there are solutions. Zhu Yu tapped the table. After all, it's been a long time. Although the chain of evidence is complete, it lacks strong human evidence. Besides, your father had lost a child at the time, and his wife was overly sad. In his subjective consciousness, there is no malice. From a psychological point of view, he was under too much mental stress, which caused him to suffer from intermittent mental disorders. Lihao suddenly realized that he was indeed a professional. With just a little guidance, the nature of the situation immediately changed. But my dad's behavior is very normal. Xiao Qian said stupidly. Lihao quickly touched her and told her to shut up. He complimented him. Brother Zhu is indeed a man with many years of experience in handling cases. This is indeed different in nature. Moreover, intermittent mental disorders only occur under certain circumstances and by chance. So the client is not under control of his behavior. We can apply for a mental evaluation in court, right? That's right. Zhu nodded. He took a sip of water and said, but this matter is also very difficult to accomplish. After all, the case was examined by multiple parties and tried in court. More importantly, this incident has had a huge social impact. It's very difficult to change the second instance verdict to suspended sentence. It's not easy to do. It's not easy to do. As he spoke, he tapped the table with his hands, and his meaning was obvious. Understand, Brother Zhu. This is the tea I asked my friend to bring. It is a local specialty. You can take it back and try it. Lihao said this and took out a gift box of tea. The box is exquisitely packaged, but the bottom of the tea box is stuffed full. Oh no, no. Zhu Yu said sternly, we can't do this. We really can't do this. Nowadays, we are investigating corruption and fighting against it. So giving gifts is not an option. It's the local mountain tea. It only costs a few $dozen. It's really not worth the money. You could try it. Lihao said with a smile. Haha, since it's a specialty, okay, I'll take it. Zhu Yu laughed and took the gift. We had a very enjoyable meal and a very pleasant chat. After sending Zhu Yu away, Shao Qian couldn't help but ask, Lihao, is this okay? Since Judge Zhu accepted the gift, there will be no problem with this matter. Lihao smiled slightly. Don't worry, he will help us. But what can we do with tea worth just a few $dozen? Don't we have to pay money when we ask others to do something for us? Shao Qian was puzzled. She was still inexperienced and had no idea how much tea there was. Haha, don't worry. The quantity of tea is enough. Let's go back. Lihao laughed. There's money in the tea leaves? Shao Qian finally reacted. What else? Lihao was very satisfied with his ability to do things. But why do I feel something is wrong? Shao Qian shook her head. What's wrong? Lihao asked. Everything went so smoothly. Shao Qian said. Isn't it good that everything went smoothly? Don't think too much, let's go back. Lihao put his arm around Shao Qian and left with her. Carrying the tea box into the car, Zhu Yu opened the tea packaging. Under the box, I saw neatly stacked banknotes. I counted them and found that there were exactly 20 stacks. He picked up his phone and made a call. Director Song, the fish has been hooked. I'll do the job for you. I'll go and hand over the money later. And report Lihao for bribing the judge. This time, at least his lawyer's license should be revoked. Chapter 215, An Old Fox. On the other side of the phone, the voice of Song Xian's uncle rang out. He laughed and scolded. We are old classmates. You call me Director Song? Are you trying to slap me in the face? Haha. No. I respect you from the bottom of my heart. Who are you helping this time? Is it necessary for you to go out in person? Hey, it's the younger generation's business at home. Okay, Lao Zhu. Thank you for this time. I'll treat you to a drink later. Okay, don't forget it. Zhu Yu laughed and then hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone with Uncle Song Xian, he called the Discipline Inspection Commission and reported his situation. He also stated that he was just collecting tea leaves, but he did not expect to receive a huge bribe of 200,000 yuan in the tea box. In a tea house, Song Yunming's secretary reported the situation to him. Xiao Chun was also in the box. Regarding Lihao's matter, he was the one who risked his dignity to ask Song Yunming for help. After getting a definite answer, Mr. Song waved to his secretary. Then he picked up the cup of tea in front of him and blew it gently. Lihao's problem has been solved. You don't have to worry. His lawyer's license will be revoked soon, but this guy is not based in Jiangcheng, so we can't do anything to him. That's enough. As long as we can stop him from doing bad things and prove Xiao Yuan his guilt, that's enough. Xiao Chan said with a smile, Thank you, Mr. Song, for this. I owe you a favor. I'm glad you know. Song Yunming put down the teacup in his hand, squinting his eyes, and said, I didn't expect that you actually paid back the money. I've even prepared for bad debts. Interesting, huh? Of course. It's not my character to owe money and not pay it back, Xiao Chen said. How have things been going with Zi Yin recently? Song Yunming asked. Very good. Thank you, Mr. Song, for your help. Xiao Chun said respectfully. What do you mean by very good? Boy, I didn't hear you confess your love to Zi Yin. What? My granddaughter is not worthy of you. Song Yunming stared at Xiao Chun. Or do you have other ideas? No, Mr. Song, please don't think too much. There's really no one else in my heart. Xiao Chun was anxious. How could this old man think too much? He Xiao Chun is an innocent man. Did someone think he was a playboy? Oh, really? I heard that you've been getting close to the eldest daughter of the Su family recently. Song Yunming snorted. And the second daughter of the Su family also has an unclear relationship with you. Mr. Song, you are wrongly accusing me. I swear, I have nothing to do with Sumuyu. Xiao Chan was really anxious. Where did this rumor come from? He and Sumuyu have nothing to do with each other. So, it has something to do with Lydia's Su? Song Yunming stared at Xiao Chan with a scrutinizing look. No, I just have some cooperation with the Su family. Xiao Chan felt like he couldn't explain himself. What cooperation? Song Yunming looked at Xiao Chan with a smile. Well, I was fooled by this old man. He went through such a big detour just to ask me what kind of agreement I reached with the Su family. Chung Tao, the vice president of Su Group, has too much power, and the elders of the Su family are standing behind the scenes. Xiao Chun had no choice but to say, so I worked with Su Jianye to kick Chung Tao out. As long as he is kicked out, Chung Tao's 15% stake in the Su Group will be taken over by me. That's it. The Su family is quite powerful in Jiangxing. With the support of the Su family, your future will be more stable. Song Yiming nodded gently. It's just that Chung Tao is a veteran of the Su Group. He has deep roots in the Su Group. He also has the support of Su Jinye's uncle behind the scenes. It's difficult to bring him down. It's not a big problem. Now we just have to wait for an opportunity. When the opportunity comes, we will take action against him. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. Is there anything I can help you with? Song Yiming asked. I can handle this matter. Xiao Chun shook his head. Okay, if you need any help, just let me know. Our Song family still has some say in Jiangxing. Song Yunming smiled slightly. Okay, thank you, Mr. Song. Xiao Qin smiled slightly. Just at this moment, the phone dinged and a message was pushed. The headline reads, DOE promotes innovation in polysilicon photovoltaic technology. He was moved. The technological upgrade of the photovoltaic industry in a previous life came so soon. When I clicked on it, I saw only a few sentences, and the general meaning was the same as the title. He couldn't help but smile. Since he had arrived early, the plan was about to begin. Just after saying goodbye to Song Yunming and leaving the tea house, Su Xiao called. She asked hurriedly, Xiao Chun, have you seen the news? I have seen that the upgrading of the photovoltaic industry has been advanced. What's the situation over there? Xiao Chun asked. All the photovoltaic projects that were previously invested have come to a standstill. Su Xiao calmed down and said, all the customized materials and projects that have started have been stopped. This technological innovation is epoch-making. The new technology has no light decay effect. The materials are more environmentally friendly, and the conversion efficiency is increased by 30%. And it is very stable. The Ministry of Energy requires that the projects under construction be stopped and technological innovation be carried out. How much is the expected loss this time? Xiao Chen asked. It's at least 700 million. Such a big hole can't be covered. I just discussed it with my father. Su Xiao said, because Chung Tao is committed to promoting the project, he should take full responsibility. A meeting will be held tomorrow, and the shareholders will ask him to give an explanation. Okay, let's proceed with the plan as scheduled. You can bring up the new technology planning you made earlier. Xiao Chan said with a smile. My dad wants you to come to the site tomorrow and take over his shares on the spot. Besides, you provided the planning materials for the photovoltaic technology upgrade, so you have to convince these shareholders. No problem. See you tomorrow. Xiao Qin said. I am a little nervous. Su Zhao's nervousness could be heard from his tone. Don't be nervous. The business world is like a battlefield. If you can't adapt, you won't be able to protect your father's empire in the future. Xiao Chan smiled slightly. And there will be more and more such things in the future. You'll get used to it. See you tomorrow then. Su Xiao hung up the phone and took a deep breath. Sister Su, do you know what you should do tomorrow? Xiao Chan suddenly said again. I try my best to cooperate with my father. Su Xiao was slightly stunned and didn't understand why Xiao Chen asked this. No, you have to make a sharp sword tomorrow so that everyone can see your sharpness. Xiao Chen said. But Lydia, Su hesitated to speak. She understood what Xiao Chen meant. Xiao Chen wanted her to take the initiative tomorrow. Boss Su has trained you as his future successor. This battle is related to your future prestige in the company. Xiao Chen said. So you have to show your decisiveness and courage to intimidate everyone. Tomorrow, take advantage of the situation and establish your authority. Only in this way can you gain a firm foothold in the Su Group in the future. Chapter 216 Meeting of Su Group. I will try my best. Su Xiao uttered the words with difficulty and then hung up the phone. But her heart was beating so fast, and she kept thinking about Xiao Chen's words. She has a gentle personality and usually blushes even when arguing with others. Can she establish her authority? The next day, in the meeting room of Su Group. The atmosphere in a meeting room was a bit depressing. After all, such a big thing had happened, and the news spread throughout the company early in the morning. Chung Tao had a gloomy face when he came to work this morning, and he didn't even bother to respond when his subordinates greeted him. After all, the hole this time was so big that even he couldn't fill it. The meeting held by shareholders and senior management today was aimed at him, and Suja would not miss this opportunity. He has been thinking about countermeasures, how to maximize his own interests, or, in other words, how to dilute the power in his hands as little as possible. The internal struggles in large companies are battlefields without the smoke of gunpowder, and he is aware that he has had too much power over the years. Even Suja felt threatened, so this time Suja would definitely not let go of this opportunity. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the company's senior executives and shareholders had arrived. Suja checked his watch, then glanced around the scene. Is everyone here? Chairman, Shao Chun hasn't arrived yet. Su reminded in a low voice. It's okay, let's talk about business first. You'll have to catch up with the second half later. Father Su smiled. Then his expression turned serious. I think everyone knows about this. Not long ago, a photovoltaic industry investment project initiated by Vice President Chung invested $1 billion. The project was promoted at a very fast pace, but yesterday the Ministry of Energy issued innovative technologies for the photovoltaic industry. The original project has been stopped. Our losses this time are conservatively estimated to be more than 1 billion yuan. As Suja finished speaking, the sound of whispering was heard at the scene. Chung Tao, on the other hand, had a sullen face and said nothing. He didn't expect that Suja would not even say a word of courtesy and directly force him to abdicate. But he had no way to refute this because he was the overall person in charge of the project. Countless pairs of eyes fell on Chung Tao, making him feel very uneasy. I was originally opposed to this project, and I also expressed my opposition in the last vote. So, Vice President Chung, do you have anything to say about this? His eyes fell on Chung Tao. Chung Tao was helpless. He cleared his throat and stood up. I do have an inescapable responsibility for this matter. But we have done in-depth research on photovoltaic energy projects before and believe that this investment is feasible. My project was also voted on, and there was no problem with the procedure. Chung Tao's words were just an attempt to pass on the blame. He was the one who dominated the project's progress not long ago. Many people were forced to vote in support due to pressure, but now this has become an excuse for him to pass the buck. There is no problem with the procedure, but this incident indirectly reflects the lack of management ability. Su Shao spoke calmly, directly pointing the finger at Chung Tao's inability. Chung Tao looked at Lydia Su in surprise, his heart sinking. During the days that Su Shao has been in the company, his abilities have been average. Moreover, she has a gentle personality and does not fight or compete. No one could have imagined that she would directly attack in such an important occasion. She had been pretending all along. The father and daughter were singing the same tune, and she was afraid that she would be in great danger today. The losses caused to the company are also huge, and Mr. Chung has too many projects. I think Mr. Chung should distribute some of the projects to other departments. Ignoring Chung Tao's gaze, Su Shao continued. She, who has always been gentle, now wants to be like a sharpened sword, pointing it at Chung Tao, the veteran. It would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous. She clenched her hands so tightly that her nails dug into her palms. Her palms were covered in cold sweat, but she still maintained a stern tone. As soon as she finished speaking, not only all the shareholders in the room, but even Suja looked at her with a strange look. There was surprise, praise, and even more relief. That's right, today was a showdown between Suja and Chung Tao, but Su Zhao's performance was a pleasant surprise. I have been in the company for decades. Except for this time, my decision-making has basically been fine. What's wrong, Su Shao? Do you think I have too much power? Chung Tao suppressed his inner anger. Vice President Chung misunderstood. That's not what I meant. Su Shao smiled and put on the serious expression he usually showed to students at school. I think the decision of many people is better than that of one person. This will help avoid risks. I don't mean to target Mr. Chung. Mr. Chung is so excited because he feels that the people in the planning department of the company are not as capable as you. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned to Chung Tao. In fact, Chung Tao has too much power and too many projects. How could other departments in the company not have opinions? Especially some high-quality projects are all held in Chung Tao's hands. You eat the meat, but don't even leave the soup for others? Chung Tao calmed himself down and realized that Su Xiao was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. So he changed the subject and started to play a sad tune. I have worked diligently in the company for decades, and I have made some contributions. Is it because of this incident that President Su is going to force me to resign from the company? Wouldn't this chill everyone's hearts? Chung Tao is indeed a veteran in this field. As soon as he changed the subject, the conflict was immediately diverted. Mr. Chung has misunderstood. The company has no such intention. Su Jianye smiled. Su Xiao performed well and forced the old fox to act out a sad drama. But their goal today is not only to make him give in, but to force Chung Tao into a desperate situation. His eyes flashed, and his tone gradually became serious. In fact, the purpose of holding this meeting today is not to hold anyone responsible. But there is something important to announce. As soon as he finished speaking, the meeting room began to discuss in low voices again. Even Chung Tao couldn't help but look sideways. It was no secret in the company that he was fighting fiercely with Su Jianye. This is such a good opportunity. Shouldn't Su Jianye take this opportunity to dilute the power in his hands? Starting today, Chung Tao will no longer serve as the company's vice president, and the company will buy back Chung Tao's shares at the market price. Unexpectedly, Su Jinye's next words caused the entire conference room to explode. Chung Tao showed an expression of disbelief. He cried out, "Su Jinye, are you crazy? Why do you remove me from my position and take away my shares? I am the vice president of Su Group. My appointment and dismissal must be decided by the board of directors. What gives you the right to do so? Over the years, you have used your position as vice president to take the company's property for yourself." Su Jinye stood up slowly. "Just because you accepted kickbacks, you were suspected of embezzlement." "Haha, slander. You are slandering me. I am the vice president of the company. You have no right to remove me from my position. My shares belong to me too, and the company has no right to take them back." Chung Tao roared. Chapter 217, Let's Make a Bet. First, you have committed a crime by occupying your position and harassing female employees. I can remove you from your position without the approval of the board of directors. Second, the contract you signed when you held the company's shares states that when you no longer hold a position in the company has the right to buy back your company's shares at the current price. You're talking nonsense. Su Jianye, I really overestimated you. You could do anything to seize power. Chung Tao jumped up and shouted, "You want to take my shares? I wonder who dares to hold them. I'm sorry. Your shares will be held by me from now on." Just at this time, Xiaoqin opened the door of the conference room and walked in. "Who are you?" Chung Tao asked angrily. "Xiaoqin, I appeared at the Su family's banquet with teacher Su before." Xiaoqin smiled slightly. "You may have an impression. I remember now. You're the Xiaoqin who was admitted to Beijing University, right?" Chung Tao asked angrily. "Are you in the same group as Su Jianye?" "Haha, you want to bring me down? Do you have the strength to do so?" "This evidence was collected by me and President Su." Xiaoqin took out a document and said, "I'm sorry I was late because of the traffic jam. But these evidences have been verified by the public security organs and are basically true. You have caused at least 3 billion losses to the Su Group over the years. 3 billion, starting from 15 years, and the company also has the right to recover the funds involved in the case. Slander, this is a frame-up. I want to see Mr. Su from the board of directors." Chung Tao trembled, but still refused to admit it. "Chung Tao, you're suspected of occupational embezzlement and harassment of women. Come with us." Just then, the door opened and several policemen walked in. With a click, a pair of handcuffs were put on Chung Tao's wrists. The police arrived at the scene and handcuffed Chung Tao in front of the company's senior shareholders. This was basically a foregone conclusion. Chung Tao tried to calm down, but facing the serious police, he just couldn't keep calm. "I want to see Mr. Su from the board of directors. I want to find a lawyer. This is a frame-up. This is a complete frame-up." The police did not give him a chance to shout and dragged him out. His voice gradually faded away. The meeting room was silent, and Chung Tao's former subordinates were all trembling with fear. As Chung Tao supporters, it is impossible for them to remain immune to the corruption Chung Tao has committed. If the company pursues the matter, none of them will be able to escape. Let's not discuss Chung Tao's affairs in the company. Su Jianye looked around sharply and said, "I don't want to pursue it too much. I will publish an account. If anyone has been involved in the corruption before, They will have to spit out as much as they took in. If there are those who refuse to cooperate, I have evidence against everyone here. Father Su raised a piece of document in his hand. He glanced at everyone present and said, "Don't be lucky. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Some people in the conference room were sweating profusely, yet they also breathed a sigh of relief. From what Suja said, he doesn't intend to investigate this matter further. Although it is painful to spit out the money you have earned, it is better than being caught by the company and going to jail. Some people are already thinking about how to sell their assets and spit out what they have taken in. Okay, next let me introduce our company's new shareholder, Shao. Suja was the first to applaud. Although the atmosphere in the room was not very warm, everyone still managed to cheer up and pretend to be enthusiastic. Shao waved his hand and nodded to everyone in the conference room. He walked to Chung Tao's previous seat and sat down. Seeing that the conference room had quieted down a bit, Suja made another surprising decision. Shao holds all the shares that Vice President Chung previously held. He will also take over all his positions in the company. There was a moment of silence in the room, and everyone stood with their mouths wide open, helpless by Suja's trick. After a while, the shareholders and senior executives reacted and expressed their opposition. "Boss Su, he's just a high school student. Are you sure you want him to be the company's vice president?" "Yes, this matter is very serious. Think twice. The appointment of senior executives of the company requires the decision of the board of directors. You are not following the procedure." Looking at the heated discussion in the conference room, Suja did not say anything. He just looked at Shao and smiled. Shao was also a little confused. Among the things they had agreed upon before, there was no decision for him to be the vice president. It seems that this is a test given to him by Suja to see if he can surpass others and become the company's vice president. Everyone, after figuring out the key, Shao smiled slightly. "I know that I am young and new here, so it is indeed difficult for me to convince everyone to be the vice president of Su Group. But since this matter was decided by President Su, I believe that President Su has also thought it through carefully. So if you think I am lacking in ability or have doubts about me, you can raise them." After saying this, he glanced around, with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Provocation, naked provocation. Everyone was angry. One of the shareholders stood up and sneered. "Young man, the people present are the company's executives and shareholders. Anyone who comes out here is more capable than you." "What makes you say that?" "Because I have some outstanding qualities. Why not test me, Mr. Zhou?" Shao looked at the other party provocatively. "Well, Zhongjiang Capital of the Su Group is facing bankruptcy and restructuring due to poor investment." The shareholder surnamed Zhou sneered. "If you can bring it back to life within a month, I will obey you." "Zhongjiang Capital?" Shao smiled. "I remember the previous person in charge was Liang, right?" "Yes, Liang." Mr. Zhou nodded. "In less than a month, within a week, I will bring Zhongjiang Capital back to life." Shao smiled slightly. When these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. Is this guy crazy? Zhongjiang Capital is about to go bankrupt, and he can bring it back to life in just 1 week. Who doesn't know how to brag? Not necessarily. He is the top scholar in Jiangxing. He owns several companies at a young age. If he can really revive Zhongjiang Capital in a week, I will accept him as the vice president. There was a lot of discussion in the conference room, and even CEO Zhou was so angry that he laughed. "Are you serious?" "I'm serious," Shao said seriously. 1 week, what if you can't do it?" Mr. Zhou tilted his head and looked at Shao. "If I can't do it, I will transfer 15% of my shares to you free of charge." Shao smiled slightly. "If I can do this, how about transferring 10% of your shares to me at the market price and recognizing my status as vice president?" This sentence caused an even greater uproar, and even Suja's expression was slightly startled. Shao is a very adventurous guy. Chapter 218, give me a week, and I will bring Zhongjiang back to life. Zhou Li is the largest shareholder of Su Group besides himself, holding 25% of the shares. If Shao lost, the shares he held plus Shao 15% would make him a total of 40% of the shares. This person is already able to compete with me. With one less Chung Tao, I have one more powerful enemy. But if Shao wins and takes 10% of the shares from Zhou Li, he will become the largest shareholder of Su Group. With his relationship with Lydia Su, the Su Group can rest assured in the future. This is a big gamble. Are you serious? Zhou Li was moved. Of course it's true. Shao nodded seriously. What do you think, Mr. Zhou? Let's take a gamble. Okay, but we have to sign a bet. Otherwise, you won't deny it when the time comes. Jolie thought for a moment and slapped his thigh. Of course we have to sign it. President Su and everyone present can serve as witnesses. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. Go print the contract and sign it immediately. Jolie was afraid that Xiao Chun would go back on his word. So he immediately asked someone to print out the contract, sign it, and put fingerprints on it. Xiao Chun also pressed his fingerprints, and the contract came into effect. Xiao Chun, you are taking too much risk. After the meeting, Su Xiao, Su Jianye, and Xiao Chun sat together in the chairman's office. If you lose, Jolie will control 40% of the company's shares, which is terrible. Don't worry, Xiao Xiao. Since Xiao Chun did this, he must have a reason. Su Jianye looked at Xiao Chun and smiled slightly. Uncle Su is right. I only make such a heavy bet if I am sure. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. But Zhongjiang Capital's capital chain has almost broken due to its previous pursuit of high-priced SCO auto, and it is facing bankruptcy and restructuring. Lydia Su took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. The funding gap is nearly 500 million. Can you really save it? The stock market has changed. I am confident that I can turn the 500 million from negative to positive within a week. Xiao Chun was full of confidence. But have you ever thought that Zhou Li will also interfere and will not let you succeed easily? Su Jianye raised his eyes and looked at Xiao Chun. Of course, I have also considered this. If it really doesn't work, I will directly invest 500 million in Zhongjiang Capital. Xiao Chun smiled indifferently. The Su family father and daughter were slightly stunned. And then Su Jianye gave a thumbs up. You are amazing. I really underestimated you. So Uncle Su, 500 million in exchange for 10% of Zhou Li's shares and the elimination of this threat from him. This deal is a good deal, isn't it? Xiao Chun smiled slightly. Indeed, this deal is a good deal no matter how you look at it. Su Jianye was in a good mood. The look he gave Xiao Chun was even more different, but it was a pity that Sumuyu didn't have this blessing. Although he had not been dealing with Xiao Chun for a long time, he had investigated the people around his daughter. Xiao Chun used to like Sumuyu very much. Su Xiao looked up at Xiao Chun, her expression slightly complicated. Once upon a time, Xiao Chun was her student, but now she is finding it increasingly difficult to see through Xiao Chun. Xiao Xiao, your performance today was very good. Su Jianye looked at Su Xiao with approval again. And after today, even if I hand over the Su group to you, no one will dare to object. Very good. Lydia Su nodded, and she couldn't help but look at Xiao Chun twice again. If Xiao Chun hadn't reminded her, she wouldn't have mustered up the courage. Although her personality was still gentle and pleasant, after taking the first step, no one in the Su group dared to look down on her anymore. Okay, after removing the threat from Cheng Tao and diluting Zhou Li's shares, Su Changhai won't be able to fight me. Su Jianye was in a good mood. Xiao Chun, let's have lunch together at noon. This is my way of thanking you. From now on, you will be the largest shareholder of the Su group. You must help the company, especially since Su Xiao is just learning management. You should teach her more. Uncle Su, don't worry. We are all family from now on. I will do my best. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. It's just that Lydia Su felt something was strange. Xiao Chun used to be her student. It's been less than a month, and their identities have been switched. Will she study with Xiao Chun in the future? Okay, let me arrange it. We'll have lunch together at noon. Su Jianye said as he went to get the phone to inform his assistant. But his hand holding the phone trembled slightly, and his right hand holding the phone seemed to be struggling. Xiao Chen's heart trembled slightly, and he said, Uncle Su, how is your health recently? I'm in good health. What's wrong? Su Jianye looked at Xiao Chun in surprise, as if he didn't understand why Xiao Chun asked that. Is your right hand shaking a little? Xiao Chun walked forward and grabbed one of Su Jianye's hands. Maybe I've been too tired from work recently. I was reviewing documents until midnight the night before yesterday, and my whole hand is sore. Su Jianye said with a smile, It's nothing serious. I'll be fine after a rest. Dad, just leave the less important documents to me in the future. Lydia, Su said with concern. Okay, I'll leave some of the documents to you from now on. Su Phineas smiled slightly. Hold my hand hard. Xiao Chun felt something was wrong. He stretched out his hand and asked Su Jianye to hold his right hand hard. Su Jianye followed Xiao Chen's instructions and held Xiao Chen's hand tightly. Do you feel weakness and numbness in your right hand? Xiao Chen asked. One thing is that I'm too tired. Su Jianye didn't take it seriously. No. Xiao Chun shook his head. This is not due to fatigue. In addition to the weakness in your right hand, do you also feel numbness in your torso? Sometimes I even walk to the right unconsciously. It seems a little, but I just had a full physical examination half a month ago, so there shouldn't be any problems, right? Suja said with some doubt. Well, I have a friend who is a Chinese medicine practitioner. I'll ask him to come over and take a look at you. Xiao Chun thought for a moment. Okay then, let's go to the restaurant first and let your friend go directly there. Suja started to get serious. Dad, what's wrong with you? Lydia, Sue was surprised. It's okay, don't say anything for now. Xiao Chun comforted her, asked about the place to eat, and then called Lin Fong. In a private room of a five-star hotel, Lin Fong rushed over with a medical kit. When I took his pulse, I noticed that he looked a little strange. He calmly performed the acupuncture and prescribed medicine. After the acupuncture, Su Jinye's right hand was able to move freely, without the previous stiffness and numbness. Uncle Su, your problem is not serious. Just boil my medicine on time, and you'll be back to normal in half a month. Lin Fong warned. Remember, be careful not to catch a cold recently, otherwise it will aggravate your condition. Lin Fong, what's wrong with Uncle Su's health? Xiao Chun asked. Come here, I want to tell you. Lin Fong waved to Xiao Chun, and the two walked out of the box. Seeing that there was no one around, Lin Fong whispered, Xiao Chun, how is your relationship with the Su family? The Lin family and the Su family have a good relationship, and Lin Fong and Sumuyu are also friends, but he seemed a little cautious today. Chapter 219, Someone Poisoned. You already know the relationship, so there's no point in asking this question? Xiao Chun rolled his eyes. Seeing that Lin Fong seemed to be hesitant to speak, he said, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't be so hesitant. I suggest you don't get involved in these things. The Su family in Jiangsheng is a serious, wealthy family. Lin Fong lowered his voice, and I knew in the early years that their internal fighting was fierce, and many of their methods were difficult for ordinary people to understand. So what you mean is that his illness is man-made. Xiao Chen's expression gradually became serious. Yes, I think he is suffering from hemiplegia, but when I took his pulse, I found something wrong. It should be caused by taking some kind of drugs. Lin Fong said, so it is basically certain that someone poisoned it. Poisoning? Xiao Chen's face changed slightly. The internal struggle within the Su family has become so serious. That's right. People who can commit poisoning are cruel and ruthless, and the grudges among wealthy families are very complicated. You'd better be careful. Lin Fong said. Okay, I understand. Thank you, I know what to do now. Xiao Chun nodded. After sending Lin away, Lydia Su saw Xiao Chun coming in alone, and she asked, where is Dr. Lin? Don't you want to stay for dinner? He has something urgent to do, so he left first. Xiao Chun said casually. Does my dad need to go to the hospital for his illness? Su Xiao asked. No, just take Lin Fong's medicine, it's fine. Xiao Chun looked at Su Jinya deeply, but Uncle Su needs to pay attention to his diet recently. That's good. Su Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao, the assistant has an important document and is sending it over urgently. Please go downstairs and receive it. Su Jinya said. Okay, I'll go there now. Su Xiao stood up quickly and went downstairs in a hurry. After Su Xiao left, Su Jinya's expression became serious. He raised his eyes and asked, Xiao Chun, tell me the truth. What is wrong with my illness? Su Jinya has always been a shrewd person and has been in the business world for decades. Xiao Chun knew that he could not hide it. He sat down, poured a glass of water for Su Jinya, and uttered two words, poisoned. Poison. Su Jinya's face turned ugly. Yes, the symptoms are the same as hemiplegia, but it's caused by drugs. Xiao Chun said, Uncle Su should know who did it, right? Okay, Su Changhai. Su Jinya sneered. Are you planning to rob me? Su Changhai is Su Jinya's uncle, and Su Group was founded by Su Jinya's father. Now that Su Jinya has no son, Su Changhai wants to take over the Su Group and pass it on to his son. What are Uncle Su's plans? Xiao Chun asked after thinking for a moment. I will take care of this matter. Also, don't tell Xiao about these things. Su Jinya thought for a while and said, but we have to set up a plan. How to do it? Xiao Chun asked. A week later, okay, I will try my best to cooperate with you to perform this play well. Xiao Chun nodded. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Chun. You are the benefactor of my Su family. Su Jinya looked at Xiao Chun with gratitude. Internal problems of the Su Group have affected the company's operations. Whether it was Cheng Tao, Zhou Li, or Su Changhai, he couldn't find a suitable opportunity to eliminate them. Xiao Chun has only been here for a short time, but the plans have to be implemented one after another. Taking this opportunity to eliminate the cancer within the Su family, The Su group will surely rise rapidly in the future. You're welcome. You gave me this week just so that I can get Zhou Li's 10% of shares and become the company's largest shareholder besides you. Xiao Chen asked. Yes, 1 week of buffer time. Father Su nodded gently. Just as I was about to go back after dinner, I received a call from Song Zian. Xiao Chen, come and keep me company in the afternoon. Song Zian said in a coquettish tone. No problem. I'll pick you up in the afternoon. Where are we going to play? Xiao Chen asked. I'll listen to you. Song Zian thought about it. Let's call a few classmates and get together. We've graduated, and maybe before the end of summer vacation, everyone will go their separate ways. Xiao Chen said after thinking for a while. Okay, let's invite a few classmates, and it would be best if we can invite teacher Su. Song Zian's tone was filled with uncontrollable excitement. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult for teacher Su. She's been very busy recently. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. I'll try my best. Okay, just call me when you have an appointment. Song Zian said, I'll wait for you at home after I change my clothes. Wait for me, Xiao Chen said softly, then hung up the phone. He turned around and called Su Dachui. After the holidays, this guy would help his family set up a stall to sell sausages, where he would flirt with Zhong Jejia. Su Dachui and Zhong Jejia are a good match, and their level should be enough to get into a second-tier university. As for how far we can go in the future, it all depends on God's will. We made an appointment with a few people and decided to go to the famous Jiangzhou Academy in Jiangcheng in the afternoon. After leaving the academy, we went to the Temple of the God of Wealth next door. There are a lot of people in the Temple of the God of Wealth, especially on the tree in front of the temple, which is hung with lucky bags for praying for blessings. Among Jiangcheng's tourist attractions, there's probably no more popular one than the Temple of the God of Wealth. Xiao Chen said with some emotion. Of course, beside the God of Wealth is the God of Matchmaker. What could be more anticipated by the world than getting rich and finding a good marriage? Song Zian bought a blessing bag, wrote down his wishes, and put them in the bag. Xiao Chen also bought a lucky bag from the staff. He thought about it, wrote down his wish, and then put it in the blessing bag. Xiao Chen, what wish did you write? Song Zian asked from his side. Wishes are secrets. They cannot be told. If they are told, they will not work. Xiao Chen smiled mysteriously. Then do you know what I wrote? Song Zian said mysteriously. What is it? Xiao Chen asked, stretching his neck. I won't tell you. It won't work if I tell you. Song Zian giggled and ran to a tree nearby with the prayer bag. She stood on tiptoe and carefully hung the prayer bag in a relatively conspicuous place. Then she put her hands together, placed them under her chin, closed her eyes, and prayed. Looking at her cute appearance, Xiao Chen smiled. Then he walked to Song Zian's side. He reached out and hung the prayer bag in his hand up. Put your hands together and pray. The small blessing bag, carrying everyone's wishes and beliefs, sways in the wind. Hey, are you two ready? Come in and worship the God of Wealth. Su Dachui, who was inside the temple, waved at the two of them. These days, Su Dachui got up early and helped his mother set up the stall. He lost a lot of weight but also got tanned, but he was still very energetic and as loud as before. Zhong Jejia came over carrying a plastic bag containing an ice cream cone. It's time for an ice cream cone. She took out one and handed it to Su Dachui. Then she hesitated whether to give it to Song Zian and Xiao Chen. After all, Song Zian's identity has been made public in the school. Everyone knew that she was the daughter of the Song's Flower and Leaf Bank, and her net worth was unknown at billions. It's already very difficult for her to be willing to hang out with me now. But will she really eat this Snow King ice cream cone that costs only a few dollars? Chapter 220, This is an insult to you. Wow, they're ice cream cones. Unexpectedly, Song Zian's eyes lit up and he quickly ran forward. Thank you, classmate Zhong. I'm welcome. She took an ice cream cone, first handed one to Xiao Chen, then picked one up for herself and started eating it in small bites. She looked very cute as she licked the ice cream cone with her pink tongue. It's delicious. You're welcome. Zhong Jejia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Song Zian is the same as before, without any airs of a young lady. I can still eat, drink, play and go to the snack street with ordinary classmates. Eat less. Xiao Chen took the ice cream cone from her hand. What? Song Zian was eating happily and was very unhappy when being interrupted. Don't you know anything about your menstrual period? Xiao Chen rolled his eyes at her. But I really want to eat it. Song Zian felt guilty, but she still looked at the ice cream cone in Xiao Chen's hand pitifully. Then he said cautiously, Can you give me another bite, just one bite? Seeing her pitiful appearance, Xiao Chen felt angry and amused at the same time. He had no choice but to hand her the cone. You said just one bite. Okay. Song Xian was overjoyed. She leaned her little head over and took a big bite of the ice cream cone. She took a full third of the ice cream cone in one bite. Even though she was gasping for air due to the coldness, she still stretched her neck and ate it. You call this a bite? Xiao Chun was completely dumbfounded. How could this be possible? You are Song Xian, a rich lady. Don't you have any manners when eating? Yes, this is it. Song Xian looked well-behaved and innocent. Okay, I admit defeat. Xiao Chun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After coming out of the temple of the god of wealth, everyone prayed for good marriage and good career, and everyone seemed very happy. Let's go eat. I'll treat you tonight. Xiao Chun smiled and said, cherish our life together. Xiao Chun, you are a rich man now, and I will definitely give you a meal. Su Dachui patted Xiao Chun's shoulder heavily. What are your plans? Xiao Chun asked Su Dachui. It depends on your grades. If you can, continue and study at a second-tier university. If not, go to a junior college and muddle through for a few years. Su Dachui sighed. I'm not like you and Song Shuaba, the material for Peking University and Tsinghua University. Okay, get an academic degree first, and then get some startup capital. I'll find a way for you. Xiao Chun punched him back. Hee, good brother. I know you won't forget me when you become rich. Su Dachui smiled. Okay, stop flattering me. Let's go and have dinner together. Xiao Chun called everyone. Xiao Chun, isn't teacher Su coming? Song Xian asked. I have contacted her just now, and she said that she might not be able to come depending on the time. Xiao Chun said. Okay. Song Xian was a little disappointed. I really miss teacher Su. Don't worry. You will have plenty of opportunities to deal with each other in the future. She has just joined the Su group and will inherit the company in the future. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. A few people took a taxi to a branch of the Han Dynasty. The manager of this store knows Xiao Chun. After all, he is the boss's best friend. Knowing that Xiao Chun was coming, he waited at the door of the hotel early. Mr. Xiao, you and your friends are welcome to come to the gathering. The private room is ready for you. The manager led Xiao Chun and others to the largest private room on the second floor. The luxurious box is over 120 square meters, and it seems a bit extravagant for several people to sit in it. Just serve a few special dishes. No need to serve too many, otherwise they will be wasted because there are only a few of us. Xiao Chun ordered. Okay, Mr. Xiao, I understand. The manager said and stepped back. Is there anything you want to eat? Here is the menu. Order yourself. Xiao Chun passed the menu to Su Dachui and others. No one here knows this better than you do. You decide on the arrangements. Su Dachui waved his hand and then said greedily, this is the Han Dynasty, the ceiling of Jiangchang Catering. Xiao Chun, you even know the boss here? You really left us far behind. Will you die if you flatter me less? Xiao Chun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I didn't take any pictures. I admire you from the bottom of my heart. Su Dachui said seriously. While waiting for the food, a voice came from outside the box. Let's have a simple meal here today. The new dishes of the Han Dynasty are quite good. Let's consider it as a farewell banquet for your brother. As he spoke, the door opened and several people walked in. The people who came were very familiar people. Xiao Qian and Lihao, and Xiaoming followed behind them. Xiao Qian looked up and his gaze finally stopped on Xiaoming. Xiaoming was also stunned. He stared at Xiao Chun as if he saw his lifelong enemy. Oh, what a coincidence. Lihao looked at Xiao Chun with some surprise. He didn't expect that it would be such a coincidence that he would meet Xiao Chun here. I turned around and looked at the box number. It seemed that I had gone to the wrong place. But since we had met, it would be wrong not to say hello, right? Xiao Chun, why are you here? Xiao Qian's expression changed slightly, and there was a strong disgust in the depths of her eyes. Xiao Qian's brain wasn't very good, and she wasn't like Xiao Yin who saw the truth as early as she could. So she went further and further down the path of self-destruction. Xiao Qian ignored Xiao Qian, and his eyes fell on Xiaoming. Xiaoming no longer concealed the hatred in his eyes. His face looked even paler after not seeing him for a while. Moreover, he looks thinner than before, and it seems that he has been severely tortured by the rich woman. Xiao Chun, isn't this your brother? Su Dachui looked at Xiaoming in surprise. Hey, what happened to you? Were you sucked dry by the monster? Your eye sockets are all blue. You should go to the hospital to avoid sudden death. Shut up. Xiaoming looked at Su Dachui viciously. Then he walked up to Xiao Chun and said viciously, Xiao Chun, you're not mistaken, it's me. Xiao Chun gave Xiao Ming a meaningful look. My friend is right. Take some time to go to the hospital. You look like a green-faced beast. Don't let yourself die suddenly. Don't worry. I'm still alive, and well, even if you all die. Xiaoming grinned, his voice a little hoarse. What a coincidence today. I'm about to leave Jiangsheng, and I was just thinking of saying goodbye to you properly. Hey, where are you going to harm others? Xiao Chen looked at Xiaoming with a smile. Actually, it's good that you're like this. At least you're not pretending anymore. If you have to look sinister, don't hide it. Xiao Chen, shut up. Xiaoming couldn't take the college entrance examination because of you. Xiao Qian said angrily. How come I asked him to cheat? Xiao Chen asked back. Is it because of me that he got everything he did today? Don't you know whether your ass is clean or not? I think I'm too kind. You should be the one sent to jail. Xiao Chen's words left Xiao Qian speechless. She wanted to refute Xiao Chen, but she couldn't find a suitable reason. She could only glare at Xiao Chen hatefully, gritting her teeth. Xiao Chen, please be polite when you speak. Based on what you said just now, I can sue you for insult. Lihao pointed at Xiao Chen and warned. Insult? Do you know what insult is? Xiao Chen looked at Lihao with a teasing look on his face. Really, this outsider had to get involved in the Shao family's affairs and try to cause death. I really don't know how to write the word death. I'm a lawyer. Do you want to compete with me to see who is more familiar with legal regulations? Lihao sneered. There's no need to compare. I'm not as familiar with him as you are, but it's a bit exaggerated to say a few words to him, and it's an insult. Xiao Chen stood up and moved closer to Lihao. I will tell you now what an insult is. Before this guy could react, Xiao Chen slapped him hard in the face. Chapter 2, 21 Your lawyer license has been revoked. Pa! A loud slap was heard. At the same time, 5 bright red fingerprints appeared on the guy's cheek. Xiao Chen, you're crazy? You dare to hit me? The guy stared at Xiao Chen with an expression of disbelief. He pointed at Xiao Chen and shouted, Well, if you have guts, I will soon let you know how expensive this slap is. He reached into his pocket and took out his phone. Xiao Chen, you are dead. I will not accept mediation. I want you to go to the detention center. No, I'm going to put you in jail. You actually dared to offend a lawyer. Your life is over. Snap. Xiao Chen slapped him again, turning the guy into an idiot. You dare to hit me? The guy was completely dumbfounded. After he reacted, he pointed at Xiao Chen and shouted, you wait now. Before he could make the call, an unknown number came in first. The guy was so angry that he reached out to hang up the phone, but as soon as he hung up, the other party called again. After several attempts, he finally answered the phone impatiently. I don't care who you are. You'd better come to me. Otherwise, I will sue you for harassment. Are you Lihao? A majestic voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes, I'm Lihao. Who are you? Lihao, who often deals with people within the system, heard the momentum in the other party's tone. The other party's voice was quite authoritative, and he should be a leader in a judicial unit. Otherwise, he couldn't express himself with such momentum, so his tone immediately weakened. I am Wang Yi, the head of the Public Legal Services section of the Justice Bureau. I am here to inform you that you are suspected of violating Article 49 of the lawyer's law by attempting to bribe a judge. So the Executive Council has unanimously decided to suspend your lawyer's license. Your case is quite serious. Please go to the Executive Council tomorrow to accept the punishment. What? You must be mistaken. When did I ever bribe the judge? You need evidence. Lihao's face changed drastically, and he shouted, I want to apply for administrative reconsideration. You must have made a mistake. Go to the Administrative Bureau tomorrow to tell us the specific situation. Don't try to escape the punishment of the law. You can't escape it. Explaining your situation clearly is better than anything else. The other party didn't give Lihao any chance to argue. After saying these words, he hung up the phone. Immediately afterwards, a message came that Lihao's lawyer's license had been revoked. And the situation was quite serious. So serious that there was no way to retake the exam. Lihao, what's wrong? Xiao Qian saw that Lihao had a grim expression on his face. She knew that the matter must be very serious. It's you. Xiao Chen, you did it. Lihao, holding the phone tightly, stared at Xiao Chen. He was not stupid to begin with, and he quickly thought of Xiao Chen. Lihao. Xiao Chen smiled slightly. He moved closer to Lihao and said in a serious tone, If I were you, I would not get involved in these messes of the Shao family. Once you're involved in some karma, it will be too late to regret it in the future. While you can still turn back, stay away from the Shao family. Haha, Xiao Chen, do you really think you could defeat me like this? Lihao laughed angrily. A lawyer is just an identity. Even without this identity, I can still kill you. Then I'll wait. Xiao Chen spread his hands. Okay, we'll see. Lihao nodded continuously, then turned around and left angrily. Lihao, Lihao. Xiaoqian was anxious, and she chased after him quickly. Xiaoming was the only one left in the room. He stared at Xiaochun without saying a word or leaving. Why aren't you leaving yet? Do you want me to treat you to a meal? Xiaochun sneered. Xiaochun, I know you were admitted to Peking University. Xiaoming suddenly smiled. He said viciously, it just so happens that I'm going to Yanjing as well. Let's wait and see. Go see your mother. The moment Xiaoming turned around, Xiaochun reminded him, if you don't see me now, you may never see me again in the future. No matter how conscienceless you are, no matter how vicious she is sincere to you after all. Xiaoming paused for a moment, then ran out the door. Xiaochun, are you okay? After these people left, seeing that Xiaochun looked a little depressed, Song Zian asked with concern. It's okay, let's eat, and don't let these people affect our mood. Xiaochun said with a smile. Xiaoqian desperately caught up with Lihao. Lihao, wait for me. Lihao then stopped, his face distorted. I'm sorry, Lihao. It's because of me that I'm like this, I'm sorry. Xiaoqian felt very guilty. Ha, you mean, I can't beat Xiaochun? Lihao said, gritting his teeth. No, that's not what I meant. Xiaoqian quickly shook her head. Lihao, I will go with you tomorrow. Let's find a solution together, okay? No need, it's just a lawyer's qualification certificate. I am more than just a lawyer. Lihao took a deep breath. He tried hard to calm himself down, then smiled. Xiaoqian, come with me to Yanjing. My home ground is in Yanjing. I can't do anything about your father's affairs, but in Yanjing, I can avenge you and make Xiaochun cry and beg you. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll go to Yanjing with you. Xiaoyan nodded heavily and threw herself into Lihao's arms. In the mental hospital, Xiaoming gritted his teeth and walked in. Zhao's mother was locked in a separate ward with her eyes closed. It had only been more than half a month since she was last seen, and her hair had already turned gray. Moreover, the wrinkles on her forehead increased at a rate visible to the naked eye. Xiaoming felt desolate inside. Even though he was a heartless and ruthless person, he still felt heartbroken when he saw his biological mother in this state. Are you the patient's family member? Just then, a nurse passed by. I am. Xiaoming uttered 2 words with difficulty. Are you Xiaoming? The nurse stared at Xiaoming for a long time before asking uncertainly. Yes, how did you know? Xiaoming looked at the nurse in surprise. She kept repeating your name every day, even when she was unconscious. The nurse took out a photo, but it was of Xiaoming. Also, when she is very emotionally unstable, we just take out this photo, and she will calm down. Xiaoming took the photo, and his hands began to tremble. This photo was taken on his 18th birthday, when his family chartered a yacht for him. At that time, he was wearing a white sportswear and smiling happily. At that time, he had no worries at all, and no one to please. Moreover, his parents gave him all their love, making him carefree and without having to worry about anything. However, these things are now far away from him. Chapter 222. My son is here to see me. Let me go. Especially when he saw Zhao's mother's old face in the ward. His heart was even more touched. Why is it like this? We weren't like this originally. Xiaochun, it's you, it's all you. His eyes were so bloodshot that even the nurse beside him was frightened. Do you want to go in and see her? The nurse asked cautiously. Xiaoming shook his head, put on his hat, turned and left. However, just as he left, Zhao's mother in the ward suddenly opened her eyes. She jumped out of bed barefoot and banged on the door frantically. Open the door. Open the door for me. Mingming is here. My Mingming is here. Let me see him. Patient number 38 is becoming emotionally unstable again. Call someone quickly. A voice came from the intercom. Several medical staff rushed over. After opening the door, Zhao's mother rushed out madly. Her slightly frail body burst out with strength that ordinary people could hardly possess. My son, let me see my son, he is here, he just came. Seeing that she couldn't be stopped, she was given an injection of tranquilizer. It was not until she collapsed to the ground that a doctor wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked, what stimulated her? No, just now. Her son came and stood at the door for a while. The nurse said breathlessly, didn't your son go in to see her? The doctor was a little surprised. No, I asked him to go in and take a look, but he just left. Children nowadays are so unfilial. The doctor shook his head helplessly. Xiaoming walked out of the ward with difficulty. He stared at the night sky with a pair of bloodshot eyes. Xiaochun, it's you who made mom like this. It's you who forced me into a desperate situation. You've ruined my life. You've ruined everything I have. Just wait. When I become strong enough, I will settle this account with you. I will definitely do it. Rumble, A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the entire night sky. In the flickering electric light, Xiaoming's face looked distorted and terrifying. Another week passed in the conference room of Zhongjiang capital. Zhou Li, who was betting against Xiao Chun, was here. Xiao Chun and Suja were also here. This was the last day of the gambling agreement between Xiao Chun and Zhou Li, and all witnesses of the meeting were present on that day. This week, the team was led by Lihao, the former general manager of Zhongjiang capital. And it was during this week that he turned the tide and brought Zhongjiang capital, which was on the verge of bankruptcy and restructuring, to a successful conclusion when the market closed. Looking at this week's financial report on the books, Zhou Li's face looked a little ugly. Well, this is the result of my leading the team in the stock market last week under the guidance of President Shao. Li Yang broke the silence in the conference room. We leveraged 500 million yuan with 100 million yuan of funds and concluded it perfectly. Zhongjiang capital has been revitalized. Very good. Suja nodded gently, his eyes full of approval. He looked at Zhou Li, who had a grim expression on his face, and said, "Boss Zhou, do you have any objections?" "I have no objection." Zhou Li's face looked extremely ugly. But in front of so many people, he had no way to make excuses. Firstly, there were so many people witnessing it on the scene, and secondly, there was a gambling agreement written in black and white. In just 1 week, Xiao Chun brought Zhongjiang capital, which was on the verge of bankruptcy, back to life. He wants to transfer 10% of his shares to Xiao Chun. Although he made a lot of money, he was no longer the largest shareholder except for the chairman. He also lost his absolute voice in the company and will no longer be able to restrain the Su Group. "Thank you, Mr. Zhou. If there's no problem, let's sign this contract." Xiao Chun pushed out 2 contracts. He smiled and said, "This is a share transfer agreement. I will acquire 10% of the shares of Su Group held by Mr. Zhou at the current valuation of Su Group. Mr. Zhou is willing to transfer. No objection." Zhou Li's face was dark. No objection? His objection was too big, wasn't it? Losing this 10% of shares means losing the right to speak in the Su Group. From now on, at the shareholders' meeting, he would no longer be able to bang the table and curse at the board of directors. But there was no other way. He had to accept the defeat. He picked up the pen, quickly signed his name on the contract, and then pushed the contract to Xiao Chun. He gritted his teeth but smiled. "Xiao Chun, congratulations." "Thank you, Mr. Zhou. I'm grateful for your concession." Xiao Chun smiled and put away the contract. "The fund for the shares will be transferred to Mr. Zhou's account today. Let's have a pleasant cooperation." The 2 men shook hands. In public, Zhou Li wanted to maintain his composure and smile. But facing Xiao Chun's face, he couldn't smile no matter what. Pulling his hand back, he said somewhat unwillingly, "Boss Shao is really young and promising. At such a young age, he actually has the strength to take over 25% of the shares of the Su Group. Moreover, President Su is also willing to transfer the shares of the Su Group to you. If you don't know, you might think you were his son-in-law." "Mr. Zhou, you can't say that. I have a partner." Xiao Chun was surprised. "Haha, I'm not talking nonsense. Now the news has spread all over the company." Zhou Li snorted coldly. "Boss Su is paving the way for his daughter. But Boss Su has a good eye. Boss Shao is indeed capable. No one else would have this ability." No. I think there must be some misunderstanding here, Uncle Su, don't you think?" Xiao Chun hurriedly looked at Suja, hoping he could clarify it. Unexpectedly, Suja pretended to be deaf and dumb at this time. Xiao Chun, we are all family from now on. You have to pay more attention to the Su Group in the future." "One of our own?" Xiao Chun was stunned. Suja was admitting the rumor in disguise. "How can you be like this? He and Song Zian are a perfect match, okay? How could this word get to the Song family?" "Uncle Su, we don't bring this kind of thing, Xiao Chun didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and wanted to explain the matter clearly in public. But Suja didn't give him a chance. He stood up and said in a good mood, "Okay, the matter has ended perfectly. Let's find a place and have a drink at noon today, just to welcome the new major shareholder of our company." There were sparse voices of agreement from the crowd, which made Xiao Chun lose his temper. He took a few quick steps and caught up with Suja, trying to explain, "Uncle Suyu." But before he could finish his words, Suja's expression suddenly froze. He suddenly covered his chest tightly and then fell to the ground with a thud. "Boss Su, hurry up, call an ambulance." There was a sudden panic in the room, and everyone was at a loss. It was not until the ambulance arrived that a group of people hurriedly carried Suja onto the ambulance. Jiangcheng Renai Hospital, a high-end private hospital. The entire floor of the hospital's VIP ward was booked. Chapter 223 Suja is really sick. There were people guarding the elevator and the staircase, and Suja was sent to the emergency room. When Su Xiao hurried over, Xiao Chun was still guarding the door. Xiao Chun, what happened to my dad? Su Xiao grabbed Xiao Chen's hand in panic. He's still being rescued. The doctor said he had a sudden myocardial infarction accompanied by brainstem hemorrhage. His life is currently safe, but it's hard to say whether he can wake up. Xiao Chen's expression was serious. When Su Jingye fell down, he thought this was a plan agreed upon by the two of them. But when Su Jingye was sent to the ambulance, he realized something was wrong. Because Su Jingye's face was pale and his pulse and heartbeat were very weak. This is a real illness. When he was taken to the hospital for examination, the results showed cerebral infarction accompanied by symptoms of brainstem hemorrhage. This made Xiao Chan a little confused for a moment. They had agreed to act out a scene together. So what was Su Jingye doing? Was the fake scene real? How could this happen? Didn't my dad take medicine? How could this happen? Su Zhao's eyes were dull, and she couldn't even stand steadily. Don't worry, you'll be fine. The company is in chaos now, and your uncle's people will be here soon. Xiao Chen helped her sit down. At this time, we must stay calm. Otherwise, we will give the other party an opportunity to take advantage of us. Lydia Su took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and tried to calm herself down. After a moment, she opened her eyes. Xiao Chun, you are right. I can't panic now. I must be prepared to deal with it. Is your mother coming? Xiao Chen asked. My mother is in Jiangnan. After she separated from my father, she felt resentful and could not forgive him. Su Xiao said, but after getting the news, she has already left from there. Okay, it's okay. I'm here to take care of everything. Xiao Chun comforted her. With Xiao Chen around, Lydia Su's emotions were much more stable. She nodded gently and waited nervously. Just then, a bodyguard came over with a few people. This bodyguard is Su Jinya's confidant, named Chen Tao. He walked up to Xiao Chun and nodded slightly to him. Boss Xiao, I'm Chen Tao, responsible for Boss Su's safety. When I left this morning, President Su told me to follow your arrangements if anything happened to him. Okay, this floor is reserved by us. No one is allowed to enter President Su's ward except me and Su Xiao. Xiao Chun perked up and stood up. Now that things have come to this, we can only take one step at a time. Xiao Changhai will definitely bring people here to test the situation and counter it accordingly. Understood. Chen Tao nodded slightly, waved his hand, and took people to make arrangements. Xiao Chan was still worried, so he turned around and sent a message to Su Xin. Let him make the arrangements and take all aspects into consideration. Only in this way can we ensure that nothing goes wrong. Finally, the doctor came out of the emergency room. Doctor, how is my dad? Su Xiao stood up quickly. Are you a family member of the patient? The doctor glanced at Lydia Su, then shook his head and said, he is not yet out of danger. Because the patient suffered a sudden myocardial infarction and brainstem hemorrhage, the amount of bleeding exceeded the critical value. Then, can he wake up? Su Xiao asked nervously. It's hard to say. We need to observe for 72 hours. These 72 hours are crucial. The doctor shook his head and said, family members of the patient, please stay with him for a while. This is our VIP ward. There are experts on duty 24 hours a day. If there is any situation, please report it immediately. Su Xiao nodded gently, watching her father being pushed out of the emergency room with an oxygen mask on. She wanted to go forward, but was stopped by Xiao Chun. Just look at your dad a few times. There are a lot of things going on in the company right now, and this requires your ability to respond. Xiao Chun said, what should I do? Seeing Father Su being pushed into the ward with tubes inserted into his body, Su Xiao turned around and looked at Xiao Chun. Before Xiao Chun could say anything, he saw an old man and a few people hurriedly walking over. Su Zhao's second uncle, Su Changhai, asked Su Xiao bluntly, how is your father? Where is he? Second master, my dad just came out of the emergency room and his condition is still unstable. Su Xiao calmed himself down. Su Changhai turned around and was about to enter the ward, but Chen Tao stopped him with his hand. Sorry, Mr. Su, you can't go in now. You dare to stop me? Su Changhai's face was full of anger. Do you know what you are doing? The chairman doesn't see anyone, Chen Tao said calmly. Besides, his condition is still unstable. You should come back to visit him in a few days. You are a dog raised by the Su family, and you dare to stop me? Su Changhai said angrily. Get out of here immediately. Mr. Su, please go back. You can't come in today. Xiao Chen spoke at this time. Who are you? How dare you, a kid who hasn't even fully grown all his hair, interfere in the affairs of our Su family? Su Changhai turned around and looked at Xiao Chen coldly. I'm Xiao Chen, and I'm currently the largest shareholder of the Su group besides the chairman. Xiao Chen smiled slightly, and my hair has grown back too. I hope Mr. Su won't speak with tinted glasses. You are that Xiao Chen? Su Changhai suddenly realized. He turned around and looked at Xiao Chen, with a hint of viciousness in his eyes. Yes, I am Xiao Chen. Mr. Su is the head of the board of directors of the Su group. We will inevitably have dealings in the future. Xiao Chen smiled and said, so please take care of me in the future, Mr. Su. The Su group has always relied on ability. If you have ability, you will be a master. If you don't have ability, you will be eliminated. We don't have any favoritism here. Su Changhai sneered. Boy, I don't know what conspiracy you used to enter the Su group. But if you really think that you can sit back and relax in the Su group just by holding 25% of the shares, then you are wrong. Of course, holding 25% of the shares of Su group is just the beginning. Xiao Chen smiled and said, there is still a long way to go. I am confident that I can show Master Su my strength, so please rest assured. Su Changhai snorted. He didn't want to pay attention to Xiao Chen. He just wanted to quickly confirm Su Jinya's situation. He turned to Chun Tao and shouted, get out of the way. If you don't get out of the way, I'll make you get out of the Su family right away. Second Master, the appointment of all personnel in the Su group is decided by the personnel department. Besides, Chun Tao is my father-in-law's personal bodyguard, and you have no right to fire him. Su Shao spoke. Before my father fell into a coma, he told Chun Tao that I would be in charge of all the affairs of the Su group during his illness. As the largest shareholder of the company besides the chairman, Xiao Chun has the obligation to assist me in handling all matters of the company. And my dad won't see anyone until he wakes up. Su Changhai's expression froze slightly. He turned his head to look at Xiao Chun and Su Shao with an angry look on his face. Zhen Yi is sick, and the affairs of the Su group should be handled by the board of directors. You are young, and Xiao Chun is just a student. The two of you cannot represent the Su group well. Chapter 224. Sorry, you can't go in. We can act as agents. Please rest assured, Mr. Su. Xiao Chun said. Besides, Uncle Su is in a coma, and the Su family must be in a panic. So what Mr. Su has to do is to appease the people of the Su family. We have a clear division of labor. Only in this way can we ensure peace of mind. Su Changhai turned his head and stared at Xiao Chun, not hiding his anger. Xiao Chun also looked up at the other party calmly, not giving in at all. I am Jinya's elder and the head of the Su group's board of directors. Now he is sick. Can't I come and visit him? Su Changhai sneered. I'm going to enter the ward today. Let's see who dares to stop me. At his command, several people behind him stepped forward together. Then he shook off Chun Tao, who was blocking his way, and tried to force his way in. Come here, stop him. Chun Tao was not to be outdone. He waved his hand, and more than a dozen bodyguards rushed forward and blocked the door of the ward. The two sides suddenly became tense. Su Changhai had a cold face and stared at Chun Tao. Chun Tao had a blank expression on his face, but as a former Special Forces soldier, he didn't care. Seeing that he couldn't get in, he turned his head and looked at Lydia Su. Lydia Su, is this what you meant too? Second grandpa, this is what my father meant. Su Shao said. Don't call me second grandfather. You're just an illegitimate daughter of the Su family. What qualifications do you have to call me that? Su Changhai's words made Su Zhao's face change slightly. However, Su Changhai sneered and continued. Besides, the Su family has not yet recognized your identity. Since your father is sick, I should be the agent for all the company's affairs. That's probably not possible. Xiao Chan shook his head. Uncle Su is sick, but he has already told Su Shao and me to take care of it. Besides, you are old now, and you may not be able to do the hard work of the company well. Xiao Chun. Su Changhai was furious. He pointed at Xiao Chun and said, this is an internal matter of the Su family. Why are you, an outsider, interfering? I didn't interfere in the Su family's internal affairs. I was just discussing the issues of the Su group. Xiao Chun looked innocent. I am the largest shareholder of the company. The chairman is sick, so I also have the responsibility to supervise and manage the company, right? His words were well-reasoned and left Su Changhai speechless. His face was livid as he stared at the two men, but the two men showed no weakness and looked back at him. At this moment, the doctor came over and said, the patient is not in critical condition yet, so you can't go in to visit him. After 72 hours, if the patient is stable, you can come to visit. Family members should not stay too long. Since the doctor said so, Su Changhai couldn't go in with a tough attitude. He gave Xiao Chen a warning look, then turned and left. Su Xiao then breathed a sigh of relief. She exchanged glances with Xiao Chun and then left. Xiao Chun found the attending physician, a chief physician of internal medicine who was in his 40s. He has very good insights into cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. Dr. Liu, I want to discuss with you about Mr. Su's illness. Xiao Chun said. Is there anything you want to know? Dr. Liu put down the medical record in his hand and looked at Xiao Chun. I want to know, is Mr. Su's illness really serious? Xiao Chun was a little confused. It was clear that Lin Fong had taken Su Jinya's pulse and given acupuncture before, and he has been taking medicine, so his condition will not suddenly worsen. The two had agreed to set up a plan to bring down Su Changhai, but now Su Jinya seemed to be really sick. If this is true, then Xiao Chun has to make other preparations. Look, this is a cardiac ultrasound, and this is a brain angiography. Dr. Liu directly took out the test results. From the imaging, it can be seen that the heart is not getting enough blood, which leads to the decline of heart function, and the amount of brainstem bleeding exceeds the critical value. Based on the examination results, the patient's condition is not optimistic. Even if he can be saved, and even if he can wake up, he will have to spend the rest of his life in bed. Xiao Chun was stunned. He was the one who watched the examination results, and they were definitely Su Jinya's. He didn't expect the illness to be so serious. He thought for a moment and asked, then Dr. Liu, what caused Mr. Su's illness? Was it because of a problem with his body functions, or some other reason? There was something else behind Xiao Chen's words. He wanted to figure out whether someone had tampered with his body, or if there was really something wrong with his body. After all, Lin Fong had told him before that Su Jinya fell ill because someone poisoned him. But he still wanted to give up and asked, is it possible that his situation was man-made? Artificial? Dr. Liu looked at Xiao Chan in surprise. As far as I know, there is currently no drug that can cause a sudden myocardial infarction or brainstem hemorrhage. There are many specific causes that need to be investigated one by one, but the most important thing now is to wake the patient up. This is the most important thing. Okay, I understand. Thank you, doctor. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. After leaving the hospital, Xiao Chun found Lin Fong. Lin Fong is currently having dinner with Xiao Yan. Since Xiao Chun is here, he might as well join them for a meal. Uncle Su had a cerebral infarction. Lin Fong stood up suddenly. This news surprised him a lot. Yes, it happened a few hours ago. He is still in the hospital and hasn't woken up yet. Xiao Chen nodded. It was man-made. I took his pulse a few days ago and found no signs. Lin Fong said. The doctor said that there is no medicine that can induce the cause of the disease. Xiao Chen frowned. Western medicine doesn't have it, but herbal medicine does. As far as I know, the Miao medicine in Western Hunan has no less than 5 kinds of drugs that can induce myocardial infarction and cerebral infarction. Lin Fong said, I understand. Xiao Chan nodded slightly, already having an idea in mind. Lin Fong, can you save his life? Xiao Chen asked. It's not a big problem. Lin Fong thought for a moment and said, I'll bring some medicine and go to the hospital with you. Give me the medicine and I'll go. Don't get involved in this matter. Besides, if people see it, they will be alert with your reputation as a family of traditional Chinese medicine. Xiao Chen said. Okay. Lin Fong nodded. He looked at Xiao Yan. Well, shall we stop here today? Let's go here first and go do your work. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. Okay, Xiao Chen, wait for me. I'll go get ready. Lin Fong said and ran out. Xiao Qian left Jiangcheng. Only Xiao Chun and Xiao Yan were left in the room, and Xiao Yan spoke. Left with Lihao? Xiao Chen didn't care. Yes, I want to persuade her, but I don't know how. Xiao Yan sighed. She should keep a distance from the Shao family. It's rare for you to be sober in this world. This is your own good fortune. Xiao Chan said, others may not have such good fortune as you. It is best to be alone and at peace. There is no need to get involved in the cause and effect of others. Chapter 225, Sumuyu is back. I understand. You must be careful too. Xiao Yan warned worriedly. I'll be careful. Xiao Chen smiled slightly. While they were chatting, Xiao Chen's cell phone rang. When he saw the caller ID, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Song Xian's father called, and Xiao Chen had to get up and go outside to answer the phone when thinking of the rumors about him and Lydia Su. Uncle Song, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation for what happened between you and the Su family. Song's father's tone was a little unfriendly. Uncle Song, listen to my excuse, no explanation. Xiao Chen was a little confused. Those are just rumors. I have some cooperation with the Su family. I am currently the largest shareholder of the Su family besides the chairman. Mr. Song knows all this. It seems like you know what's going on. You confessed before I even told you what it was. Father Song sneered. Xiao Chun, you can do it. This. Xiao Chun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These people were all old foxes. At night, Lin Fong finally prepared the medicine, which was sealed into small granules of honey pills. Xiao Chun, find a way to get him to take these medicines. They can help fight the toxins in his body. Lin Fong reminded him. The effect should take effect within a week. During this week, the amount of water and nutrient solution he takes must be strictly controlled. No accidents can happen again. Okay, I got it. Thanks. I'll go first. Xiao Chun nodded. He took the prepared medicine from Lin Fong and rushed to the hospital. But when I rushed to the hospital ward, I heard some noise inside the ward at the door. Who's inside? Xiao Chun's expression changed slightly. Now Su Xiao is in control of the overall situation in the company. He has stated that no one can enter the ward except him and Su Xiao. But why is there someone inside now? It's the second young lady. She just came back from Yinjing. Chen Tao whispered. Sumuyu. Xiao Chen's expression calmed down a little. After all, she was Su Jinya's daughter, so she shouldn't do anything bad to Su Jinya. But this woman is so stupid, and Xiao Chun is afraid that she will be taken advantage of. Next time she comes to the hospital to visit President Su, she must get my permission, Xiao Chun reminded. Yes. Shen Tao's expression was stern. When I walked into the ward, I saw Sumuyu sitting in front of the bed. She had lost a lot of weight since I last saw her for a while. Her face was as pale as the remaining snow in winter, without the rosy glow and luster of the past. Her eyes, which had once looked up to others, were now bloodshot and looked tired and lifeless. No matter what, Sumuyu is Sumuyu after all. Even if the successive blows made her look haggard, it still couldn't conceal her beautiful shadow. Hearing the noise, she slowly turned her head, and the moment she saw Xiao Chun, her gaze finally focused. Xiao Chun. She stood up suddenly, staring at Xiao Chun with cold eyes, with no intention of looking away. His eyes were complicated, filled with loss, confusion, and anger. I'm sorry. I should have informed you immediately. Xiao Chun said calmly. After all, this is your father. But now that you know, it will be good to come back and see him. What on earth do you want to do? Sumuyu looked furious, with a questioning look in his eyes. Nothing. Xiao Chun looked puzzled. A lot of things have happened in the Su group recently. You should know, right? I know, of course I know. Sumuyu sneered. Xiao Chun, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect that during the time I was away from Jiangcheng, you actually became the largest shareholder of the Su group besides the chairman. This is beyond my imagination. Your methods are really amazing. The expression on Sumuyu's face was angry and disappointed, as if Xiao Chun was going to swallow up the entire Su group in the next second. I think you misunderstood. Xiao Chun said, as for holding shares in Su group, if your father doesn't agree, I can't become a shareholder at all. We are now in a cooperative relationship, and the Su group will also develop in a positive direction. What do you want to do next? Take over the entire Su family. Sumuyu did not hide his stupidity at all. The look Xiao Chun gave Sumuyu was as if he was caring for a mentally retarded person. Sure enough, this woman's behavior had verified his thoughts. She was taken advantage of just by hearing some rumors. Vice President Shao was forced to leave by you and faces more than 15 years in prison. You have torn off 10% of Zhou Li's shares. Now you have reached out to the board of directors and tried to replace my second grandfather. What do you want to do? If I say that everything I did was for the Su group, would you believe it? Xiao Chun spread his hands. Do you think I'm a fool? Sumuyu laughed angrily. Not really, but in some aspects, your brain is even worse than a fool's, Xiao Chun said. Xiao Chun, I don't care what you want to do, but as long as I'm alive, you can't touch my house. Sumuyu said coldly. Immediately stop all actions that harm the interests of the Su group and transfer your shares. Who will be transferred to? You, the board of directors, or Su Changhai? Xiao Chun asked. I don't have the ability to take your shares, but my second grandfather does. He is from the Su family and a member of the board of directors. Sumuyu said coldly. And I believe he will not do anything to damage the Su group. Xiao Chun stared at Sumuyu. He was really about to cry because of this woman's stupidity. Sumuyu, the Su group was founded by your grandfather. Your father has no daughter, so your second uncle tried to let his son inherit the Su group. Cheng Tao is Su Changhai's man. With him around, your father and Mr. Su will be hindered in doing anything in the company. As for Zhou Li, Although he has nothing to do with Su Changhai, he is the largest shareholder of the Su Group beside your father. The threat to the Su Group is huge. If he cooperates with your second master, the Su Group will still face the risk of being seized. Xiao Qin's eyes were sharp. And I hold shares in your company because I have reached a cooperation with your father. He needs my investment strategy, and I need his connections. And the person who will be in charge of the company in the future is Mr. Su, not you. If it were you, I would not touch the Su Group at all, nor would I be involved in this series of whirlpools. Do you understand? Xiao Chun revealed all the circumstances in one breath, and he made it all so clear. Even a pig should be able to see the current situation clearly. Sumuyu is a top student after all, and a famous campus beauty in the physics department of Peking University. No matter how low your IQ is, you can understand what you're saying, right? However, Xiao Qin soon discovered that he had overestimated Sumuyu. Looking at the cold expression on Sumuyu's face, his heart sank. Good man, she still doesn't believe it. Chapter 226, I have never seen someone as stupid as you. Xiao Chun, do you think I'm a fool? Sumuyu said this again. It's not your turn as an outsider to worry about our Su family's affairs. Besides, I don't believe that second master or my cousin would do such a thing. We are a family. Sumuyu's face was full of disappointment. You know, Xiao Chun, when I left Jiangxing this time, I felt guilty towards you. Because I really misunderstood you before, but what you did now is really disappointing. Xiao Chun opened his mouth. He felt speechless and even more powerless. So you think that your second master and your cousin are a family, and I, an outsider, am here to destroy your family business and try to swallow up the Su Group. Isn't it? Sumuyu looked stupid. Xiao Chun, stop it. We will still be friends in the future. Okay. Xiao Chun laughed out of anger. Sumuyu, you should go back to Yanjing. Your father not letting you take over the company was the best decision he ever made. Because if you really take over the company, then the entire Su Group will be eaten up without leaving any residue. Don't say these meaningless words to me. Xiao Chun, I will give you another chance to leave Su Group. Sumuyu said coldly. Chun Tao. Xiao Chun didn't waste any more words with her. Mr. Xiao. Chun Tao walked in from outside. Please ask her to leave. Also, no one is allowed to see President Su without my permission, including Sumuyu. Xiao Chun said. Yes. Chun Tao nodded. Xiao Chun, what are you talking about? Are you crazy? Sumuyu looked incredulous. This was her father. How could Xiao Chun, an outsider, give such an order? Was he crazy? I'm not crazy. Your father once asked me before he got sick that if anything happened to him, all the affairs of the company would be handled by me and Lydia Su. Xiao Chun said. In addition, he also told Chun Tao to listen to me in everything. Do you understand what I mean? Miss Su, let's go out first. Chun Tao said as he brought people in and was about to ask Sumuyu to go out. Chun Tao, you are my father's man. How can you listen to an outsider? Sumuyu felt incredible. Chun Tao is his father's man and is absolutely loyal. But now he actually listened to Xiao Chun. This immediately made her feel that the world had gone crazy. Xiao Chun has become extremely crazy. Mississippi, Chun Tao explained patiently. This is what Mr. Su told me in advance. I just followed his instructions. And Mr. Shao will not do anything that is detrimental to the company. Please face the reality. Reality? Tell me what reality is. Sumuyu was angry. The reality is that Xiao Chun and Su Xiao try to take action against the company. It's not what you think, miss. Please go out. Chun Tao was really helpless. He waved his hand, and several subordinates carried Sumuyu and forcibly took her away. Xiao Chun, you can't be like this, Xiao Chun. You really disappoint me. Sumuyu, who was being carried out, was furious, but his voice gradually faded away. Taking her out of the stairs, Sumuyu was panting, with an expression of anger and unwillingness on his face. She stamped her feet in anger and went downstairs. Muyu, how is it? As soon as I reached the first floor, Su Changhai came to greet me. Second master. Sumuyu took a deep breath and tried hard to calm his furious mood. Now that the company is no longer controlled by the Su family, Xiao Chun is a big bad guy. Is he going to swallow up our company? Xiao Chun has ulterior motives. Humph, your father is so optimistic about him that he wants to marry Su Xiao to him. Su Changhai said with a dark face. What? Sumuyu's heart tightened. She looked up suddenly, her eyes full of disbelief. Second grandfather. What did you say? My dad wants to marry Su Xiao to him. Yes, the news spread throughout the company, and he's a barely grown high school student. If your dad hadn't taken a fancy to him. How can we transfer the shares of Su Group to him? Let him become the largest shareholder besides the chairman. Su Changhai's words were well-founded, and there were indeed such rumors in the company. In addition, Su Jinya's attitude towards Xiao Chun is obvious to all, so is extremely convincing. Sumuyu felt a loud bang in his head, and the whole body seemed to be struck by lightning. She didn't know why, but after hearing the news, she felt as if her soul had been drained away. Xiao Chun is actually going to marry her half-sister? Is there anything more ridiculous than this? She tried hard to convince herself that this had nothing to do with her. But the pain in my heart is being magnified little by little. She didn't understand why this happened. Mu igiriku. Seeing Su Muyu's dazed expression, Su Changhai called out a few times. Second grandpa, Su Muyu finally reacted. She calmed herself down and tried to calm herself down. Your father is in a very dangerous condition now. Xiao Chan has people guarding him and won't let us visit. Su Changai Saif. Honestly, we don't know whether he will live or die, and his illness cannot be delayed. Xiao Chun and Lydia Su knew this, so they wouldn't let us see it. I have a special medicine to treat his disease, but I can't bring it in. What special medicine? Sumuyu was stunned. This medicine is a thrombolytic drug produced by Johnson & Johnson Pharmaceuticals abroad. Su Changhai took out a pill. The transparent glass bottle contains light blue potion. There was English printed on it, and Sumuyu translated the name and instructions from the English. Your father's main condition is brainstem hemorrhage. This medicine can quickly stop bleeding, dissolve clots, and has a cardiotonic effect. Su Changhai said solemnly, I asked someone to bring these medicines from overseas, and I have consulted experts. They are very effective for your father's illness. I'll give it to my dad now. Sumuyu took the medicine. Wait for Muyu. Su Changhai stopped her and said, now Xiao Chun and Su Xiao are going to delay your father's illness until he can no longer bear it. So there's no way they'll let your dad use these drugs. What should we do then? Sumuyu asked blankly. What hit her hard was not just the fact that her father was seriously ill, nor was it just the fact that the company was going to be taken over. What worries her most is that Xiao Chun is going to marry her half-sister. She couldn't tell why, but this news made her feel so depressed. Well, you are Jinya's daughter, and a legitimate daughter. If you want to see your father, no one will stop you. Su Changhai whispered, just say you want to stay with your dad in the ward, and then find a chance to inject the medicine into your dad's nutrient solution with a syringe. Half an hour after you use it, your dad will wake up. As long as your dad wakes up, Xiao Chun will not succeed. Chapter 227. We are one family. But is this medicine really reliable? Sumuyu asked worriedly. Don't worry, your second grandmother has used this medicine and it worked very well. Otherwise, she would have died of serious illness a few years ago. Su Changhai said confidently. Besides, we are a family. How could I hurt you? Xiao Chun is an outsider, and Lydia Su is an illegitimate daughter, so they would try to harm your father. We won't. We are a family. Under the attack of Su Changhai's eloquent words, Sumuyu was finally moved. She nodded gently. I'll think of a way. Okay, Muyu, the future of Su Group depends entirely on you. Su Changhai looked at her with satisfaction and let out a long breath. Sumuyu put the medicine in her bag and left the hospital. After leaving the hospital, a Maybach stopped next to Sumuyu. The car window rolled down, revealing Lydia Su's gentle and lovely face in the back seat. When did you come back? Su Xiao asked. I just arrived and went to see my dad. Sumuyu paused. Get in the car, let's talk. Su Xiao opened the car door. After hesitating for a moment, Sumuyu got into the car. The car slowly drove forward. Sumuyu frowned and asked, where are you taking me? You shouldn't go back to Jiangcheng. Su Xiao sighed and said, you've seen him, so go back to Yinjing tomorrow. If I return to Yinjing, you will collude with Xiao Chun and take over my family's company. Sumuyu glanced at him coldly. She has always known about Lydia Su's existence. She had never liked her half-sister, and even thought that her mother had gone abroad and had not contacted her for more than 10 years because of this mother and daughter. And what is happening now makes people feel that Su Xiao has ulterior motives. In your eyes, are Xiao Chun and I so unbearable? Su Xiao frowned. Isn't it? You're all going to become a family. Isn't it your goal to merge the company and control Su's? Sumuyu said coldly. Who on earth is talking nonsense? Su Xiao was shocked. There are some rumors in the company about her and Xiao Chun. She didn't take these rumors seriously at first, but when Sumuyu mentioned them, she realized that the problem was serious. She and Xiao Chun are in a teacher-student relationship. Even though she is not Xiao Chun's teacher now, she still treats Xiao Chun as a little kid. So how could it be possible for two people? Does anyone need to say this? My father supported Xiao Chun and became the largest shareholder of the company besides him. Isn't this a good proof? Sumuyu tried hard to keep herself calm. You two are really good at this. Sumuyu. Su Xiao was a little angry. Some situations in the company are very complicated now. You don't understand. Anyway, the farther away you are now, the better. Come back later, okay. When I come back in a while, will the company no longer be named Su? Sumuyu said coldly. Lydia Su, you disguise yourself very well, really well. I originally thought you were a simple person, but now I realize that I was wrong. She grabbed the bag in her hand. Let me out of the car. Muyu. Lydia Su tried to persuade her. Stop the car and let me get off. Sumuyu raised his voice. Helplessly, Su Xiao had to ask the driver to stop the car. Sumuyu opened the car door and walked away without even turning her head. Lydia Su sighed helplessly. She took out her cell phone and called Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, I couldn't convince her. Don't worry about her. I'll take care of the rest. Xiao Chun said calmly. Your sister really doesn't have a very good brain. She can't even tell if we are friends or enemies. Most of her IQ is in physics. Su Xiao smiled bitterly. But I'm worried about her being taken advantage of. I know. You don't have to worry about this matter. I will handle it. Xiao Chun said. Su Xiao trusted Xiao Chun very much. Since Xiao Chun said so, she was completely relieved. Sumuyu got out of the car and walked straight towards the intersection ahead. But at this moment, a hunched man came towards them. The man was walking too fast and didn't even look at the road, so the two of them bumped into each other. Sumuyu screamed and almost fell down, and the bag in her hand was knocked far away. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. The man hurriedly helped her pick up the bag and handed it back. What's wrong with you? Don't you even look when you walk? Sumuyu covered his shoulder with his hands, frowning. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. The man bowed repeatedly, apologized, and then backed away. Seeing that the other party did not mean it, Sumuyu did not pursue it further. She went straight to the hotel and returned to her room. Even late at night, she couldn't fall asleep. She sat blankly at the table, holding the piece not in her hand. Xiao Chun, why are you doing this? She murmured to herself, looking somewhat painful. Even if Xiao Chun did not admit it, even if she was stupid, she understood that the person who saved her and gave her blood transfusion was Xiao Chun. Originally, she wanted to find a different way to get along with Xiao Chun, but she didn't expect that Xiao Chun would do such a thing. Pain and grievance surrounded her at this moment, and she felt extremely lonely and helpless. However, when she looked at the piece not in her hand, she felt a little shaken. His words from that moment of life and death that day still rang in her ears. Is Xiao Chun, who risked his life to save others, really as bad as Su Chonghai said? For a moment, she struggled even more and became confused. Just at this moment, Xiao Chonghai called. Second Grandpa. Su Muyu answered the phone. Muyu, how are you thinking about this? Second Grandpa. I'm still looking for an opportunity. Su Muyu hesitated for a moment. To be honest, she was a little shaken. After all, what Xiao Chun said seemed to be true. Moreover, although Su Chonghai and his father seemed to be in harmony on the surface, they were actually quarreling with each other secretly. What are you still thinking about, Muyu? Do you know what order Su Xiao gave in the company just now? Su Chonghai was a little anxious. Some employees of the company were laid off for no reason. These people are your father's right-hand men. She is already further eroding the company. If it's too late, your father won't have a chance even if he wakes up. You're your father's biological daughter. He can stop us from visiting you, but he can't stop you. If you're late, it will be too late. The Su Group also has your father's life's hard work in it. Can you just watch it being taken away by others? Second Grandpa, I'll think of a solution now. You wait for my news. Sumuyu struggled and hesitated for a moment. Then she took out her cell phone. Looking at the familiar phone number, she gritted her teeth and finally dialed it. The next day, at the Su Group's high-level meeting, Su Xiao wielded a broadsword and removed several department heads from their posts. I don't accept it. I am a planning manager hired by the company. You have no right to fire me. A man in his 30s slammed the table and shouted. Chapter 228 Company Changes. Besides, I still own a small portion of the company's shares. I am considered a shareholder. You can't do this. I've seen it. Xiao Chun took a look at a document and said, what you call shares are just dry shares. There's only the right to dividends, but no right to transfer. These shares belong to the company in every sense. So don't bring this up anymore, Manager Zhang. Leave in a dignified manner. It will be good for everyone. Xiao Chun, you are a young man who hasn't even grown all your hair yet. Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? The manager named Zhang was angry. He tilted his head and stared at Xiao Chun. I am Mr. Su's man. Try to move me. Oh, is it possible that I am targeting Su Changhai's people? The smile on Xiao Chen's face became more contemptuous. Now that my father is ill, I am in charge of all the company's affairs. So, I'm exercising the rights of the chairman. Lydia, Su spoke. Manager Zhang, I'll give you one last chance. Will you leave or not? I won't leave. I have objections to your dismissal compensation. If you want to force me to leave, I will apply for labor arbitration. Manager Zhang stiffened his neck. Okay then, police comrade. Xiao Chan shouted outside the meeting room. A policeman walked in with several team members. These policemen were Zhou Jun's men, and they were here today to cooperate with Xiao Chun. This is evidence that Zhang Xiang, the manager of the planning department, accepted kickbacks. The amount involved is huge and has reached the standard for sentencing. Xiao Chun took out a document and handed it to the leading policeman. In addition, he bought a villa and a luxury car in the suburbs. You are slandering me. Manager Zhang turned pale. The previous major shock in the company did not affect him, and coupled with Su Jinye being sick and hospitalized, he originally thought that things would just pass. However, he did not expect that Su Shao would come to the company to hold a meeting today and make a surprise attack. Moreover, the gunshot hit him directly in the chest, leaving him unable to refute. Whether it is slander or not, just go to our place to investigate it clearly. Let's go. With a click, the handcuffs were put on and Zhang Xiang was taken away while struggling. More than 80% of the people who were interviewed on the spot had blue faces. Moreover, there was a thick stack of information next to Xiao Chun. Since this meeting was held today, these people had to be dismissed. There must be sufficient evidence for this, and a large number of people immediately began to consider backing out. Yes, rather than being dragged away, it is better to leave in a dignified manner on your own initiative. Li Wei, the head of the Human Resources Department. Xiao Chen looked up at the most troublesome and difficult one. Li Wei, the head of the Human Resources Department, is Su Changhai's man. He controls human resources and often places Su Changhai's people into the company. What? I didn't accept any kickbacks. What can you do to me? Li Wei looked calm. Indeed, after checking for a long time, you were the cleanest. Xiao Chun had a hint of admiration on his face. The police comrades in the Commercial Investigation Division really can't do anything to you. Xiao Chun, don't be so arrogant. Li Wei stared at Xiao Chun with a warning look. And we can see from the company's situation that this won't end well for you. Don't be complacent yet. Xiao Chun said with a smile. You didn't accept kickbacks or bribes, but that doesn't mean you're fine. Look, here is an address. Xiao Chun wrote a note and handed it over. It says Lin Jie, Unit 2, Room 802, Building 15, Tianyu Community, Linie Road. The expression on Li Wei's face suddenly changed. He stood up suddenly, pointed at Xiao Chun and shouted, What do you want to do? Don't be nervous. Xiao Chun said with a smile. There's a young girl with a newborn baby inside. I haven't told your wife about this yet. How about I inform her now? The expression on Li Wei's face twitched. Looking at the undisguised threat in Xiao Chen's eyes, he gradually calmed down. If his wife really comes to him, it will inevitably be a scene where the original wife tears the mistress apart. Li Wei is from another place. His wife is a local, and her family runs a business. So he has quite a few connections. If things really get out of hand, he won't be able to stay in Jiangxing at all. He thought for a long time with an uncertain expression on his face. Then he grabbed the note on the table and said in a muffled voice, I resign. Very good. Go through the special approval channel and have him resign immediately. Xiao Chun said to the HR on the side. Li Wei went to sign with a grim look on his face, but just as he was about to leave, his cell phone rang. It was his wife calling. Looking at the caller ID, his face changed drastically. He subconsciously looked at Xiao Chun, who said indifferently, Just take it, it's come to this. Li Wei answered the phone tremblingly. As soon as he answered the phone, his wife's harsh voice came from the other end of the line. Li Wei, who is that woman? Whose child is she holding? You become more capable, right? You dare to have a mistress behind my back. You bastard, if I hadn't paid for your college education, would you be in this situation? Xiao Chun, you lied to me. Li Wei roared at Xiao Chun. I told you, leaving with dignity is good for everyone. Xiao Chun smiled indifferently. It's you who didn't seize the opportunity. Including everyone here, I still have nearly 2/3 of the information here. This information is enough to ruin your lives. Xiao Chun pointed at the thick stack of information and said, So, Are you all going to give it a try? Or rather, take a gamble and bet that I don't have any evidence against you. If you want to resign, please sign here. After the formalities are handed over, I will express your information to you. I promise there is no backup. You're the only ones who know these things. If everyone doesn't cooperate and doesn't want to leave in a dignified manner, then I'm sorry. Xiaoqin stood up and placed his hands on the table. An invisible pressure emanated from him, causing everyone at the scene to avoid his gaze. Manager Zhang and Supervisor Li just now are your role models. More than 10 people at the scene looked at each other. They didn't dare to gamble. Because no one at the scene could guarantee that they didn't have any evidence that Xiao Chun could catch them. And they knew what they had done, so what Xiao Chun said was right. If they really fight, their future lives will probably be ruined here. Seeing the people in the room looking for HR signatures and leaving one by one, Xiao Chun finally showed a smile on his face. The resignation of more than 10 people was handled quickly. Xiao Chun let out a long sigh, sat on the chair, and took a sip of tea. Su Chang's cronies have basically been cleared out. Su Xiao added some water for him. I am confident that the company can rest assured from now on. That's good. We should have focused on dealing with Su Changhai, but we're afraid that he will do something bad in the company, so we have to target these people first. Xiao Qin said, how did you manage to catch so many people? Su Xiao looked at Xiao Chun with some curiosity. She couldn't quite understand it. After all, these people were either accepting bribes or taking kickbacks. All of this was done in extreme secrecy. How did Xiao Chun find the black material on these people so accurately? Look, Xiao Chun opened a copy in the file bag beside him and showed it to Su Xiao. Su took the written information curiously, opened it, and his expression changed slightly. Because this information is just a few pieces of white paper stacked together. Chapter 229, All is Fair in War. You don't have any black material about them at all? Su Xiao was surprised. Yes, the two I just mentioned are the dirt on me that I spent a lot of effort to find. Xiao Chun said, if we check them one by one, it's simply not realistic. These people were very secretive when they took the money. They would not give you any handle to catch them, so I just caught two typical cases. What if they don't fall for it? Su Xiao was stunned for a long time before asking. Haha, none of the company's management dares to say that they have a clean bottom. Xiao Qin smiled slightly. This is the meaning of war. What I'm betting on is human nature. Okay, your method really amazes me. Su Xiao was stunned for a long while before putting down the white paper in his hand. Only then did she realize that she could no longer simply treat Xiao Chun as a student. The business world is like a battlefield. Teacher Su, you have to learn well. Xiao Chun said with a smile. Compared to you, I do have a lot to learn. Su Xiao held his chin with his hand. What are you going to do next? Next, it's the final stage. Xiao Chun said calmly. It depends on whether Su Changhai has any other means. Mr. Shao, Su Changhai has brought his men here again, and they're trying to force their way in. At this moment, Xiao Chun received a call from Chun Tao. Stop them. I'll be there soon. Xiao Chun stood up. Xiao Chun, can I go with you? Lydia Su frowned. My mother has arrived, and she wants to see my father. Ask your mother to wait a little longer. Now is not the opportunity. Xiao Chun thought for a moment and said, and you don't have to go with me. The company is in an unstable situation. You stay here to take charge of the overall situation and leave the rest to me. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Su Xiao nodded. Xiao Qin packed up and left. Looking at his back, Su Xiao looked a little confused. Is this really her student? He looks so mature that he doesn't look like a high school student. His abilities are terrifying, and he also has that damn charm. Baba, what was I thinking? No matter how charming he is still just a little brat. And he used to be my student. Su Xiao, are you crazy? Why do you think so? Lydia Su blushed unconsciously when he reacted, and he quickly lowered his head to pack up his things as a cover-up. Inside the hospital, the two groups were on the verge of a fight. Chen Tao, who do you think you are? You are just a dog raised by our Su family, and you dare to stop us? Su Changhai looked furious. He was followed by a dozen thugs, and he had to go in today to see whether Su Jinya was dead or alive. I'm the private bodyguard hired by Mr. Su, not anyone's dog. Chen Tao's attitude was neither humble nor arrogant. Before he got sick, Mr. Su told me to listen to Mr. Shao, so please go back. Chen Tao, are you planning to fight to the end? Do you really think that Xiao Chun, a kid who hasn't even grown all his hair yet, can fight me? Su Changhai gnashed his teeth and said, I advise you to be aware of the current situation, otherwise it will be useless for you to regret it later. Mr. Su, why are you at the hospital so early? I can see that you really care about Uncle Su. As a voice came over, Xiao Chun and a group of people surrounded them. Su Xian's security company has grown to more than 50 people. Most of them are veterans and have undergone devilish training. They are much stronger than the bodyguards of ordinary security companies. Not to mention that there are some people who know martial arts, and the number of him and Chun Tao combined is more than twice that of Su Changhai. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became solemn. Seeing that there were people around him who were twice his size, and each of them was tall and strong and looked difficult to deal with, Su Changhai's tone suddenly weakened. Ha, okay, Xiao Chun, you can do it. He laughed and waved his hand, letting his men retreat. That's right, Mr. Su. It's better for us to have a good talk than to beat the other party to death. Xiao Chun also showed a smile on his face. Come, let's talk. Su Changhai glanced at Xiao Chun and walked aside. Xiao Chun followed him to the edge of the corridor. Name a price. Su Changhai stared at Xiao Chun. What do you need to do to not care about the Su family's affairs? I'm afraid Mr. Su can't afford the price I offer. Xiao Chun shook his head. I'm not doing this for money. Xiao Chun was indeed not doing this for the money. He was doing it for the influence of the Su family. Moreover, the Su group has been entrenched in Jiangsheng for decades and is deeply rooted. As a major shareholder of the Su group, many things are relatively easy for him. What's more, the annual dividends are not a small amount, and his relationship with Lydia Su does not allow him to let it go. Haha, I underestimated you. Indeed, you are not doing this for money. After all, as Su Jinya's son-in-law, you will control the company in the future. Compared to that, what is this little money? Xiao Qin did not answer or explain. He looked at Su Changhai quietly. So, what is there for us to talk about? Xiao Chun, my son is abroad. Su Changhai ignored the hospital's rule against smoking. He lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and then exhaled the smoke. He does business in the Golden Triangle and knows a lot of people. If you offend me, you will not have a good ending. No wonder you have so many tricks up your sleeve. Xiao Qin suddenly realized that the reason why Su Changhai dared to poison him was probably because he was the son of a desperado. So, people, sometimes you have to know the situation. Su Changhai took a puff of cigarette. He stared at Xiao Chun. Leave the Su family now. I will give you the last dignity. The Su family, I am determined to win. You're really making it difficult for me. Xiao Chun sighed. I promised President Su, and we are also in a cooperative relationship. He is lying in bed now, and I just leave him alone? If he wakes up one day, it would be a little unreasonable, right? Do you really think he can still wake up? Su Changhai sneered. Xiao Chun, you come from an ordinary family and don't understand the struggles among the rich and powerful. So don't rush into some things, or you'll regret it. You are a talented person, so I have said so much to you today. I hope you will not be ungrateful. Su Changhai. Xiao Chun smiled, raised his head, and looked at Su Changhai seriously. What if I tell you that I am such a person who doesn't know the current situation? Su Changhai held the cigarette in his hand and stared at Xiao Chun with cold eyes. After a long time, he put out the cigarette in his hand. He kept nodding. Well, in that case, let's wait and see. Next time you go out, be careful not to get hit by a car. Giving Xiao Chun a warning look, Su Changhai turned and left. But at this moment, Sumuyu came over. She looked at the two groups of people in the corridor in surprise and asked in astonishment, Second Grandpa, what's going on? Muyu, you're here, just in time. Su Changhai's expression was somewhat gloomy. I came here to visit your father. But this person won't let us in. Xiao Chun. Sumuyu's face darkened. What do you mean? Chapter 230 Sumuyu. You killed your father with your own hands.